Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where infinity gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter, paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. It's the clash of the titans.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing, this isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
You wolves I see, no dogs, no snakes, it's feathers on me. This time, let's start. Yeah.
try to open their third eye with both eyes closed. Can't see the consequences to the things that they chose. Put theyself in deeper sleep, claiming that they woke. While I'm watching time and nature moving through the smoke, I fell in love with wisdom. Sophia held my hand, told me comfort ain't really fit destroy another man. So I learned to love existence without controlling all the plans. Tried to hold on to forever, still it slipped right through my hands. Tried everything to get it, still slipped through my hands. And it's both of my kids. Only thing I truly love, my number one fan. And I still smile, even when life get cold. Cause most things grow in the sunlight, but grow the most at night. There's something people don't know. I'm on Fati, Mona, I'm on. I love time because nature gave me something to adore. Mona, I'm on. Forever be Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes and you finally see. You get two eyes, but only one vision of reality. Love again. I guess I'll tell you about the secret to existence again. Feathers on me, stars above. Everything alive because of love. The only time I fell in love, I was standing on a ledge. If I would've knew the ledge, I might've moved different instead. Thought I found forever in somebody else's head, but she just wanted friendship while I was thinking marriage bed. So here I go again, talking about love again, trying to explain existence through the pain again, trying to hold beauty still, but time don't ever stand. That's when Father Time whispers, son, that's just a plan. And Mother Nature touched my shoulder, say nothing blooms forever, but everything returns eventually. That's when I finally understood why heartbreak make us wiser, why loneliness get deeper when your thoughts become advisors. People fear the dark, but the stars only shine there. Flowers drink the sunlight, but roots grow where the night live. That's why I stopped fearing pain and started reading signs there. Every scar another map showing me where life is. If time and nature had a face, I don't think they look old. Probably young forever with eternal souls. Little kids with galaxies inside their pupils glowing gold, running through the universe laughing while creation unfolds. Not guys on thrones, not witches casting spells, just the endless interaction that make existence itself. One gave sequence, one gave shape, and together they became every heartbeat, every ocean, every memory, every name. Beauty in the beast, light and dark, love and grief, that's the balance. People call it contradiction, but I call it understanding. Cause I love time, cause time gave me moments. And I love nature, cause nature let me hold them. That's why I cherish every second, even broken ones too. Cause without the hurt and healing, I would never become you. Mona, I'm more. Forever be Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes, then you finally see. You get two eyes, but only one vision of reality. I'm on Fati, Mona, I'm on love again. I guess I'll tell you about the topic of existence again. Feathers on me, stars above, everything alive because of love. I'm on Fati, Mona, I'm on. This time I understand.
What's up? Shout out to all the Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. You know who it is. It's your boy Ovi. We over here on the sister channel tonight, Coliseum of Arguments, with a watch party. My argument alley. Not just a watch party, it's gonna be an open panel. So we just waiting for a few people to get in and start watching before I start. So you know what I always do, man, cause it's nothing like that good music to get you in the mood. And today is Monday, and we gotta let you know.
getting it like this on them. They ain't getting it like this on them. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. I'ma grind till I can grind no more. I'ma shine until I blind your glow. Gotta grind until you out that hole. You can die from being down so low just to cleanse your soul. You forgive and let go. Gotta dress warm in the world so cold. Gotta keep your eyes on your friends and your foes. Gotta stack bread till that shit don't fold. Cause on Tuesday, hard work, no play. I'ma bulldoze everything in my way. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my babe. Cause ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday, I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday, I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday, that's when I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday, I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No. Work it till I turn to a boss. Gotta stunt into a turn to a floss. Gotta learn from every time that I lost. So that little note you got, you about to pay it off. Now they hating now, cause you made it now. Took a long time, you was patient now. Work hard for it, wasn't no handouts. Like some braces when they done, pull them bands out. Remember on a Tuesday, all work, no play. I'ma bust a doubles for them haters that was fake. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my babe. Cause ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday, I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday, I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday, that one, I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday, I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No. Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday.
Different type of hell. Different type of hell. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they pulled me down before that just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little peace. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum Onlyism truth, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal, way different type of animal. 2 to 16, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal.
Yeah, man. You know your boy O.L.E.E. Only logical explanation for addition. We're a different type of animal, man. And I'm gonna be able to prove it to you. And you can come and prove what you got too, if you brave enough to join.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Yeah, man. So you can join. I want to give a shout out to this month's t-shirt raffle winner. Shout out to Michigan Natural Living. He won the t-shirt raffle. And remember, you can get in on that t-shirt raffle.
Listen up, Titan family. The Coliseum of Arguments is officially opening the vaults, and this is your chance to win a piece of league history. We're running a massive high-stakes t-shirt raffle, and these are not your average tees. We're talking ultra-exclusive, limited edition, premium custom apparel that you can't buy anywhere else. Once they're gone forever. We're keeping the stakes high and the odds completely in your favor. Here's how it goes down. Tickets are only $2. The limit, $40 or 20 tickets per person to keep the playing field fair. The odds, we're picking a brand new winner for every 20 tickets sold. Think about the math. If you max out your 20 tickets, you are essentially guaranteeing a crowd milestone and forcing a new drawing. The more tickets moving, the more winners we crown back to back. Are you a $3.99 channel member? Then we've already got your back. As a thank you for holding down the foundation, every single $3.99 member is automatically getting one free ticket entered into the $50 raffle. But don't just rely on that one ticket. Secure your stack, maximize your odds, and ensure your name gets called. These custom designs, from the legendary Debate or Die print to the official Titans Debate League emblems, are strictly limited edition. You don't want to be sitting in the chat watching everyone else flaunt their exclusive gear while you missed out over a $2 ticket. How to enter? Open up your Cash App. Send your entry to $Titans Debate League. Put your name/handle in the note so we know exactly who to crown. The clock is ticking, the tickets are moving, and the next 20 ticket milestone is closing fast. Lock your entries in now and claim your crown. Winners picked this Friday. Are you not entertained?
And for y'all who just not joining, remember this is the new sister channel. So we're looking for subscribers. Make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and share. And for members, we do have this.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
And yeah, man, so we're supposed to get into it, man. This is my Titans Debate League debut right here, where I first introduced quantum Onlyism. Got somebody joining real quick. And you know who it is. It's my man's Humble. What's going down, Humble?
What up, brother Quantum? You already know what it is, Brody. I had to hop up here. I seen you going in, Brody. Seen you ready to take the action, man. Listen, you know I gotta be up here.
Yeah, man. You know, I was just about to go over my argument, alley, when I first introduced quantum onlyism to the Coliseum, and just go over that, because that's some old faces that was here in the old tournament. It was right when I ended, and just go over and touch on some of the questions that people had then. When I was a little bit, my feathers was ruffled when I first came in, because you know how the argument alleys is. Well, you don't, because your argument alley was a little different than mine. They respected Humble Mystic right off the jump, and that's been you already had a little bit of history within the conscious community. I don't know if it was so much YouTube at that time. I think you started coming over here right when I did. Now that don't mean you wasn't already on YouTube, but I know this for me. This is the first stop. I didn't know nothing about any of the other conscious community spots, platforms, anything like that. And so when I came, it was after I had met A1, I was over on YouTube, and I was on another person's panel, and we was just talking, and then A1 was talking to that dude, and he told him about the debate league. You know me, I had already done my due diligence on TikTok. And so I'm like, shit, I want to do that. So I got in touch with him, and he told me about the argument alleys and things. And shit, you know me, I was all down for it. I still didn't go watch no video. I didn't know nothing. Like when I came on that time was my first time in the Coliseum, and I ain't left. And so I was just gonna walk that down, because you and I know since I've been here. Not just all because of me, but it's been a whole lot of different things that happen situations that's come to play,
Mm-hmm.
just different things. And when I go back and start watching the videos now, they funny to me.
Exactly.
In a way that's reassuring that if I just keep on my path, man, we'll be able to take accountability and actually get what ideas and views are supposed to do when it comes to getting within the community and taking action, um, forming communities within the communities to be a mechanism. You know me, I'm big on conditions to help set the conditions right for the communities so we can move about in a viable manner, persist. And so, yeah, I just wanted to start. I was going to start doing that, but the panel open. If you got anything you want to talk about, I've been seeing a lot going on in the conscious community here lately, especially with some of the bigger platforms. Sonetta had a nice big weekend for the 4th of July. I see they moved around a lot on the West Coast. And then I just watched Napa. Napa just had a little setting with Judge Joe Brown. Shout out Judge Joe Brown. Shout out Napa. Shout out Sonetta crew over there doing their thing, man. And because it helps the conscious community move about, different people watching this, and if not us particularly, but if they start looking for the community there, the Titans Debate League gonna pop up.
Yeah.
Some good conversations and things going on. What you got going down over there in Baltimore? What you been seeing going on in the conscious community?
I'm chilling, me and my wife just been hanging in there chilling. I've been over there on the other planet Bigo here and there. Other than that, I've been kicking it with you brothers. Y'all know how it is.
Yeah, man. Bigo been an experience too. I love going over there. It ain't as hostile as I thought it would be, and that might be because I came with you. I might have came with the right people, but it ain't as hostile as I thought it would be. People get your ideas out. They give their ideas and debate, which reminds me, we got a lot of debates coming out for this following few months that's coming up. We got that big tournament going on. I'm really excited about that. I get to be a part of that. Was you a part? You wasn't even a part of the other one either, was you?
No, I wasn't. That's why I can't wait for this one.
Let me see if I can pull that up. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's see this one. Oops. Almost. But we still looking for participants. I think A1 said we had a few locked down. Got a few more open shots. You can hit that email that he sends you in the commercial. Matter of fact, man, yeah, that probably was the right thing to do. I almost didn't, but I ran it just a while ago. But it's so exciting, man, and I'm so ready for it.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, man, I can't wait for that. That's gonna be real litty. I'm glad I'm about to
Uh-huh.
be a part of that one, man. So it's coming real quick. And if you feel like you get in there and you got some debating skills, don't come over here playing now.
Hey,
It,
don't come over here and get your head bust.
I'm telling you, because it goes down over here. So we got a few face-offs already coming off. Um, I got Sapphire, if you know him. Um, we supposed to be having a face-off to find us something to debate about. OTK and Evolutionist. Evolutionist is one of the new faces. OTK been here for a minute. If you don't know, Open to Knowledge. He's on the channel all the time. Evolutionists, they got a debate about Darwinism. Um, I believe you and
Should be a good one.
Cosmo might have a debate coming up
Mm-hmm.
this Friday on the debate league. We got Ashay and Pitbull coming up.
Yeah.
Thought we had them locked in yesterday.
Hey, them brothers is a rowdy group, man. Them brothers is a rowdy group. We just trying over there. We just talking about Bigo. We just trying to get brothers hip and used to some new platforms out here. We always used to, doing all our stuff over there on a Beagle tip on a Ring of Fire. And so a lot of this stuff is new to our brothers. So we just be trying to get brothers locked in.
Yeah. And I know they're gonna get locked in because this is the place with the face. And I'm talking about this is debate or die. But I love the platform also because it's more than just that. Now that I've become a part of it, I see exactly how the conscious community lead, move around, and I love giving presentations and little lectures about quantum onlyism, trying to get it out there, as well as listening to other people, the way you deliver your information, the way you come about your information. We got PhDs who visited. We got like minds like us who may be a little bit more in depth in things. Ronald Berkins visited. Professor Robert Ash visited. And then we got astute minds such as Ill Doctrine. Shout out Ill Doctrine and
Shout out to L Doctrine, man. Shout out to L Doctrine. Good people.
and then all the participants, that I done ran across on Titans Debate League. It just be good. And so it's just moving, man. And I'm glad to be a part of it. I can't wait to get this $1,000. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to off y'all heads. I shouldn't be talking like that in absolute, should I? No, but I know everybody ready, man, and it's gonna be hard to get up in there as the rounds progress. I know the debate's only gonna get tougher, and once everybody get comfortable with debating and getting this season on the way, it's gonna be good. As well as A1, shout out A1. He got a few face-offs and debates coming up. He did a little show last night for GDE and Capone. Did you see that? Humble might have stepped away for a minute.
Look at me. I think I'm off of mute and stuff. I'm over here talking. Hey, GDN, you better start running, boy. You know you out.
Hey, GDN and Omar. I just knew that they was gonna pop up.
Hey, yo, this is the panel of flashlights. When y'all get over here, I just want to say that real quick. Let me come up when I say this. Hey, listen, this is the panel of flashlights. When y'all come over here, ain't nowhere to run. You feel me? We got the street light on everything. You hear me? So don't be coming over here thinking you want to tuck your tail, talk your big ones, and then hide behind your people, go somewhere else and hide, sit in the comments. Nah, we ain't doing that. We calling you out.
Definitely. We in the building, man. They came up trying to jump my man's man. Thought there was a going. I got a question. That's usually how it had start off. I I got a question for you. You think they're about to have a genuine question, and sometimes they do be, but sometimes people be thinking they have an answer and they gonna catch you up
Yeah.
against their answer, but then they hear your answer, and I call it the short circuit. You hear him like, what? You know
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying? So, like I say, I'm real big on method, the know the ledge methodology when it comes to having discourse and defining my terms, getting things out. Um, and that's a real
Yeah.
big move when it comes to doing what we're doing. Because, like I said, I call it quantum onlyism for a few reasons. Only is a big word in there, and could only be me. Could just mean I'm the only onlyist, onlyism. Um, recognizing, and so um, I love to discourse about my research and my conclusions, and then put them up against other people's. Um, hey, I believe that's what we're supposed to do. Man,
Yeah. That's what
that's
it's
what it's
all about.
supposed.
You feel me? We
So,
are in the age of technology where we don't have to sit on the sidelines anymore and just, you know, wonder about what they say. Okay, well, is the scholars right? Is the people who write these books correct? No, we are now in the age where we can go and do the research for ourselves. If we getting the answer and we not comfortable with that answer, go find the answer. You feel me? You can do that now. Um, is easier now than it was back in the early 2000s. And I remember because I was doing this in the early 2000s. You see what I'm saying? I was
mhm.
watching reading all the books, going to the libraries, watching the YouTube videos, cross referencing the YouTube videos with the books and things of that nature. Man, now you watch a video, you know what I'm saying? You ask your questions, you wonder your questions, and you get it in.
Man,
The
you get
papers.
it.
Go ahead, Brody.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. That's how it go. Like you said, back in the day, and like I wasn't even ready for this, but I was still doing research and stuff. And that's why I say like AI been around for a long time. People don't even understand how much they was using AI um, back then. Just using search webs, going online, searching for different topics in Google. Not
Mm-hmm.
in the way that we doing it now, because now when we do it, we understand that it's an AI and you can have it talk to you. Back in the day, just look up the information for you. You know what I'm saying? And then they start coming up with other websites, Wikipedia.
It's
I was,
crazy how valuable wiki have become today.
yeah, I
Man,
still,
back in the day, man, and this is why I still hold a grudge against wiki today. Y'all often hear me say I don't like going to no Wikipedia sources because when I was growing up, hey, you can't go there because they give out misinformation. Anybody can go to wiki and type anything. So what you do is you try to find the most prominent information out there, and then you take from that. You don't take from wiki. But when
yeah,
you looking around here, these panels, man, everybody, "Oh, this is a Wikipedia article. Wikipedia. Man, what you over here talking about some Wikipedia? You can't go get the real article?
mm-mm. And Wikipedia. That's why I say Wikipedia. You can use it the way it's supposed to be used. But I'm like you. What I didn't like about it when I found out about it, like I have never been a Wikipedia user. The first time that I found out that people can go change stuff, I went into one word. I don't even remember, and went and changed it just to see. I'm like, damn, people can just go change that.
Yeah,
Well, they do have firewalls now. They like you got to register to be a person that changes stuff. You know what I'm saying? But that still don't stop that people
yeah,
can change things. I don't like that. I
yeah.
would uh rather just go, if I go to Wikipedia, I'm gonna go and see a source on there, and then I go to that source
Now,
from
I
Wikipedia.
don't mind like general information. You see what I'm saying? Although sometimes it still can be misleading, but general information people get it from wiki. All right, But when we're going in depth on things, right? We're talking about time. We're talking about chronology. When we get to talking about anthropology, when we get to talking about etology, things of that nature, is more valuable to go to a prominent source. That way you ain't leaning on nothing that no random person saying that probably don't know about the subject matter. You know what I'm saying? And so, and even on that case, Brody, it's like back in the day, everybody would use Google. Now people getting slack for using AI, which now when we do use Google today, we ain't doing nothing but using another form of AI.
That's what it's always. It has always been AI.
Mm-hmm.
It is anytime you done ever search this for everybody. I'm like humble. I should cam up, but I ain't. But y'all just picture me camming up because this O.L.E.E talking. You have been using AI since the moment you ever put anything in a search bar.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you ever searched anything. When they came online with online searches and connectivity, it has always been a form of AI.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Now we know they go through testing and things when they get new models and updated and stuff, and so they've been using the model for longer than us. College professors, students whose colleges were um, benefactors, or I ain't gonna say benefactors, who were contributors in the technology, informing the technology and stuff. They always been using it and testing it
Yeah.
for years before we get it. So when you go in and you seeing people back in the day and they seeming super duper smart and think about Elon Musk. He can put his computer in his mind. He figured out how to put it in.
Mm-hmm.
Think about how long they've been actually using these systems to calculate different things and come about with the technology they got now.
Fact.
Updated.
For real, AI, Google, whatever engine that you use, whatever language model one might use, whatever search engine one might use, with a lot of information that's being said on these panels, it don't matter where you go. A lot of stuff that people are saying out here nowadays is just incoherent. It's just wrong, right? And so I'll give an example. The other day we was talking to the brother Kazad, and he really was trying to say that there were Israelites in the Ugaritic period. Now I don't care if you go to Google. I don't care if you go to what we just talking about, Wiki. I don't care if you go to any AI language. No resource out here is going to tell you that there were Israelites in the Ugaritic period, because it just wasn't. That's a fact. You see what I'm saying? So that those are just some of the things that I just be like, bro, they gotta chill on that. That's bro, it's crazy. And then they try to make it better. Well, I already told you I don't adhere to census. Well, then your opinion don't matter. Like, what you mean you don't adhere to the consensus? So you telling me the experts that actually went out here and dug in the field and stuff like that, you're not going to take their word, but you want me to take your word and you ain't do none of this work? Oh, nah.
Huh. And shit. Not only did you not do none of that work, you tried to form some type of conclusion that don't fit anything that we see.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't like that too. But either. But yeah, man. So that's what this is. Let me see. Let me go ahead and get this right.
I'm here with you, Brody. Go ahead, play it. Look, I'm here. Whenever I got my cam up, whenever I got something to add or whatnot, I'm gonna come off mute.
Bet. And I'll be right here. We're gonna try to get it going. Like I said, man, this is when I first, for those who joining, we got to get into it, man, and rewatch some funny footage. This is of the newcomer when I first came. I didn't know anybody. I had my argument formulated, but it was a hostile crowd, so I was trying to bait people into debating. And I'll stop it and I'll tell y'all one of the things. Marcus Shaw said, drop the link. I dropped the link, Mark. Hold on, I ain't gonna even. started. Then Marcus Shaw say, drop the link. You said Israel is mentioned by Egypt in 1208 BC, 13th century. Then said the Ugaritic text in the 13th century because drop the link since we taking shots. That's what he said. All right, here, Marcus, I'm dropping the link for you, buddy. We're gonna get it started early. We might not even get to get into it. We might not even get to get into it. Let's see what we got. If Marcus gonna come up, man. He say he got a question for you, humble. I don't know if he there. While we wait for Marcus to get here, man. I see my man's OTK in the building too. Shout out, Open the Knowledge, Vicar's World, Ben Eden. They've been here since before we started. Shout out, y'all, if y'all there, anybody in the chat. I know we just getting started. Well, they say we've been started for 45 minutes, but I didn't drop this link in the chat yet. I wanted to try to send some traffic over here, but I think people might not be hip to that, so I probably should go ahead and drop this YouTube in there. Let's see it. Marcus, if you there, oh, he said coming. Humble, you there? Marcus said he got a question for you. You know what it is, man. It's uh-oh. I'll go to your side. Is that your side? Marcus, is your side? Let me see. Where's your side? Your side.
Yo.
What's going down, my guy?
Yeah. He taking shots. Yeah.
Kazak in the building. I'm here. Listen, you know what's up.
Look, I ain't gonna be here long because I got something to handle on another channel real quick. So I was just watching. And what? You said they not contemporary. Bro, did you not say that Israel is mentioned in the 13th century BCE? You ain't say that?
Did I say no? The Mishnah Stele takes place in 1208 BCE, 12th century.
That's not. See, look, this is the problem. You don't even know what you're talking about. Here, let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something real quick. You don't know what you're talking about. I ain't gonna be on long because I gotta go. Like I said, here, share my screen real quick. I didn't know you had a show plan, so I ain't mean to interrupt like that, bro.
No, it ain't no show. It's an open panel. I was just having something to do until somebody came up.
You know what's
up. We got all night. You know I'm an owl. I stay open all night.
So you see it? You see my screen, right? Can you share that? Real quick?
Yep. I gotta stop sharing my screen real quick. Hold on 1 second. Add to the stage.
Yeah, so if you see, it says 13th century BCE, 1300 to 1201 BCE. So when he says the Meripata Stele is 12th century BCE.
Hold on. I gotta move us. Hold on, Chisai, because I gotta move us. I had us set up.
So where we can't see the screen.
Where we can't even see the my bad. I just looked at that.
Yeah, so all the events that occur between 1300 and 1201, that's all 13th century BCE. So the Battle of Kadesh is 13th century BCE. Israel mentioned on America Tostella, that's 13th century BCE, bro. You just don't know what you're talking about. And then you said the Ugaritic text is 13th century BCE. You admit that they're contemporary, but you don't want to admit that they're contemporary. Stop talking to me, please. Stay in your lane, Humble. And brother O.L.E.E, I know you don't know me that well. Me and Humble's supposed to be debating Egyptian chronology. I'm still waiting for that. I'm gonna cook you. I cook you every time we step in the ring together. I don't know why you talk to me. I don't know why.
Are you in the tournament, Chazai? That might be one of y'all first round tournaments. You can get some money off that debate.
I don't know if I'm in a tournament or not, but we
you
can talk about
busy
that.
Too.
But yeah, I just had to fry Humble's egg real quick. He ain't
go. Did Humble drop off? Humble,
But yeah, hey, I gotta get going though. I do gotta get over on my brother. I say sorry. I
bet. All right, thanks for stopping through. And if you finish over there, come back through. I like watching you. I don't know you personally like that, but I want you to know I have watched you a whole lot and listened to you. So it's gonna be good to interact with you.
Yes, sir. Peace and blessings, bro. You have a good rest of the show. I'll probably be back over.
Yes, sir. You too. Shout out Michigan Natural Living in the building. Humble. I don't know where Humble went. His Wi-Fi might have cut out or something. Cause I know my man's ain't just take off like that. But that was some good quick information from your side. You know, oh, there go Humble right there. Your side left too quick.
Back, bro. That was my fault. I was trying to look something up as he was talking, and I hit my joint. So the issue that he had, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right. So the issue that he had is the 12th century. So when he said the 13th century, right?
Uh-huh.
The 12th century began at 1200 BCE. So how do now he could say the 13th century end at 1200 because that's when the 12th century began. So 1201, 1202, 1208, that would be 12th century. That wouldn't be 13th century.
Right.
I was trying to pull it up, but I dropped off the thingy.
Yeah, I seen you driving like dang. But he said he gonna be back. He said he was over there with I say. And man, he said y'all supposed to be having a debate about the chronology of.
Oh yeah, listen.
We got the debates lined up for you, hungry boy. I know you got that good information. That's what it's about. Michigan Natural Living. What's up? We in the building. You know, we got some things coming. We was just about to rewatch this my little argument alley when I first came. So before we started, I just want people to understand from the beginning of my time at the Titans Debate League is this. When I came and I presented my argument, it was an argument for a philosophical view. I never was coming to rewrite history. As people know now, I wasn't trying to rewrite no science, no nothing. My argument is put together well, you know what I'm saying? For that reason. I tried to come with clarity. Sometimes I thought I was coming with clarity. And even when I went back and rewatched it and people had asked questions, I'd stop it and answer the question. I would still answer it in the same way. So I understand now that it's just levels to understanding, or people just simply aren't trying to understand what it is that you tell them when they ask questions. I'm real big on clarity and intelligibility. Intelligibility means you're able to answer questions or recognize things in a coherent manner, which means you have the knowledge of the things around you and what's going on because you recognize them. You have wisdom when you know how to use that knowledge. And that's what recognition allows you to know the difference between the knowledge and the use of the knowledge. Because when you understand that you're using that knowledge in a persistent manner, for me, it was a logical proof of the significance of time and nature. And so I already had this philosophical framework from years. I'm talking about 1997 to now. I've been putting this together. This wasn't just nothing that I just came up with one day. I did a rigorous walk. And I found what I think is the conclusion for me and my questions. Um, I was once known as Punchonius Ovidius, and I remember reading Ovid's Metamorphosis. That's a real good book, by the way, that you should read. I never understood how much things set with me from a few of the different texts and research of ideas and philosophies that I researched in my time of research. So, what often happens when people hear me say something new, or anybody for that fact, anybody say something new, a lot of the responses that come are disputed simply because of the definitions that people have and if people understand them or not. And so tonight, what I'm gonna do is just re-enter the Coliseum, man, and look back over. Here's some of the questions. Here's some of the comments, and answer them today. And see if I have any different answers. I know I'm not, but maybe I can answer them in a more coherent way. Quantum onlyism is a philosophy first framework. I was keeping it in the category of philosophy for a reason. Whenever I debated people and stuff, I never brought book 2 and book 3 in there. That's because I know a lot of people would always try to drag me into the science of it, and I don't have a science. I have a geometric system that is going to be used for experimentation. It's not no proofs for anything. They're logical hypotheses that I've set forth, and I set forth a method to find certain things with my geometry. And so I would always try to keep it apart because my argument, if we argue my philosophy. I'm not arguing my book 2 and book 3. I'm arguing book 1. And that's the beauty of the system that I got. The whole point is to ask, for me, what must already be true for anything intelligible to happen at all. So when we rewatch this, just pay attention to the tension. Pay attention to the people that was on here. If you happen to be a participant this night, A1 put me in that argument alley with people who had weapons of metal and steel, and he asked me what weapon I had. I showed him my lightsaber hilt. I didn't bring the lightsaber out. And so when they came in there, I was just chopping arms and stuff off. I didn't take nobody's head off. I took some arms and legs off, let them leave with their pieces and come back to fight another day. And some of them are still around. Some people have vanished. After we finish watching this today, we're going to also watch my debate with Suave Boss. We'll watch my face off with Suave Boss. I'll show y'all the disrespect that I stood through and how quantum onlyism and time and nature, in my eyes, the mechanism and the function showed why. I look at them as God and Goddess within existence. Nothing can be explained without them. Nothing can take place without the functions that they provide. Anything that anybody tries to provide only tries to give me a world where a deity or something has control over time and nature. So it still don't knock off the fact that they have to be within time and nature for anything to happen. And then people try to debate that point. I have logical deductions and logical proofs of why this is more coherent than anything else I've ever heard or encountered. And, we're here. I'm talking about the debates are going to be, and I might not only debate quantum onlyism. My mind is astute enough and I've done enough research that I can take on a Muslim as a Christian and probably put Christian points into view. I'm cold with the debate and the information that I have I ain't gonna tell y'all too much because it's gonna sound like I'm bragging on myself, which I am, but in a humble way, like my man Humble Mystic say. And so we're gonna get into it, man, because I'm doing a lot of talking. Michigan Natural Living says, "What's the vibe, my TDL fellas?" That's the vibe, man. We just supposed to have a good time rewatching my argument, Alley, and get it talk about up to now. Today is just gonna be the argument, Alley, but I also got I'm gonna rewatch my face off with Suave Boss. I'm gonna show y'all Pen. I want you to know, Pen. I can say this now too. That ball of energy that you got from Suave Boss wasn't his original ball. I got the original ball in our debate. And I'm going to show you where I took it from. I'm going to show you how I was laying his fans down. I'm just show you a whole lot. We're just to get into this, man. And remember, I don't have any hostilities to anybody. None of y'all questions back then of the outlooks. Some people have actually updated their hypotheses of me because of the information that I've given and them being able to form an ideal of what I'm talking about. Not just an idea, but actually know the mechanism. And so without further ado, stepping up in the Coliseum, you know what? Before we do that, I got to show y'all how I stepped in the Coliseum. This is all I heard when I walked in that day. That was from Trouble in the First.
Step up in the Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't tip your hat, Titans gon' have to take it off. I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. I want the crown, and when I get it, I won't take it off. Yeah. Step up in the Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't tip your hat, Titans gon' have to take it off. I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. Yeah. I want the crown, and when I get it, I won't take it off. Yeah. That's right. That's right, I'm here now. Let's get it clear now. Go hard in the paint. I am so Bill and rare now. Built for the pressure. I am who they ain't. Real ones around me, that's why I'm still here. Stay through the struggle, never moved in fear. Going up in this game, don't get pumped when I post up. Too many classmate rappers. Somebody get them closer. Back in my lane and I'm back in control. Too hot for the cold, cause too focused to fold. Old school mentality, soldier to the core. Never needed validation, kick open the door. Claim you want to smoke me, come and get your song. Talking like a giant till the giant really come. Heavyweight status, rap game ran through. They know who the one is, they could tell them they the man too. Shout out to the haters. Y'all know who be killing me. What's up with your face? Y'all know who the realest is. Hey. Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't take your hat, we gon' take it off. I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. I want the crown, when I get it, I won't take it off. We all need it, so get with it. Act different, loose position, that's the cost of business. Squad too deep, crew too weak. Silverback in the building, y'all too scared to compete. Full grown wolves and y'all sheep in disguise. Talk tough online, but get quiet out of eye. Tadpole talking water way too deep. Writing checks, your reputation cannot keep. Contagious, you blind, you can't see. On the grind all night while you getting beauty sleep. Aggressive with the hustle every day on a mission. Steady chasing paper, ain't no time for complaining. The way I run it down, you swear I was racing. Track star, focus every move, calculating. Shout out to the haters, y'all know who be killing it. What's up with your face? Y'all know who the realest is. Step up in the Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't take your hat, Titans gon' have to take it off. I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. I want the crown, and when I get it, I won't take it off.
I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show.
I had to stop that. Y'all don't laugh at me bobbing my head and all that when the show was coming on. You know, I didn't know how silly I looked. Yeah, I see you, Michigan Natural Living, say in the gym once you leave, he'll jump on. Bet, I'm supposed to play this. But yeah, man, I'm bobbing my head. If y'all notice, y'all can see me turning on all of my computers, my hardware. That's my O.L.E.E machine. This is why, but I wouldn't advise anybody to be bobbing their heads like this when they're doing presentations. Let me start this one.
Your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams. That's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family.
To my defense, it was my first time hearing these songs. And Titans Debate League, you know, they got some of that good music, and I can't lie about that.
Do you barely for show? You try to patch with your soul. Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him. Pay attention. Know the war's within. How much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win. We know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry. Can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bone it. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. Do what it takes to survive. What is truth? What is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get tricked into the faith. They don't know what to decide. Wrong choice meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go. You visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. Yeah. Better days. I pray for better days. It's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality.
My bad. I don't know what happened. My computer skipped. I had to start that over, if y'all don't mind.
I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams. That's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you barely for show. You try to patch with your soul. Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence. You know the devil can hear him. Pay attention. Know the war's within. How much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win. We know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat tears, you put that love on it. Your Best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry. Can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. Do what it takes to survive. What is truth? What is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get tricked into the fake. They don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let.
I had to stop that again, man, because I want y'all to know that I left the chat over there because I like looking at the chat when people be talking, because the chat be going off too. And this is where some of the people who I end up cutting up started off. So make sure y'all read that chat. And I'm going to stop periodically to point out different things. That's what I'm up here for.
Go, you visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise.
And I don't know what's wrong. My computer keep on stopping. What's going on?
In quantum onlyism, when we talk about what about that?
Yeah, we good. We good.
Yeah.
Okay, let me run this intro song again. Shout out nobody, trust and believe the gospel. Mr. No Ducks himself in the chat. Let's get this back going. My apologies about that. We should be good now. That restart should have me all the way set.
Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them so you demonstrate.
Both sides are unknowingly borrowing the same two foundations and just calling them different.
Man, I don't know what's wrong with the. Hold on.
Onlyism,
man, hold on.
Oh my freaks.
It keep on going back to the beginning, man. I don't know what the. Because I don't want you to miss nothing. I don't know why I keep on doing what it's doing.
Hi, babe.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim, did white people come from albinos? And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash. Legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments. Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
So we already see The first people that's in the chat. Oh, that's what happened. It says Titans Debate League had to reset my. Okay, I remember that. Jose Francis is in the chat right now. Nobody, Mr. No Ducks himself. And you got me. I say, what's up, Ben Eaton? Shout out Titan Ben Eaton. He's in the chat. They got Nisha Sharice, Peace Titan. She in the chat right now. Nisha Sharice, she be following me on TikTok also. So shout out Nisha Sharice. Everybody in the chat right now. Let's see what we got, man.
Peace, Titan family. This is Argument Alley. You know what? I got to add for this one too. Let me go ahead and play that.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive argument.
Now I must tell you that A1 got the best graphics and things going, moving graphics. I told him about time and nature. He said, send me a picture, I'm gonna make you up. He didn't know about O.L.E.E yet, and I didn't understand what he was doing. So he threw together the Swamp Thing and Iron Man to give you quantum truth. Shout out A1. It's dope. I still like it. But O.L.E.E is my embodiment when I do my debates.
Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Yes. Welcome to Argument Alley. Can you hear me? Mic check,
Yeah.
mic check.
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me? Mic check 1, 2.
Yes, sir. We are good. Okay. Welcome to Argument Alley, where comfort zones collapse and ideas get put under the spotlight. This isn't small talk. This isn't safe space philosophy. This is pressure. Here we run hot seat questioning, direct, strategic, no escape, designed to test what these debaters really believe. Newcomers step into the alley, and the panel steps up to challenge every claim. The floor will open, the mics will be live, and at the end, the audience gets their shot. Tonight, stepping into the fire from Hobart, Oklahoma, we have a man going by the name of Quantum Truth. Everybody, let's give him a round of applause for being brave enough to step into the Coliseum.
It was nothing.
Yeah.
I was happy as hell.
How you feeling today, brother?
I'm feeling fine, dandy, and ready to be handy. I want to say thank you for letting me step up. Shout out to everybody, Titan Debate League and Argument Alley, the Coliseum of Arguments. It's a pleasure to be here.
Let's go. He said, fine and dandy, ready to be handy. That's got to be the Oklahoma coming out of us.
See, Doctrine stepped in. Peace, love, and
Quantum
respect.
Truth, a man preaching the philosophy of quantum Onlyism. Big claims, big implications, and big targets on the board. He says he's ready for all challenges.
See, my man, Doctrine, he came in the chat third, somebody that I'm very fond of now. He said mic check 1 2 1 2, but the standard is mic check 1 2 3 4. We already had problems. Now I'm just different, Doctrine. I do it mic check 1 2 1 2, which still ends up to 4. Where the problem's at? I think the problem would be Understand it. Let's get into it though. I love the chat. I'm gonna be stopping this a lot, man. I'm sorry, cause I just love the chat.
Challengers. He says he'll answer every question honestly, and he says his philosophy can withstand the heat. So we're about to find out. Panel, get ready. Audience, lean in, because in Argument Alley, if your ideas can't survive the questions, you can't step into the Coliseum. So let's get into it.
That's right.
Okay, you know what? Let me kick a little background music. What we gonna go with today? Let's go with this smooth jazz. You
Yeah.
pull this down. You know, when you got the floor to tell them a little bit about yourself, tell them a little bit about quantum onlyism before we actually get into it.
Yeah. All right. Like I said, good evening to everybody. Right now, I'm going by Quantum Truth, so I keep it at that. It's your boy Quantum Truth, and let me set the expectations in the first 30 seconds because it saves everybody a whole bunch of time. My friends. Quantum onlyism is not a religion, and it's not a vibe. It is not my personal belief system. It's a model that starts with one question: what must be the case for anything to be real at all?
Now, right off the jump, right there, I told everybody that it wasn't a religion, it wasn't my belief, it is what I recognize.
The reason I built this is simple. I got tired of people blaming things on the devil, and I got tired of watching intelligent people argue over labels
This is from the
while the
first day.
mechanism stays unexamined. People debate God versus no God, mind versus matter, idealism versus materialism, and a lot of times both sides are unknowingly borrowing the same two foundations and just calling them different names. But in quantum onlyism, my friends, oh my friends, I tend to stop borrowing and start accounting. So here's my core move. Most worldviews start with a character, a substance, or a story. Quantum onlyism starts with conditions and function. Instead of asking who created existence, I ask what are the minimum mechanics that must already be operating for existence to even be coherent at all, to be a coherent topic.
So there you go. First, I told you about existence. Because for me, existence is the widest category of reality. If something exists, then it's already within existence. If you talk about something that you said exists, it's already within existence. And for me, in my research and all the things I was trying to do to be intelligible with my answer, that was a logical proof that existence had priority. You don't escape existence by adding like another universe or saying that it's in another realm or another dimension or another possible world or something. If it exists, it's within existence. And that's what I was trying to explain right there. And let's see if I explain it that way.
That shift matters because once you go function first, you can filter out a lot of claims that sound deep but don't actually cash out to anything workable. Oh, my friend, they don't cash out to anything. And that takes me to the heart of my model. Quantum onlyism says existence is functional, not intentional, meaning the deepest layer of reality is not best described as a supernatural personality with motives. The deepest level of existence is better described as necessary operating conditions, the kind of conditions every worldview already presupposes, even when they deny these conditions. Now, I'm going to name those conditions in plain language, not symbolic language right now. First, we're going to talk about ordering, sequence, change, before and after.
Well. You know what? Hold on. Let me get into some of these questions because I think what you're about to do is answer a few of the questions I do have for you.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and make sure I have that link dropped. so that way anybody who has questions can come up and challenge
I
you.
want
If
the
you want to set up
unbiased
a
host.
debate with this man, here's some points of contention. Make sure you hit that link. Debaters are getting paid $50, win, lose, or draw here on Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. So
And come
we
on
was
up.
about to get to breaking it down. I don't want you to,
Yeah,
you
yeah. I
know.
mean, I can break it down in a simple form, premise form, but I don't like to because, like I said, this is a whole philosophy. This ain't something that I'm just playing.
See, I was kind of scared to kind of give my information. A lot of people be trying to steal your information. A lot of people be, um, so I really didn't know what the platform was. I was trying to get debates. I didn't want to be um, in depth, but I didn't want to leave out anything. And so, as you can see me here, I'm wondering if A1 is trying to set me up for failure for my debates. If he want me to give all my information so people have my topic and I don't not know their topic. And so, we in the alley. But this is where I brought out my lightsabers.
With and putting together. You know what I'm saying? I heard a little bit. I heard my man being on one of your things, and I heard what I'm saying, some people talking, using things. This right here is critical thinking. I'm just been, I, quantum only isn't gonna make you open your mind, and today we're gonna find out exactly what exists. Well, maybe not just today, but I will give your mind something else to think about besides the things that you have been introduced to. I'll just say it like that. I ain't gonna say nobody is indoctrinated. And remember though, the beauty of onlyism is once we start getting to it, I'm gonna be saying things that you already know. And that's what's the beauty of this is. I don't think that things that I'm gonna present aren't things that people don't know. They just don't use it as a mechanism.
Right off the bat, I'm gonna let you know I don't think I know something that people don't know. I think people run themselves in circles by insulting their intelligence when they see one thing but believe another. I said it from the first that when you see my whole philosophy and everything I'm talking about, you will understand the simplicity of it. It's robust all the way to simplicity. And once you see the simplicity and you understand it, you're going to see that this is also something that you know just as well as I do.
And so that's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna get everybody. It's like an update. When your phone calls for an update, you update. It's the age of Aquarius, and it's time for an update in the way that we see existence, and we have to take accountability. So,
All right, question number one. Define quantum onlyism in one clear sentence, no metaphors.
um, in one sentence, I'd say quantum onlyism says existence is not a supernatural creation event. It's a formation process that obtains whenever order and determinacy operate together, and those two functions are what traditions were trying to describe with God language.
And so he wanted a quick sentence. I'm going to tell you, just like I said earlier, quantum onlyism is a philosophical framework. Um, what I do is propose conditions that are minimal and necessary for any type of intelligible existence, because whenever I've been able to find answers, it's always been because I take my time and investigate nature. And so that's where my philosophy starts. The first axiom that I have is nothing exists outside of existence. So, in other words, quantum onlyism is a transcendental argument for necessities insufficiency of time and nature within existence. And then it's logical deductive proofs. I use logic and deduction as my proofs to what I'm saying.
Hmm, okay. Is consciousness quantum or something emergent from it?
Emergent.
Consciousness emerges downstream.
Expound on that.
Uh, so in quantum onlyism, when we talk about consciousness, um, I propose a mechanism of
And this is me talking first. I kind of
associate.
started it late. I thought I was already done.
Um,
I'm not. And I'm and A won't asking me questions.
in my terms, in quantum terms, consciousness is what happens when, like, a sufficiently complex ordered system doesn't just react to patterns, but models them and updates internally over time. Um, if that kind of answers your question.
Okay. I was just making sure you were wanted to land your plane there.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you just asking for sentences, so I just give basic sentences, so we won't stick here long.
Definitely, definitely. Um, does quantum onlyism eliminate the need for God?
Um, Quantum onlyism does not eliminate the need for God. What quantum onlyism does about God is finds the function. The word God, when we say the word God in the past, a lot of people put the two things, time and nature, into a skin and then gave it a personality.
Hmm,
Said it was God. Now, in my walk in life, um, I started seeing that when we think of God, we think of good, and then we think of evil, we have to put a what they call a higher evil. And so they created this thing called the devil. Well, I didn't like the devil because people blame stuff on the devil. So what I found is that the need for God, which would be the reason for existence and what sustains existence, and all of that other intentional stuff comes downfield if it is happening. But because those two things are happening, then we need accountability for those things that we call evil. Because I believe that that's what people created the devil for, so they could blame the things that they do on a higher power. And so the need for God would be whatever sustains, whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And so you can't get past that mechanism,
hmm,
but we can't get past that intention. And so why I tell you that I don't believe in the traditional theistic God, the biblical God, I do understand that there is this thing called time, which is my God. There's this thing called nature, which is my goddess. And there's this thing called existence, which is the highest power. And that's what I work with. Functionally, that's my God. God is my highest power.
okay. Is identity real or just a temporary quantum configuration?
Identity for who? First, I have to ask, I guess.
Um, for the user, for the common man. I guess you can go macro and micro. Apply it to both.
Identity. Okay, so yeah, it's real, but it's real as a constraint, not like a mystical thing. In quantum onlyism terms, identity is the minimum requirement for anything to be determinable at all. If something has no identity conditions, no way to be this rather than not this, no stable distinction, then you don't have an object, a state, or a fact, even a meaningful sentence. You have just noise. So there are two layers people confuse. Metaphysical identity, which is real constraint. This is the rule that a thing must be itself rather than not itself, because anything else would be content. This is what makes reference, measurement, and difference possible. Without that, exist becomes even empty. And then you have practical and personal identity, which is constructed pattern. That's your name, your role, social identity. Those are real too, but it's higher order patterns that can change. They're not fake. They're just contingent and reversible or revisable.
Okay. That's, I like that answer. Okay. Are moral truths objective in a quantum only universe?
In quantum only universe,
Okay.
everything,
You cleaned it?
well, I ain't gonna say it like that, but in the end, it
Get
ends
some of
up
my ice
being
cream cone.
conditional.
Sorry.
Morality isn't subjective. It isn't objective in certain cases. And I have to explain this in the right way because, like I said, it's conditional. And can I stop right there for a
Mm,
second? That's it ain't to me. It's not subjective or objective. It's conditional.
mm. Explain that. Because now
Okay.
you got me wondering what you mean. I know what conditional means, but give me
Uh huh.
examples or instances so
I
that way
got you.
we can kind of see the picture you're painting.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. And that's why I say, like, it's the way I see things. Morality is conditional because living beings, ourselves, we have conditional systems. A living body is not a self-sustaining being in an absolute sense. It's a maintained pattern that has a keep winning, a maintenance battle that you keep doing so you won't break down. If the conditions that maintain the pattern fail, the pattern collapses. That collapse is what we call death. Now, here are the conditions that make morality unavoidable. You got finite stability of structure. Biological bodies are built out of parts that wear, drift, and degrade. Cells replicate with error, proteins misfold, tissues accumulate there, damage, and you can slow it down, but you can't make a finite biological structure perfectly stable forever. You got energy dependence. Life is a process. Um, like you need things. You need oxygen, water, food, a nice temperature, conditions. And if those fail, then the system fails. Environmental exposure, all of these things like have different conditions for it to work. So in quantum only is maintained form, not a in the determinacy of structure can be upheld.
Okay. Existence is one unified divine reality. How do you account for distinct, private, first person consciousness? Why is my experience not identical to God experience?
Let me see
And
that again.
the question is on the screen if you wanted
I
to
see
read
it
it.
on the screen. It says if experience is one unified divine reality, why is my experience not identical to God experience? But right there, I can already tell you that that's
And we have Humble to the stage as well. Peace, humble mystic. How you feeling today?
Let me make sure I got
Peace
this
and
question.
blessings, brother. Peace and blessings. Hold on.
Take your time. Quantum truth.
Because I'm trying to get this question in my head.
You want me to
Because
show it?
I think she asking the wrong question. I don't claim that one unified conscious mind the way classic theism does. In Onlyism, God is not a single all-experiencing person. God is in the highest power are functional titles for foundational conditions that make any experience possible at all. So your question assumes a model that don't hold. Now, even if we translate your question into my framework, if reality is one unified underlying condition, why do we have distinct private first person experiences? The answer should be straightforward to you just as much as it is to me. See, the distinct first person consciousness exists because identity and perspective require boundaries. First person point of view is not a floating cosmic substance. It's what happens when a specific organized system integrates information internally with limited access from a particular location in the world over time. So while your experience isn't identical to God's or the whole, comes down to four constraints: your identity conditions, your information uh, partitioning, your perspective, and then the unity of the foundations that you have made in. So in short version, if I want me to answer it, if you mean God as one universal mind, I don't hold that model. In quantum onlyism, the highest power is the enabling condition, not just a single viewpoint. Distinct first person consciousness happens because bounded systems integrate information locally. Unity of reality does not entail identity of experience. Identity requires separation. So
Okay. Shout out to Bar Reloaded. They said we in the building. We have Argument Alley going with Quantum Truth. He's answering all questions as truthfully as possible.
You
The
see in the
link is
chat,
in
it
the
say the
chat. If you hear
barbarians
something
is
that
in
you
the
want to
building.
challenge him on to set up a debate, feel free to come up here and
I see that.
put his feet to the fire. You know what I'm saying? We setting it up. That's what Argument
I like how
Alley
you
is.
put that on the screen. I bet. Let me stop. Fanboy. I can see that better.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Yep. Anybody want to set up a debate with this man and you hear some points of contention, feel free to hit that link and pull up and set it up. We already
Please
got
ask questions.
Mystic up here. Any questions, Humble Mystic, so far?
I'm just getting into the run. You know, I'm just popping up on a panel. I'm you know.
That's humble.
I came up and the
Humble
topic
jumped
of
on the panel.
conversation was objective reality versus subjective reality.
That was one of my questions. I think he said that it's neither, that they're conditions. Am I correct?
Conditional. Yep.
Conditional, yes. I thought that was an interesting answer right there. I wanted you to expound on it more, but I think I understand, but I'm not sure if everybody in the audience does. Could you break that down a little deeper?
Yeah. Like I was saying, there's some main conditions to morality. You want God to be that
Damn it.
And you know, the bird
Oh man.
the things to be by looking
Because when we're dealing with what's quote unquote
All right, guys, I'm gonna let this play. I gotta run somewhere real quick. I'll be gone for a few minutes. This is gonna be playing though. Humble, you in the building. I don't know if you can't stop it or not, but I see you on the bomb squad in the building, man. The bomb squad was the first ones I remember Humble came up to. We're gonna watch that, then when I get back, we're gonna go over that, Humble. Remember some of your questions. And yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
right and what's quote unquote wrong, right? What's right and what's wrong is based on one's view of the world, right? There's nothing that what I consider to be right, quantum could consider to be wrong. What I consider to be wrong, quantum can consider to be right. Right. So when we're talking about morality, something good, evil, right, wrong, all of that is in the viewpoint and the feelings and the opinions of an individual, right? There's no, what they try to do is they try to, right, like for an example, if we're in a courtroom, right, and they doing a jury trial, right? Now, although everybody on that jury, or most people, the majority of people on that jury have to agree, they all have their own opinions, right? So even when they're deciding who goes to jail and who go on the street, it's all based off somebody's, how they feel, right? What they think. It's not based on most of the time not the evidence, even though there is evidence on both sides. There's been plenty of times in the court system where a person who was innocent to the situation, because the jury felt as though they were guilty, they went to prison. So we got to look at these things when we're talking about morality being objective or subjective, right? Now, when we're talking about something objective, and I'm gonna land my plane with this: good and bad cannot exist without human awareness. What I'm saying is, if humans was not here active on this planet, there would be no such thing as good or bad, right or wrong. However, there's some things called objectivity, which is things that exist regardless if we exist or not. Let's take the sun for an example, right? The sun will exist whether we are aware of the sun, whether we exist or not. That's something objective. That's an objective truth, right? So when we're talking about morality in these instances, we got to know that morality is subjective. I land my plane. Thank you for allowing me to speak, brother A1.
Let me see if my mic went out. My mic might have went out. Yo, okay, I'm back. Can y'all hear me? My mic went out, so I had to restart. Am I in here? Can you hear me? You can hear me? That. All right, I hear you on that subjective. I don't. Oh yeah, okay, I hear somebody now. But the reason I don't believe that it's subjective is because subject su- subjective. Damn, I can't even get my math right. The reason I don't believe that it's subjective is because subjective would be is just personal taste, like preferring vanilla over chocolate, and morality doesn't behave like that. Morality isn't purely subjective for three hard reasons. Reality pushes back. Actions have predictable consequences for body, mind, and societies. Violence has injuries. Neglect starves. Betrayal destroys trust. Cooperation stabilizes groups. Those outcomes don't depend on your opinion. So moral claims are constrained by objective cause and effect. Other minds are real constraints, not optional preferences. Morality exists because we don't live life alone. Once you admit other conscious beings can be harmed or benefited by your I feel like it, then it stops behaving as valid foundations. The pain isn't your preference. Their rights and boundaries are constraints on your behavior. If you want coherent social world, if you want a real coherent social world, that's the only way that you can get that. And then the third thing is the convergence. Convergence happens across cultures, even with different religions and customs. Most functioning societies converge on core prohibitions and duties. Don't murder, don't steal, don't lie, destruction, don't destroy nobody else's property. Um, That convergence comes from shared human biology and shared survival pressures, not from like private taste. So the best way to say it in quantum onlyism terms is morality isn't objective because, like physics, it's not subjective like preference. It's intersubjective and constraint governed. It emerges from the requirements of living together as embodied beings under real consequences. And that's what we must take into account. And that's why I always stick with it's conditional. If I'm gonna be comfortable when I'm making that choice, that's what it's gonna be. Even if I know it's good or bad, whether I know it's bad or not. If I can handle the consequences, I'll take them conditions that have been set forward for me to make that choice. Not because it's not objective or subjective, but because the conditions allow that, and those conditions have to be met for you to even have an objective or a subjective view in the first place.
Okay, okay. Does quantum onlyism claim to be scientifically provable or philosophically inferred?
Right now, we gonna, we philosophically inferring right now. The scientific part, I have an institute that's coming up. I got a lot of papers that I'm waiting to get back, but I do have a couple of books that I've written, um, and I use it as a technology. People call it a religion, and I had to label one of them as a church and one of them as an institute. I got the Church of the Only Divinity, and then I got the Only Divinity Institute. But I had to do it like that because I had to keep the church private if I wanted to do any community work with my institute. Now, um, the scientific part, what quantum onlyism does is set for standards and experimentation type structures, questions, and that you can use the scientific method, that we will be able to use the scientific method. Say, like, one of the ideas that we set forward is like the soul. And I have a mechanism where I identify the soul seed, the individuality that's generated through the mechanism of the a quark and a quantum that generates a frequency that's your individuality. After that individuality is generated through that, the mind is generated around that. After the mind generates around that, then the body generates around all of the whole. And so what we have to look for is that quark and that quanta that started when the sperm meets the egg. And it's just like an experiment that we can look for. So while it's not scientific while we're not talking about the scientific side right now, it's philosophical. We will get in the future, we will be scientific and we will find the soul.
I'm going to take this question from the bar reloaded, and then we're going to go to JJ7000. Shout out JJ. Honey is saying, why is he saying onlyism and describing omnism? Can you take on that question and set a clear distinction between the two, or are they very similar?
It's quantum onlyism, and why am I describing onlyism? Why am I saying onlyism and describing omniism? So she asking me, is onlyism and omniism the same thing?
Do you know what omnism is? You want me to give you the definition?
No, I don't. Yeah, give me the definition.
Okay. Omnism is the epistemological and theological position in philosophy that all religions contain varying degrees of truth, but no single religion can offer a fully true teleology.
So then, no, onlyism, omniism are not the same thing. It usually means if she thinking that, then I need to draw the boundary.
And
So she said,
omnism is related to
omnism is
syncretism. Omnism is related to syncretism, or the practice of combining multiple belief systems. That's the actual full, complete definition.
so it's a stance about that there's truth in all religions and
Yes.
all belief systems point to the ultimate same thing.
Yes.
Well, now onlyism, I use quantum onlyism. It's the opposite move. It's a minimal constraint framework. It says there are specific necessary conditions for coherent reality talk and coherent metaphysics. And anything that contradicts those conditions collapses or becomes incoherent. It excludes a lot of claims on principle. So, yeah, no. Omniism collects beliefs. Onlyism audits claims. Omniism says many paths are true. Onlyism says some statements don't even qualify as coherent because they violate preconditions of existence and intelligibility.
Damn.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
The statement that everything is energy, is that omniism or is that onlyism?
The statement that everything is energy, I've never said that.
I want
No,
to
I'm
drop
asking
mine.
based off the way that you're describing what omniism and what onlyism is, because if you are supporting onlyism, and if what you're saying onlyism is that onlyism only deals in concrete statements, then the fact that energy is everything is an onlyism statement that y'all would agree to because that's facts. That's the second law of thermodynamics, unless you disagree with science. But then also, now when we're talking omniism, we can also say that as well, because energy is literally in everything, again stated by the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Right,
So
right.
exactly what the sister is saying, right? You're saying like, oh well, onlyism is saying that this and this taken away from that, but it only deals in concrete evidence. But then we or concrete statements. But then we have statements out there which are omnistic, such as everything is energy, that you would have to agree with. So then that would have to now switch your stance a little bit from being onlyism to including omniism.
Nah. We don't have to do that because that statement is actually a categorical statement. Energy is not a stuff that everything is made of. In mainstream in mainstream physics, energy is a property measure of a system's state and its capacity to do work. Energy is the capacity to do work. It's bookkeeping that depends on what systems you're describing and what symmetries it has. What symmetries it has. Matter, fields, radiation, and bound systems have energy. They are not literally made of energy the way a chair is made of wood. What people often mean in more accurate version is mass energy equivalent is this. Mass is a form of energy. So matter has energy and matter can convert to other forms of energy. The vice versa is certain processes, fields and excitations. In modern physics, stuff is often modeled as fields, and particles are excitations of those fields. Those excitations carry energy and momentum. Still, energy is a quantity those excitations have, not what they are. Conservation isn't always simple. Energy conservation is tied to the time translation symmetry. In expanding space-time, global energy conservation can get subtle. Another reason why everything is energy isn't a clean metaphysical statement. So if the quantum onlyism angle saying everything is energy doesn't actually ground reality. It just swaps labels. Even if you even if you say the fundamental is even if you say the fundamental is energy, you still need identity and structure. What counts as an energy state versus another, and ordering how states relate versus change and how they imply. So it doesn't replace the need for the underlying constraints. It's just physical ontology proposal inside of them.
Really fast, brother. Your name is Your name is Quantum Onlyism. So I expect that you know something about quantum theory. And so
That's
if
why.
you know anything about quantum theory or string theory, they say all of that is energy. They
What
say,
did I just tell you? What did I just tell you?
brother, hold on. I just let you get your thing out. Hold on. So even when we're dealing with physics, right? And let's talk about an atom, right? What do physics say about an atom? It says an atom is entirely 99% of an atom is empty space, encoded with pockets of something they call vibrating energy. So then how do you, if they say this is at the heart of an atom, how do you then say, oh, well, that word energy right there is misused because energy is, no, what we have to
Look it up.
Hold on 1 second, brother. What we have to understand is energy, well, scientists, right? Physicians, physics, biology, they try to use words in their own field to give them definitions of what they mean. When biologists, a neurobiologist, when they break down and they're getting to the core of what everything is made of, they all say everything is made up of atoms, which at the heart of them is vibrating energy. Your name is quantum Onlyism. You should know about string theory. So then how do you turn back around and say, well, that statement is an error, when even quantum mechanics, which you should know about, support the second law of thermodynamics?
And just as I told you,
is science pseudo or is you pseudo?
just as I told you, neither one is pseudo. You misunderstand and you're given a category mistake because you don't actually understand quantum. So when I told you that energy is not stuff that everything is made of, you didn't understand that. You went right back to where I told you you had a category mistake. So what you need to do is go find your category mistake. And this is your mistake. You saying that everything is made of energy. And what people mean when they say that is not right, because energy is the ability to do work. Look it up. This is why quantum Onlyism is the future, because the things that they tell y'all, they don't even understand it correctly, or the people who get it. Now, I understand you liking scientists and stuff and all the stuff that they're saying, and I'm not going against none of that. Just look up what I'm telling you, and you will see it. I'm not lying to you, brother. Energy is the ability to do work.
So clearly this brother don't, again, he's sitting up here with the name quantum, and clearly he don't study the quantum stuff, because if he studied the quantum stuff, then he'd be diving into the laws a little bit more, because that's what deals with the, let's deal with the first law of thermodynamics. The first law, now this is science. This ain't brother humble mystic, this is what science says. The first law of thermodynamics, the law of conservation of energy. The core statement, the first law says, energy cannot be created nor destroyed, which means it already had to have existed without having a creator. Let's get into it.
I never said anything about that.
Let me get into it, brother. It can only be transferred from state to another state, which lets you know energy is a substance. Only a substance can be transferred from one state to another state. He said it's a process. But what a scientist is saying, energy is a substance that can only be transferred from one state to another state. It can't be created and it can't be destroyed. Let's get into it. What do this really mean? This means energy can change forms. Energy can be stored, energy can be released, energy can be transferred, but energy itself cannot be created. All of the energy there ever was, ever will be, is already in existence. So when I say everything is energy, and you say that's an error, now you gotta go and talk to your scientists and see where they misled you.
First of all,
the first law of thermodynamics clearly lays out the ground rules that everything is energy.
My friend. Are you done? Is it my turn yet?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My friend. First of all, we never even said anything about the law of thermodynamics. I never said anything about energy not being here. I never said anything that about energy being created. This is why I'm telling you, you're having a category error. You're trying to bring my metaphysics into physics. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a transcendental statement for the necessities and sufficiencies of existence. You go into the physics now, as I told you. If you go back, I don't know how long you've been here. I not once said that energy was created. I not once said that I never went against the laws of thermodynamics. In fact, when you get into my total philosophy, I explain everything to you. So I don't know why you keep saying that I'm going against the law of thermodynamics. I'm not. I told you, and you look it up. I don't care what you say. You look up whatever you're looking it up on and see what it says the definition of energy is in modern physics right now.
So I just showed you in science what energy was, but here's why. So you was just saying, oh well, he took what I was saying about metaphysics and he gave us physics, because you can't deal in a realm of metaphysics unless you understand physics. You know what the definition of metaphysics is? Beyond the physical. So how are you sitting here dealing with something beyond the physical when you don't even have an understanding of what the physical is?
Oh, but I do. And like I told you, what you don't understand is the difference of what I am proposing and what you trying to do. You trying to make a metaphysical argument about physics, and physics don't have anything to do, just what I said. I never said anything about energy. You keep bringing energy into this, and I told you about the conditions that energy needs to be.
Yeah, quantum. Yeah, quantum. Look, I was in the comments. I was just about to say, yeah, quantum. Hey, yo, that's crazy. Word. Look, I came back to the screen like, hold up, is that man quantum right there? Hey, yo. Okay.
Nah,
Yeah. This shit was good right here.
Yeah, it was. Now that we know each other and stuff, I can tell you the reason that I kept on telling you was a category error and not telling you that this was philosophy. Because like I told you, I was trying to bait people into debates. And so I didn't want to tell you it was philosophy. That's why I kept on trying to circle around it. Because but now since you know my philosophy, you understand why I was saying this.
Yeah, and you know a lot. So here's what I tell a lot of people as well. When we get into the arenas, the one thing I do is I look at a person's weakest point and I try to pick it apart. Right, not being facetious, but just being combative. Like right here, we can see how we was just. This is love right here, bro. I like this.
This is why I love the argument, Alex. That's why I say. Me too. That's why I say this right here was so good to me, because it's funny now, especially now that I know everybody and know everything. And like you say, you was trying to pinpoint and see if I knew anything about quantum, since quantum was in my life, because she didn't know nothing about me and stuff. And I understand that now. What I didn't understand when I was first forming it and I came out with my name, I thought if I put quantum in the name, people would be like, oh, he must believe in quantum physics, or he go with, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I was just like, dang. And then you got the hitting on, like I told you, my divine mechanics book. When I wasn't trying, I'm not trying to debate my divine mechanics book, because it's proposed experimentation. And that's why I kept on saying it's a category error, because you talk about energy like you was talking about the definition of energy. I was talking about the philosophical definition, which is the ability to work, because that's how we get in. And so it's funny. But now that like I said, that's why I had to watch this again, because
this was cool right here.
He said, clearly, hey, I'm gonna be on it, boy.
Look, I had to turn back around like, who am I talking to? Am I talking to Quantum? Hey, yo, what?
But yeah, man, and that's why. But watch this though, Humble, because your questions and stuff is good. Watch some of the other stuff that other people start trying to bring up. because it's just funny. And like I said,
Right.
now that I put it all out there, I can kind of tell like I really was trying to bait people in. That's what
Yeah.
A1 told me this is a debate league, so you can't give them everything that you got. You know what I'm saying? Give them everything. And so I was trying to like keep some of it to myself. If I tell it, if he didn't, because like I said, I asked you, I said, I don't know how long you've been here, but at the first I told you this is a philosophy. And so I'm
Yep.
just like, okay, well, if he don't know that, then maybe I can bait him in. And that's what I was trying to do. You know what I'm saying? But now that we understand it, yeah, there is different.
Yeah, this was some good work right here. I had to look like, hold up.
Yeah, it really was, man. And this information being given, just like we given the laws of thermodynamics and stuff. It's people who might not even know these things. And so that's why I say these, just like you always say, these type of conversations are so important.
I agree.
When it comes to, because you never know what points that you're talking about hitting on that somebody might not never even have heard of. And I've had that happen a whole lot, especially with it being philosophy. When I start bringing up words like ontology and parsimony and things like that, it's just you know what I'm saying. But that's what it is. But we just get into it. I was there going to the store. I was trying to make it back before I finished because I knew you was laughing.
Yeah, look, I'm here. I watch. I'm like, hold up, okay.
Be possible in the first place. There has to be time and there has to be nature for anything to come downstream. Where are you coming with physics when this is not even what we're talking about? So I gave you a metaphysical framework.
So before we got too deep in the dialogue, I asked you a simple question because you was making a statement to the sister, and you was operating as if you didn't know what she was saying. So I gave you a question to help her better understand what you were saying. I asked you, I said the statement of energy is everything. Is that a quantum onlyism statement or is that an omniism statement? You said it's an error.
Humble. And he must have stepped away again. Humble. I asked him.
I'm here, bro. I just got back.
Okay. I right there on that question. Because we was talking about omniism and onlyism.
Right.
And I when you started asking that question, well, I guess that is fair for you to ask because you didn't know nothing about quantum onlyism.
But what question did I ask? I be in a moment, bro. I don't even. I actually just had to run a little errand for my wife. But I be in a moment. I don't even remember. Look, that's why I be having to go back and look.
I forgot I can push the arrow and go back.
Better understand what you were saying. So you was making a statement to me. You got too deep in the dialogue. I asked you a simple question because you was making a statement to the sister, and you was operating as if you didn't know what she was saying. So I gave you a question to help her better understand what you were saying. I asked you. I said the statement of energy is everything. Is that a quantum onlyism statement or is that an omniism statement?
Now, that's I still kind of don't understand that. And I don't know if it's because I wasn't looking at it right. But when you was asking that, what
I was looking for blood. I don't know why. What made me ask that? I must have been looking for blood. And so that shit was crazy.
Had you read something about omniism that said something about energy?
Yes. So omniists believe that the universe and everything that encompasses the universe is God. And so you'll hear a lot of omniists say energy is everything, energy is everywhere. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so in your philosophy, I was hearing that as well. You see what I'm saying? When you were saying that, hey, listen, time and nature put together produce energy. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I guess I was looking to see if those two perspectives were similar or if they were opposed.
Okay. Because I see because and maybe at that time she was thinking that Onlyism was just some type of push off of Omniism.
Ah,
I think that's what I'm getting now.
yeah,
She was just thinking that, and so that's what she was trying to explain to me too. But just for clarify when we're talking about it, Omniism and Onlyism apparently are different
yeah,
because when I say that, if I say that everything is energy, what I mean when I say it is just what the quantum mean. Now, I step a little bit deeper because, like I told you, I'm always looking for what's the reason that these things happen, and what's the
hmm
reason that we saying that it's energy or that it has the ability to do work.
hmm
That's when we get down to the particle wave function.
exactly.
That ability to do work is the ability to become something, to
Yep,
be from what, and so that's why I understood what she was talking about and what y'all was saying. It's just when I'm talking about energy, I'm looking at it at the philosophical because I'm trying to answer a question. So
exactly,
and so I don't take it into the scientific form of energy. I take it into the ability to do work, and it correlates the same thing when you talk about
yep,
energy in there because the energy is actually doing work. And when you talk about physics and stuff, because now we're explaining exactly what it's doing, so it's doing the work.
exactly,
So
exactly.
yeah, yeah.
And a lot of times also, so there's nothing like, for example, naturalism, right? Um, the reason I don't come up with some, some framework is because my viewpoint or my worldview is that everything that happens in our reality and our experience is natural. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so because there's a thought process already like that out there, I just said, well, you know what? That fit the way that I live life. I found out about it way before I found out about naturalism, but I was trying to figure out what, like, hey, what do I call this? Um, I it doesn't have really had, like, ain't nobody studying this. What is this called? And so after I went, oh, okay, it's naturalism.
Yeah.
But then once I see, like, for an example, you again, this is why we agree on so many things, because our worldviews aren't, though they're different, they're not that separate. You see
Mm-mm.
what I'm saying? The concepts align. The wording may be a little different, which may have people perceive it as being different. But when you get the concepts lined up, then you understand, oh, wait a minute. They're just saying the same thing using the different words. You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And so omniism is something like that, but on a religious side. You see what I'm saying? They say that all they bring the philosophy and the science and things like that. It's just they have a more religious nuance to it. And this is something I want to say. This is why I have the issue of God and angels and demons. Because once you use that language, you become religious. You see what I'm saying? Once you get into the realm of angels and gods and demons, then you're getting into a quote unquote supernatural realm. And when you get into the supernatural realm, the very fact that it violates anything that can happen on the natural realm mean that it cannot exist. You see what I'm saying? So when me and Quantum, we was having a conversation about the God thing, right? And we was talking about, and I brought up, well, one of the reasons, let's say a person prayed to God. God is supernatural. And a lot of people like to say both. But majority of religious people say God is supernatural. Well, now let's break that down logically. If God is supernatural, when you pray to God, God can't hear you because God cannot interact with the natural world because God is supernatural. That's what that means. Now, when you're looking for a sign from God, you would never get one because God cannot interact with you because God is supernatural. This is why it makes more sense when we put these things in natural aspects. I was just having a conversation about, of course, y'all know about the Neteru, Ray, and Happy, and I was explaining that these things were forces that was relational to them. These wasn't some supernatural. Sure, they told mythologies around these quote unquote forces, as we could classify them, or aspects of nature is a more understandable term. And of course, they built motifs and mythologies around these things. However, that does not mean that the mythology is real. That's the separation between the religious minded people and the people who are quote unquote like myself naturalistic, right? We understand that the sun has many stories and motifs about the sun, but we're not going to sit up here and act like we believe that the sun had to take out a rowboat row across the sky. Like, no, they're just telling the story. And so when we put that in a certain perspective, and I'm gonna land my plane right here. When we put that in a perspective, it make it easier for us to translate the core ideas of how they seen their world back then. And I think that's a concept that a lot of people miss. I land my plane with that. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Brother Quantum.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's always that good information when you get to talking. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. When you look at my philosophy, it's quantum onlyism, but we know a lot of different isms resemble other isms. Um, Naturalism and materialism. They um they use a different conclusion, but to get to their conclusions, they use same like methodology. And so when I was doing my research, I I like I told you, I was going for what I see and and so I understood that science is verifiable. It can be empirically proven. And so that's why I wasn't ever gonna go against that. So when you look at quantum onlyism, for the for the philosophical views that's professionally named, the closest that quantum onlyism gets to those are naturalist monist or monist naturalist. Um, because naturalism is the scientific method. It's a method that's used to it ain't as much as a philosophical view. It has a method to it for it to be and that method, once I did my deductions for my philosophy, that method stood up. And so why would I go against something that's standing up and it's working so well? And so like you said, it's the definitions and the things that get people mixed up or correlating it with different philosophical views because all of them answer questions. And so what we're using as references, what I use as a reference to answer a question, a naturalist will use the same references of information to come up with their conclusions. And so that's what we all have the same is the information that we're using to deduct or to come up with our answers. And the method that I use is the only thing that's different because my method, while it uses naturalism as a method for science, I use know the leads as a method for my philosophy to get that. I use the only six, the questions that I call the that stopped me from insulting my own intelligence. And so this is the difference in what makes quantum onlyism, and not some form of naturalism or omnism or monism. Now you will see glimpses of those aspects, but in the end you'll see why they're different, and they be totally different once you get into the totality of different views. And so that's why I understand what you talk about when you say you're a naturalist, but you still push Kemet or push Kemeticism. It's because when you correlate the nature, you coordinate it to, like you said, to natural things, to nature, the things we see. And even though their methods of naming and how they named it and exchanged the information as deities or beings, humble today understands that maybe, just maybe, because there is a possibility, these people were doing just as I'm saying. They had a scientific method, but they wasn't as far along as we are today. And so they used these different transfers of information, namely personification of forces within existence that we now explain scientifically. And explaining them scientifically only means that we've been able to find methods to re to repeat these findings, to repeat these conclusions. So yeah, for a while we probably gonna have that distinction and that different thing. Let me see where we at right now in the chat over here. The bar reloaded, I bet. Well, you need to be more clear. Oh, that's Notes FTU. I don't know who that is. But the chat is getting amped up over here. I thought we'd be able to see it a little better. Move it around, but don't look like I am. We're gonna get back into this, man.
You said it's an error. So I'm like, oh, when we break it down,
you need to ask. I see
the problem.
One mic.
So then I then reiterated, when we break it down, we see how it can be an onlyism statement because it's supported by the first law of thermodynamics, but it's also an omnism statement because it's including in everything. There's nothing that's not energy. So you said, oh, well, that's an error because we dealing with the ability to do work. I'm asking you about the essence of energy itself.
And before you respond, quantum onlyism, I want to pass the mic around. We do have two people up here who have been waiting patiently. So if you can take notes on what he just said real quick, so that way you can come back to it. I do want to pass the mic around. We had JJ 7000 up here first. And we're going to pass the mic to Negro Spiritual.
JJ 7000. I ain't never know. This is my first interaction with him.
Down there. Go ahead, JJ 7000. Let them know who you are. Shout out your team, your channel, and go ahead with your questions. You're muted, JJ. Can anybody hear me?
I can.
Look at the chat over here. The chat going. This lady has to ask him his opinions on this stuff instead of assuming he holds to mainstream positions on these topics. The bar reloaded says, please, Slim Reaper, sheesh. Barbarians don't care about nothing. Now, Slim Reaper is Negro Spiritual, who just came to the stage. I'll do a little bit more commentary later. We're going to let y'all hear what they say.
Okay, so everybody can hear me. Maybe JJ isn't ready to ask a question yet. Negro Spiritual, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
To the quantum only fellow. So is
no, I didn't know you had me the mic.
Oh yeah, I had.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll hold off. Go ahead.
I said, go ahead, shout your team out, shout your channel out, let them know where they can find you, and go ahead with your questions.
No, I'll talk. Peace and blessing, man. You know, I ain't been over here in a while. So I see you. I see you, Titans.
Appreciate you. Can you hear me right now?
These two brothers, you keep these two brothers, man. They bring you something refreshing. You need to sign.
Can y'all tell him that he can't hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear both of y'all. I can hear both.
Tell JJ 7000 that he can't hear me speaking. QT.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Quantum Onlyism. Can you let him know that he needs to drop down and come back up?
Y'all in the
Hey,
quantum
can you
world,
hear me?
That phone to tell me if you can hear me or what? Hear me?
Can you hear
me? You have
JJ, I can.
Anyway, hey, this
Can
right here,
you hear me? Wait. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. This.
Can you hear me? He said you need to drop down and come back in because everybody can't hear you.
Give y'all some flowers.
Hey, he said you need to drop down and come back in though, because can't nobody hear you.
Oh, okay,
I'm the only one.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna come on through my phone. My computer.
You know how much sense it makes that he can't hear the other person speaking through the same speakers? You know how much sense that makes? Explain that in the quantum.
Go ahead. It's all you, Negro Spiritual.
All right. So just a couple questions for you, quantum only fella. So is quantum something separate from the physical? Like is quantum metaphysical?
Is quantum something separate from the physical?
It's not a difficult question. I don't know what the pause is about. It's because you're saying you're making a metaphysical argument.
No.
Okay, so quantum has to do with the physical, correct?
Quantum is the physical description we use when systems are small enough or isolated enough that discrete states, superpositions, entanglement, and quantized interactions matter.
Okay, are you reading something?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm reading my notes. I take notes.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. But listen, so if quantum onlyism is physical, why are you talking about you're making a metaphysical argument? What is the metaphysics?
Wait, time out. You never asked me if quantum onlyism is physical. You asked me if quantum was physical.
Well,
my bad, I had to stop it. I see Leandre came in. They started the chat over here going crazy. Sounds like Leandre. They happy. Yeah, that's Leandre. Then Roy Chess said he's a reader. And then Il Doctor said he's reading his LLM. No, guys, I wasn't. I was reading all of the information I got. I got 3 computers set up around me right there. And they have all my material. So when you ask questions, I can just go to my material. So yeah, I'm a reader. I am.
I'm saying if it's quantum onlyism, it would necessitate that there's quantum in it, right?
See,
if listen, here's the thing. And I went through elementary school, right? And so if it says quantum, right, and quantum is physical, and then it's followed by onlyism, right? It seems to be telling me that there's only the quantum.
No, that ain't what it's telling you. You don't need to know the worldview. This is what you're supposing. Mm-hmm. Again, I told you.
Supposing that your phrase makes sense.
No. You're supposing that you. No. This is what you shouldn't have done right here.
I know. I shouldn't have assumed that it made sense. Go ahead.
This is where you guys don't understand. Right. So when I created this worldview, when I created my philosophy, I understood what quantum physics did. Okay. Quantum physics started at the things that make up existence. So they went to the very small things. And that's what I did in my worldview. I started out with the smallest thing that I could think of.
Smallest physical
for an existence to be. And the smallest thing that is needed for an existence, it's time, and nature. All those other things come downstream from time and nature and the interaction of time and nature. So when I say quantum onlyism, I mean that you start at the bottom, and this is the only logical explanation.
I'm looking at the chat, and I see people saying, "Oh, he created this himself." Yes, guys, yes. I was able to form my own ideas about what I was experiencing, and in fact, you too are able to form your own ideas about your experience.
For existence. Now, that's where you tie in quantum to my worldview. And as you get deep into my worldview, it will explain the other quantum parts. Right
Can you just
now, though,
explain it
but
right?
right
Can you
now,
just answer my question?
right now, we talking about my worldview and my philosophy.
Right. And
My
philosophy is
philosophy.
not
This is a transcendental statement for necessity. This is a transcendental. I'm gonna tell you again, so
what is it
y'all won't.
transcending?
Real quick. This is a transcendental statement, a
Mhm.
transcendental argument for necessity and sufficiency.
What?
This isn't this isn't a physics argument. My
Okay.
argument is a transcendental argument. Do you know what a transcendental argument
I do
is?
know transcendental argument. So I ask you, what is it
Okay.
transcending?
So stop asking me physics questions. This is called what?
I
A
didn't ask you a physics
category F.
question.
Yes, you do. You keep trying to bring me into physics questions.
What are you talking
This
about? No, I did
isn't.
not ask you a
This is
question.
a transcendental argument for the necessity and sufficiency of existence. That's what this argument is.
Okay, A1, I want you to know, because I love you, I'm not saying certain things. But listen, sir, I'm going to ask this question again.
Appreciate you.
Okay, let me ask this question again. Listen. Okay, so is quantum, let's walk through this again. Does quantum deal with the physical or metaphysical? Which of the two?
Are you talking about quantum or quantum onlyism?
Okay, so let's do this. Let's deal with the word quantum.
Okay, now it's the word quantum comes from what?
Can you answer the question I asked you? Is quantum deal with
Yes.
physical or metaphysical?
I told you this is a category area.
I'm not asking a category error. I'm asking, no, listen, a category.
See, I'm trying to explain to them that just because you see the word quantum and you asking me what does quantum mean, and I tell you what quantum means, then you start asking me, telling me I'm not answering your question. See, they try to lead you down a road because they think you're going to answer their way just so they can run you into a wall. And when you don't lead them down that way, when you give them a different answer, they say you're not answering the question. Don't believe that, guys. You answer the questions the way that you feel like it. Don't ever give them the answers they want. You give the answers that you have found, the answers that you propose, and the conclusions. I got Nisha Sharice in here saying A1 drunk Kool-Aid. A1 ain't drink no Kool-Aid. A1 is an unbiased host. And everybody in here asked him for new arguments. Can we have some new arguments? Everybody arguing about the same thing. Man. So I brought a new view. Now everybody got a problem. They mad because I got information to read. They always tell you to source up. I sourced up with great detail and brought my whole philosophy. So when somebody asks me a question, I could go to my material and answer it. Yes, I could answer it naturally without my materials. You wouldn't understand it. When I start talking to you regularly, I write different than I speak. My ninth grade English teacher, Miss McCormick, they taught us how to write very well where I'm from. We used to have to break down sentences, name every word in the sentence, what it was, what part of speech it was. We used to, and I know everybody used to have to do this, but we used to do it to the extremes because my school didn't have too many students in my grade. So the teachers were and I write much better. In fact, when you look at my transcript for college, you'll see that along with government and public speaking, English composition 1 and English comp 2, I excelled at easily. These are just some of the things that I do. And so just because I have my information and I read it to you, I thought that reading it to you guys would give you a better understanding of what I was saying. But evidently, you can't never be perfect in the conscious community, especially when you form your own views. He created this himself, has peer review work, etc. Yeah, I have, but I haven't peer review yet. His philosophy, not philosophy itself. Right, Roy Chess. What's a transcendental argument? Random info. We in the conscious community. And some people just don't know this. I ain't gonna talk bad about you. I mean, it is what it is. And that question will be answered here in just a second.
Error in logic means that I'm asking something that it can't possess those properties. It means that particular category, right? It would ask that I would be asking like, what does blue smell like, right? Blue does not have a smell, right? Because so I'm asking you because you said you start talking about the difference between physical and metaphysical. Now you told the other person, again, A1, you're welcome. But listen, you told the other person that that you're making a metaphysical, not a physical argument. So I'm asking a question about the title of your belief system. It's called quantum onlyism, right? And so I'm asking you, does quantum deal with the physical or metaphysical? Which of the two?
There's what? The word quantum or just quantum onlyism?
The word quantum.
The word quantum is a physical description we use when I told you this before. The word quantum is a physical description that we use when systems are small enough or isolated enough that discrete states, superpositions, entanglement, and quantized interactions matter. It's still physics.
Right.
Still measurable.
So quantum deals with the physical, correct?
Yes, that's what we...
Okay. Now, what is the phrase, now, what does the word onlyism mean? What does that mean?
The only logical explanation for existence.
Okay, so is it saying that the smallest physical entities are the only logical explanation for existence? Is that what quantum onlyism is said to mean?
No, it said that the conditions that you need for those things that you're talking about.
What things? I haven't talked about anything. I'm asking you
the small things of existence.
Okay, so
those small physical entities that you're talking about come downstream.
I haven't talked about any small things. I haven't talked about any small things. Existe in Latin, it means to stand out from, right? So it's talking about things, it's talking about like physical entities, things that stand out from nothingness. That's what the word is.
Y'all compare me to said in this chat.
So when you talk about quantum,
I wasn't using chat GPT.
Right, you're talking about the smallest physical things.
I was using my papers.
Right? So you're talking about like quarks, like you talked about some of these things earlier, right? These are physical, okay? They're governed by the laws of physics, okay? And so I'm asking and maybe there's a misnomer, right? And maybe this is because, okay, I can't say, but listen, maybe that there's something, I can't say that either. Maybe there's an issue. Maybe there's an issue.
Oh, my friend.
Maybe there's an issue. So now, so here's my question. Okay, so let's set aside quantum onlyism because it doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's set that.
No.
Let me ask you a different question, right? If I'm looking at the things that exist, right? How do you derive, looking at things that are on the quantum level? How do you derive a way that things should be by looking at the way they are? Can you tell me how you do that philosophically?
My friend, I'm going to tell you again.
I appreciate it.
Oh, buddy.
Please stop stalling. It's not a difficult question. How do you derive the way things...
Oh, buddy, you're not going to rush me. That's not what you're going to do. Well, and I'm glad you stopped those ad hominems that you wanted to do.
What ad hominems?
That would have made you didn't give me.
I have to refrain from you because A1
stopped yourself. Yes, you did. You stopped yourself. Yeah, you did. You shouldn't. And you shouldn't. Because I'm going to tell you again. One time. And one time.
I thought you told me already.
You smart.
Seems like it'd be more than once if you told me already.
Yeah, I'm telling you one more time.
Maybe there's different math in quantum onlyism. I don't know. But go ahead. Tell me the one time again.
Listen.
I'm listening.
Quantum Onlyism.
Watch you not answer my question. Bet $100. Anybody take the bet?
Is the stage that you need. Now, when I say quantum, I'm talking about time and nature.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these are the two fundamental conditions that are needed for any existence. Okay? So all of those particles that you talking about
I didn't talk
come down. Yes, you did. You talk about quarks and everything. Yes, you did.
Oh, I see my man's Ben Eaton. Shout out Ben Eaton. He say sounds more like quantum mysticism. No, it don't. Don't sound nothing like quantum mysticism. Everybody was making assumptions. I'm talking about from day one. Nobody was listening. The only one that actually see what's going on here at this moment is Michigan's Natural Living. Shout out Michigan's Natural Living. I see he got his champion cups up. He said, I see the fam is going in. Now, he could be talking about the Barbarians and shit and the Titans and everybody up there, but y'all see people start leaving the panel shortly. And for me, when people ask questions and you ask them and they leave, that means you injured them. And so they have no more questions. But I'm looking at the chat right now. And then Ill Doctrine, my man says, Ben, yep. I'm waiting for Ill Doctrine to get back at me. Shout out. Like I said, I'm very fond of Ill Doctrine in his mind, the way he judges. And he actually put forth a video that showed what they would judge on debates. And so that's why I already knew what to do when I was debating Suave Boss, because they basically made out a map of what you need to do when you're debating. A lot of people still haven't watched that. And a few of the debates I've seen, namely the championship debate, one of the participants was just way in over his head. But that's Ill Doctrine. Ill Doctrine got some of my paper. I'm waiting to hear back from him, though. But he said, Ben, yep, sounds more like quantum mysticism. I don't know why. I ain't even said nothing. Sounds like Negro spiritual, or a.k.a. Slim Reaper, a.k.a. Leandre. Now, let me tell y'all something about Leandre before we finish. If the world was full of Leandres, the world would get along good. Because the only person that Leandre like is Leandre. And so he probably would disagree with you just to disagree with you, now that I know him. He might know that you're telling the truth and still try to find some type of pressure point in your views. So shout out Slim Reaper. He's brilliant. I'm talking about in philosophy, got masters. But just watch the way I slowly dismantle him. They'll leave. Yeah, here we go.
About quarks.
Yes, you did. No, you did. Stop. See, this is what I hate about people.
Are you okay?
Because you know I'm about to kill you. No, I'm not okay.
Humble laughing. Humble's having fun this day.
No, I didn't insult you.
Now listen. Listen. There you go. Would you let me answer, please?
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so cool. Could you just shut up for a second?
I apologize.
Be quiet.
My bad,
Thank you. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Be a man. Take accountability. This is what Onlyism does.
Wait, apologize.
Onlyism makes you take accountability. Take accountability. Don't apologize. Just take accountability. No, I'm not stoning. I'm trying to tell you guys again. Okay.
You know, ChatGPT takes a few seconds to populate sometimes.
There's no ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Where you see ChatGPT at?
Well, not on your screen, but you reading something.
I'm telling you this. No, I'm not. I'm talking to you right here.
No ChatGPT, guys.
Don't get mad because I know what I'm talking
about. No ChatGPT.
Okay. Listen. For quarks and quanta or anything to exist, there has to be conditions. There has to be something for those to play in. So this is why I tell you what quantum onlyism does is sets the stage. It's a transcendental statement, an argument for the necessities and the sufficiency of existence.
Mm-hmm.
So those quirks and stuff that you're talking about, that's physical, they come downstream and they need time and nature
Mm-hmm.
because those quirks and stuff are nature.
You flipping us off?
No. I'm just showing you nature. That's time and nature.
Okay, nature is the middle finger.
So when you're talking about those quirks and stuff that you're talking about, the physical, this comes downstream from that.
Look at the chick.
You are in a category.
So he don't know what the hell he's saying. Nah, you don't know what the hell I'm saying
about quantum physics when I'm giving you an argument about a transcendental argument. And if you want to see what that means we ain't talking about physics.
This is your fault,
type of argument. Now, if you want to argue that, we can argue that. All of those other things that you're saying.
Everybody keeps saying this is your fault, A1. What's his fault? That y'all getting y'all head cut off? I've yet to see anybody ask me anything about my premises or anything. I'm talking about they coming in asking me. I'm still arguing right now about the word quantum. I haven't got anywhere. And when I'm trying to get somewhere, they're always going to lead me back. I'm talking about it was nice. It was nice. I came.
Are a category error. They don't have anything to do with what I'm arguing.
I got a question.
Wait. Just let me say this. I want to say two things. One, I asked you a question. I asked you how you can determine the way things ought to be based on what is. But instead, listen, I'm going to turn this over. I just want you to know that I'm showing you nature right now.
Yeah.
I want you to know that in my mind and across my screen, I am showing you nature. Okay, just like you showed us nature, I'm showing it right back to you. And I want to say nature to you forever, okay? Nature to you. Okay.
Now, what's interesting is the brother asked you, Negro asked you a simple question in the beginning when you first asked you the question. Are we talking about something spirit? Are we talking about something physical? You say yes. And then you keep throwing this word transcendental around. Brother, do you know what the word transcendental means?
Do you?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It means outside of what's physical.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. If you are in the physical, how do you get outside of the physical? You have to transcend outside of the physical. Let's talk about light.
Listen.
Right?
Humble. Humble, you as funny as hell. Humble. What's up, Jay Snake? Oh, I see my man Jay Snake in the yeah. Jay Snake, that nigga Leandre is a straight asshole. Humble right here. This is where we was talking about my transcendental argument. That's my man's Humble. I ain't gonna do that to Humble. We're gonna finish watching this more.
For a second, let's talk about light for my real scientists in here, right? We know, right, on the light spectrum, there's a visible spectrum of the light. Then what happens to it the higher it gets? It transcends into non-visible light. We know this from science if you study science. So if we're talking about something that is physical, why do you keep using the word transcendental?
Because I'm talking about a philosophy. And in philosophy, transcendental means the preconditions that must be in place for something to be possible. I don't know what transcendental you're talking about. I'm talking about the philosophical transcendental.
No linguist would ever agree with what you just said transcendental means.
I don't.
Because that's not. Hold on. Humble. Humble.
Look it up.
That's not what
do wanna-
transcendental means at all. That is what a transcendental argument is. That's not what the word itself means. That's what an argument. That's what a transcendental argument is. Not the word transcendental. That word doesn't mean that. But a transcendental argument is an argument that tries to show that certain conditions must be true in order for some experience, belief, or activity to be possible at all.
Okay, wait. He's typing, y'all. Honey, give him a second. He's typing.
So what I wanted to understand is what did you get out of that though? You made the argument, right? What were your conclusions?
Whose conclusion?
Yours. You're making a transcendental argument about something that has to be possible, right? You have some certain.
See what I'm saying? Now she come up and immediately said, "So what was your conclusion to your argument?" I said, "What argument?" Because I thought she was going to be able to steel man my argument, which I knew she wouldn't. But that's just one of the things I do. When I have debate opponents and stuff, I make sure that I can steel man their argument. And then I want to know if they can steel man mine. Most of them can't never steel man mine. And the reason I beat them is because I can steel man their arguments. Because the steel man is an easier target than a straw man. I want y'all to remember that. This is Honey the Barbarian. Queen of the bar, Babylonia. Smart individual. She was very smart. She actually looked up what transcendental meant. Transcendental argument. I think Humble might have just looked up the word transcendental instead of transcendental argument. And this is where I chopped his arm off. But I gave it back to you, Humble. I let you keep your arm and walk on off with it. But let's listen to Honey and the Barbarians, because I already done jabbed Leandre in his mouth a couple times, and they don't like that. Now they coming out of the chat. They coming into the panel to ask they horrific questions. But I can't say that Honey did clean up transcendental argument. When I said it, didn't nobody hear what I said?
Conditions. What conditions did you conclude?
Nah, you got that wrong. I haven't even proposed my argument yet. I said you got it wrong. I don't know how long. I don't know how long you've been here. We haven't even started an argument yet. They've just been asking me questions. I've never gave any premises. I've never gave any conclusions. If you want an argument, we can have an argument. I can state my premises and then we can fight it. We can do that. But I haven't gave an argument. They're just taking me through the gauntlet of questioning that they have. So would you like my argument in premises, and then you can.
Yeah, I want to know what you came. You said I'm presenting a transcendental argument and never presented.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I said a transcendental framework. My philosophy is transcendental.
Mm.
Yeah. So what was it?
Now I'm about to provide my premises. Watch
I'm Honey, by the way. I'm a barbarian.
A1, if I ever catch you in public.
This is just the only six.
And we are trying to get Quantum Truth set up with the debate.
All right,
guys.
He can get 20 of them because he ain't going. He's gonna be off topic the entire debate, just like he is in these questions.
Nah.
She said I can get 20 debates. I barely got one. You motherfuckers ran so fast. No, let me stop. Shout out to Bar Reloaded. I wish I could have got 20 debates, and I would never be off topic. You guys are the ones that were off topic. What's wrong with this picture is that this is my argument, Ali, about my philosophy. You can't make my philosophy something that it's not. That's all it is. I will never be off topic when it comes to quantum onlyism because quantum onlyism is mine. What will happen is that you'll be off topic. A lot of people will. I don't know. Y'all just keep watching the chat though.
It's gonna be an easy $50.
I'm telling you. So my first premise is called minimal intelligibility constraint. If any claim is thinkable, statable, or deniable, then there must be ordering, inference, and determinacy, this rather than not this, for a reference to be possible.
They in the chat, they say, who has A1's address? I want to fight A1. I would like to fight A1. Why they want to fight A1? Because A1 let me in this argument alley with some lightsabers, and all they had was swords. I'm dismantling. Watch the dismantling.
My second premise, any coherent talk about reality, which I'm talking about exists or obtains, is not true, false, cause, effect, or effects, presupposes ordering and determinacy. My third premise, if ordering is absent, then no claim, affirmation, or denial can be specified without smuggling back in ordering. So existence.
And they got a Sorry Kim in the chat. This is the chat that we're watching, not the actual chat that we're going through. He says, what are we trying to establish with this? Sorry, Kim. What we're establishing is debate topics. I'm trying to establish a debate and an argument. That's what this is. I thought the argument alley was. So we're just trying to establish what my framework is.
Without ordering is not specific.
Did you say ordering?
Uh-huh. My fourth premise. If determinacy is absent, then no identity conditions or distinctions exist. Existence would have no content. So existence without determinacy collapses into emptiness.
We see Swab Boss just showed his face.
This. Therefore, if existence obtains, then ordering and determinacy obtain. Existence requires a when and a what.
Yo.
Hit that link, Asar. Hit that link, Swab.
My fifth premise, I thought somebody said something. Where ordering and determinacy cooperate, at least one structured, distinguishable state is present under an ordering relation. That is, what and when.
Say he read some philosophy book. Yep, you're right. A lot of philosophy
in operational terms. So
and then my man Leandro said, no, he didn't do that to us.
Therefore, if ordering and determinacy obtain together, existence obtains. And my final conclusion, existence obtains if only existence obtains if and only if ordering and determinacy obtain together.
I wanted to stop that. Y'all can see ill doctrine came up. So my show is immediately producing money in support for the Titans Debate League. Shout out Titans Debate League. Shout out ill doctrine. Thank you for that super chat on this day. The super chat asks, a quantum onlyistic reality without showing alternatives are impossible. It's just decorative speech. So if quantum onlyism were false, what becomes impossible? Reasoning, experiments, physical reality, all of those. If there's no time and no nature, you have no way for any reasoning, any experience, any physical reality. And all impossibilities become possible because you have nothing.
Together. The conclusion, my identification conclusion is this. Whatever is necessary and sufficient for existence is, by definition, the highest power, the ultimate enabling condition. So, ordering functional and determinacy function are the two foundational poles, what I label God and Goddess, as the functional titles, and their togetherness is the highest power. That's existence, because everything else depends on you having to exist in the first place. And if you want to challenge that, I only have one question. Which one of those steps do you deny? Do you deny the necessity, the sufficiency, or the identification of the highest power.
Well, those are certainly all words, sir. I guess we can give you that.
You said a
That
bunch of
means he don't.
Sorry about that.
That
Real quick,
means
we
you
have
don't
a
have.
super chat from
That
Ill
was
Doctor.
crazy.
That's what that sound means. We have a super chat. It reads, a quantum onlyistic reality without showing alternatives are impossible. It's just decorative speech. So if quantum onlyism were false, what becomes impossible? Reasoning, experience, physical reality?
Yes, that's if. So what he asking? Not P, not P. What would falsify? You would have to give me to falsify this. What you would have to do is give me an existence that doesn't use time or nature.
Yeah, I can give
Describe to
you.
me to
What? First
describe
of all,
to
you didn't say shit about time or nature and all of them mumbo jumbo you just said.
Okay.
Oh
So,
yes, I did.
so let me
You just
ask.
don't know it because you ain't smart enough. Everybody else.
Oh, hey, yo.
Oh,
Hey,
you
yo.
want to get beat
Hey, yo.
up.
Hey,
Oh my bad. I'm sorry.
We have another super chat. It reads, another great show. Let's hear it for the Titans Debate League panel. Appreciate you,
Hey.
Michigan's Natural Living.
I'm sorry for calling you stupid. I'm sorry for saying that about you, ma'am. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah.
Let's
You
give
can
it
redeem
another
yourself.
applause.
Say it out loud when you walk by the nearest mirror. But let me ask you a question.
He
Let
just
me ask
had
you
a
a question.
moment. We appreciate you taking that back, brother.
Let me
Not
ask you
gonna
something.
be-
Do you do?
Can I answer her question? Can I answer her question though?
I want to ask you a question about you. You said you wanted something else.
I want to answer her
that
question.
does not depend on time or nature. I'm going to
Okay.
give you something. Okay. So, do you do mathematics? You ever done math before?
No. What's mathematics?
Mathematics, like I don't know, like 2 + 2 = 4, like that kind of thing.
No. I've never done those.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. But for the rest of us, right? So we know that we use like 2 + 2.
Wait. So 2 + 2 is that structure? Wait? Those are items. 2 + 2 would be a structure.
No,
and that would also be
items.
sequencing. That would also be sequencing. I told you to explain the existence where you don't use sequencing
yes,
or
exactly. Listen to what I'm
where
telling
you already use numbers. You already use numbers. Numbers are sequencing. You've already used, sir. You already used numbers.
Time or nature. You say, give me something that does not exist without time or nature. And so we're walking through it. Do you do mathematics as a yes or no?
You're using time and nature
I'm
to
not
describe.
using time or nature.
Is it taking you time to describe to me what you're telling me?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold up. No, listen to me what I'm saying to you. Is it taking you time? Is it taking you time? Is it taking you time to tell me what you're telling me?
Yes, to express it, but that has nothing to do.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'm telling you. No.
Slow down, QT. Slow down. Let him get it out.
Fingers out of the screen and answer the question I'm asking you. Okay, you do mathematics. Okay, and so for everyone else in the audience, he wanted something that exists with neither time or nature. Cool. And so let's establish something, right? Any of us who's ever done mathematics, okay? When we do mathematics, right? We assume the existence of things like, let's say the number 2. Let's say we're doing 2 + 2 = 4, right? But before we even do that, right? There's something that has to be a priori analytic, and it's going to be the number 2. You cannot put 2 under a microscope. It's not a physical entity. You can't examine it. It has no size, shape, or color. And so it's not a physical, it's not physical. It therefore does not depend on either time or nature for its existence. It yet somehow exists, which is why there's regularity to it, which is why we can use it in our present state of nature. So my question to you is, does 2 exist? And if it exists, does it depend on either time or nature? And if so, prove it.
And I just told you. I don't know why you keep doing this. And you went on with that for no reason.
I can ask you.
Yes.
Does 2 exist? And if yes or no? And if it does exist, does it depend on time or nature? Okay. And if it does, then prove it.
2 does not exist physically. But what I asked you first, I'm gonna answer your question, but I'm gonna make sure that everybody understands the question that I asked him. I said, give me an existence, not
said you
something
answered
that
my
exists.
question.
I didn't say something that exists.
All right,
I
go ahead.
said, give me an existence without using time or nature. Time isn't just clock time. When I say time in Onlyism, it's sequencing, it's counting, it's sets of numbers that you can think of. So when he's telling me about numbers too, he's using sequencing because we know it takes two individual things to make two. He is not
What
even
the
giving
hell
me a
did you just say? If it takes two individual things, that means that prior to that, they're going to be in one to some other smaller state. And still, you all just kick the can up the road.
correct, and that's sequencing.
No, listen.
That only is a sequencing.
You can have sequencing without a passage of time. First of all, you can have sequencing without a passage of time, right? So
I said, give me. No, not without time. Not without time. Not without time. No, you had the wrong. You had the wrong idea about time. You're talking about clock time.
Things that does not require any sort of passage of time.
You're talking about clock time. I'm not talking about clock time. I'm not talking about clock time.
And so I'm asking you about the number two, okay? Because you said you.
I'm not talking about clock time.
You're assuming two-ness in order to say that. And my question to you is, does two exist? So you said it does not exist physically, okay? And so cool, if it doesn't exist physically, right, then it exists outside the physical. It's metaphysical, okay? It means that it's not dependent upon time or nature.
Guys,
it's metaphysical. You just said yourself it exists, but it's not.
Guys, again, I told y'all.
The idea of two exists, that means it exists conceptually, right? Then you have some other theories like mentalism or something like that, right? Perfect. But I asked you a very basic question. You said that it exists, but it does not exist physically. That means that it's not dependent upon nature or time then, because those things exist in this particular paradigm, right? And it depends on the laws of nature. So the number two does not bend to the laws of physics. Okay? It's not quantum. It's not dependent on anything like that. So the number two exists non-physically. Okay, that means not dependent on time or nature. So then how? So then why did you ask for an example of something?
My friend. You didn't do it. I didn't say give me an example of something that exists. I said give me an existence without using time and nature. And what you did is you tried to give me something that exists. And we agreed. Now, in Onlyism, time is not clock time. Time is the ordering function. It's whatever makes sequence possible. Before, after, change, duration, update, causality, and even logical implications, premises, conditions. If something can differ from itself across any progression, time is operating. That's why I asked you and told you again that you need time to even tell me about that very brilliant idea that you had about the number two. And this is where I'm telling you, you can't even give me an existence without using time and nature. Nothing can. Nothing gets past that.
Do you hear yourself? You're asking me to explain it to you in this particular paradigm.
Shout out to the Pentaman. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. What's good?
Hey, Buzz.
Shout out, fam.
You asked me to explain something to you in time, but you asked about something that exists.
Time is the condition. Time is in Onlyism, you need to understand that time is the condition of order, change, and sequence. The witness that lets states be compared, updated, and related. Not just clock time, not just space time, not just this time, not just relevant time. Time is more than just that clock time that you're trying to propose when you're proposing the numbers two. I tell you again, like you have to think critically when I'm talking to you. Calm down, focus, focus.
He's
Fuck
crazy.
out of here. No, I ain't crazy. Y'all have to focus because you're trying to sound smart, but you're not.
Philosophy
because I'm telling you that time.
Shit, I see him. I see Lord.
Let's pass it around, QT. Let's pass it around. We got three new people on the panel. Let's start.
I'm done. Y'all go.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the questions.
Hey, before you go, let me run your ad. This is Leon.
My bad. He stopped that. We was looking at the chat, man. The chat got deep. Um, Nisha Cherie say, I'm gonna pull up Chat GPT and follow along, laugh my ass off. This MF Martin Luther Encyclopedia Brown. Oh no. Martin Luther, which Martin Luther? Martin Luther King or Martin Luther the what was he? Protestant? Martin Luther? Encyclopedia. Shit, I don't think I've been in enough alleys for this shit. Yeah, no. Or any concept of this. I don't think I attended enough school for this. My brain hurt. Yes, yes. This argument alley is well. Sir, you're using numbers. That Cleveland came out, baby. She said, oh, you want to get beat up? Oh yeah, shout out, honey, man. I gotta say, I apologize. I didn't mean to call you stupid. I must have missed it. Cause you know you ain't stupid. Now, I don't have any remarks on any of the personal dealings that I've had with you. Fine young lady to me. Pen fuck with you, I fuck with Pen. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, the comments, boy, they be. Mecca said he didn't attend enough school. Doctrine said he ain't been in enough alleys for this shit. Doctrine just sitting around watching. He watching me cut people's fingers and hands off and jab him in the face with the back of my with the back of that my lightsaber. Right, because that's all he does. He should have looked up what Leandre said. Why should I look up what Leandre said? Leandre didn't say nothing. Leandre was asking questions. Leandre is a theist. He believes in creationism and so no. I don't think I should look up what he say because it's incoherent. For this subject, no, Leandre isn't an incoherent person. Like I said, Leandre is brilliant. I think it's a shame that he that brilliant and doesn't have his own thoughts and ideas. But he argues other people's thoughts and ideas brilliantly. Oh, no, I didn't. So, damn, man, I keep on fucking up.
And I mean, give it to me like you give it to them niggas in them echo chambers you be in. Let's really kick black in the nuts, right? Are you black?
Suave Boss came up.
Just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not to
Happy last week for this though? Just saw
So number though, bro, but appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
Yep, bet. Have a good night. All right, Suave Boss, it's on you.
Yeah, man. AQR.
Man, y'all, I think I might have
Quantum
lost the spot.
Onlyism.
I was trying to do something else and
My
accidentally
bad, my bad. What up?
Black
moved
Power.
it. But
Black Pill.
this was Suave Boss come in. I
You
chopped
Black
his
Power?
head off.
You said
Leandre already left.
I'm at
All right, man. I'm done. I think I
Quantum funny.
Now, I don't know at this point was proven. He came on to say Black Power. I said Black Power to make him feel comfortable. And I got accomplished exactly what I got accomplished. Now, throughout these videos when we watching, y'all see Suave Boss become my mortal enemy for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, man, it just gets worse for the whole panel as I chop their heads.
Yeah, that's a funny guy.
I think I'm done, dog. Man, hey, man, thank y'all for coming out. God bless.
I'll return it to you, Brother Suave. Black Power, bro. Black fucking power.
Black Power.
Black Power, man. Black Power. All right, Quantum. Just to get a gist, what was you born, bro? What was you raised?
I was raised in a town called Hobart, Oklahoma, in the Buckwater Body Belt.
You still there?
Absolutely. Well, no, I'm in Oklahoma City, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're insane. Okay.
You're insane. This is the first words this man said to me instead of saying, you know what? You got a brilliant outlook. That's pretty cool. Let me hear more. For daring to question and have my own questions to answer, I'm insane. Where you at now? Suave Boss, come back to this debate. Come back to the debate channel, man. You left like you're supposed to. I know that you got off scot-free. I know that was a fake Powerball that you had to give up to Penn because I took your real Powerball in our debate. I was actually trying to like these people. But watch the way they try to treat the kid and watch what I do to him.
Shout out to you. So what you feel? Why aren't you Black Power? Do you consider yourself black? And I mean, give it to me like you give it to them niggas in them echo chambers you be in. Let's really kick black in the nuts, right? Are you black?
Yeah, I'm black. I'm
God damn.
See, they always try to take you off topic.
Yeah.
I told him this was a philosophy. And they always try to take you off topic. He just called me insane. I don't know what he meant by that. But I went along with it. His argument, Allen.
I'd rather not get into this talk yet.
All right.
That's what we here for, brother. That's what we here for. You said all questions as honestly as possible.
Yeah, we're talking about if y'all want to talk about race, then we're gonna talk about race.
That's what we
You
talking
sure?
about.
You just said you were into it, and I was because I mean people got real life. You might be a fucking architect. I don't want to put you on the radar, nigga. You feel me?
All right. Now y'all can call yourself. You can say that you're black because that's what the public has agreed to. You know, we've heard stories about people being from Africa, and then you hear some of the new update stuff that we ain't from Africa, that we ain't the same people. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about black power and what it's gonna be. But I want to ask you a question. If all the white people disappeared right now, and if all the
if you notice throughout this argument, Allen, like at the first, people would propose a question, and I would have to restructure their question so I could understand what they were saying, because they were structuring their questions wrong. And they asked me about race, and watch the question I propose, and then watch the answers.
weapons of mass destruction and everything, do you think we'd have peace on Earth? Can you imagine what it's gonna be like for all the black power to go looking for them weapons, even if we don't need it no more?
Stop. You know you clumsy. What if that slip out your hand? Stop.
Say what?
Can y'all hear me?
Story, stop.
Yes, sir.
I can hear everybody.
Clear.
I hear crickets too. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Am I
that's
boring
all
you?
you gonna hear. That's what you gonna
No,
hear.
no, no. Hold on, wait. Don't be so easy. Don't be that goddamn desperate. What happened was I tried to cut my camera on and my computer farted. And it started bullshitting me.
No, for real. My question is this. Before I start going black power all the way, you tell me what kind of world we would have if, like, let's just say all the white people just got on a spaceship, said, come on, y'all, we leaving. And all the other races left except for black people. That's us where we at now, but they left all the weapons of mass destruction, everything here, and said, y'all have it. Do you think that black power, what you think black power would do?
Well, to the way you formatted the question in the first place, if all white people disappear, we would have peace on Earth. We would have more peace. We would have less war, you know. But war, I guess, is just something that happens within peace. Thing is, peace doesn't happen within war. War is not about peace. Peace sometimes declares war, but inevitably that aim, the target is true peace. What we experiencing now is a declaration of war for eternity, you know, to eradicate the original people off of the earth because of the relationship that the people that came later have with this earth. I know that you know this. Okay. The deeper connection you have with the earth, the deeper connection you have with the universe. You agree?
Oh, absolutely. That's Mother Nature.
Yeah. And so that's the very real problem that we face that's been here for a slither amount of time called white supremacy. White supremacy hasn't always been here, nor will it always be here. But that is our biggest problem because we're existing contemporarily to it this lifetime. I believe in reincarnation. But what I would tell you is that if all white people disappear from Earth right now, it would be crazy. Like that's not a regular thing to just snatch all white people. If you woke up tomorrow, there was no white people. The thing is, I don't have to move like white people, right? I recognize that white supremacy is a mentality and white people are a victim of that mentality. White babies are not born racist. An older white person tells them about these traditions and this, that, and the other, and there's benefits to it, and so they adopt it. I get it. So no, my thing is not to take all white people off Earth, nor do I have to. Like, white people come from black people. You know, ultimately the black woman made white people. So this is, and just to tap on something I heard you said, plenty of things create on their own without a mate. It doesn't always take two.
Form, not create form. Everything is form.
Yeah, form, create. I'm not gonna play semantics with words.
We have to though.
We know how we have to play semantics. It's crazy. That is crazy. I need
if you don't, people go, because if I don't,
hat and go get another hat. You gotta switch hats. That was every time you say so crazy, you gotta switch hats because I know you got a bunch of them.
It's not crazy.
Form, create, conceive. Like, there's no reason to dance around. Like, we're smarter than that. And so, I mean, that's that. But as black power is the destruction of white supremacy. The destruction of, even in the mentality of some of us, the classification of white and the classification of black. I don't have no problem with the classification of black, but I do respect the people that are being identified as black that do. But I don't look at that as a reason to divide us. Black people are new people who come up out of the destruction of indigenous people globally. We don't know. We have DNA connected to every race on earth, including white people. So it's like our relationship, although we do have the history that we can't deny, our relationship shouldn't be based off of emotions and feelings, because we don't need that. Like we're really connected to the earth. This earth supports us. Whatever happened, and I have a debate with A1 about the creation of white people, the origin of white people, where white people come from. In the God and devil of the Bible, right? To me, the black woman is God. To the black man is God. To the black woman, and she came first and created man in her image. But I will say, if you're using that, the white man is our devil at this time. And like, we really need to embrace that and deal with that. I think that's clearly our agenda as the people that came up out of the destruction of indigenous people, is to correct this. We're the only people on earth, I feel, has that kindness, that purity of heart, that war spirit. We just want balance. We don't want get back. We're not hurt. We were never enslaved. I was born in 1979. I had a goddamn Atari, all type of shit when I was young. But what I'm saying is that genetically we are our ancestors, and that mentality that works in the system of white supremacy has to go, or inevitably all technology goes towards supporting that. So I don't undermine the black experience as far as being contemporary to white supremacy. I feel like you kind of do. So to ask you a question, I won't ask you a stupid one. I know you know white supremacy exists. I know you could describe the system of white supremacy, the mentality of white supremacy. But what is your spill on black that you feel, after hearing where I'm coming from, what is your spill on black that conflicts with what you heard so far? Because I don't want to assume nothing. Because I know you sharper than the average motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna put you in the average anti-black box, anti-African box. So I mean, what is the sensibility that allows you to be parallel to anti-black and anti-African?
So and shout out to your views, you know what I'm saying? I don't never try to take that. But I asked you a question. I said, what you think would happen if all the white people just happen to disappear or leave? And I asked that because I don't know how long you've been in here, but I believe that life is conditional. All things are conditional. Morals are conditional. And it's conditions on earth right now. We're in a condition right now. And we're saying that we need black power. Black power, I know what you said, you're talking about just the black people uniting and being in one accord when it comes to existing on earth. Like, we know we done been through some shit, especially the black Americans that's actually, like you said, you was born in 79, I was born in 79. My parents was born in America. The slave, what they call population, the slave descendants, people who are real descendants of those people, to me, it's a different struggle than the other black people. And then I have like, they be saying we're the same, and I always ask myself, like, dang, why the Africans didn't never come back over here to try to get us and stuff? Like, when they say that they had problems too, I push that to the side. But then I say this right here, like, even if we did, and we got into one accord, if the white folks just submitted and disappeared, or they all caught something and they wasn't no more, we see the black power divide into different things of black power. We'd have people racing to Russia to get weapons. We'd have the Africans over there trying to get, we'd have the black people in America getting these weapons. We'd have people trying to, like, we'd have to get our whole thing together. And so for me to know that even if the white man left right now, that the black people, you said that it would be peace. I disagree.
I didn't say that, brother. I'm sorry. I said there will be less war, but there will still be war. There will be
I don't think
it. All violence isn't done by white people, and I won't act like. I mean, I can't imagine what would happen tomorrow. And I said this: if I woke up tomorrow and all white people was gone, it would be weird, right? I can't concede that. But my agenda is not to get all white people out of here. I explained this. It's to coexist. My job is to coexist with the people on earth and figure out what is this thing called life, existence, because it's bigger than us. Okay, go ahead.
And that's what it's about right there. When I see it, I say we in the condition. Somehow the white man got an upper hand on us. I forgot, I ain't on TikTok. I can talk. Somehow the white man got an upper hand on us. And we be trying to find out how they got the upper hand. A lot of people say that Yakub made us a group of people, and that the white people came out of a lab to take over the world. Some people said that they was wild. They said they was wild in the mountains and didn't know nothing. Came out.
Yeah, I would never entertain a story about Yakub or anything biblically original. Like, no. And I mean, I'm one of the people that kick religion in the nuts, but I can embrace what religion is. Religion is just traditions and things that you do based off of things you believe. I believe in things, and I have tradition. So I'm a religious person. One thing that I see people say when we come up out of the church and we figure out that our grandmama died lying to us, and then we run to the Muslims, find out they fucked up too, talking about Elijah Muhammad still alive and UFOs and shit. And then the Hebrew Israelites somehow think they could convince us dressed like corpses on the corner yelling at white people. And so it's like those who survive all of those mentalities, I get where you're coming from. That's why I want to get to the great. It's not about Yakub. It's not about Jesus. It's not about Muhammad. Okay?
No, you know what I'm saying? And it be those, my bad, was somebody got to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, Brother Quantum, have you ever heard of the Arab conquest?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You know about the Arab conquest?
Yeah.
So the Arab conquest, so the interesting thing about the Arab conquest is it gives you a glimpse of what our people was doing and how our people was thriving before indoctrination moved in on our land. You see what I'm saying? So when you ask, well, if it ain't no, if I could put it in paraphrasing, but if I could put it in a more simplistic question, right? If there was no white man that ever came and bothered us, right, put us in shackles and messed us up and took out, what were we doing? Right? We'll still be building strong civilizations like we was doing before they came and indoctrinated us.
I can agree with that. I that's why. My bad. You still talking?
No. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I'm looking at the other screen. My bad. Okay. No. I agree with you right there. If the white folks would have never.
We have a special guest to the Coliseum tonight. He's the mind behind Community of Skeptics, a respected scholar, a familiar face on some of the biggest pay-per-view debates online, and a man known for asking the questions nobody else dares to ask. He doesn't just enter conversations, he dissects them. Coming in sharp, strategic, and ready to engage. Make some noise for our special guest, the God Killer. Give him a round of applause. How you feeling today?
Man, what's up, man? I just seen a couple of brothers on the panel. What's going on, y'all?
How you doing, brother?
Peace.
What's up with you?
Peace.
I seen the barbarians up here. I wanted to make sure because I'm a barbarian. Then I looked to the left and seen humble. I say, oh hell. And then Swab off. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? So let me get this straight. A social construct has conquered us. Ain't that crazy?
No, the actions behind that social construct. Nationalism is a social construct, right? But you believe in nations?
Hey, Swab Boss, let me get my shit off real quick.
Okay, my bad. Let me shut the fuck up and get out the way.
Look, if you ain't got no white people for the 1700s, right? Then how in the fuck is they playing a role in our destruction? You know the biggest enemy we got is ourselves, right? The way we think, the way we see the world, the way we react, how we take care of ourselves. The social construct, you know what I'm saying, is a mental thing, bro. Like, it really ain't no white people. It's just systems, right? Created by human beings. That's what it is. And as long as you think the white man is the devil, you have made him superior. Because in the Bible, God never killed the devil, yo. He's a formidable opponent, yo. If you think he the devil, that's crazy as hell, yo. And if it wasn't white people, right, it was civilizations that have surpassed hunter-gatherers. that came in. It's always high. Like the young always overtake the old, you know what I'm saying? It was different cultures that had advanced past certain stages that was able to conquer other cultures. So it's not white people, it's just human behavior, and human advancement. So right now, if we don't understand the technology, that's going to take us over. You get the point I'm making? It's not white people, yo. Don't make them that powerful, yo. I just
Black
want to say that
power.
to the listening audience, yo.
Don't run though. Yeah, I get that. That's why I made the statement. Yeah, the technology will definitely, but the white supremacist mentality, the white supremacist system, right? Like you can't dodge that out. That white supremacy is embedded in the education of medical. And you could say it's gotten better, but it's not gone. And if we don't have an understanding of that technology, white people will have black souls trapped inside of fucking artificial bodies once they discover that technology to harness life into maintainable bodies and take your ability away to even die. Science will discover what is the life spark and how to harness it into robots built by Tesla's grandsons. I mean, not the owner of Tesla, but all of these racist billionaires, trillionaires, their companies will be the one that develop the technology that ultimately try to replace and eradicate black people, control black people energy. That's just it, bro. We have a better relationship with this, and they have to rely on artificial intelligence. So once transhumanism hits, if we haven't stood up against that clearly, they will be controlling what we know as life and death, bro. And it's not gonna go our way. And I don't care how many white friends you got, but yeah, if it hurts you for me to feed my child, what is our relationship?
Question.
Googly gosh, yo. You just saying anything, yo, at this point.
Hey, you talking, brother? You talking like we don't live in a country with a president who's been impeached before. You acting like, man, we don't live in a country that, when people that look like us try to get in higher positions, we always get shut down, but we see rules change for them. You keep trying to talk this equal, or it's just this. It ain't nothing behind this. It's just this. No, man, that's not what reality is showing us, brother.
Understood.
We gotta look at the reality of things. We can't.
But you know what, brother?
That's
Humbly,
crazy.
the brother is necessary because we have to exhaust all lanes. And if we don't have people that's willing to sit next to white people, talk their language, learn their lessons, and adapt to their ways, because he's gonna be the one that turns to us and say, "Bro, ain't no hope. I did everything I could. They fucked up. They are fucked up people. I've been close to them." Because it's been proven time after time. Martin Luther King was just as necessary as Malcolm X. We need black people that have that patience to go into the schools, adopt a lifestyle, marry their women, and turn around and say, "Bro, y'all right. Black power on their deathbed."
That's not me. What I'm saying is I'm a rule breaker, and I ain't never listened to white people. I'm trying to figure when y'all start listening to white people. My track record clearly shows I never listened to white people. From Baltimore, Maryland, I broke the law my whole life. So I ain't know niggas was following white people like that.
Come closer to your mic.
I'm saying my whole life, yo, I've never, ever listened to white people. I broke all the rules and the laws, yo. I never was afraid to break law, yo. So I don't understand what y'all talking about. I don't even see white people like that. They just regular motherfuckers, yo.
And shout out to you.
I see opportunity, yo. I don't see no failure.
Do your thing.
I see we got an opportunity, and I'm saying, the barrier is us, yo.
I get it.
It's you. You the biggest barrier. You the biggest foe you got, yo.
Exactly. I came up here and divided us.
No,
not you.
Nah, you not you live in fear, yo.
Not you in your proximity to whiteness. I did.
I don't even. You keep saying. You can't even identify a white person, yo.
Hey, shout out to Pro Black. I can't identify a white person.
You can't. How?
I can't take you serious after that statement.
How? Hey, yo, how do you identify a white person, yo?
I mean, it's late. You tired? I don't know what the fuck you just did. I can't identify a white person, man.
You can't, yo.
You making some extreme statements. You said
it's not extreme. I'm saying what you perceive to be. Watch this, yo. I'm saying my man, Asaf Hotep, yo. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. My man Asahotep, yo, when you look at him, he look like, man, but this shit go all the way back to Ireland, yo.
Does any white person look like me or you?
No,
Real
man,
quick,
no, yo,
speaking of
you cannot be afraid of white people.
Hold
Like
Can
on,
I identify a white person?
gentlemen,
you cannot be afraid of white
Okay,
people.
my bad. A1, go ahead.
Speaking of identifying
What's up,
white
A1?
people,
How you doing? I ain't even speak to you, bro. How you doing?
no, you good. I introduced you. You did speak to me.
I ain't say hi for real.
What's up with you? Real quick, speaking about identifying white people, let me go to a word from our sponsors. This Valentine's Day coming up.
Oh, it's going
I'm
down.
not in there.
This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim, did white people come from albinos? And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
Yeah, Suave, I'm about to take you up top on this one, Suave.
That boy shot ass. That's a fire right there.
This just a formality. He got a second round bye. He ran his opponent off at the face-off. So I'm stepping in to give the show. Then I'm going to knight him to the next round.
Nice.
But yeah, we are taking on the topic. Did white people come from albinos? And he thinks he can identify white people where they came from. So we're about to go into the science.
Y'all serious about that shit too, yo.
He's taking the affirmative.
Serious about that, yo.
He said they came from albinos.
Man,
you good, but I want you to judge.
Hey, will you be one of the guest judges?
Man, I
That
ain't
would
never
be
in my
dope.
life seen motherfuckers as scared as white people in my life, yo. That shit's crazy to me, yo. Do they really?
That's gonna be fire.
Say that serious, yo?
Sound like you terrified of judging.
We got Cosmo.
I might be. Now that I might be afraid of. I got
Shout out to you,
on the spot.
Time to go, man. Show over, man. Shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all putting together a good, constructive panel, but it's definitely finna go 7,000 miles per hour left. He's musty. He just threw on a hoodie. Everybody welcome. Let me do the intro. The most prolific idiot ever existing on the planet Earth.
A prolific idiot is hilarious.
Yo, it's hilarious.
Put me on the big screen because that damn baby.
Why he do the voice with it though?
You ain't getting the big screen.
Be quiet. You ain't 7,000. Hey, I'm talking about here.
2,500. He ain't 7,000.
Yeah, that's funny as hell. Hey man, I come over here to congratulate Brother A1 for the growth and development. Come on, bro. Chill out, man. I know you get it. Yeah, I can get it. And when the Lions in debater come up against an SVDL debater, that's how they act, y'all. Because we the creme de la creme. There's nobody out there that done it better than 7,000 Lions then. I taught y'all how to do 49 in the back chat. But that's for another day, another time. Yeah. But man, them two young brothers that was on here, that humble and that quantum Onlyism, that's changing the game. But now, what I want to see when y'all two get in debate, get in here again. Now y'all, so y'all with the prelims. Now I have your sources, right? And A1, I need you as soon as possible. Look, this is a powerful message. I need you to sign this debate right now because Sonnet is going to try to steal it. Oh, Humble can't debate over there because we got the biggest thing. No.
JJ, bro.
JJ,
come on, man.
Please copy my show today.
7,000 miles per hour left.
We don't do that stuff here, man. Peace
the
to
most
the brother, whatever they got going on. We support them there, man. They paved the way for all of this shit.
Come on, nigga, you know I be in the joint, yo. You JJ, stop hating, nigga.
We ain't trying to
And he jumped up and threw on that sleeveless sweatshirt.
together, man.
funny.
I was crazy.
Right.
Like, he could just stay on the bed. He could just stay on the couch, dog, sleep.
Get this money, man. Stop hating, man.
Yeah, let's stay on topic, JJ. Let's stay on topic.
And then I want to say this because motherfuckers act like they don't watch this channel because I don't ever see them comment in the chat, but they sure know how to hit that link 12 o'clock in the morning with their musty couch sleeping ass. Black Power.
Black Power was crazy.
Look at this dude.
Can we stay on topic?
How you Black Power?
So back to how Black Power and quantum onlyism goes together. A oneness. On the earth.
I'm trying to set the debate.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's obvious one of you niggas want to debate.
You know what? I did hear that in there.
Yeah.
My bad. Listen,
Come on, you got his
it's
number,
obvious.
his real phone number. You bullshitting. You came up here to do this. You got his real number.
Wow.
It's 12 o'clock at night. If you wanted to set up a debate, if you was really that fucking you to recall him at a business time, he's doing a panel right now. We don't believe you. You're on bullshit. You got his number. Now I sound like I'm attracted to men.
Yeah, he got all. So all y'all
trying to debate, JJ. Who you trying to debate?
Please, if y'all say all.
Let's give him a chance, y'all. Let's give him a chance.
Okay, let's give him a 7,000th chance. Let's go.
Who are you trying to debate?
This quantum argument alley. So you want to debate quantum?
You trying to debate quantum? That's whose argument alley this is. We're trying to set him up. $50 debate. Haters are paid $50.
Figure this out.
Big Cosmon can attest to how fast the cash apps come. So let's get it.
You got all over here. That's funny.
Like we're going live from the phone booth in Gotham City. Can you drop down and come back up and figure it out?
Goddamn right. Yeah. I'm trying to make no mockery out of the goddamn goat.
I just drop down and call A1, man. We got Unc on the bit. He got a degree. We want to talk to you. Unc got a degree.
Okay.
Hey, can I ask quantum?
His mic is messing up. It's making the stream crazy. I'm not trying to. Go ahead.
Oh, Roy Tess, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Peace, everyone. I would like to ask Quantum a quick question. As far as existence goes, are you talking only about physical existence, or are you talking about both physical and mental?
Oh shit, Quantum.
It's about to get interesting, ain't it? Let's hear.
Well, right now the argument that I put forward is a transcendental argument for necessity and sufficient conditions.
Yeah, but you have to answer the direct question I'm asking you. Are you talking about physical only? So if I tell you something exists, are you talking about physical or mental? Like if I tell you unicorns exist, is that physical or mental?
If you tell me unicorns exist, then we have to wonder what you mean.
No, you don't know what a unicorn is?
Yeah, I know what a unicorn is.
Roy, just respectfully, let me ask this. In order for something to be mental, doesn't a mind have to exist? And isn't a mind a physical thing, a brain?
Yeah.
That's the thing is thinking
a
about.
brain is not a mind.
The mind and the mind.
Yeah, the mind and the brain are different.
The mind and the brain are different. We're that smart.
They are.
Let's hear that.
Facts.
Yes.
Let's hear that. What's the difference between the mind and the brain?
The brain is a physical entity. The mind is not a physical entity.
Okay, what is the mind then?
The mind is what you would call the working part, the intellect. That's not a physical thing.
The
Software, right? Software, right?
Your body is the heart.
Hardware, entity.
Right,
the thing that learns, the thing that feels, the thing that tastes. It's not the actual body.
Brain. The brain creates.
No, that's not. No, that's not the brain. Doesn't taste anything.
Yeah, that's not.
And yet your brain remembers.
Brain relays information.
The brain doesn't taste anything, but your mind remembers.
Okay, there's no tasting without a brain. Can we agree on that?
Facts.
Okay, the brain takes in information from your senses, your eyes, your tongue, your ears, and then relays it to you in a way that you can use it. So no, You cannot hear, taste, smell without a brain. Those are physical things. Those are very small, complex ways that things work that we still don't understand.
Yeah,
and
but
we
you don't need
shouldn't
a
be
mind to
so
do that.
bold.
I mean,
That's even from the mind.
Okay, hold on, but
Have
Swab
nothing to do with
Boss.
the mind.
Hold on. If y'all ever watched The Bar Reloaded, check it.
Mm-hmm.
When I talked about the book
Subscribe.
about near-death experiences, right? The
Mm-hmm.
near-death experiences, they were looking at this exact question because people who were brain dead,
Dead. Mm-hmm.
completely dead, right? They had but then they came back alive. They could tell you what was going on in the room when they were
Yeah.
completely brain dead.
Exactly.
Right. And so
And I
that
react.
is the
Okay.
question of the difference between the mind and the brain, right?
Okay. Okay.
How it
So
can go
my
on while the
reaction to
brain was
that
dead.
is
How could they do that?
A, what is brain dead? Look that up. That does not mean there's no function in the brain. Hold on. Calm down.
Anyway,
That does
good
not
night,
That
mean
means that there was nothing firing. There was no, it was nothing.
no.
They were completely dead all the way
science-
around, like,
No, you said completely dead and brain
because
dead. That's two different
sometimes
things.
it's like,
Now you're being
they
reactionary, and
all
I
the way
gave
dead,
replies.
all the way.
You
Because
say I love you.
sometimes you could be like,
Okay.
I'm
So
sorry. We talked about because I talked about it in length.
no, it's cool. It's cool, man. You put me in a headlock. I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna get you back. This is what I'm saying. That doesn't separate the brain from the mind of me, and I'll tell you why. Because medical science saying someone is brain dead has a cap to it. It has a limit that they can measure because science doesn't understand the
Absolutely,
brain.
yeah.
And so we know that the body shuts down very
Can't come back from that.
primary. So we know that the body shuts down very primary functions to save other things, to do repair. If you get traumatic brain injury, it will shut down shit, but you will still live. People have woken up out of comas years. People have come back from being brain dead. So brain dead is a scientific category that I respect. It's horrible, but it's just not is not the true measurement.
I
It's not
mean, but they're completely dead too. Like the
no,
heart wasn't
because
pumping,
then
none of
we
that.
go into the experience that they tell you. The doctors said that they was brain dead, but yet they were able to tell you things that happened in the room. That proves their senses were still working. They don't know how, but you were still able to hear what was going on in the room, sense what was going on in the room. Now, that's just my surface reactionary to that. If someone comes back and say, I was brain dead, but I heard you, that means that their brain was still working in some way that science doesn't understand.
So Suave, the mind
So
doesn't
it was
have
a
to deal with
study. So in the study, they were saying that they were above their body, could see these things and hear this stuff, and could tell you what people was doing and things like that. It's a good. I would send you the book. It's a good book about it.
I'll check it out, but we know that the brain provide visuals for audio. So
Yeah, but just to clear that up, brain dead and coma is not the same thing.
No, it's not. You can still have you can be in a coma and not
He was talking about different things.
Yeah, I was just talking about the
Well, he was just talking about different ways that you could be.
But we know when you're sleeping, your eyes is closed, you can hear audio and your brain will provide.
Well, my question is this: if the mind and the brain are not the same, right? Let me ask this.
Somebody's got some static.
When you are asleep and you are dreaming and your eyes are closed, what are you seeing your dreams with?
Your brain.
Your brain?
What the fuck?
Your
Did you
brain
just ask
has
I said a
eyes?
banana? Did you really react to the brain as if it was a dumbass answer? Yes, your brain. Your brain.
Wait a minute, your brain can't see without the eyes. Remember, you're sleeping.
You still
and your
have
eyes are
eyes in your
closed.
head. You're just not getting real-time information. Your brain is relying on information that's already stored.
What information? No, so
hold on, brother. Let me get through the whole statement, and then you can kick it in the nuts.
Well,
is that Kyle's mind?
No, I was
Somebody
asking.
has some static.
I
Hold
was
on, hold on.
asking,
Before
what
you
are
go,
you?
Cosmo, let's see
You
who
can
has the
see
static.
with your brain.
Yes.
Cosmo, let's see who has the static. I need everybody. Wait, can you mute
I didn't
up
know
real
that.
quick?
Now I'm mute now.
Let me look that up.
Cosmo, can you mute up? I want to see if the static is coming from you. It is. Okay.
And it is. Yes, you see with your brain. Your ears, your eyes, your tongue, your
No, it's there again. It's coming from you.
That's Cosmo. No, he just on mute.
That's not me.
I watch this. Watch this. $50, 50 push-ups. I'm sorry.
There we go. Restart your mic, man. Is it me? It might be me. Do y'all still hear it? Hold on. Sadiq ain't muted.
Mic check. Do you hear it? I'm off mute. It ain't happening.
Okay, now it's not happening. It might have been Sadiq. I just
now
muted
I'm
Sadiq.
off mute. Is it happening?
No, it's not happening.
I don't hear.
Let's stick with
So
this right now.
It's not me.
It's not Roy
He
Chetz.
do got the lightning sign next to his name.
Let's go
Hey,
to
Suave.
Humble real quick because
Yeah.
he was holding his hand up for a minute. He couldn't get in. Humble, go ahead.
I just want to read something really fast, y'all. I ain't gonna be long. The brain and the mind are different. They are connected, but they are not the same thing. The simple way to see way to see it is the brain is the physical organ. The mind is a set of functions, experience, and processes that arise from and are not identical to the organ. The brain is physical. The brain is matter, tissue, neurons, electrical signals, chemical reaction, measurable activity located in spaces governed by physical and biology. It can be scanned, weighed, injured, stimulated, and medicated. The mind, non-physical function. The mind, thoughts, emotion, imagination, memory, awareness, intention, meaning, subjective experiences, what we call qualia, right? You cannot weigh a thought. You cannot scan an emotion. You cannot locate a belief in space. So this is the difference between the brain and the mind. I land my plane. Thank you for allowing me to speak, y'all.
Hold on, before you land your motherfucking plane, what source was that, brother?
What source was that?
Yes, that's very important. Did you just read from your diary, or did you tell me something from someone who actually invested their time and money and effort into coming up with something logical? Before I disagree with it.
I pulled up Copilot and I just asked a simple question: is the brain?
Oh, so you're dead. You read that with. God damn, you were confident. Oh yeah, shout out to you though, Humble man. I like your energy. Yeah. But yeah, no, not being able to wear.
No. Here's the thing: would you like a source on this? I can give you a source on this. Would you like that?
I mean, I would never like for you to do what you just did ever again. I would like for you to have a source.
Hold up. So we got people on here reading from Wiki, and we got.
I haven't witnessed nobody read from Wiki. Everybody been speaking from their heart.
We got people on here reading from Wiki and AI articles, but then when I just pull something up, of course, we don't use Google no more. But you say
No, respectfully, no one's has
now. I won't trust that.
You're the first person that read something since I've been up here. That's why I asked for the source. Sorry, whatever happened before I jumped up here, I didn't see nobody else reading.
Quantum been reading stuff all night.
Oh, I haven't been paying attention to him. I know
he really has. He really has.
Well, I initially asked the question to Quantum. I would like to answer. He never answered.
Made that
Absolutely. I just want the understanding of the mind and the brain, but we got time to talk about that for months. But go ahead.
Quantum, can you answer the question that I initially asked? Are you talking about physical existence or
mental
type of existence? Yeah. Because you said things have to be necessary. What qualifies to be necessary? How are we doing that?
Yeah, I'm talking about physical.
Only physical, nothing mental.
Nah.
So you require science in order for your so-called philosophy to work. That outside of science, it doesn't work.
My argument that I gave you is a transcendental argument for the necessities and the sufficiencies of existence. You trying to take it into the science. You taking it to the scientific realm. That's a category error. This is
no. I just asked you if it was physical. Science is physical. So how is it transcendental? If you're looking for evidence,
because I never said anything about. Because my argument never said anything about science.
No, what transcendental science. Hold on.
Don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no. You trying to make my argument something that it's not, and I'm not going to allow you to do that.
My first question was, when you say existence, I asked you, what do you mean? You said physical. That's science.
Mm-hmm.
You can't name a science that's not physical, can you?
But I wasn't talking about science. But listen, I'm not talking about
science.
I am not. I'm talking about the floor. I'm talking about the floor that science needs to even operate. I'm talking about the preconditions of existence. I'm not talking about those things that you're talking about come downstream. Listen. The thing I'm telling you, because I'm measuring it with the argument that I proposed. I'm telling you about the preconditions of existence. What you mean based on what?
So you're basing it, your argument is ideas, and that transcends into science?
Do you know what a transcendental argument is?
No, you tell me. You're clearly saying that your ideas.
You keep going back to this.
Well, yeah, I have to go back to that because these are the questions that y'all asking me are category errors.
No, they're not.
My argument, yes, they are.
They're not. I asked, experience has to be physical. You said yes. So how does your argument make any sense? How do
experience is different from existence?
Right.
I'm talking about the existence. I'm talking about the pre-existence. I'm talking about preconditions. I'm talking about the preconditions that you need for science to even be coherent. Do you understand the category error? And you asking me questions about science when I'm talking to you about the preconditions.
I got a question too.
But you didn't answer his question. Is existence, because
I can't answer that question. That question.
Existence you're talking about physical or no? You don't know.
I said that. I told him.
You said
existence is physical.
I got a question, bro.
I don't think. Did you know what transcendental means?
Physical.
They don't understand what that argument. They need to look up first, and then they'll see the category.
Male dentures that identify as female dentures.
Hold on. Sadiq has a question. Sadiq, go ahead.
Okay, Quantum mentioned that how can one have an experience without existence? That's an inherent natural violation. One cancels out the other, particularly an experience that can't be realized without existence. That's a prerequisite.
Yeah.
That's a fundamental, foundational platform for said experience to occur.
In the first place, this is why I'm trying to tell you.
Based on my perception, based on my perspective, if I'm wrong,
I mean, no, that's the truth. You can't ask me. You can't ask me about science. You can't ask me about science. My argument is about preconditions.
Did I ask you about science, or did I ask you about existence?
You specifically asked me about science, and then you said experience. I said existence.
I said existence from the beginning.
Is existence not a science, sir?
Existence is a science. You need
existence is a philosophy. Listen, existence is a philosophy too. Right now, I'm not talking about the science part of existence. I'm talking about the preconditions needed for existence to be. All those other things.
You said
that's what I got.
You said physical earlier, so you can't go with that. You don't understand what you're saying.
What do you mean?
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. I told you this from the beginning.
You said existence has to be physical.
You can't be talking about pre-physical when you're only talking about physical.
Yeah, you can't go both ways.
Time and nature. Listen,
you're giving me ideas. That's not physical. Do you understand? That's why I asked the question. I made a clear distinction between physical
and that's why I'm telling you your question is a category error. Because you're asking me about science. Yes, sir, it is.
You're trying to
whether you know it or not, No, sir, I'm not. Calm down. Take a breath. You don't understand it. You're trying. No, I'm not. You're trying to take my race into a whole different race. I'm telling you again, if you want to argue anything in what my argument is about, you must first provide me with an existence that doesn't use time or nature. Anything else that you're talking about is not what I'm talking. It's not what I'm talking about.
So basically, he's saying you off topic.
He way
He's
off
not.
topic.
He asked, is it physical? He's saying he's trying to talk about before something is physical, but saying that it has to be physical. Make it make sense.
Yeah, that's
Cosmo.
Yes,
Make it make sense.
Okay, I'll make it make sense. Before a thing can be physical, right? There must be preconditions for it to exist.
Facts.
He's talking about that state.
So then, how are you talking about the physical if you're talking about before physical?
No. Listen, that's like saying, listen, what you're saying, what you're attempting to say is like saying just because you can't see it, atoms aren't physical.
No, that's not the same
what
thing.
I'm talking about. They're still there.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, how are you talking about the physical if your actual argument is talking about before anything
atoms are physical
can be here?
No,
atoms are physical. For anything
because if all things have been and are, then they always will be. That's the space and time that he's trying to explain.
That makes no sense.
That's a nice T-shirt, but that's not a
time that he's trying to explain.
That makes no sense.
That even creation would have been local. You did what I'm talking about. There would have been various.
No, they don't understand what you're saying.
The creation
have to break that down.
For instance, what he's saying is, just because the creation of our sun started at one point doesn't mean that's the beginning of all creation.
Wow.
There are preconditions. Listen, for our sun and our galaxy to exist, there must have been preconditions for it to be.
You're saying, was those conditions physical? And if not, would you like to re-establish your answer to his question? Meaning that the mental, the thought of physical. Hold on, brother. Don't stop at the end. This is the important part. Do you want to revisit the question? Are you only talking about physical? And if you do, then just do that. Because if we saying that before physical that was thought, right?
Right.
That's not physical. So do you want to go back?
I never said that. I never said that.
I mean, that was his initial question.
I did not.
You did say it was physical. You did.
I never said thoughts was physical. Don't do
that. I said
okay. You're
Don't be dishonest like that. Don't be dishonest like
existence. No, I said existence. My question to you is existence. Is it physical or mental?
Go ahead, Roy.
I'm just to tell you again. The preconditions of existence.
What are the preconditions? Are
time and nature. Nature is physical. Time is what it,
exactly.
How don't you understand that?
Physical.
But
time is physical.
Let's
move on.
Stuck on this. Hold on. Before y'all move on, hold on. I think I see what they're saying.
You want to move on when he's on the fire?
No, I ain't nobody on the fire. Hold on. I think I see the problem. Nobody bubble the words because don't understand. You ain't no chat GPT.
Right, Roy Chess. My bad. But go ahead. Roy Chess is on his heels. Go ahead, Roy Chess.
Hey, Sadiq, you boring, bro.
So if you're talking about the things that make up the universe, tell me that's not physical. If we're talking about atoms or quarks, all that's physical. Yes or no?
Yes, those are physical.
So where's the confusion at then? Where is it that
I don't understand? I think the only confusion that you have is you don't understand that time and nature are two different aspects of existence. They are the conditions.
Stop saying time and nature, bro.
No, I can't say space time.
Hey, quantum.
Space time.
Quantum.
One mic,
nature
gentlemen.
Repeat. Is nature physical, quantum? Is nature physical?
Yes, nature is physical. Yes.
So that's one of the necessary components. So that's still a physical thing, yes?
Yes, I told you this.
All right. So why you keep telling me that it's not science if it's physical? If sense
So
is
there's nothing
consensus,
before nature to make that happen?
Because science ain't the only topic that physical can talk about.
Yes, it is. That's how you know
It
it's
is
science.
not in
It
my
is.
argument. I'm not even because I'm not even there. Do
Name a
you
science.
understand?
Name me
Is
a
it a
science. Hold
metaphysical
on.
argument?
So I'm gonna tell y'all
Hold on.
again,
Name
because
me
you
a
just don't
science.
understand.
No. You don't need to tell me again.
I
It
don't
makes
think
no
that's
sense.
his argument.
It's not my
He
argument.
doesn't
It
understand
is
what he's
not.
talking about.
That is not my argument. No,
It is.
you don't understand what I'm. How the fuck you gonna tell me I
No,
don't
you don't
understand what
understand
I'm
what I'm
talking about?
saying.
Hold
You
on,
don't
Roy Chess,
understand
Roy
what I'm
Chess.
talking about.
Actually, let's let Quantum restate his argument and his claim again, clearly for everybody to understand. Go ahead, Quantum.
Like we slow.
Because that's nowhere close to my argument.
No, you need to ask him, does he know what a science is? Because he clearly doesn't. If it's sense verifiable, it is a science.
As I told y'all,
I heard you, Roy Chess. Roy Chess, hold on. Quantum, can you restate your claims again for the people so that way everybody can clearly understand? Some people may have gotten lost in the back and forth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they did because, as I told you, this is a total category error, and I ain't gonna get into.
Hold on, before you get into that, where's my 808 Mafia song? We got another super chat. Preconditions explain what conditions are in a system prior to something coming to be. Existence, though, is the highest level system and can have previously existing conditions. Shout out Il Doctrine.
Thanks. Il Doc.
And this, and Doc, you correct. That's why I say preconditions. The preconditions of existence. The only thing that you need for existence to be intelligible is time and nature, and then you have existence. Everything else out of the interactions of time and nature comes downstream. And once time and nature gets to a certain point, the thing that they call the Big Bang was actually just a phase shift. So that's how I know that time and nature has always been in some state, phase, or form. This is what they're missing. And everything else forms from that, not created, because everything has always been. Just like my man Bonswat was talking about earlier about how energy has always been. It doesn't leave, it just transforms and transmutes into different things. This is exactly what I'm telling you. But the conditions for those things to happen, you have to have time and nature. And that is my argument. So if you want to argue against me,
got a question.
You have to stop. You have to argue those preconditions. Don't come to me talking about anything about any other sciences until you argue what I'm trying to argue. You telling me I don't understand what my argument is, and I'm telling you I have a transcendental argument for necessity and sufficiency of existence. If you don't understand what that means, that's you. You need to look it up and see what I mean, because you and the young lady Honey do not understand arguments. If y'all think there's only one argument, and I'm telling y'all there isn't. You need to look up what a transcendental argument is, and it'll tell you what I'm trying to argue. And once you find out what I'm arguing, then come to me with some disputes, because all that stuff that you talking is just noise. So it ain't even an argument.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
because
what I'm
you're
gonna do.
saying.
I got a question when you get done, bro.
Go ahead. Let's
You're
go
saying
with
it's nature.
first let's go with Humble and then let's go with Sadiq. Humble, go ahead. You had a question?
All right. What up? Yes, my question for the brother is, do existence exist without awareness?
Facts.
No, once there's time and nature, proto-awareness kicks in. Proto-awareness and recognition of time and nature. Everything else fractalizes.
So
we
it's
are
not G-force, no longer time and nature. Now is awareness, time and nature. Now you adding forces to it.
The Holy Trinity.
I never added those forces to that. Those forces come downstream from the interactions of time and nature. That's called emergent. Do you know what? Wait, time out. Can I finish? Let me finish.
Yes.
Do you know what emergent means?
No, you complete your thought. Don't give us a quiz.
Oh, okay. Well, so emergent means there's functions and conditions set.
And you better know what the fuck emergent means.
It's suave. Yeah.
And that's,
go ahead, Quantum. You got it, brother.
And at the time in nature finds stable patterns to exist and persist.
Okay. So and don't get it misconstrued, pointing in the wrong direction, fucked up, twisted Wall Street Willies. But I say this, it's not the open up, but I say this, okay. Was the unstable? Is there a pre-existence to time and nature, brother?
The time and nature has always been.
Okay. And so time and nature has always existed. So the physical realm has always existed.
Whenever there was time and nature, there isn't.
Hold on, you're finna give me a answer, and I need you to let go of the Bible.
Because
I don't want the sides. No, all I'm asking is because since we've solidified that nature is physical and time is physical, and you said always. I'm gonna time out. Go ahead. I'm timing out. Go ahead. You got 17 seconds left.
Existence is because there's time and nature. All of the physical things in existence come from nature. All of the motion and the sequencing comes from time. When I say time, I'm not just talking about clock time. Okay.
But that's not the clarification. I gave you a question. You're explaining me something that I heard you say and I understand. What I'm saying is, does anything predate time and nature, which both you admit are physical? Is there anything that predates physical, or has physical always existed?
Good question.
Nothing can predate the preconditions of the things that you're looking for. Time and nature is why you can even look for the thing that you're looking for. Because there's time and nature, you have
cards. That's not
there's no cue card.
You're negating my question, sir. That was not my question. What I asked you, sir, is if nature and time have been deemed to be physical by you.
Right.
Is there anything that predates physical has physical always existed? Because I'm gonna tell you why.
No, I see your question now. No.
Right. Okay.
Time and nature has always existed in different states, phases, and forms. So whether some of those phases was physical and some of those phases were not, I don't know. The phase that we got now.
Okay. I'll holler at y'all, man. That's what I've been looking for all fucking night. I don't know.
Okay.
Honestly, man, Black Power, man.
Okay. I give him credit. Okay. Oh.
What exists that's not physical? That's what I'm asking.
He don't know.
What you mean I don't know?
He admitted he didn't know. I give him credit for that.
Your imagination.
I'd rather keep it real than this make up stuff and lie.
Really fast, if I may, this go back to why I asked the question I asked, right? And y'all heard him when I asked the question, he threw awareness in there. When Suave was talking to him, he took awareness out and kept going back to physical mind like it was doing all night, right? So for time and nature to exist, something must have been aware of time and nature, because awareness in nature does not exist.
No, that's a fun.
I must agree.
No, that's only if existence. That's only if existence was created. I don't propose that existence was created. Listen to me. Listen. Time and nature has always been in some phase. Y'all have to understand this. In some state, phase, or form. That means they shift. Like this. Listen. The awareness that you're talking about comes downstream when time and nature does something else. Time and nature doesn't need awareness. Awareness isn't before time and nature. Time and nature
first.
Ooh,
makes
time and awareness.
Time and nature can't be first.
Okay,
And look, hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute, 1 second. 1 second. The only problem I got is since you're using nature, I guess that means as into all physicality or any event that can come out of the physical world. It doesn't make sense when you try to base it all on time and nature, when time is literally is the measure of nature.
Exactly.
The beginning point of nature to the ending point of nature, or whatever, and all the things in the events that happen in between it in your so-called nature are the measure of time. So if that is to be so, something or someone has to be aware of it first.
Right.
The brother is right.
It has
on
to
point.
be. If there's a mind involved.
Had to be aware of it first.
Nothing's going to happen without a mind being aware.
That's only can I speak? Can I speak now?
Yeah.
Can I speak?
I got a question too. You're done.
That is only if I suppose that creation is why there is an existence. See, I don't propose that creation is why there is an existence. I propose that time and nature has always been, so there has always been existence.
I got a question, brother.
Everything else that you're talking about, the awareness, is proto awareness of time and nature, not no outside mind.
I don't think you
time. Do you know what proto awareness is?
And I know what.
Do you know what proto? Do you know? Do you know what?
No. What proto awareness? Proto awareness.
You just think. Hey, listen.
He put mind in there. Long put a mind in there. I can agree with it. There got to be an awareness indicates presence of mind.
What he doesn't know is he cut his own leg off. If he's admitting
right.
proto awareness, he's admitting.
What is that on the left side of your head? I'm sorry. Wipe that off the left side of your head. Is that linked to your head or something?
Quote unquote nature. Before it happens,
right?
Or as it happens.
Oh, that's a moan.
There you go. You just said it. As it happens. As it happens, because existence is an ongoing occurrence.
You ever
so they just stop it. Existence is an ongoing occurrence.
Right.
Proto awareness leads to better awareness. The more that time and nature find stable patterns, the more coherent and the more complex organisms and thoughts become. So the consciousness that you have, can I finish?
Go ahead.
Yes.
The consciousness that you have is a complex emergence of the built-in proto-awareness of time and nature. This proto-awareness is the same as existence. It is because there's time in nature. Now you need to look up what proto-awareness and proto-recognition is, and then you'll understand the mechanism that time and nature went through.
Terrible. Watch this. For something to exist, right? For something to be aware, there must be experience. He's leaving out experience.
That's if I'm proposing creation.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Creation.
One minute, gentlemen. Hold on, gentlemen. Let Humble get him.
Let me get this one question out.
Hold on, Swab. Let Humble get him. Let Humble get him real
Yo, this
quick.
guy is pseudo. He talking proto-awareness.
Oh, you thought he wasn't
Ain't no
pseudo.
proto, none of that. How do we know this stuff been here? Because it's been experienced. We can feel the experience of the sun. We can feel the heat of the sun, bro. That's experience.
That's you.
That's us. But Brother Humble, do you have to experience the sun for the sun to exist, sir? You're gonna say no, right?
Hell no, he don't.
Okay, so
these things are downstream.
He's taking away the factor of creationalism in experience and saying that experience or existence has always been that. And
they know this.
In
this
some
is what
form, in some form, physical. Yeah. So this is what I want to ask you, based off what you said. Time and nature find stable patterns. Does unstable patterns exist without time and nature?
No, nothing can exist without time and nature.
No, wait. I didn't say patterns. You said that time and nature find stable patterns, and that's where it locks in and shit happens, right? But if that's a true statement, that means that unstable patterns exist.
They don't persist, though. But they don't persist.
Still exist within the nature.
Persist. It doesn't mean hold on. It doesn't mean if they persist. It means it exists. Hold on. Wait. Let's get this nailed down. I don't want to be ignorant of this. If time and nature waits to find a stable pattern, that means that unstable patterns predate stable patterns, which means that time and nature doesn't have the same relationship with them unstable patterns as they do with. So it seems like these things that you would like to perceive as physical, which is time and nature, cannot exist or represent itself without a stable pattern. And if a stable pattern post-date unstable patterns, that means that the precondition to time and nature is unstable patterns, which cannot be physical.
Now, as you just stated, again, I keep telling y'all that you keep going downstream and trying to bring it upstream. When I talk about the preconditions of existence, I'm talking about what is needed. Now, y'all talking about something has to be there. I say something don't have to be there for something to happen, because you're saying that happening is outside of time and nature. So that means it doesn't have structure, right? And this is why I know that existence is formation and not creation. No, and all of y'all questions keep on.
Let him get it out. Wait. Let him get it out, Cosmo. Then we're gonna let you know. You gonna be able to respond to him right after.
Let me go after Cosmo.
And then all of y'all. Who else after that? Hold on, let's get some order around here. Who else after Banu? All right, go ahead.
I'll go after Banu.
Yeah. Okay. You keep saying time and nature finding stable patterns. What you're supposing right there is that time and nature already has a mind and that they're searching for things. That's not how existence works. Existence has built-in constraints from the jump, simply because for time and nature to persist, they have to have constraints. Now, as you agreed and as I agreed, time and nature has always been. So if that's the case, we got to take away creation and say that everything else that is here simply formed from the preconditions and the things that was first here. That being said, we know about things called morphogenesis. So existence and time and nature has to be morphogenic. All of those things that you're talking about, thinking, presupposing, all of those emerge downstream, not up here where I'm talking about.
You done, bro?
Yeah, I got a quick reply to that. And then y'all
hold on, wait a minute.
Because he's replying to what I said. No, I disagree. I did not say that I believe that time in that.
Damn, cuz I was supposed to know that.
That was a direct reply to what I said, and I'm gonna just take 30 minutes, and I'm gonna give it to you, blood.
30 minutes.
Or whatever game you wanna be on. What the fuck is going on? But
come on, order, man. Order.
Oh, that's a tumor. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So this is what I'm saying. No. You brought up time in that you just set up and said you keep talking about time and nature in stable patterns. No, this is your spiel. What I'm saying is that if time and nature has to find a stable pattern for things to persist, that means that it passed by several unstable patterns. So unstable patterns existed before stable patterns, which means persistence of time in nature is post unstable patterns. And I shut up.
Don't respond to that. Don't respond to that. No. We're about to pass it to Cosmon. Don't respond to that. Cosmon, it's on you.
Order.
You can get back to that. Take notes on his thing. I'm sure he's gonna come back to that to ask you why he said no.
You know, in all due respect, you dig what I'm talking about. I just think the brother can't have it both ways. You can't say that it's built upon a thing, but it doesn't have structure when we know the preconditions of physical matter. They are called the periodic table of elements. We know them. You dig what I'm saying? So it does have function and structure. So that hints back to the mind. That hints back to the fact that it was created and is part of creation. So go ahead, fellas.
And see, and that's why I say again, you keep saying creation. I never said anything about creation. I said everything has always been, so everything that comes, hold on. So everything that, no, there is no creation. Nature is part of what has always been. The other part of that is time.
Oh, so you said form as well. You still form things, right?
Yes, that's downstream.
Patterns, right?
That's downstream. That's all downstream after you have time and nature.
All right,
but none of that comes before awareness. That's the whole.
Hold on. Let me just ask him this question.
Of course it does. You need something to be aware of.
All right. So are you proposing that time exists?
Come on, man. I know y'all ain't that. I'm sorry, my bad.
You don't want to hear it.
Can you hear me?
I think you want to tell the family what is your. Yeah, I'm asking the fam what is your definition of I think you want to tell the fam your definition of what creation is. I understand what you're saying, but most people are not going to understand what you're saying when you say there's no creation. I can hear you.
All right, but wait your turn real quick. Hold on. I'm asking the brother, is he proposing that time exists without a mind to perceive it?
Facts.
If somebody's talking, I can't hear somebody.
No, I'm
asking you. Banu is asking you, are you saying that time exists?
Y'all hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Can you hear us?
We can hear you. Yeah,
we can hear you.
Is somebody else talking?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey,
Quantum.
Anybody else? Who can you hear? Quantum?
I can hear you. I can hear you saying, who can I hear?
Go out and come back in.
I play that commercial, man. Let's get it, man. I don't recognize Valentine's Day. For some reason, A1 wants to have a debate on Valentine's Day, and they keep calling it Valentine's Day. But February,
it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans 81. He's not sitting in recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments. Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
Yeah. Make sure.
Yeah.
Leave your roses.
The Valentine's Day massacre. Yeah.
Okay, the brother back. Mike, check. Can you hear us all, brother?
Can you hear me?
We can run down so we can hear everybody.
Quantum peace.
Was asking a question. Yeah.
Peace, guys. Lord, shout out to you, Mecca. I just wanted to ask you, from the information you've been saying, are you proposing that time exists without a mind to perceive it?
No, I never
answer that question. Just know who you're talking to. That's
wait. You talking about right now, or has it ever existed?
I'm saying, like, can it?
Yeah, now or whenever. Right.
Can time exist without a mind to perceive it?
Ooh, and since you admitted time always been.
That's why he keep cutting. Man, my thing must be going because It's cutting out when you asking the question.
Are you saying that time exists without a mind to perceive it?
It has before, yes.
So time exists whether there is a mind to perceive it or not.
That's man. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Oh no, bro.
Could you?
You gotta have a mind, bro. No, hell no.
And are you saying in the mind?
Wait. So to go
Let me
off that
walk you
question,
into it. Let me
there has
walk
to
you
be a,
into it.
so if the planets are in rotation, there has to be a
Hell
mind to
no.
perceive that for that. Like, I don't know.
If let me just say my point as to why I said that, because it's my understanding that if there's no mind present to perceive things, those things don't exist, because our minds is what makes sense of all of this. So just like sound, light, color, whatever, none of it exists without a mind there to perceive it. So if you're saying that time was always here, then that would mean that there was a mind here to perceive that
state of mind.
that time that was here.
It has to be that way.
I got a question for you, young man.
That breaks universal law to indicate.
That sounds insane.
Was the earth here before you got here?
Was the what?
Was the earth here before you got here?
Yes.
Was there
2000.
Before you was able to perceive the earth? You mean to tell me before you was able to perceive the earth was here?
But that's not what he's asking. You're simplifying it to a redundant frame. What he's saying is on the magnitude of time in nature, not the magnitude of Charles Baldwin or True Dolezal, not an individual person being born on Earth. On the ratio of existence of time and fucking nature before any of us was born. So bringing up our birthdays.
There you go. If one man was born, doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Because if one man can tell me that he was born and nature and time was here before he got here, there is no logical reason
Sure, but you don't
for me to believe. I really do know. I agree with you. That man just told me. That man just told me that time that the earth was here before he could perceive it.
And we can prove that.
If I can prove, I can prove this. I can prove that man. I can prove that he can turn his head, and the sun is still burn his neck. He'll know that the sun is out without actually perceiving it. Why? Because he's experienced. Because he's experienced. Now I'm telling you this.
That's simple. That's simple. Nobody would disagree with that. But hold on. Wait a minute. Were his parents able to perceive the world before he was born?
What? Hello?
Nope.
No,
factually,
you got to throw it out.
So the world existed factually before even this person existed. So
all right, hold on. Let me just address what I was saying though.
Hold on one second.
Can y'all hear me?
Either way, what he's failing to see is either way there is a mind there to perceive it.
No. Because that mind had a time when it wasn't there. But time in nature has always been. But there's a time when time in nature, exactly, until you get to until you get to those preconditions, and that's why I say this is where quantum Onlyism
what was time before it was perceived in?
Yo, can I respond when y'all done with this back and forth? Just let me respond to that.
Hold on, my bad about I ain't muting you up on no weird ish, Banu. When you got your thing off mute, it sound like you underwater and it's like just vibrating over top of them and you're not even saying nothing.
But he do need to be replied to and get the reply.
Next Banu gets to respond to what he's saying because it was his question. Go ahead. I don't know where y'all left off.
Sadiq, you borging out real bad. I don't know if you saying nothing, but I'm hearing static in your background.
See, this is our comparison right here. And I see where y'all keep going back because the mind that you end up getting to is going to be what you call God. You want God to be that intention that caused existence or creation. And I defer. I say that what has always been here has not been a personified God. The thing that has always been here in some state, phase, or form is time and nature. Therefore, they weren't created. Just like that thing that you talking about, the mind wasn't created. But everything, but everything else that comes, it doesn't. It doesn't. If that thing, because that thing that you're proposing wasn't created. You can't tell me who created it. So I'm putting time and nature right there where you putting that mind in. And I believe that time and nature is a way better explanation of something else, because when you put intention in there, you saying that we were created. So that would make our mind an artificial. Listen, that would make us, if we were created, we are artificial. Everything that about us would be artificial, because the real intelligence would be what created us.
That's not true. Please let Banu reply and then let Cosmon and Sadiq go. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to jump in on some of this. I'm hearing a lot of absolutes up in this motherfucker. A lot of absolutes.
Bro. So it's my understanding that the creator of this universe is a mind. You know what I'm saying? And we're products of that mind, and we're able to create the same way that mind creates on a smaller scale with our minds. The same way you could create a world right inside your mind with characters and write a book that is independent of anything that anybody else has experienced, is your own personal experience. So to say that time and nature existed prior to a mind is to say that time and nature can create the universe in which we live in now. And I would ask you, how could time create the universe and the experience that you're experiencing right now? Time and nature by itself. How could those two independent things create the reality that we're experiencing right now?
Okay, so again, I'm gonna tell you, you keep talking about creation as a foundational explanation, because in the traditional sense, it's mechanically incoherent and unnecessary. And here's why. Creation smuggles in the very conditions it claims to explain.
What are you reading from?
To create is an action. Action implies sequence, before, after, structure.
Right.
Things. So the moment someone says God created, they already relied on ordering and determinacy. Yeah. They didn't get under the foundation. They assumed it. From nothing is empty language. Nothing has no properties.
You're assuming
straight out. Like
if there are no constraints
in the way God works,
there are no constraints, there is no basis for a specific outcome instead of any other, or no outcome at all.
Because I don't want you to
from nothing isn't a mechanism.
I don't want you
to Oh man.
I just want to hold you up real quick. I think you're assuming how this universal mind created what it created, and you're giving your interpretation as an absolute on how mind created time, space, and everything that we're perceiving as reality. So
basically, you're just giving us belief in imaginary subjectivity.
Of course.
Okay.
Real quick.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in.
Hold on, real quick before you go, Sadiq. We got like 10 or 11 people watching from JJ 7000's page. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my advertisement in. If you guys can come on over here, we're on YouTube at Titans Debate League. This is Argument Alley, and we are here with Quantum Truth tonight.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. in. You've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Yes, get on over here. Yep, everybody on JJ's page, you can come on over to @Titans Debate League. It's on the ticker at the bottom as well.
Yep.
And a few more things that you can expect to see here.
To Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fall, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Let's go. And back to you, gentlemen. Sadiq.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir. Somebody has some static. It's probably Sadiq again. It sounds like his static. Can you mute up real quick, Sadiq? Okay. I heard that, but I can barely hear it. Yeah, that was him. Go ahead, Quantum.
So first I need to make something clear. When people talk about creation answers the wrong question. It asks who started it, like reality is a product. I'm asking what must be true for reality to be possible at all. That's a preconditioned question, not a story question. So I say formation, not creation. Formation is a tighter model. And this is why I beat creation. Formation, I don't need a supernatural personality to explain why structured states obtain. Ordered change plus determinacy is enough to yield a what and a when. And morphogenesis, I don't know if y'all know what morphogenesis is, but morphogenesis explains how complex patterns emerge from constraints over time. And you don't need no mind. So while y'all keep saying creation, I never said creation. That's y'all. I'm talking about formation.
So let me ask you a quick question. How is your argument different from the Big Bang single particle, the universe came from that? Because it sounds like if I grant you time and nature, that sounds similar to a single particle, and then everything went downstream, as you say.
Hold on, I'm sorry. That's an amazing question. Sadiq is back. I don't want to go off on a long tangent because we're about to get deep on that. Can you put a pin in that one?
Yeah.
Come back to that one, please. Because that's a good question. But I don't want, that's
Sadiq, go.
That could be 20 minutes. Sadiq. Just to try to keep order and keep it fair for everyone.
I think that's the whole answer to it too.
Yeah,
Banu, you better from the chat, Banu. You better look at your screen.
Yeah, because we are looking for debate topics. Honey, is that a debate topic for you and Banu or for Banu to take on with Quantum? Let me know so that way nobody steps on your toes. Go ahead, Sadiq, it's on you.
Now the brother said for the family, when you tell him there's no creation, or it's like you tend to deplatform creation when the guys could be talking about creating. You made a comment, there's no creation. I know what you're talking about, but how would you explain it to the family in a way that they could understand?
I was explaining it like this. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would just have to explain it like this. Creation is intentional. To create something, you have to have intentions. Like I would agree that like humans, we can create music. We form thoughts in our head, but like I understand that type of creation. But when we talking about the creation, of the universe or of existence, that's a totally different creation. It needs intention. And from
Okay,
what
can we stop right there for a second? Just to build on what you're saying. How can one create existence? Existence has always been. It's not created nor destroyed. But you said something to the contrary. Existence can be created. What do you mean by that?
I agree with you. I don't believe existence can be created.
Existence
That's why I don't.
Existence predate creation. But you made the context that even predate existence itself. What do you mean by that?
No. Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Facts. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that don't go. The only way that would happen is if I would say there is creation, but I don't agree with creation. Everything I see is formation.
Right. Okay.
Right. Hey, can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I could get back.
Okay. Now, in the physics perspective, right? Time and existence are simultaneous, right? So,
correct.
Do you see time as like a container that things exist in, or is it like a quality of things themselves?
Like I said, there is existence because there is time and nature. See, you can't have existence with just time because nothing would change. You would have no time for anything to do anything. So time has to be there. But once you have time, you have to have nature. And the reason I know this is because nature and the structures that form is evidence that time is passing. So that's why I always say this. There is existence because there's time in nature. They always have been, they always will be in some state, phase, or form. Right now, I believe that they're in the ultimate state, which is union. That's where time and nature can break down to fractals. And that's why we can be. This is why different emergences and expressions of time and nature compose themselves. This is why mothers and fathers get together the same way time and nature got together. Father time, mother nature. It all backs down to that. Because
listen, so again, that go back to what the brother just asked, because you basically just quoted Big Bang.
Now listen, like I said,
right.
If time and nature has always been in some state, phase, or form, then there's a time where it was before the Big Bang. Big Bang is just a phase shift into observable.
Right.
So time and nature has always been, and there was what they call the Big Bang.
But if you're admitting that time and nature have already existed, and that there is nature and it has rhyme, reason, season, law attached to it, you've already admitted to the mind and hence the creator.
Facts.
Wait.
Whether you believe that or not, you've already admitted to the function.
Yeah, no. I don't believe that.
Right.
That's all. The function. Wait. The function is all. The function is all it is. The function is all it is because that creator you talking about needs time and nature to create, brother.
Or does it create time?
No. It would need time and nature to create. That's why this idea is incoherent. This is what.
Because if it always existed, like you said, all things have always existed.
I said time and nature.
As they are now, as they always will be, you've already admitted to a creator.
No, I didn't. I created the time. Time and nature is not a creator. Time and nature are conditions. Listen, time and nature are the conditions for existence. That creator that you're talking about would need to be within existence. This is why that idea is incoherent and doesn't. This is why people always have this. This is why they argue about this forever. Because that incoherent thought that you're having about a creator, you're saying that creator doesn't need time and doesn't have a nature. And that's false. Nothing beats time and nature because nothing can work without having a time and a nature to work.
We got a debate here. What you want to do?
Hey, Sadiq Rob,
What's up?
Hey, regardless to whatever, I know how my brother feels and how he believes.
Right.
The crazy part is that is literally the first page of the Book of Jehovah in O.L.E.E. Regardless to what you ain't got to believe in a creator or nothing. Right. It's literally all things were, all things are, all things shall.
Okay, so
if you agree with that, hold on. If you agree with that, then why are you trying to give it intention when you know that it could be without intention? You don't want to take accountability. You want to be able to blame stuff on the devil. You want to be able to blame stuff on the devil, don't you?
Creator is taking accountability for all of it.
See, you want to be able. That's what it is. You want to be able to blame something. You want to be able to
blame and the credit for all of it. I don't want none of it.
No. See what I'm saying? You don't want no accountability in existence.
I just want to experience it.
No, that ain't what you can do.
What about the sheer intention? What about the sheer intention?
That's not what time and nature gives you. Time and nature provides you.
Nature has intention.
Time and nature. No.
Well, yeah. Notice, I'll say this, brother Quantum. Notice that things what you call creational that's reformed has a certain form which denotes function.
I don't believe in creation.
Back and go both ways, which indicates intention.
Believe in creation. I don't believe.
No, and I get that. I agree, brother. Hold on. It's okay. Come back.
I don't know if you heard that last part. I may have to repeat that. Yeah. Notice that things that we witness in the physical world that comes from our mind has a certain form per intention, as it's reformed, if you will, if you don't want to use the word creation. Nonetheless,
hey, you breaking up, bro. It's over with. You in the
you can tell. Yeah, you can tell he ain't talking about that.
But look though. Listen though, brother. Listen to me.
Shout out to Super chat. It reads: time exists, nature exists, trees exist, thoughts exist. Existence is not another item on the list of existences.
Hey,
Shout
that brother
out
deep,
Bill
man.
Doctor.
Nice beard.
Look out for his
Seem
show.
like somebody got it.
Be on the lookout for L Doctor and show coming up on the channel soon. Audit the Argument, where we're going to go and deep dive into some of the best debates we've seen on the internet as well as on this channel. It's going to be an event. So yeah, go ahead, gentlemen.
And don't forget Swabballs versus A1 Man February 14th, which you recognize as Valentine's Day. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say. Yes, they're having a very elementary conversation with you because they're not wrapping their minds around the fact that you don't give a fuck about creation, right? You've already murdered creation. You've already saying, which you allow them to have that elementary conversation when you make examples as someone's birthday. Like, let's stay in the pre-God realm, right? So nature is existence.
Wait, you broke up. What did you say again? Say that. Start over.
Can y'all hear me? Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. Nature is existence. Disagree or agree?
Time and nature. So
no, wait. Hold on. Wait. Because I'm gonna take time off the table. Time doesn't have to exist just because existence exists. Because time is the measurement of two bodies in relationship to each other. Existence can be present without two physical bodies. Space is existence. So you can have space with no movement, and if you don't have any movement, guess what you don't got? No father time.
Oh, okay. Now, that's why I say that existence without time is incoherent. And here is why. And Onlyism, time and nature are functional constraints, not supernatural beings, and not just everyday words. Time, or fati, father time, fati, father time, is the ordering function, not just the measurements of time that you're talking about. Those are just aspects of time. Those are measurements. Time, the actual thing that I'm talking about, that moment that's passing, where things can order, where things have time to change, where nature has time to change, is the time that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that clock time.
Understood. You're fine tuning your argument right now on the spot. Because you already, because what happened earlier, right? And I'm just re-engaging you in something because you already ran from the unstable patterns argument. I murdered you on it. So now what we know, it's okay. I got you. You're my brother. So what we establishing is the argument that time and nature doesn't have a precondition. You say they always exist. So I'm coming at you in the compartmentalized argument that time is the measurement of two bodies. You said outside of physical time, you don't know. So I don't care about your opinion on that. We've already got you to admit that you don't know. But time physically is the measurement of two bodies in relationships to each other when it comes to movement. Even if two bodies exist, if they never move, there's no measurement of time. There's no time. And I will say this. We are at a very privileged state where we can jump on this internet and talk this shit, but we're very ignorant, okay? Everything, we don't create nothing. We recognize what already exists. Every note, every color, every pattern, every thought, everything already exists. We just have to manifest it through physical or whatever spirit or whatever you separate the physical from, because it's obviously some more than physical, which is my argument with you, because you admitted that time and nature are both physical. And I'm saying before physical existed something not physical. Nature and time comes downriver to what this is that pre-existed the physical realm. And I'm not talking about a God. I'm not a Muslim or Christian or Israelite or a Buddhist, nothing. Okay. I'm Black Power, which is my real beef with you, but I'm gonna avoid it tonight because you died on the first question I gave you. But
disagree.
Okay, well, I said I jumped on the panel. I said Black Power. You said Black Power. I said you Black Power. You said no. You died.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to make you feel comfortable. I didn't die. I made you feel comfortable. I made you feel alive.
A woman or a baby? Which one did you want me to?
Made you feel alive. I made you feel alive.
And to be an op to you. So why make me comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay, this is argument. This isn't whole hands harvest.
I want the best you. I want the best you when I destroy you. Now,
well, I have several topics we can set up a debate, and I could be ready within a couple of weeks.
You have no topics. Let me tell you about this topic that we're talking about.
First of all, my first topic is: does unstable patterns predate stable patterns? Because you said time and nature waits on a stable pattern to persist.
I never said time and nature waits. Stop putting words in my mouth.
What? Wait. You said that time and nature needs a stable pattern, right?
That's not what I said.
Okay, you know this recorded on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, like I said, I already with you in that conversation. I already with you in the Black Power conversation.
No, you didn't. You haven't won anything.
Okay. I wish this was my panel because I'm so petty. I will rewind this video and show you where you said time and nature waits on a stable pattern. It needs a stable pattern. If time and nature needs a stable pattern to persist, that means it waited. And if it waited, that means other patterns other than stable patterns pre-existed stable patterns. At least one unstable pattern existed before a stable pattern. And you don't have existence or what you deem is physical before that. You're dead.
Time and nature, their self, when they are in co-presence of each other, are the stable pattern. All of those things inside of all of those things. Hold on, can I finish?
Yes, finish.
Maybe I answer your question.
Yes.
All of those unstable patterns and patterns that you're talking about are parts of time and nature. They're not time and nature. Time and nature is what persists to allow anything else, stable or unstable, to exist. Do you understand my argument?
Now I read.
Existence is, listen, I'm going to say it again. Maybe you can put it in one of your chat bots or something and see what we're working with. Existence is that there is time and nature. Time and nature are the co-present. They are the necessities for an existence to be.
Understood.
They have been in at all times. There's never been a time when they haven't been. So when you say, so now listen. So when you say that time and nature has been in unstable patterns. I'm telling you that that's not the time I'm talking about. That's just a different part of time.
Cool.
The totality of existence is because there's time and nature. Now that they're in observable form, what they call the observable universe, it breaks down into fractals. These fractals are still fractals of the larger thing that is going on that allow those unstable and stable patterns to persist. Do you understand that?
Yes. Will you be ready to debate that in 2 weeks?
Absolutely. I'll be ready to debate it right now.
No person. No, I've been through this a million times. No person that's serious about debating set it up for right now.
Watch this, y'all.
No one serious about debating set it up right now. What I'm saying is,
watch this, y'all. Watch this. So you need time. So you need time.
Yes.
Let me know that.
Hold on.
Flyers have to be made. Promotion has to be produced. We have to put up. This is not just something we finna just flake right now, right? I can argue with you, but this is a debate league. We do structured debates where we make flyers, we do advertising, we do marketing to gain viewership on the channel. Will you allow that to happen? Give us 2 weeks and come back and debate that with me so I could cut your head off on the conversation.
I feel you. You need time. You need time to get your nature together.
Yes,
and
I'm a very
my man. I'm gonna tell you. And I'm gonna tell you why I know I ate you tonight. All that stuff you talking. Because my man's A1 said, if you want to debate me right now, we can get that $50. I'll debate you right now.
No. I didn't say right now. I want the flyers. I want to promote everything he said. He was right.
My bad.
Now don't be wrong twice in a row. Okay.
I ain't wrong. Never wrong.
All right. So I'm gonna leave you alone. I feel like
Thank you for your inquiry of the quantum truth of the only divinity. We'll be happy to eat you.
What we're gonna do is tomorrow we're gonna get a date for official face-off, and we're gonna get you two on the stage so that way you can ask each other questions, come up with the title, and get a date. And then from there we'll move on to the official debate. So tomorrow I will put you two in a group chat.
And I thank you, Quantum, for taking.
Can I ask
I appreciate you too.
It's just a sport with me, bro. It's debate.
Right.
I measure myself up against you intellectually. Let's give the people a good show. Let's give them a reason to support the league and actually give us like a way to bring money into our homes. Like real talk, this shit is hard for me, bro. So shout out to you.
Can I ask the brother some questions, please?
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Can I reply to my man? Thank you for challenging me with the debate. This is a sport to me too. Sometimes I get real into it because this is a whole philosophy that I put together to answer all these questions. And so I want to thank you for allowing me to display what I've put together.
Absolutely, God.
Okay, so let me ask the brother some questions because I'm not here trying to tear you down. I'm just trying to get some consistency here. Quantum. My other what I asked before, and before the other brothers were in front of me. So it sounds like your use of the phrase time and nature is similar. It sounds awfully similar to the Big Bang argument that a singularity in time and nature existed. Some time passed, some nature passed, an explosion occurred, and some things followed from that explosion. Stars, galaxies, planets. Does that sound familiar to you?
No, that's exactly what we see.
So is that your like you're just calling the singularity time and nature? Is that you just rehashed it?
No. What I did is I went before. I went way before the singularity in the Big Bang. See, time and nature has always like this right here. Like this right here. Like this right here. What you're trying to do is, and what you're arguing for is creation. You want it to be somebody out there. Yes, you do. You want somebody to be. Can I finish talking?
But you're mischaracterizing.
Can I finish talking? No, I'm not. I can't be. I can't be mischaracterizing it. If I'm telling you that the Big Bang was a phase shift of time and nature. Because time and nature has always been. You can call it that if you want to. What I did was provide you with the actual mechanism of what you couldn't point out.
No, what you did was
No. What I did was identify
singularity. The
what I did was
singularity already
identify.
existed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I identified the parts of the thing that you call a singularity. I identified the mechanism of what happened.
They're telling you the singularity already existed.
One mic, gentlemen. Let's let him get it out, Roy Chess. You asking him a question, and you cutting him off before he fully answers.
Like I told you,
with a clarification or
you
whatever.
can call the Big Bang what you want, because that's where your life starts. Mine don't start right there. The Big Bang is downstream from time and nature doing other things previously. Big Bang is a phase shift of time and nature, not a creation.
So it's the
that
same
singularity that you're talking about consisted of these two things, time and nature. Everything that happens, the Big Bang that you're talking about, it's just a phase shift. Do you understand that?
Yes. Okay. So let me get this straight. All right. Let's take what you say is true. You're saying your theory includes the Big Bang theory because your theory comes first.
Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that what you see in existence?
Bro, no, please just answer the question.
I want him to answer.
Yes. I mean, you know that's yes. You know that's.
Okay, just give him the yes, so that way because he'll get confused again.
But I don't want him to miss this. Whether he believes in the Big Bang or not, he says it's post nature and time.
And like I said, the Big Bang happened. I do, but we tell it, it's proven. But I know that was just a phase shift from other things that had already occurred.
Suave just made a statement about what you were saying.
Yeah, that's what I said. I agree. Suave know what I'm saying, because Suave trying to Suave knows exactly
is saying that doesn't make sense.
I know it, and that's what we're gonna argue. And that's what we're gonna argue. That's what me and his debate is gonna be about. I disagree with him.
Okay, I like how you think.
Let me ask you this then, since you believe that the Big Bang is included in your concept, right? So recently, I think in 2025, scientists have found universes that are extremely large for their age. How would
universes?
I mean, I'm sorry, not universe. I'm sorry. Good catch. Galaxies. I'm sorry, not universes. Galaxies. There are some extremely large galaxies that are structured and formed, and these galaxies are some of the oldest galaxies that we found, but they're larger than some of the ones that we know that to exist. How does your theory explain that? If you understand,
yeah, you're asking a question that really don't apply to what we're trying to argue. What we're talking about. You trying to ask me.
Well, your theory has to apply to it if it's real, right? Your theory.
Listen, I have a philosophy. I have a philosophy. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm asking for that for the large universes that act abnormally. How do you explain those abnormalities?
You said universes, but you mean galaxies. Those galaxies those galaxies that's acting abnormal are simply at scale. So what you call it abnormal might be abnormal to you, but all it is time. All it is time and nature. Trying to find. Can I finish? Can I finish? Dang! All that is out there that you seeing that they're observing is time and nature finding stable patterns to persist or not persist.
They're not stable. That's why it's abnormal.
Okay, so they won't persist. In time when nature is going to provide the stage for those things to persist or not persist. So what are you arguing?
I'm not arguing. I'm asking a question. I'm not arguing anything. So I'm asking you, how does the nature explain why these things exist in these early universes when it's not supposed to?
Time.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because these things are so advanced that it would take millions of years to have been formed in that galaxy. But the galaxy is not that old. So these galaxies have things that would take millions of years to form in time. That's why it's abnormal. So it didn't take 2 billion years like some galaxies did. This one over here took 100 million Yes. So, but there's a difference in time and nature from what we see. So it's abnormal. It's not the normal. It's not structured.
So you're telling me that you should be able to run the same speed that I'm running?
No,
just because we're both in time and nature.
No.
So yeah, because you're telling me that the galaxy. Listen, and let me tell you why. Because you saying the galaxy that we in is stable, but then when you look out, you see galaxies that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about our galaxy. I said the early galaxies compared to the other galaxies, whether it's ours or not. The earlier galaxies have things that they're not supposed to have. That has nothing to do with our galaxy. Don't bring out our galaxy in.
You just said, well, you have to. What are you comparing it to then? What are you relating it to?
You can compare it to older galaxies. You don't have to bring
well, I'm gonna tell you, in Onlyism, I only deal in the things that I know, and I know our galaxy is here. Why would I go outside of our galaxy when I'm presupposing that you gonna be talking about our galaxy? Because why do we have to go outside of our galaxy when we know our galaxy is here?
Because you said
that makes no sense. You're adding steps. This is why y'all have incoherent. This is why y'all have incoherent thoughts, because y'all put extra steps in there. Let me tell you how to take that step out. There's no subjectivism. It's only conditional. Let me take them steps out for you. Okay? Stop adding extra steps. The galaxy that I'm going to compare, that you're talking about, to the galaxies that's out there, I'm going to tell you again. This is how time and nature answers that. Time and nature finds all, you see it in this galaxy. You see it even from birth, from the differentiation of stable births and babies being healthy to unstable births and babies not being healthy. Yes, it is. It's about the answer. Because in existence, everything is fractal. Everything works the same. You just have to find the mechanism in it. The mechanism that I'm telling you that you're missing is that those universes or those galaxies that's far out is the only information that we haven't found out how to decipher. So it's going to look unstable to you at scale. But all it is time and nature trying to find a stable pattern to persist or not. It's that simple.
No, it has nothing to do with what you're saying. What I'm
you
telling
see how you just said it's trying to find a stable pattern. Don't that mean it has to wait?
No, that's what it does. Time is, now is, it's happening. Existence is occurring. What y'all talking about, it isn't an event that just like existence came into existence and then it stopped. Existence is an ongoing event. Time and nature has a vector to be. We have this vector to be in us. This is the thing that y'all call intention, but it isn't intention. It's strictly the vector that's built in to be, for you to persist. This is the mechanism that's built in from time and nature's mechanism of interaction. These are the constraints. These are the constraints of an existence that you exist in. It ain't hard.
I'm asking you something.
Show up for this debate, bro.
I'm asking you something very specific, sir.
I answered it.
No, you're not answering it.
Yes, I did. I didn't answer it the way you wanted to answer. I didn't answer it the way you wanted to answer. I'm not going to answer it again. I'm not going to answer it again. So you might as well not ask it again. I'm telling you, I'm not going to give you the answer you're looking for. I'm not going to give you the answer you're looking for.
You don't even understand what I'm asking.
I'm not going to give you. Don't understand what you're asking.
What do you mean I don't understand? I know exactly what I'm answering.
Evidently you don't, because I gave you the answer and you act like I didn't answer your question. No, I didn't give you the answer that you wanted. That's what you need.
You didn't answer the question at all. You seem to be very much a subjectivist.
Okay, I'm a conditionalist.
Isn't that subjective? Hello?
Do they have two different names?
Subjective.
Do they have two different names? Why would they have two different names if they're the same thing? That right there, that shows how logical you are. What does that dispute? That disputes the identity law, the law of identity.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
One thing,
law of identity.
It does. If conditional says conditional, and then you say subjective,
conditional are subjective.
How are they? No, they're not. They're two different things. They're two different things. Subjectiveness comes with comes in a condition.
No shit.
Subjective comes in a condition. So
that's why conditionals are subjective. Give me a conditional that's universal.
Everything is conditional. Everything is conditional.
Existence.
Everything is conditional.
That means it's subjective.
Conditional.
Yes.
No, it doesn't. It means it's conditional.
Give me a conditional that's always true.
Existence.
You are existing. You are existing.
Is that always true? So if I die,
always true.
Now, so
you still exist. You're still gonna exist. You're still gonna exist in a different state, phase, or form. Your body will be dead. Your mind will be dead. The soul seed that is you, your identity, will travel the universe so it can reincarnate. You will still be. The energy does not because the law of thermodynamics tells you. The law of thermodynamics tells you. Onlyism. Listen.
So you're going by science.
No, my God is time. My God is Father Time. My God is time. I'm telling you. How you going? No.
Isn't that still science?
No. No.
Science is not involved with time. No science.
It's not involved. What you mean not involved with time? You use time. You use time. I mean, you can use forms of time to this, but listen, do you understand that you needed time and nature? Did you understand that you needed time and nature to even discover stuff? Man, y'all smart.
So let me ask you this then.
You talking about measurements of time, sir. You can't get your head past you have to get listen. You have to focus. You have to focus now. You have to get your mind past the indoctrination that you had. Okay.
I would like you to focus on telling us what nature means, because you keep saying time and nature. Tell us what nature is by itself. What is nature?
Nature by itself. I can tell you what time and nature is.
No. I'm asking you about nature part only.
No, but I'm not going to tell you about nature only. You know why? Because in quantum onlyism, there is no time without nature, and there's no nature without time. So for me to explain nature, I have to explain time to you. If you don't want the answer to nature, then don't listen. I'm going to give you time and nature because they are co-present. They are entangled. They will always be together, especially in quantum onlyism. Don't tell me not to tell you what time is if you want me to tell you what nature is, because I have to tell you what time.
Are they the same thing? Or are they two different things?
And
are they
now listen.
Are they the same thing? Or are they two
Can you
distinct
mute up?
things?
Can you mute up? And I can tell you. Can you mute up? Can you mute up? You already asked the question. I'm trying to answer the first question you asked. Maybe it'll answer the question that you're trying to put forth. God, do you know how to debate? Focus. Fuck out of here. Stupid. In onlyism, time and nature.
Decorum, QT, decorum. Go ahead.
In onlyism, my friend, time and nature are functional constraints, not supernatural beings.
Are you going to get to the answer to my question? They distinct, or are they the same thing? He's muted. You're muted.
He got a phone call.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear that part.
Make sure I didn't hear Neil.
While he's taking that phone call, we'll go to a word from our sponsors. Only here on Titans Debate League. This Saturday, will you be able to check out this debate?
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
And if you don't know what tonight's episode is
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
And this is Argument Alley, and we are here with Quantum Truth. Go ahead, Quantum. Are you back?
You're muted if you're talking.
I'm muted?
No, him. If he's able to hear us, he's muted.
Yeah, Quantum. There you go.
Yeah. Before we left and went to break, I was talking about what time in nature is, so we can get that out the way. So you won't have to ask me again what time in nature is. And you might, I don't know if you can track or not. But time is the ordering function in existence. It is whatever makes sequence possible. It's before, it's after, it's change, it's duration, it's update, it's causality, and it's logical implication. If anything can differ across progression, time is operating. And nature is the determinacy function. It is whatever makes structure and identity possible. Nature is form, nature is pattern, nature is constraint, nature is distinguishability. It's the this rather than not this. If anything has definable content or stable properties, nature is operating. It's a condition. Time and nature are conditions, the preconditions of existence. Nothing gets outside of that. It is all inside of existence. Nothing can exist outside of existence. Duh.
So you're saying that that's not science? That's not what a science does?
What I just told you is the quantum truth of the only divinity. You can call it science or anything you want to.
So let's go back to the unicorn thing. Do unicorns exist?
Only in your mind.
But I'm asking you, do they exist?
Only in your mind.
So is that like I asked you earlier about existence and you said it had to be physical. My mind is not physical.
Yes, but that thought of a unicorn is incoherent. Therefore, it only exists in your mind if it exists at all. But the fact that it can't be actualized means it's an impossibility in Onlyism. Therefore, it's an incoherent thought. We call that incoherency. So yes, it exists, but it only exists in your imagination.
Why is it incoherent instead of just saying it doesn't exist?
Because you can't actualize, because you can imagine a unicorn. Right? I can imagine it. I can have it in my mind. And I bet you the thought that I have of the unicorn in my mind is not the same thought of the unicorn you have in your mind. I'm sure I see a different picture, right? But I bet you they both have a horn and everything, right? But I guarantee you that I can't actualize that idea that's in my mind, or you can't actualize that idea. Now, that idea has weight because it is in your mind and it's patterned on your brain from memory. Therefore, it exists only in your imagination. Do you understand that?
But your quantum Onlyism doesn't deal with the mental. It deals with only the physical.
What do you mean?
I'm confused how you're answering me that way.
What do you mean?
Because I asked you earlier, does existence
have that's because we was arguing a certain argument. We hadn't gotten down to that. This is a totally different argument.
Let Roy just get it out.
Different argument.
Just explain what he was trying to say.
It's not a different argument. It's the same principle that I asked you.
No, it's not.
You can't.
It's not. You can't. You can't divide my argument and try to make my argument something that it's not. If you want to argue a new fact, if you want to argue a new fact, let's argue a new fact. The fact that we was talking about a while ago, when you asked me about that, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the preconditions of existence. Do you understand that? Now, if you want to talk about the mind and the body and the soul and shit, that's a totally different
dude.
topic.
Let me ask the question. You're the one here answering questions, not me.
I'm asking you no question.
I'm supposed to be asking questions. You're supposed to be answering.
Let him get it up.
I answered your question.
Let him get it up, Quantum. Go, Roy.
You gotta let me finish.
You want to pose your question again?
Yes. So I asked you in the context that you were defining quantum oneism, what does existence mean? Does it have to be physical? Does it have to be mental? What was your answer?
I'm just to give you my definition of existence so you won't never have to ask again. Existence is that which is occurring rather than not.
So does that include both the physical and the mental? I mean, I'm guessing that means
does the mental occur within existence?
You have to tell me what existence is.
Does the mental occur?
The question was,
does the mental exist? Does the mental exist?
You can't ask me about what I'm asking you.
Yeah, let's not answer questions with a question.
No, I'm asking him because I need to know. I need to know.
I'm asking you in your context, what does existence entail? What does that mean?
That which is occurring, that which is doing work rather than not.
And like, is that physical, mental, or is it both?
It's both.
Ah, you changed your answer.
I didn't change my answer. That was a totally different question. That's what I told you. We was on a totally different point then.
No,
so
we wasn't.
Yes, we were.
Now what you're defining is force.
This is a totally different argument. This isn't the argument that we was arguing at first.
First of all, it was never an argument. I asked the same question. How are you giving me two different answers?
I gave an argument when I came up and proposed my philosophy.
Why are you giving an argument to when I ask you a question?
I'm not giving you an argument. I'm giving you an answer. But I'm telling you that the question that you're asking right now isn't the same question that you asked earlier when we were talking about that. These are two different times. Stop being listen. You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous right now. Stop doing this. If we're gonna debate and we're gonna talk, we're going to be genuine about what we're talking about. These are two different things. We were having, when I came in here, listen, when I came into Debate Alley, I proposed, I was giving my philosophy. And then a lady asked me to give my argument. So I gave my premises to my argument. That's what we were talking about first.
The show here, man? Are you running the show? Is that what it is?
Are you?
What's up?
No, I'm talking to him. He thinks he's running the show.
He's explaining it's, I guess, is going back over
he's taking things out of context. There was other people here to witness.
You take my whole argument and trying to put my argument into something else.
I didn't say anything about your
argument. I'm taking it out of context. How am I taking it out of context?
Because I'm the one asking the questions, fool. I'm supposed to be asking the
questions. Are taking.
How am I talking about your argument when I'm asking questions?
Oh, you ain't asking questions. Are you asking questions about my argument, sir? Stop being disingenuous. I'm gonna ask you one more time. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Could you please stop being disingenuous with your argument?
I'm not being disingenuous at all.
But can you please do one or two things? Because I'm gonna go back again. When I came to this, I was introducing my philosophy. I didn't get halfway through it and somebody wanted an argument. I proposed some premises to an argument. You came in and started asking me questions about my premises.
No, I didn't.
I told you.
My question has nothing to do with
absent of all of that, though. Let's just go with the question that's in front of us right now.
Right, I never asked you a question.
I pose it like twice, but I mean, these are all.
I answered it twice.
Either way.
No, I never questioned your premises, brother. So I don't know where you're getting that from.
What was the question you had again?
Oh, it must have been somebody that sounded like you then.
Yeah, it must have been.
Pose the question again.
What is your definition of existence? Because before you answered something different. So I'll give you one more chance. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You answered now it's both. Is that your answer?
No, initially when he first jumped on, his first question was, when you talk about existence, are you talking about only physical or mental? And you said physical.
Yes. And now he's saying both.
I know, but wasn't we talking? But wasn't we talking at that time? What was we arguing?
No, it was my question.
We was arguing about the preacher. Now listen, whoever that was that said what he just asked. Now at that time, was I not arguing about the preconditions of existence?
Yes, I didn't see the move away from there. We're still talking about it.
So you did change your answer. Right now you're telling me both. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. If you want to change your answer, that's fine. But
I'm just going to tell you again my definition of existence.
And then that
existence
okay,
is
go ahead.
that which is occurring rather than not. It is ordered determinacy.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. If I say something that does not exist, like a unicorn, why won't you just say it doesn't exist? Why do you answer that?
Because it exists in your mind.
No. Okay, so you're saying it's both then again. Okay.
No, I'm saying it exists in your mind. And if your mind exists somewhere, then that exists within your mind, just like your mind exists within existence. But all of those are within existence. So yes, it exists even though it can't be actualized. Do you understand what I say when I say it can't be actualized? Because quantum onlyism doesn't stop at thoughts. When somebody has a thought and say, does it exist? We say, where does it exist? Does it exist physically or does it exist mentally? It exists mentally because you can think about it. But then when you try to actualize and bring it into physical, it does not exist. Therefore, it is an impossibility in onlyism. So it exists in your mind. I can't say it doesn't exist because I know for a fact it exists in your mind. Why would I say otherwise?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do my ideas, are they under time and nature?
When you come up with your ideas, do you come up with your ideas within time and nature? Yes.
What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means.
Yes. I say yes to the question you asked, because when you sit there and you think and you come up with the idea, it took time to come up with that idea. In time, you formulated patterns and structures of an idea within the time frame that you formed the idea.
And what's the nature part?
The nature is your mind and your soul doing work and forming the idea. It takes you, the physical you, to form the idea so you can even see if it can be actualized. That's the nature part. You are the one that's actually doing the work to form the idea. Oh, dang. How hard is it?
So it's still a little bit confusing because you're going back and forth.
That's right. We're going to get it to you. I wish I could give you the whole worldview in one day, and then you wouldn't even ask these questions. But I can answer them on within time and stuff. It's just, you know what I'm saying? This the gauntlet, so I got to take you through it. I'm sorry that I'm answering all your questions with logic, but that's just what it is, Royce. Your thoughts exist because you can actualize them or they cannot be actualized, okay? But then we have to do work. We have to see if those thoughts or those imaginations or ideas can be actualized. And this is why. Just like that idea of the unicorn, the idea of a creator it's impossible. Why? Because it doesn't meet time and nature. And what do I mean by that? Creation takes time and a nature to be created. And you're telling me that something existed before existence was. And that's why that is an incoherent thought. That's why God must be something else. It must be what the reason for existence is and what sustains existence. The quantum truth of the only divinity identifies those as the functions and the conditions set forth by Father Time, my God, and Mother Nature, my goddess. Functionally, what they persist is existence. Once they're together and doing work, there is an existence. They all come together. Time, nature, and existence. This kills infinite regress that everybody always runs into, but quantum onlyism doesn't. Not only that, the 12 hard problems of existence are answered by quantum onlyism. And I don't have to answer that tonight, but it's just amazing what I've come up with. And I love the questions that you have, but they can all be answered. All you have to do is sit down and understand that You have to take accountability in existence. Time and nature provide you with opportunity for possibility. You make everything happen. There's no God, no creator, and nothing. Everything is formed. The creations, like creating music, creating a piece of art, yeah, we create that because we created those ideas within our mind. But as far as something creating existence, no, existence has always been, because there has always been Father Time and Mother Nature in some state, shape, phase, or form.
Okay, I want to point out that you made another inconsistency, because earlier when people were talking about creation, you said you didn't talk about creation. You said it was about formed because it already existed.
But I said that anything created, like music, songs, are within existence. Those are things that when I'm talking about creation on the level that we were talking about, it isn't happening because things have always. It hasn't always. It can't be. In fact, it's illogical and incoherent. And why do I know this? Because for something to be, it needs time and it needs a nature. And for something to create something, it needs time and something to be creating with. Therefore, everything that is has always been. So we form things when it comes to physical. But our thoughts and those things, we form some thoughts, but some things are created. Like I said, a song is created. It's created because this is an ideal that wasn't there. You created that. But as far as existence, that creation cannot happen for an existence to be. In fact, you don't even need that. All you need is simply time and nature and the mechanism that they provide.
So let me ask you this. Is in your ideology here, is it wrong to say something does not exist?
You can say what you want. Who am I to tell you if something exists?
I'm asking you, what can I give no matter what name you're going to say it exists? Or does is there something that does not exist or impossible to exist?
What you mean? Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff that's possible to not exist. I told you. Yeah. It's after you form an idea or a concept or something. Let's just say, like I said, the concept of God that everybody been looking for. That concept is this: that there's an intentional mind creator that is outside of time and nature that created time and nature in existence. This is an incoherent idea, and this is why we always argue. Why is it incoherent? Because nothing can be outside of time and nature. Everything has to be within time and nature. Therefore, time and nature must have always been in some state, phase, or form, and everything isn't created. It's formed from existing materials. All it needs is time to change shape, phase, or form. Oh, buddy, shape, phase, or form.
Yeah, but that still sounds very like, what's the difference between you saying that and me saying nothing comes before God and God created time, nature, shape, and form, and all those other things? How is it different other than the words you're using? The argument format is the same.
If you propose that, then you have to propose that there's an evil being that's making you do evil, because that ideal of God that you're talking about should be perfect and should not have any contradictions to what it has possessed. Therefore, you create this mechanism called evil, and you try to answer for that, and you say God didn't create it, and we know it didn't. So if we know this, and we know that there's no such thing as free will, that our will is just the will to be, and there's constraints in existence, why would I presuppose that there's a creator who is outside of everything that I see and then goes against everything that I actually see? And everything that I actually see answers the questions that we're putting forward. So what you're doing is you're adding elements, and due to parsimony, the quantum truth of the only divinity, and due to Bayesian logic, the quantum truth of the only divinity is a more plausible explanation of existence.
What you just did was equal yourself to God.
No,
you did.
Time is God. Time is God.
You said that what good is God if he contradicts what you can see? So God can't be more intelligent than you. I mean, maybe he knows more things than what you can see.
What you mean? That you talking about that creation God, the intentional God? I don't believe in that God. I believe in Father.
No, I'm asking you a question, whether you believe it or not.
Yeah, I can't even talk about it because this is so incoherent to me. That's an incoherent argument. Like I don't talk about things that's incoherent to me.
Okay, all right. So the reason why I'm mentioning it is because you literally put yourself on the level of God that if you don't understand it, if you can't break it down, then it can't possibly be correct. Why did you do that?
I didn't. You did that.
No, I didn't.
You put me. I never once said I put me on the level of God, and this you said that, sir.
No. I didn't say
being disingenuous. Why did you do that? Tell me why you put me on that pedestal.
No,
because I answered questions. No, I know why you put me on that pedestal because I was able to answer your question logically. Don't think of me as a God because I answered your question logically. All I've been able to do is sit down and observe existence and see the logical explanation for what is. That doesn't make me a God, sir. That just makes me be able to sit down and decipher.
You're putting your knowledge against some other knowledge, and you're trumping everything with your knowledge. So nobody could be more intelligent.
I got a good argument, don't I?
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have.
You just said my argument makes me on the tier of God. Man, come on.
No, I said your description is putting you on the level of a God.
Yeah, and I didn't do that. I didn't intentionally do that. I didn't intentionally do that. That's just what you observed. That's an argument. I'm talking about this argument. That's why I love my argument, man. That's why the quantum truth of the only divinity is the truth. It's the quantum truth.
Have you ever put this in a college course, this argument?
Right now, it's at the Library of Congress. I'm waiting for it to get registered and trademarked.
Under what subject field? Under what field?
Under the quantum truth of the only divinity.
So what field, like, do you have to put a field? Is it religion? Is it science, biology, accounting, English grammar?
Philosophy.
So what is your background in philosophy?
The quantum truth of the only divinity.
Have you even ever taken a philosophy course?
The quantum truth of the only divinity.
Like that's a course? Is that a course? Is that the name of the course?
Yep, that's the course that's right here that I'm proposing to you.
No. I'm saying from an accredited.
You never heard this argument before?
I've heard what you're saying in different forms. But
have you heard this argument? Have you heard this argument before? That you should call Father Time and Mother Nature your God and your goddess due to the functions that they provide, and that there is existence only because time and nature is. Have you ever heard this proposed?
Similar to the Big Bang Theory. You just renamed it.
It's nothing about the Big Bang Theory. It comes downstream from what I just proposed.
No, the Big Bang Theory is the same thing because the singularity is your time and nature. All you did was just rename it.
The Big Bang Theory comes downstream. Sorry.
No, Big Bang Theory is the same thing.
No, it's not. The Big Bang Theory is within existence. The Big Bang Theory is within existence. It's a phase shift of time and nature. It's a state shift, a form shift of time and nature. Time and nature has always been in different states, phases, or forms. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, and scientists have been.
If you understand what that means, why do you keep telling me that I'm telling you the Big Bang when the Big Bang comes downstream later on from the simple point that there is time and nature?
No, it doesn't. They just rename it and call it a singularity.
No, they don't. You look at science, and I guarantee you, science don't tell you that that's the beginning of the universe. It tells you that it's a different. That they say is when the universe started expanding, not the beginning. Not the beginning.
No, that's the beginning.
No, they didn't. No, you didn't see. And that's where it's incoherent. How can that be the beginning if time and nature has always been, sir?
That doesn't make sense because that
does make sense. If you can explain the Big Bang through a phase shift.
They call that a singularity. That's it.
I don't have to call it a singularity because time and nature was doing work. Time and nature was doing work before the Big Bang.
All you did was
Time and nature was. Do you understand that? Can you wrap your head around that? Time and nature was before
all you
the
did
Big
was rehash it. And then you conclude
No, what I did was I went and identified the mechanism of existence. I went beyond the Big Bang and identified actually what.
All you did was rename it.
That's a lie.
You renamed it. And that's why I asked you about the galaxies and the older galaxies being abnormal, that some of them shouldn't have gigantic black holes in them, bigger than the ones that we have. Yet they have them.
If time and nature has always been.
No, time and nature is able to explain why there's a universe that has a bigger black hole than ours. That universe is
I told you. There was more work there was more work there to be done. There was more materials to form a different type. Yes, there was.
Less materials.
Yes, there was.
There was less materials.
No, there wasn't. There has never been less materials than what is here now, sir. Do you know the law of thermodynamics?
Do I know them by heart? No, but I'm familiar with them.
Well, if you're familiar with them, what do it say about energy?
I think you're talking about matter. I think you're talking about matter is neither created.
I'm talking about energy. Matter is slowed energy. Go back to work. We're getting to work.
No.
Matter is energy that's
tell me
working.
Tell me about the energy, because you're not going to tell me that energy is not created or formed, right? That's matter.
You think that energy is created?
It's not about what I think. We're talking
yes,
about
it is, because if I don't believe that energy is created. Do you?
I have an opinion on it, actually. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But I think that's where you're going with it, right? You're going to say energy is matter, matter is energy. Is that what you're going to go with it? Is that why you brought it up?
No.
So why did you bring it up?
I didn't. You did.
What? I brought up physics? I brought up the laws of thermodynamics? I brought that up?
Oh, yes, you did.
You're telling me I brought it up?
Yes. You asked me if energy was created or not.
No. That's not what I asked.
Yes. What did you ask me about energy?
We were talking about the thermodynamic laws.
What,
and then
did you ask?
I asked you what they were, and I made a comment about don't tell me energy is not created or destroyed.
Bam, right there. That right there brought in thermodynamics. That right there brought in thermodynamics.
No,
that
you
right
brought it
there,
up.
that statement right, no. You
I wouldn't
did.
bring up thermodynamics, bro. I'm not.
Why did you? Well, why did you say that about energy? That you said you said about energy was a thermodynamic claim.
No.
Yes, it was.
You brought it up.
We have a new guest to the panel, gentlemen. Psychic Dash and the Vampire Slayer. How you feeling today? Go ahead with your questions about what you've seen so far.
I've seen the four-faced cherub being in the Bible. I know how to read. And you're talking about energy. I'm talking about energy is what you do. That's all I get to do is look through some stranger and find the light that's glowing and say what I see. And if there's visions that come to me, I tell you what I see. And sometimes spirits come around because they know you're listening. And when you're seeking it, you can see lots of spirits and creatures or everything around other people. It's always the other person that can confirm what you're seeing is true or false, and that's how you actually do that. I got recordings up and I still want to do more. And I do it always for free because that's the only way I can get to go call God and have experiences with Jesus, because I had experiences with the four-faced cherub being I never had to read the Bible or ever knew about or believe in to experience. Does that make sense to y'all?
No.
And I do everything for free. I do birth charts too for free, roasting reviews for free because it's funny.
Shout out Psychic Dash.
Yes.
He makes a good point. Anybody want to take that one on? QT, go ahead. It's your show tonight.
I'd rather. I ain't gonna even lie. When he start talking about spirits and stuff, it
also over here.
We don't. The only spirit is the spirit of the universe. Everything else is a soul. When it comes to that, I don't believe in supernatural events or occurrences.
You don't have to believe in anything for it to happen either, but your focus has to happen. You have to participate in this experience to make it happen.
Yeah. I'm a participate and take accountability and be
You're
able
making
to.
excuses from your own mind and senses. That's all it is. Haven't you ever felt somebody else's emotions around you, the temperature or whatever, the vibe or whatever? Have you ever had an experience like that, or you ignore it, or you don't, or not aware that it's happening? Like you can sense other people, wholeheartedly having a communication. You can get into spiritual and see through yourself and find yourself, contact yourself, your own senses to contact others. That makes sense to you? You never seen anything like that? You never tried? If you're not trying, you're ignoring it. You're distracted, and you don't see the spiritual world for what it really is. You don't have to read about it either. You have to believe in it either. Isn't that crazy?
It don't exist.
You have witnesses that see the same things you do in the spiritual world too. So there's no excuses. You're not just listening by yourself when you do the practice of that.
I disagree. I feel like everything that I feel like the reason I can't. Can I talk for a second? Can I talk for a second? Physically, can I talk for a second? Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you? The reason this is incoherent is right here. I know that anything that I've ever done, I've done it. I've made the choice to do it. All the good things that happened in my life was due to me or somebody else doing something. Not no spirits doing nothing. All the bad things or what we call evil or whatever we call, I make the choice. Right. I make the choice to do those. So anybody that is in existence who claims that something else outside of them made them do anything is just incoherent to me. I can't agree with that because we have to be responsible for our thoughts and the things that we do and stop blaming those things on supernatural occurrences.
I agree with that 1,000%. I agree with that 1,000%. But they still exist is all I'm saying. Because whatever you just said, I agree 1,000%. I agree 1,000%.
And we can disagree with each other. Thank you.
No. I agree with what you just said 1,000%. But the thing is, they still exist. Demons and stuff. They're not going to make you do fucking nothing. They just exist. And so does angels. So does spirits. But it's just communicated with them. Is all I'm telling you. Is what I'm about.
That's right.
And spirits have tried to offer you things too, and you can refuse the bitch. Period. But you can still communicate with the motherfuckers. You know what I mean? You can still communicate with the real things, and it's awesome. And that's all I'm saying. Paying attention and focusing on social opportunity. You can't just demand it to happen. It's a social opportunity. You have to find people who have the light. Like pregnant people, they're haunted by a spirit and ghosts because they're pregnant with a soul that came from God. No matter who it is, you still have like some kind of glow around you. You can sense if it's boy or girl, whatever. And that's a psychic thing too. But if you're paying attention more to it, it shows you more visions and your vibrations that we all have. And the elements that you have in your astrology chart can give you a more experience that you can't ignore. And now you know that this is a reaction to somebody's presence and stuff. And we're all just like this puzzle piece that helps each other with different elements that we can enjoy from each other, whether we like each other or not. The elements that we have can work with each other's frequencies and do cool stuff.
Well, Quantum, let me ask you a question. If spirits and creators have time and nature, wouldn't they be forced to exist? So you said you didn't believe in them, but what?
I don't know about those are incoherent thoughts, so I can't think about them. I can't even form ideas about those incoherent.
They have time and nature, though. What I'm asking you is, if those things,
I can't even imagine those.
How do you know that? How do you know they don't have time and nature?
Because they only exist in your imagination.
I'm just a ball of light that came into a body that started its time.
How do you know that? That if I tell you there's a planet somewhere,
could be
you wouldn't tell me that.
Well, have you seen spirits?
I couldn't. My bad, Royce. I couldn't hear you.
Have you seen spirits too? Is it
no?
Would you say that again, Chess? I couldn't hear you.
So if I ask you about a physical thing like a planet, if I tell you there's a planet orbiting some star, you wouldn't tell me it's just existing in my mind, right? So I'm asking you, how would you know if something has time and nature? How do you know that?
Well, I would go look and I'd say, you said it's a planet where? And then we look for that, planet. If we can't see that planet, what am I supposed to assume? If you tell me it's a planet right there and you looked and you saw it and I say, come show me. And then we go look and you don't see that planet, what am I supposed to assume?
So again, what I'm asking you is, if there is time in nature to a subject, how do you measure it? How do you know whether this thing has time in nature?
If it's in existence, it's existing within time with a nature.
Okay. So that means if you don't see the planet that I say exists, it does not exist. Is that correct?
If we go look for that planet, see, you're skipping a step. I'm not just going to take your word for it. In quantum onlyism, we're going to see if we can actualize that you just said. So if you tell me that you saw a planet, I want to go see that planet too. So we're going to go look for that planet. And only one of two things are going to happen. We're going to see that planet, or we're not going to see that planet. If I don't see that planet where you said that planet should be, it only existed right there in your mind.
So I'm delusional. Okay.
There you go, incoherent at least. And we got to stop that. We have to stop having those incoherent thoughts about things that we know. That it's like insulting your own intelligence.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question about time and nature. How do I know if an element has time and nature?
If it exists, so you know it exists.
But I don't know. That's my question. I don't know if you.
Yeah, then you don't know it exists. Then what? What are you trying to ask?
That's what my question is. There's something out there that we don't know.
Yeah.
How do we know if it has time or nature to it? How do we know? Like
what is even
how do I know unicorns don't have time and nature?
I never seen a unicorn. I don't know about that. I've seen other spirits.
Because you know unicorns don't exist in a place. And in fact,
that's not knowledge. That's not knowledge. It's not a form of knowledge.
Crazier than unicorns.
You have to give me some kind of method or chronological order of something, like you say, to know whether or not something has time and nature.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
You should have something structured in order to qualify if something has time and nature, right?
Right.
So if I ask you about a unicorn, you should be able to tell me what properties does it have or does not have to have time and nature with it. It doesn't have to be a unicorn.
I will first have to identify a unicorn in the physical. That unicorn that you talking about, that you proposed me, I would have to go see it. Because if I see it, then identify it within time and that it has a nature. If I can't do that, those are ideas. And then ideas we can try to actualize. Concepts we can try to actualize. If you can't actualize those, even though they're a possibility and a thought that you can think, doesn't mean that it can become actualized. So therefore is an impossibility. Have you ever heard of impossibilities?
Yes. Okay. So let me ask you this, right? So what is your concept of truth? For example, let me give you the example that if I murder somebody, but I'm a good criminal and I hide the body, I wipe down the evidence, there's no evidence, does that person exist? Far as, let me ask you, instead of existence, am I guilty of murder if you can't find the body or any evidence of that body that I murdered that person?
I'll say if at least one person know you murdered that person, yeah, you're guilty of it. Does at least one person know you murdered that person?
No.
You know you murdered that person. Stop lying. Stop being, there you go.
One person.
So if you murder somebody, you don't know that you murdered?
It's possible, right?
No. If you murder somebody, you don't.
It's not possible.
What's not possible? My stuff is buffering.
It's going.
And even if that's the case, even if it's one person,
that's definitely the case, brother. That's definitely the case. There's no other case that's logical or that explains it.
So
nothing.
So you're saying everything in truth has to have some evidence. There can't be something true without evidence.
And
how would you know?
I mean, it is what it is.
How would you know if that one person? How would you know if that one person has knowledge of it anyway? Like it doesn't even make sense.
You don't have to believe,
like you wouldn't be able to
anything
know. You wouldn't be able to know, even if I did do it. You wouldn't even know
if one person, if even one person in existence, if even listen to me, Roy. Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. I'm talking about within the totality of existence. If anybody is in existence that knows that you killed that you murdered somebody, you guilty of it. Why? Because you know you murdered somebody or some. Now,
how do you?
I'm not going to specify. I'm not going to specify. I'm just going to ask you. If you murder somebody, do you know you murdered somebody?
That's questionable. Some people say. Some people say they don't know.
Yeah, say the real word.
I call those lies. I call them lies.
Those are psychological. Those are psychological disorders that they.
Or somebody not. Yeah, that's psychological disorder.
One mic, let him get it out.
They did something and they're not aware of it, right? So insanity, right? So they did something, but they don't acknowledge it. They're not aware of it. That can happen, right?
Right. But it's still aware of by God's presence. It knows whether you know it or not. And if you have Alzheimer's, you don't know that thing. The psychic can see things in your life that you've done, whether you remember it or not. So it's still time capsuled inside your soul, recording everything you ever did in your whole life. That's why it's meant to be seen through everybody's spiritual eyes. And they can see it for themselves without judgment, your whole freaking stupid life of your movie. And that's what you do when you get aware of things with your psychic mind. It's all in your mind and other purpose mind, and they can still see it together, like a ghostly who knows, without even thinking about. There's people have seen like orbs together in a room, and they never seen spirits before. You know. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question, Roy, real quick?
What happens?
Yes.
What makes you formulate thoughts in your head to where people can't take account, where people wouldn't have to take accountability for a situation?
The first thing in my head that will come to be is psychological disorders.
No, I said for you though, like you asked me, you proposed the question, right? Like, what? I don't know how to say it. Like, I mean, that's the only way to say it. Like, why is that the thought that formulated in your head that somebody should be accountable? Like, you make a hypothetical, and in the hypothetical, the person who
you're schizophrenic.
The person
they might be schizophrenic and be charged with a crime because it is a crime. But still, shouldn't they go to a mental institution for the rest of their life if they can't be in civil with the prisons or something or jails? I don't know.
So yeah, again, Royce,
but they did do something, so it has to be taken care of. They can't do.
What makes you want to propose a hypothetical where somebody wouldn't have to be accountable? Because that's my whole worldview. The reason I made this philosophy is because I believe that if the human race starts being accountable for what they do, and stop trying to blame things on like a supernatural evil, the devil made me do it, and we start taking accountability, people will stop doing those things because they become accountable and they know the shame of the things that they're doing. And the only way to do this is to get rid of the supernatural thing. So I ask you again, if you understand what I'm saying, like, what would make you propose a hypothetical where somebody wouldn't have to take accountability for what they're doing? Because that's what we should be trying to nullify in existence. And that's why we should be trying to find out what existence is. No other reasons, not because I need to worship something or do nothing. I need to take accountability for my actions. So what makes it so easy for you to propose hypotheticals where people won't take accountability?
Yeah, and quit pretending that we can exercise this bullshit out of you and out of these people, right?
Real quick, to let everybody know, this is an open panel. I dropped the link in the chat if you're over here on Titans Debate League. The link is in the chat. If you're not, I see we have, let me check this out. We got 16 people on JJ 7000 TV. You can come on over here to @Titans Debate League. I have it up on the screen so that way you can see what it looks like. Make sure you hit that bell and thumbs up on the way in. Appreciate you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, so you're presupposing that everybody has to be rational. I have no problem with what you said, but unfortunately, the reality is everybody is not rational. So the reason why some things happen is because people are irrational. Psychological disorders are irrational. We can't prevent that. So unless you have a way to prevent that, I'm all ears. So I asked that question because I know that's reality. That does happen.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I
just
want
to find out what you think of truth. Can truth exist without evidence? And that was why I'm asking, because I think that you would think that truth can exist without evidence.
Yeah, I mean,
I seen Jesus. Do I have evidence of it? I have evidence of seeing other spirits, but do I have evidence of? Because y'all haven't seen evidence yet. Check it out.
Dang, I forgot. My bad. I wasn't tracking. Roy asked, what was that again?
Well, I was saying about being rational. We can't force rationality on everybody. So
okay, that's right. That's why you asked. Okay, I feel you. But I just wanted to know, like, I be getting a whole bunch of questions, hypotheticals, and people don't be wanting to take accountability, so they always throw a hypothetical in there to make it work.
Well,
I think that's what a creation is. A person who believes in creation, or a theist, traditional theist. I believe that's what they always fall back on.
You think it's a trap? The hypothetical was not a trap.
No, not a trap. I was asking you that as an honest question.
Okay.
I really wanted to know how you could formulate so many arguments for people that don't have to take accountability. I really wanted to know.
Yeah, because it happens all the time. I mean, it's a part of reality. So I think you know that also. That's why I'm giving the examples. I'm trying to give clear examples.
I don't. I don't. I believe that people don't want to take accountability, and so they try to claim that they're incoherent or something like that. But as far as like just a person, like I've never really seen how do I say it? I don't want to say it but mentally incapable, like to the fullest extent, do stuff. Like I know a lot of different people and stuff, and it's certain type of people that I see do stuff. I've even been in jail before with people that do it, and they go to court and try to act like they was doing that, then they'll come back to the cell and talk about how they was going through. And so, like I said, it's an accountability thing. If somebody, and listen to me now, listen to me straight. If somebody in their mind find a way to do something to somebody else, they formulated what they was going to do. I don't think you rarely see occasions where a person just go out and do something without having cause. Now, people say they did, and they say that person was crazy because they did it, but we're just talking about that action. In that person's mind, that person know what they was doing. They just don't care about the consequences, which is preference. And that's why I say it's conditional. Everything is conditional. Because if they don't care about the conditions that they're going to meet, they're going to do it, whether they know that it's right or not.
That's terrible. I've seen it. It's terrible. People are bad.
So that only applies to humans, doesn't apply to other animals?
We're not talking about other animals right now. They ain't even in the same league as us.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I'm just asking to clarify.
Yeah. I don't talk about things.
Animals still have spirit, and they're better communicators than humans, really. Because humans are just as dumb as they were when they're alive, but animals tell me about their favorite foods and stuff and their whole life that they have, even if it's boring because the parent makes them have the life, But it even showed me about reincarnation.
I do think if you got a question about animals, though, you should ask a zoologist. They'll tell you everything.
Good. That's a good thing to know. Yeah, that's true. I had a manager that was a zoologist. But she didn't. Never mind.
What is your notion of truth? I'm getting tired here. What's your name? Quantum.
My bad. You said what there?
What is your notion of truth? As in, when is a statement true, or are there such a thing as universal truths?
Well, in quantum onlyism, my friend, truth is functional coherence. A claim is true. A claim is true to the degree that it stays coherent across 3 checkpoints in quantum onlyism, and these are the checkpoints. Checkpoint 1 is meaning and coherence, the clarity and non-contradiction. The terms have stable identity conditions, and the statement doesn't collapse into self-contradiction, or nonsense. And then I have the reality gate. It's called reality coherence, and this is the constraint fit. If the claim fits the way the world actually behaves, evidence, observation, repeatability, and causal structure, then reality pushes back. And the third one is consequence coherence, predictive and practical stability. If you act as if the claim is true, it keeps working over time. It predicts, it explains, and we can run the same thing over and over. It doesn't implode under pressure. So really in onlyism, truth is whatever remains coherent when tested against meaning, reality, and consequences within time. There's also analytic truth and empirical truth too. Truth by definition and logic. And that's usually what I go by, because the logical explanation of existence that I have is the most parsimonious and the most ontological view that you can have that doesn't contradict itself. And the empirical truth, which is truth fit with the world, you know what I'm saying? Like water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and anytime you try it, it's not false, then we know that it's a coherent claim.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be a constant value. It can change over time.
Oh, it definitely has updates. Life is updates. All updates must be updated. When your phone need an update, do you update your phone? I'm going to say you do.
So do all things update? Like certain things don't update.
Yeah, all things don't update, but there is update within existence.
Right, so what do you call those things that are constantly true?
What do I call those things that what?
Yeah, so there should be a distinction between things that are constantly true and things that are true momentarily over time. Right, so it's true in one year, but it's false in another. That's not consistent. That's not constant. But there are constant truths. How do you describe that?
How do I describe constant truths against what kind of truths?
The truths that are not constant. Something
the truths that are not constant.
So what is the terminology?
Can you give me a example of a truth that changes, and then maybe that'll.
For example, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Sure. Now, if I say that 2008, that's different, right? It's not Donald Trump. So it's false if I'm saying in 2008, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. But if I say in 2026, that same exact statement is true.
So let me get this. You talking about the difference between constant truths and contingent variable truths?
It doesn't have to be verbal.
Well, the constant truths would be invariant, wouldn't they? Constant truths go. So if the constant truths are invariant, these don't change because they're grounded in meaning and logic and unavoidable preconditions for intelligibility, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that. Can you break it down? Like if I tell you something is true always, it just happens to be true.
It's that's what I mean. It's grounded in meaning, logic, and the unavoidable preconditions of so it won't change. The change wouldn't have a coherent way to state, right? It's constant. This is what it is.
Yes. What do you call it?
What do I call those truths?
Yes.
Well, you just call them constant truths. We'll call them constant truths.
Yeah, I use that description so that I can relay the idea. but that's the name of it. And what do you call the truths that change over time?
Are you asking me what I call them or what they're called?
What they're called.
Because constant truths are what is just what I said. Those are invariant truths. If you ask me for the real, like, this is what an invariant truth is. The thing that you're saying is a constant truth is actually what they call invariant. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, but that's not the terminology of it. I'm asking you for the term, if you know the term. That's invariant truth.
Invariant truth. Invariant truth is the term.
No, it isn't.
Then I don't know what kind of truth you talking about, sir.
So there's two answers, right? Depending on the context. So if you ask a math person, they will tell you a tautology, something that is always true. If you ask a philosophy person, they might use the word objective truth. You never heard those terms before?
Yeah, I heard those things, but first thing is I ain't a mathematician, so maybe you should talk to mathematicians about that. But what we're talking about is the truth. What you said was a constant truth.
Yes.
Those are called invariant truths.
Those are not.
They don't change. They don't just
call. Who's calling that? You just you?
You asked me what I called it in philosophy.
You call it that. Nobody else.
No, you called it that. You said constant truths.
I called it I called it that to describe it. That's not the name. The name the correct name is what I told you. It's either called objective truth or it's going to be called a tautology.
A tautology?
Tautology, yes.
Yeah. But that is a what?
It's a statement that's always true by definition.
In mathematical terms, right?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, what were you asking me? Because we talking about philosophy, right?
Yes.
So why are you talking to me about tautology if that's a mathematic term?
Because I wasn't sure if you were aware of it. That's why I'm asking. So that's why I'm asking about the truth, because there are different kinds.
Is this a show to see what I'm aware of? Or like what does that, like
you
I said, this is a different kind of truth. I don't know where you went to school, what you trying to pull, but I'm gonna tell you again, just like you said, constitutes are invariant in their structure. These don't change. There's empirical truths, there's conditional truths, there's modal relative truths, there's all kind of truths. Do you know about those? Do you know about normative truths? There's so many different, but we were talking about a specific truth. Then you went to see if I knew about math. I don't understand these tactics. These are
no tactics.
what I call disingenuous tactics to try to sway the conversation from what we're talking about.
Why are you calling them tactics?
Because what you're trying to do
we're not arguing
to see if I know about mathematics while we're talking about philosophy. They call this disingenuous. They call this
not disingenuous. You're not understanding language. All I'm doing is asking you.
You asked me if I knew about truths. Do you know about normative truths? What's a normative truth?
A normative truth is an objective truth. So it's not like they're different kinds. They're different. They're different kinds, but there's not as many as you think.
What's a probabilistic truth?
There is no probabilistic truth. That would be called a different thing, right? That's not the original thing.
But you're wrong, bro.
No, I'm not wrong.
So you don't know what a probabilistic truth is, huh? Do you know what a conventional truth is?
You're giving me sub areas.
Do you know what a modal relative truth is?
There's only two areas, brother.
Do you know what a modal relative truth is?
Yes.
What is it?
There's a truth based on other than the two binary values. So modal truths have 3 or more values, whereas it's a logical system that has a truth that has more than just true and false. You have other options.
No.
What do you mean no?
You don't know what a modal truth is. I don't even think I should be talking to you. You don't even know what truth is. You was talking about mathematical truths, and we talking about
No, truth in general. There are only a limited number of kinds, and you're acting like there's 100 kinds.
There is.
There isn't.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You need to pick up some more books. You've only read one book about truths.
No, there's only kinds. And you obviously don't know them.
No, you don't know them.
No, I know them.
No,
you don't know them. How are you telling me I don't know them?
Because I just asked you what they were and you didn't know them.
So you're telling me a mortal truth is not what I described?
Absolutely not.
What is it? What is it?
First, I asked you about a modal relative truth. These are theory relative truths. Why are we talking about truth? I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about truth.
Theory relative truth. What does that mean? That doesn't even make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
Modal truths means that it's not binary. That means you're going to have more options other than true and false. That means.
No.
Yes, it does. So how many truth values do you have in a modal truth? So how many truth values? Is it a binary? Is it a binary system?
I'm going to tell you, I'm just to go back because, like I said, I can give you 7 categories of truths that you don't know about.
You're going to give me 2. And one of the things that you're going to give me is a sub area of one of the 2.
No, it's not.
There's only 2. There's objective and contingent. Find me another.
Yes, so what's the analytical truth?
That's an objective truth.
What's the empirical truth?
That's a contingent truth. It's going to be one of those 2. Everything, every sub area is going to be one of those 2.
What's a modal truth?
A modal truth would be the contingent.
That's what type of truth it is.
Yes, that's what type of truth it is.
Why do they have different names?
Because there's subcategories of that main.
So they are different though. They're subcategories. Okay, I ain't gonna talk to you no more.
There's subcategories.
Just agreed. You just conceded my point. Thank you.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You conceded exactly what I was talking about.
That's like saying
subcategories.
Yeah, there's subcategories of that one.
Those are categories.
Of that one name.
Those are different truths. Why do they give them their own category? Can you tell me why they give it its own category?
Subcategory. It's not its own
Why?
category. It's a subcategory.
Why does it have its subcategory?
Because it's part of a larger category. That's why.
What makes it? Why do you have to split it into categories?
Why do we have to split dogs into categories? We have poodles, we have German shepherds, we have pit bulls.
And why do we split it? And why do we split them?
Because there's distinctions within the category.
To identify the distinctions. There you go, boy. To identify the distinctions of the truths. This is why. It's just, oh my God, you just conceded again.
No, I didn't.
I don't want to do this.
You're doing stupid things.
I want to do it for as long as you want to. Concede again. Keep on eating your words. I love it. Thank you.
You're saying that when we distinguish a poodle from a German shepherd,
just said it. You just said it out your own mouth to identify the individual differences. You said it out your own mouth.
What? You're taking it out of context. I'm talking about the subject. And you're not understanding the subcategories.
No, I'm not gonna. No. I'm just not gonna bend to your.
I'm not asking you to bend anything.
What you trying to make it is
the reasoning is
a broad term. You talking about the broad terms. In Onlyism, we're specific about things. Those subcategories show the individual differences of the truths. I don't care what you're talking about because what you're talking about just stops down your work. Like you're being lazy. You're trying to be lazy about what you learn. You gotta stop doing that, brother. We got to stop doing that.
They're still under a category. You're not going to ignore that. Poodles and German shepherds are different. There is a distinct difference.
You got to know that distinction. The reason they give them distinctions so you will know the distinction. You have to know that distinction because it matters. It matters.
They're still dogs.
The distinctions matter.
Yeah,
the distinctions matter.
Dogs can reincarnate in different breeds and different genders. Right. They reincarnate in different breeds, different genders, but they're still dogs, is what I've seen.
Yes, they're still dogs. Right.
That's all I know so far. I don't think they're going to become
dogs.
human, but they still turn in different breeds of dogs. The ball light up from them, whoever they are. They still.
So if I show you a picture of a poodle, and say you want a dog, and you say yeah, and then I bring you a pit,
it's not what I asked for.
Would you be mad? Would you be mad?
Maybe, because it's not.
See,
what
the
I
reason that they have subcategories and those things are for a reason, so you can identify the individuality and the difference of the things.
Yes,
don't tell me that it doesn't matter.
I didn't say
because if I show you a picture of a poodle and you want that poodle, and I say you want a dog, and you say yes, thinking it's that poodle, and I bring you a pit bull, you ain't gonna take that dog.
That means you misunderstood English.
No, that means what we should have did was been specific about the category of dog that you want.
No.
That's exactly what it is.
Your example was that I asked you for a poodle and you give me a pit. That means you don't understand English.
I didn't say you asked me for a poodle. You a lie. Stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. There you go again, Roy. There you go again. I said if I show you a picture, I said if I show you a picture of a poodle. I didn't say if you want a picture. I said if I show you a picture of a poodle and say, do you want a dog? And you say yeah. And I bring you a pit.
Now you're changing it.
No, I did. That's exactly what I said. Rewind the tape.
So you purposely being vague?
You are purposely being vague, trying to say that you shouldn't.
No.
Identify the subcategories of truths.
I didn't say.
That's exactly what you said.
That's not what I said.
This is why we shouldn't be
you
arguing.
Rewind the tape.
I love it. I love it.
You rewind the
now
tape.
You see your folly. Now you see your folly.
No, you're just making up.
I love.
I never said you should not.
Where do I sound it?
I never said you should not make distinctions of subcategories.
Yes, you did. That's
no,
exactly
I didn't.
What you did. When you start trying to ask me about arguments and you didn't know the subcategories of arguments and stuff, I don't know what you're trying to do. I can't remember what they call it. You're being disingenuous about the arguments and the things that we're putting forward.
I talked about truth. I talked about truth. You're
talking about truths.
Yes, and you said arguments. Your mind.
We was talking about.
Have you been drinking or are you smoking?
Yeah, I've been drinking and smoking.
Yeah, it tells. You were talking about truth. I asked you about the kinds of truth, right?
And I told you.
And you didn't know.
All of a sudden, you a lie. I didn't know. You asked me about a mathematical truth.
No.
And we weren't talking about mathematics. We were talking about philosophy. You asked me about tautology, which is a mathematical term when we were talking about philosophy. This is called category error. This is called disingenuous debating.
The context.
This is called disingenuous debating. Roy, you got to tighten up, buddy.
You cannot take control.
Yeah.
You cannot take control when I'm asking the questions. You're supposed to be
You cannot force you can't force my category into a category that we're not in. How you gonna ask me a question about? That's just like if I tell you
my questions and the category. You cannot
put them in the categories.
Exactly what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be asking the questions. Can I be in charge for a while?
But I'm saying the categories that you're bringing up. How are you gonna bring up a mathematical category in a philosophical discussion, sir?
Because I didn't give you
without letting us know.
I did not
that
give
you want a mathematical question.
Did I ask you that?
This is absurd. This is absolutely absurd.
What did I ask you? I asked you a general question, and you didn't know either one.
That's a lie.
No, you.
And then I proceeded to ask you about. I asked you about 7 different. I gave you 7 different truths. I gave you 7 different truths, and you didn't know what they were. Because you worry about the 2 truths that you know, because you done took 1 year of philosophy and 1 year of calculus. So you know about tautology, and then you tried to bring the tautology into a philosophical discussion.
Bro, where are you from? Why do you keep trying to take control? I'm supposed to be asking the questions.
You're not taking control. You can't ask me a question about a category that we're not talking about.
There you go,
That's
taking
absurd.
control again.
That's
There
absurd.
you go, taking control again.
I'm not taking control. You're trying to take the.
Telling
You're
me what I
taking the.
can't do. You're supposed to be answering questions, brother.
I can't answer no question about something that I don't know you asking a question about. How did I know you was asking a question about mathematics?
Did I say it was mathematics only?
Yes.
I gave you a general question.
That's
What
the only
hell?
one I didn't tell you what it was. And you talking about what about tautological truth? Motherfucker, that's math. We wasn't talking
Because you
about
didn't
math.
know it. You didn't know it either context. You didn't know it.
Are you
That's
are
why
you
I had to
absurd?
mention it.
I have a whole philosophy. Why don't you think I would know what a
You don't have a
tautology is?
philosophy. You have
Why
some
don't you think I know what an ontology is? Why don't you think we can debate it?
You read the dictionary. That's
We
how
can
you know.
debate it. I don't read the dictionary. I do
You
more
never
than read the
took an
dictionary. I
academic course in
observe
your
life,
life.
and I've been able to formulate
You observed
the
life.
most parsimonious, most ontological explanation of
You're a true
existence.
philosopher,
And
huh?
what you're mad about is that you want a creator so you can go bow down and pray to God. But bro, you're not gonna make me
Where did
do
that
it.
come
I'm
from?
sorry.
Where did I say anything like that? Where you getting that from?
You're a Christian, ain't you, Roy?
Did I tell you that?
You're a Christian, ain't you, Roy?
What are you
Did I
against
tell you
God
that?
anyways? You never met Jesus. You don't know what you're not accepting and
Did
accepting
I
or believing
tell you
or not
anything
believing
about
in
my
the first place. I've seen him, but I know that he's very acceptable. I don't know what the
Did I
hell
tell you anything about my religious beliefs?
and I'm not religious, that's bullshit. There you go. You don't need religion
There
to see
you go.
Jesus.
There you
Period.
go, dictating again, telling me what I am.
Are you a Christian?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it matters. That's why I asked you.
No, why
What's
does it
a
matter?
Christian? Doesn't
Because I
make a
just want to know if I'm right or not.
What,
Just
what is,
know if you're gonna be dishonest and lie or
why
not.
can't he be a Christian and tell the truth?
Because you
Or
know what I
not be a
told you
Christian?
about me sitting here and observing life and formulating this philosophy. I sit here and I talk to
Not a
you, and not
philosophy.
once did you say anything about a creator or creation, and I know you're a Christian. You should know that. You should know that my deductive traits and the
You don't
things
have
like you have to go.
You
You
have
need.
to be a
You know
Christian
what
to
you
be
need?
creator
You
duties.
need. You like malnourished when it comes to debating. You don't even know that you have so many contradictions and so many category error arguments. And then you try to talk like they something. You don't know. I ain't gonna say you don't know anything. I ain't gonna do that. But I'm just telling you, you're malnourished when it comes to thinking. You got to think critically.
And how did you get this critical thinking without taking any classes?
You don't have to take classes. That's
you just breathe air and then it just came to you.
yes.
Wanting people to take accountability for the things that they do in life.
Or do you become an electrician the same way, or an accountant, or a doctor, or a lawyer?
And a dentist, you
I
got to take
became
accountability.
I became an electrician because the girl I married, daddy, was the manager at the electrician spot. And so I worked there. That's how I became an electrician. I knew somebody.
Have a license?
Dentists get away with ruining people's teeth all the time.
You have a license?
What did I just tell you?
Well, I'm asking you, do you have a license?
Didn't I tell you that life is conditional? The conditions that was met was that I knew somebody that was in there.
I'm asking you,
Therefore, I didn't need a license. I didn't need a license.
So you're not an electrician. What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't need a license. If I do electrician's work, I'm an electrician.
That's true.
So if I do doctor's work, I'm a doctor.
Yeah.
If you go do doctor's work and you succeed in what you're doing, motherfucker, you a doctor.
That's
so
right.
If I do the BBLs and I inject somebody with some cement to make their rear end bigger and they die from it, I'm a doctor.
I said if you succeed. Didn't I say if you succeed in what you
I'm
did?
a doctor. Okay, I'm a doctor then.
Did you succeed? You killed somebody.
No,
somebody. You succeeded.
I succeeded in making their. I succeeded in the BBL.
No, you didn't. You didn't succeed in the mission. You didn't succeed in your doctoral mission. You didn't succeed in your doctoral mission. You didn't. You didn't make them live, and they didn't live.
Living is not part of the requirements.
Not a doctor.
Bigger.
That's not a doctor.
It's
No,
a
that's not a
requirement.
doctor. No, you shouldn't call yourself a doctor if you kill somebody.
It's a plastic surgeon. Yeah.
Okay, so if they don't die, then I'm a doctor. They have cement walking around in their rear.
If they come back to you and say they happy,
then I'm a doctor.
Shit, inject them.
But then I'm a doctor.
Yeah,
right?
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
The These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon, every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Groovy.
Real quick, we got one more. Where is it at? Here we go.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
Hey, what time is
The
that?
Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments.
That is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow,
it's not in
7.
the ad. It's not in the ad.
It's definitely not in the ad. I'm going to create the stream here shortly. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day. Be on the lookout for that. And we have this one coming up next week.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, the Andre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down. He doesn't fall when he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained? Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher, intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in, got a paradigm.
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast, it's a movement. a place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation. It's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $ Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $ Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day.
Recommend surgical, precise pen, hand heated, the room will spin. If men get treated, them goons gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm to box you in. Got a pair of dimes in the box you in. Don't matter, paradigm, pair of nines, and your clock won't spin.
Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down the lane now.
And back to you, gentlemen.
Clash of the Titans.
Where is it that that you published your work, Quantum? Like what state, for example?
Quantum, can you hear him?
What? He was talking to me.
Yeah. Where's your publication gonna be? What state?
Shit, it better be in all 50 states. What you mean when you say?
When you applied for, when you turned it in, right? What state were you in?
The library. When I turned my works into the Library of Congress, I was in Oklahoma.
Okay, that's where you're from.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many works did you send?
I sent my first work. I already got a work published. I sent that one, but then for my philosophical and all of my white papers and things, I sent 16 files, 10 one and then 6 in the other.
They're the same document, or those are 16 different documents?
Because when you send stuff to the Library of Congress, you gotta send well, the things that I was sending, I had to send them in a package, in 2 different packages, $60 a package. But it should. I've been checking my email every day. I didn't know it'd take this long, but I guess it would.
Hold on, but does that count for 16 different articles, or is that all one thing? Like all 2 packages, one thing, or whatever? How many things did you publish? How many titles, different titles do you have? Is it just 1 or 2, or is there 16?
Nobody talking. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Am I there? Do I need to leave again and come back?
Yeah,
I
you might
can
need to
hear
leave
you.
and come back. I don't think you can hear Roy. Okay, we'll wait on him to get back up.
So Suave is his first opponent then, huh?
Suave is going to be his first face-off. Did you want to get in there and get some of that action too?
Nah. I'll let Suave.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I there?
Yes.
We can hear you now.
My bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what you said. The last thing that I remember answering one question, then I don't know if you said nothing after that. But yeah, you asked me about the Library of Congress and stuff.
The submissions, was it considered one work, or was it 16 different works? How many?
I consider them one work, but I had to. You can only send them 10 works at a time, so I had to do 2 different submissions.
So you said you had a published one, and then you sent one. What was the published one about?
I got a published one. Now,
what was
before I got to my philosophical side, and because this philosophy, like I said, this ain't something that I just came up with overnight. I done lost friends over this. Like my mama, she a Christian. Her husband is a Muslim. Like I done been like, this ain't something that I just came up with. Something happened to me when I was young, and I wanted people to take accountability So the first thing that I set out to do was get rid of the devil. And that's what I did. When I got rid of the devil, I also got rid of the idea, that incoherent idea is that existence is creation, is a creation event. I found that we can functionally and conditionally have what they're looking for when they say God. Because to me, when people say God, we should be looking for whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And from everything that I can see, I see that time always has been, and that's the reason there is existence, because there is time in nature, and that it always will be, because existence is a self-sustaining mechanism. The universe, if we look out and everything we see, we can tell that the universe sustains itself. And that's why I call it Fatimona. See, existence, time, and nature. That's why I'd be telling them, like, the incoherence of the creation God, you always go to get the infinite regress. With the quantum truth, we kill infinite regress. Not only do we kill infinite regress, there's some things in philosophy called the hard questions of philosophy that people haven't answered. I got the answer sitting right here in my book, and I'm waiting for them to send me my papers back so I can give it to you. We sitting here and debating, and I know it's like thing, but it's just because I didn't get to put my whole view out there, and that's fine too, because you ask questions, I hope I answer them to the best of your ability, whether you agree with them or not. That's what I try to do, at least, and I hope that's what we be trying to do. That's why I say about the disingenuous stuff, even though I'm just trying to win a debate, because this is what I want to do. I have a personal foot in this because I actually put this together to rid the world of the incoherency of supernatural beliefs, because I believe that's the reason that we still right here on earth and haven't went to the stars and found other places to live. And if we get together as a human race in coherence and put aside those differences and stop saying that, oh, the creator believes in me and so I'm going to heaven and you going to hell and all that stuff, once we get rid of all that, we'll be able to answer the hard problems in existence. We'll be able to look to the stars to find other places. We'll be able to send people there and start populations. It'll start from Earth. Like, when we can populate the whole universe in places that allow us to populate, but we have to find them first. And before we even find them, we have to get off the Earth. And the only way to do that is to work together, just like time and nature.
So the thing that you submitted, is it a book form or is it like a magazine? What is it? Is it an article? What is it?
Oh, no. I submitted my book called Divine Mechanics, like I told you. And then I got a book that I already got published. That book that's already published, that's out there right now, it ain't, I put it together because I didn't want nobody to, once I start telling people that and some people start understanding what I was saying, I went into a debate, and this dude actually told me that he would try to steal my worldview if I didn't go get my shit registered and shit. Now, at first I was thinking, like, why do I ain't never seen a philosophy get registered. But then I went and I started looking at all the different types of philosophies, the atheistic, and then all those subcategories of atheism and theism, and then all of those. And I said, if somebody is going to be pushing this worldview, because like I said, this is the most parts, when you do the math and we break it down and we do all of the analysis that you can do to a philosophy, you'll find that the quantum truth of the only divinity, or I call it Onlyism in philosophy, is the most parsimonious and the most ontologically sound explanation for existence. And so I'm going to argue it until the day that I go and come back and argue it then.
So to you, any idea is philosophy?
No.
Can you?
No.
Okay. What separates an idea from a philosophy?
When you formulate a philosophy, you're going to formulate something to answer questions. The questions of existence. Some people go there and a lot of them start trying to find it. And a lot of philosophies, really most of all of them that you know today, all of the isms that you see today, they always stop at a point. Atheists, I like them because they ask the best questions. but then they stop. Like, if they prove that that idea of God doesn't exist, that's good enough for them. And then they'll start saying, I don't know, all this. Christians, you know them, they're going down their sword that there's an uncaused cause, and that cause is God. I say that uncaused cause is time and nature. And the reason that they're different is because with time and nature, everything forms downstream, because nature provides all of the structure and all of the things that will change. Time provides the change. All of those mechanisms. These two things have to be in existence. And so with me knowing this and I can see this, I don't need to put an extra layer of a being that I can't see. To me, that's incoherent, and it's insulting my own intelligence.
Yeah, but there you go, putting your intelligence in reference to truth.
Let me make sure we pass this around.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roy Chase. After you, I want to make sure JJ 7000 gets some of this.
Yeah. So again, you're measuring truth according to your own lenses, and then you're going from there. Is that what we're supposed to do?
That's not what I'm doing. I'm measuring coherence. This is coherence I'm measuring.
You're measuring your
coherence.
Else.
Coherence.
How do you get coherence? You're using your senses, right?
From experience and the things that are provided. And those truths, can you deny any of those things that I proposed? You can't. All you're trying to do now is trying to make me look like I'm trying to be something special. I'm not special. I believe that everybody knows this, and for some reason, they don't want to do it. I believe that you know that time and nature is the greatest, but for some reason, you don't want to do it because it's too simple, and you want something to pray to instead of taking accountability. So I understand why people want creation. I just won't ever do that because I want to take accountability for the things that I do in life, whether good or bad. And that way, that'll make me not even do the bad things because I don't want to. Not because somebody made me, not because I'm scared I'm going to hell. That's incoherent. I should do these things because that's what I know I'm supposed to do. I ought to do. Because time and nature has a vector to be, and I have a vector to be. And the best way to be is as comfortable as I can without impeding on the comfortability of anybody else. I don't need no guy to tell me that.
Yeah, but you're still using science to do it, to justify it. Right? You're using your
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? That's what people do. I did more than science because I go beyond science. I actually give identity to the things that we see.
You just renamed it. You didn't give
I didn't rename it.
Because people could say God is the same thing as your time and nature.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And the thing that they need to do, the thing that they need to do, if they argue me, they'll understand why they need to identify time and nature as your God and your goddess. Because without time, you won't have an existence. Without nature, you won't have an existence. So those are the minimal necessities. Listen, those are the minimal necessities for an existence. Existence don't need you. Existence don't need nothing else but time and nature. And I don't know why you wanted to have something else, but that's cool. I'm standing on formation and the morphogenesis of existence.
You are not understanding formal arguments. That the argument that you're making, the Big Bang and the God theory arguments are all formally the same. That this thing causes that thing causes that thing. This thing.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's fine. If that's what makes you see it. But what you need to do, is what we was doing when we was talking about them subcategories. You got to find the independent differences in the stages of things that I've declared and the things that I claim. I don't claim any of those things that you talking about because, like I said, the Big Bang that you talking about comes way downstream from the preconditions of an existence to be in the first place.
God does too. God comes downstream too, right? God comes downstream too, right? Everything comes downstream. So that makes no sense. It's formally the same argument. You just use
God comes downstream. When did I say God? Time is God. What do you mean?
Wait, now
nature is goddess. No, I never changed it. This is what I stand on.
You never use that. You
Due
never
to
use
the
that
functions that time and nature provide. I don't know how long you've
You
been
never
here, but
used
this
that
is what my
terminology.
whole argument is. This is what
It
my
makes
whole
sense.
argument is.
That's not what you
I
said
don't know how
earlier.
long you've been here.
What? You didn't
How
say
long
that
have you
earlier.
been
You
here?
did- How long have I been here? A couple of
Yeah.
hours, I would think.
So you mean to tell me that you don't know that my whole argument is that due to the functions that's provided by time and nature, without intention, time and nature is justifiably should be known as our God, goddess, and existence is the highest power because existence is what everything needs to do and that everything can't do without.
Did
You
you
mean to
say
tell
this
me you don't?
before?
This is
You
my,
didn't say
yes,
nothing
I had
like
said this when I first came in here and I started and I gave the little introduction to what I was presenting in my philosophy.
Okay, hold on. So let me be clear because I wasn't here when you came in first.
Let
Right,
me
so-
know that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about then.
No, I don't think you said that though. I mean, A1, is that true?
Decorum, QT.
Oh yeah, my bad.
A1, is that true?
I apologize. Damn, I gotta
You
stop.
definitely didn't say that while I was up here.
I gotta stop that.
Or in the chat. When I was in the chat, you didn't say anything like that. This is the first time I'm hearing it. You changed it up again.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie.
I have a philosophy called the quantum truth, called Onlyism. I've never changed anything up. Whether you heard it or not, that's not on me. Whether you can track or not, whether your dog was running around so you didn't hear it, that's not on me. I know what my argument and what my philosophy is, sir. You can't try to change it. I don't care what you heard and what you didn't hear. I know what my philosophy is.
You didn't say anything about God before. And
That's
matter
a
of fact,
lie.
when other people
Rewind it to the very first. This live been going on for 5
When
hours.
other
You said
people
you've been
brought
here
up God,
too. This
you
live
said
has
you
been
don't
going
believe
on
in
for
creation.
5 hours. This live been going on for 5 hours. You only been here for 2.
Goddess is nature and whatever.
When people
This live has been going on for 5 hours. You only been here for 2. You don't know what the fuck I said.
Oh yeah. And when people brought up God, you didn't say this. That's amazing. But I didn't hear it. Yeah,
I
I'm
told you
doubting
from
it.
the
Yeah,
beginning
yeah.
that the traditional belief in God that people have is incoherent.
Right.
God should be identified as time, Father Time, and Mother Nature. Nature should be identified as our goddess. Existence should be the highest power.
It is.
This kills infinite regress. Why do I know this? It's because this is the only mechanism that is needed for an existence. We're not
Earth,
needed
air,
for
fire,
an
water.
existence. The only
Earth,
thing
air,
an
fire,
existence
water.
needs is time and nature. Everything else comes downstream. This is
And
why
spirit.
that if time and nature are the only necessities and they're also the only sufficient things for an existence, they should be verified logically as our God and our goddess. Existence should be the highest power.
But
I don't
there's
know
a
how y'all
spiritual
don't see
realm
that.
too.
That's exactly what I've been arguing this whole time.
Spiritual realm too.
I
With
passed
Jesus.
the mic. I passed the
as-
mic, A1. Let the other guy speak. I passed the mic.
Thank you for your questions, Roy. I appreciate you.
I'm not sure if JJ 7000 wanted to get in here and
What
try to
about
set a
the
debate up as
spiritual
well.
realm? What about the spiritual realm? Do you not think that you can see spirits and ghosts and angels and orbs and stuff? And Jesus himself? Did you know you could do that? Because I did it, and with witnesses. What about that part? Is that necessity, or is that just something where you're ignoring and wishing that could happen and waiting our whole life to see, and they make it themselves give themselves excuses? If not you, then who? And if not now, then when? Is basically we should be practicing and seeing the spiritual realm, and you can see it for yourself that spirits exist. They're there through other people that you never met before, and that's what I want to repeat trying to practice. So catch me outside if you want to practice that. And I can do your bird chart, which is relevant even in the afterlife, because spirits of animals have other people's pets, and spirit told me their astrology signs before. So I guess it's relevant and it's still talked about. And if you're not aware of it or learning anything about the language now, you're just like missing out. Does that make sense? What about that? And what is your astrology sign? Quantum Onlyism?
Yeah. Shoot, I only wish I could see what you have. Unfortunately, in my existence,
You
I've
can
seen-
if you practice it. I can't do it until I practice more. I start from scratch with every individual. Different, not everything.
Well, I told you I have a whole philosophy and things that I dispute. I dispute these things because I've looked for them. I'm talking
You
about
look
I
for what,
looked for
spirit?
everything that I say that I don't see anymore. I looked for it.
You looked for
And
spirits
what I
yet?
found is that the
Yet?
spirit, the only spirit is the what we call space-time. This is what we travel through. We travel through the spirit of Fatimona, the universe. Our
Yeah.
souls are
Only
what's
presence
traveling.
can be reached.
Our body is the hardware. The mind is the software. And the individual you, the individuality comes from the frequency that is generated from your soul seed. And I'm gonna stop right there because that's gonna get too deep. Anything after that, the spirits flying, the angels, the demons.
And we get a hold of each other's spirit.
Traveling.
Can be reached.
Our body is the hardware. The mind is the software. And the individual you, the individuality comes from the frequency that is generated from your soul seed. And I'm gonna stop right there because that's gonna get too deep. Anything after that, the spirits flying, the angels, the demons.
And we get a hold of each other's
I've
spirit. Yourself.
never ever been able to see that. Now, don't get me wrong. If anybody done seen that,
You have
that's
to do
fine.
it with your
I'm just
mind.
saying that I've never been able
You have
to
to
see
do
it.
it.
Due to the fact that I've never been able to see it, I'm just gonna stick to the things that I know and that I see.
And the understanding of astrology too, and the awareness of astrology too. If you don't see it, you don't see it until you start seeing it, and you do all by yourself alone. Eyes and heart alone is an astrology experience that you learn every day, every opportunity. It's a social opportunity to learn and be aware of astrology, and you can actually calculate other people's individual birth charts and study their life and look at how it matches the interpretation you get from birth charts that no one else has to tell you. No astrologer has to tell you. You become your own astrologer. Everyone is a different piece of the puzzle. Everybody's a different corner of the soul, and different eye, different perspective, because we're all one or some bullshit. And we can get a hold of each other that way. This way we can look over spirits can look after us, and we can look after each other. And we can get a hold of them, and they talk for other people. When I get a hold of spirits, it's not something I can choose. I can't just choose what I see is what I get. All I do is say what I see with my mind's eye. That's how you see it. And you can see it with your physical eyes too. Once they show up clear. It's a practice, it's a process. It's not something you can do by demand or argument at all. And not everyone is readable. That makes it even harder. And then people can reject me, which I'm just trying to see through their soul, doing the best I can. I'm not, what else are you supposed to do? Yeah. Like, I'm just trying to get a hold of God again, Jesus and spirits and whatever's around you. And that's how I see spirits, is through other people. I can't do it by myself. I have to witness confirming that what I'm seeing is true. And that's how it works. You start from scratch everywhere. And then once you're cycling juice, you can be on a roll and record it for years and get evidence, and no one cares. Life goes on. But I want to repeat, it's so cool. And if you look in your astrology, all your elements that you have in your astrology helps me be psychic too. There is a phenomenal, like a change in people. You can change people's environment with your presence. But you're not the only one with presence. Everyone has the presence. You can see right through it, if you're focusing and trying to practice seeing in it. And if someone cooperates with you to tell you yes or no, and if you say yes a lot, then you're on a roll with the visions, and they just come to you, and you say what you see, and you'll just have this big knowing about this person, because everyone has the light that they bring with them, the whole story, and everyone's meant to see it, We're all telepathic. See, there's no time, right? But there is time, but because we're in a vessel of time, but the spiritual realm has like all of it recorded all at once. And we're making our free will inside of it or whatever, I guess. Even things just happen to us without, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, we choose what we eat, but we don't know what we're eating, if it's healthy or not. Who's going to tell us? No, I don't know. And no one's telling me a diet to be on besides allergists and stuff. So I don't know the answer to that, but I know that you can get a hold of Jesus and God and his presence, but you're still remain the same person. You can still be insecure and depressed or whatever, even in the presence of high. His presence is like vibrational, colorful, of unconditional love. And he has a plasma bubble that's living. It's like clear. It feels like jelly. And he's actually a being. I never had to read the Bible to see him. I never had to believe in the four-faced cherubim being that's actually in the Bible, that I never had to read to know to believe in. And I've encountered that before too. Not at the same time though. I can experience seen a lot in the spiritual world that I never knew about and never was interested even reading about. like dragons actually exist. I have no clue. That sounds insane. So the four-faced cherubim being isn't even insane enough. Ezekiel saw it, and I saw it too. So what do you think about that? Have you ever heard about Ezekiel seeing this four-faced being? I don't know nothing about it. I want to know everything about it. Ask every church preacher person, even Jehovah's Witnesses, and all the one Jehovah's Witnesses said that was deep. So that was cool, but not everybody knows about it. I never knew about it. It's got an ox gray face. I didn't know oxes were gray. That's a Taurus earth face, air, Aquarius, blue eyes, sandy long blonde curly hair, like a humanoid looking face, like a big pig nose or something. It was, and it had male torso. And then it had a lion face, Leo, the fire sign, and then eagle, phoenix, Scorpio face. Earth, air, fire, and water. Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio. Isn't that so cool? And it had all these wings, different, and all these eyeballs in them, or decorations of eyeballs. It's very trippy, and it would shimmer like a goldish yellow color. And in the Bible, it's supposed to say like that was shining bronze. And it says in the Bible, like I never had to read it. I just asked people, and then it turned out to be in the Bible somewhere. So I look, where is it at? Ezekiel, Corinthians, and Revelation, Ezekiel, and something else I don't remember. I think John had the visions of it too, but I never got to read about that yet. I don't know anything where to start. I just know Ezekiel saw this, and it's exactly the same thing I seen. Isn't that crazy? That's so cool. All did it all sober too, because it's better that way. You have to be raw dogging it, natural, sensitive. You know, you don't have to be in a good mood to do it, but it can work with your mind. You start all over. Does that make sense to y'all? Have y'all ever tried to do that? Or you like there's a bunch of these people who think that they're paranormal investigators, but they found nothing. Like, okay, well, they're not tapping into anything. They're not seeing anything because the building's not haunted unless it is. But if other people are seeing the same thing, then there you go. You got confirmation that is existing. And I got recordings or whatever. So catch me outside. I'll do it for you all for free. Out your bird turn roast it. Doug, tell you something you don't know about or you ignore it or something. And it's not something to believe in or disbelieve in. It's an energy language. But astrology is not psychic, but it is fun to do, and it makes me feel more comfortable. So I can be psychic with my mind if I get in a state of mind to see things through you. And if you have elements that help me see things through you, like if you're a Virgo rising, they help me see in the spiritual for some reason. I don't know. Like your astrology elements, like if you're Moon and Libra, you make everyone feel intoxicatedly beautiful, like it's a holy presence of feelings or something. Like, wow, why do people feel phenomenal butterflies around these type of people? And then they look at their birth chart that's calculated, it shows that they're Moon and Libra. Wow, I don't know. Why do people have 8th house Leo and they pass away from heart problems, or it's in their family and they're still alive? Wow. So that's interesting. Just the study of social opportunity is all it is. I have to go find strangers that have the light. I can't do it by myself. And I can't just go around people I already know. It's not happening. I have to go up to strangers, or it will happen like even at the grocery store, the light will be, there'll be flashes of visions from other people, or they'll have it being around them, like haunting them for real. And I'll go up to them and tell them, I'm seeing things to you. I don't know if it's just true or not. And I would like to know if it's true. And they end up telling me things, what I've seen is true, or showing me pictures of people that I saw through them that makes it even more true and confirms it more and better. And that's so cool. Oh, well. And that's the thing that you can see is what you get thing, instead of just whatever your belief is and what your perspective is not going to change what actually exists. But now with that, you can find out. Does that make any sense to y'all? I'm just talking to myself. But the demonstration can be proven through people who cooperate or whatever. And that's what I want to do. I don't know. But I like to do your bird chart, but I consider that on my channel. It's like, you have to tell me your month, day, year, and time of birth, and a city and state that matches the same time zone as where you were born, so you won't like dox yourself or whatever. But that's the information I need to know privately or whatever. I won't tell nobody, blah, 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 blah. But I'll do your birth chart. Blah, 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 blah. Is there a debate? You want to pretend to come up with that? Debate if that was actually the real Jesus that I saw too. And the four-faced cherub being, hello, how was that even possible? Like, what was that? What did it mean? What does it mean? I heard that if you saw all the four faces, even the eagle, you can enter the Garden of Eden in the flesh. And so maybe that's what happened. Who knows? And plus, if you see that four-faced cherub being, that means you're so close to God that you're about to see God. You might even disappear. So it protects you from that. And it also is an entryway to Garden of Eden. That's all I know about that. And that's pretty insane. And interesting.
That's a form of angel. You're talking about different forms, different types of angels.
There is different. The four-faced cherubim is what the insanest thing I've ever seen. But I've also seen other angels with blonde hair, normal ones, and curly hair, and that was cool. Around people who've seen them too at the same time. But the four-faced cherubim, that was insane, right? I just want to know more about that thing. What I can do, why did I see it, and stuff. I don't know.
They say there's about 10 different categories of angels, so they all look different.
Yeah.
There's a hierarchy, at least in Catholicism, in some forms of other Christianity, there's 10 different kinds of angels.
What can I do with that? An angel that had just like blonde hair or whatever as a girl. I've seen it through this one dude who's a Libra, because I picked up on his passed away wife, who's like this black girl who told me in spirit they didn't have no electricity. They lived in this abandoned house with wooden box or whatever. They would read the Bible, and I read what she showed me is a scripture that she showed me, because that's what her favorite scripture was. In spirit, I could see letters and people writing stuff, and I can read it. And that interesting. And like and the dude was confirming that was her favorite scripture or something. I never read the Bible to read the Bible in spirit, and that was cool too, because the chick was reading the Bible. It was just in her storybook. It's in her movie. Her soul, her spirit came here, and whatever she's done, the memory's there, and I can read it and find it and look at it like it's a movie. And she's black, right? And he's white. And that's what I was telling her, explaining that she had diabetes feet, that they were swollen, but she still wore high heels. And that was true, right? And they played cards, and they smoked, and they read the Bible, whatever. And this place with no electricity. And that was all true, like a duplex, whatever. And then I saw this angel disappear, and she goes, I'm going to show you your testimony of God, and you have the good chambers. So she said, I'm going to show you your testimony of God. So she mentioned God, the angel, and she goes, I'm going to show you your testimony of God, and that you have good chambers. I don't know if she's talking about me or whatever. What does you have good chambers might mean? It can mean a lot of things. I don't know. I might as well know. Well, that's what she told me. I could still see her too, because this Libra was lit up a cigarette, and I'm like, please put that out, because I'm trying to do psychic and tell you about how your passed away uncle I picked up on, and your grandpa and your ex-wife and all this stuff. You're not going to put out that cigarette? And he's like, oh, I'm just going to go to bed and just sleep. Smoke this. And he didn't give a fuck. He didn't care. He says, angels are all around, but you never seen Angel. Have you? Have you ever seen Angel? No, but they're all around. Well, this is the first time you ever got to have someone see angels through you. What is? He didn't care, but he was confirming all that stuff is true. But he was so stubborn with his stupid cigarette, like idiots are. And life goes on and on. And I didn't get that recorded, but I got recordings like doing that over the phone with people who don't live, like far, far away, you know what I mean? And I can still see what their house and stuff looks like and stuff. And then I've seen people in person, see vision through in person, and they show me, and I tell them about people that's in their life and what they look like, and I describe all of it, and then they show me pictures of what I just seen in my visions, and that confirms that that's true. And I'm not just listening, of course. And you can't do it by yourself. You have to have confirmation to somebody else. That y'all have the telephone to God. That's it. No matter who you are, it doesn't freaking matter at all. As long as your light is visible to see, where I'm in that state of mind, or something happens where I can see it, then it's happening. And I'm just trying to force that to stay, because everybody has the option to just walk away from each other like idiots when they're glowing, filled with freaking supernatural bullshit. That's just normal. And the spirits can't do nothing anyways. They're just there to communicate with you. And that's happy. I'm happy to just do it anyways. I can't trust them. Like this angel tried to give me a ball of light. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I was with this chick who's a Libra. She sees these angels too. And she doesn't tell everybody, because she thinks someone's going to lock her up. Well, you know what? You could tell people that there's angels around you, and you could teach them how to see them for themselves. And then it won't be so crazy anymore. Now would it? How dumb. You know what I mean? I'm gonna tell everybody I saw angels around her. Hello, because you don't see angels every day, but she does. Lame, and she lives in a trailer. Like, and she's like, she has angels around trying to offer me a ball of light. What would you do if that angel tried to offer you a ball of light? I said, what is that? I don't know what it was. It's not telling me what it is. And she goes, oh, I accept those gifts all the time. Go ahead and take it. I'm like, red flag. Also, this angel was jealous. I felt jealousy from it. I don't know how, but I just did. That was even more of a red flag. I'm like, whatever. And then it was like, she had 4 girl angels and a guy angel was the one I was trying to give me the ball light. I never seen a guy angel until that day. And then there's 3 other girls on the other side, and then Indian spirit, blah, blah, blah. And she sees these things all the time too. And I got to see them around her or whatever. And that's one incident that happened. I said, well, if you accept those gifts all the time, you go ahead and take it, because I don't know what it is. It's not telling me. It could be a virus. It could be something, just a ball of light. Once you take it and it shows you what it is, then it goes back to invisible, and you're back to earth bullshit where you worship your nature goddess and your time god or whatever. And then there's a spiritual realm too. You fucking worship it all. Who gives a fuck what you worship? It's not even required. Doesn't matter what you believe in either. A fairy is going to exist whether you like it or not. The fairy is going to be a savage, and it's going to exist. And poverty in the spiritual world, or just bored or something, but it doesn't matter. If it could be haunting Earth in between our realms, and it could still be bored as fuck. Just like family members will haunt their loved ones because there's nothing better to do. And that's the best thing to do too, to be in between worlds and be in the flesh and spirit. That's the best thing ever. So it's better to be in a body than outside and seeing all these crazy creatures and being stuck with all the insanity of that nonsense, when you can just communicate with it safe on Earth in a body. That's literally the truth of it. We're so privileged and we're brats on this earth because we're not being crushed by giants and invaded by other psycho mystical demons and stuff. But I mean, that's our natural language, to be telepathic, like animals. They tell me more things because they show me reincarnation and stuff. I think that's the coolest thing ever, because humans are just dumb as they were in life. They'll be like, oh, tell them I still love them. What do you mean? Tell me how you died. Tell me something that get them to convince them that I'm even talking to your dumbass, stupid human spirits, because that has happened to me before. Isn't that interesting? You're the portal to see spirits. I can't do it myself. Blah, blah. Not everyone's got the light to see through, but once I see through it, maybe I can try it on the people who I thought were not readable, and maybe they could be readable. There was this one dude, I know people I fight with all the time that I've read before. They were psychically readable. I never thought they would be. Plus, they're annoying. We still fight today about stupid stuff, but they were readable before. I don't know. But anyways, yep, that's what I do for everyone.
Good show, gentlemen. We're gonna get you a debate. Face-off schedule in tomorrow. Quantum Truth with Suave Boss.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, A1. I gotta step down.
Definitely have a great night. We got to get you rescheduled with that presentation. I got behind, but I'm back on track now. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow.
What would the time be like for you in like times like this, or sometime? What time is good for you?
Midday, not so much. In the early morning, like from 8 to noon, and then late night.
So midday is good or no?
What's best for you?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where I can fit in because...
You want to just call me tomorrow and we'll look at the calendar together and figure it out?
Okay, I could do that.
Amazing. All right. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. I'm waiting on your call. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night.
Peace.
Peace.
Excited. He's got a presentation showing us some logic equations, I believe, and a few other things that go with his background. Yep, be on the lookout for Roy Chess and his presentation. Real quick word from our sponsors, then we'll be right back.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
And that is 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night. Make sure you tune in for that Valentine's Day Massacre. I will be painting the room with Swab Paul.
Yeah.
What's going? And then right after that, you two are going to have a face-off. We're going to schedule that tomorrow as well.
Who's that? Me and
you and Suave.
Suave,
right
okay.
there. Yeah, he said make sure you tune in.
Suave still weekend. Is he up here?
He was up here. That's who you
That's that he don't.
got the topic. You got a topic.
Yeah, okay. I want to say too, man.
Do a private chat tomorrow, so that way we can figure out the time and date for the face-off.
You bet. I want to say again before, I don't know if it's just to be over or if everything done, but man, this was a wonderful experience. I appreciate everybody coming up and having patience with me. I be doing a lot of debating, but it don't be in no arena that people act accordingly. So I'm gonna try to make sure that I bring my
A game,
my A game, and stop being, because like I said, I know this is something I got to work on. I got to stop getting so emotional about the things I say, and if we just don't agree, we just don't agree. Roy Chess, thanks for the questions. That was amazing. Lord Venu, I heard a few of yours. That was cool. Physics, yeah, you on there. You slaying the vampire. And then thanks most to my man's A1, the leader of the Team Titans and the Team Titan Argument Alley. Motherfucker, I mean, this was an amazing event. Thank you so much.
Titans stand up. Quantum Truth will be entering the Coliseum of Arguments, and he will be setting up a face-off with Suave Boss. So be on the lookout for that, gentlemen. It is going down here at Titans Debate League, Coliseum of Arguments. Doing what we do best, man. Keeping that conversation going. I'm gonna let it go ahead and run. If y'all want to chit chat, man, I ain't doing it. I've been cleaning up for the last hour. I had y'all on the speakers.
Bet. Can I put some questions out there now? Can I ask some questions?
Go ahead, do your thing. You got the floor.
Who all still here? Royce, you taking questions? Lord Bennu?
Oh, Roy Chess left. I'm not sure if Lord Bennu is passed out over there. I haven't heard from him in a while. Maybe he'll come back. He might just be listening while he's doing something.
I was really just gonna try to see if I couldn't get anybody else's worldview or something like that. I think my man Lord's Bennu, I was looking at one of them. Don't he got his own little?
Yeah, he has Umeka and the Benubians. He's got a takeover coming up next week. They're doing a lot of positive stuff in the community. He's going to be bringing Team Umeka, the Benubians, through and hosting a show. So yeah, I'm excited for that one too. Yeah, we got a lot going on over here, man.
That's
a lot going. I wanted you to expound more on quantum onlyism. I think the questions cut you short from really explaining your philosophy.
Yeah, and that's what I said. Like I said, I've been putting this together for a long time. So if we would have started the way we did without no questions, I probably could have got to some good stuff. But that's what it's always going to be, you know what I'm saying? Because
you got the floor right now. Go ahead and explain what you feel like didn't get across and what you want the people to know.
Well, the basic thing that I want people to know is that I'm not putting forth a religion. I'm not asking anybody to come over and start worshiping Father Time and Mother Nature. That's not what this is about. When I made Quantum Onlyism, like I said, I made it because I believe that we need to be accountable for the actions that we take within existence. Because if we make the most logical, coherent choices in existence, we would know that we have to work with everybody. We was talking earlier about the different races in the history of civilization, or not even civilization, before civilization, but we're here in civilization now. But we talk about the history of mankind and stuff, and we have questions. People have answers. Some of the answers are right, some of them are incoherent. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, whatever, if something been getting you by what you believe, that's fine. I just have an argument that I feel that I see that takes away an intentional existence. And to me, taking away that intention doesn't do anything, because we still have what I call God. Now, it's not a God that you got to worship. All you have to do is recognize time. That way you can work with it. You can know you have to use your time wisely. And then nature ain't made to be worshipped. They just need to be recognized just the same as nature, as time. Why? Because if you recognize the nature of things and you recognize the nature that's in front of you, you can formulate different ideas and different things to help within existence, so we can be for the comfortability of not just me, but my brother man, my fellow man. And that's what it's all going to end up coming to. So when I propose this, I don't propose that. I'm just trying to see if anybody recognizes anything. I call them my God, my goddess, because I don't have to answer to anything else in my view. The only thing that I know that I answer to is time and nature. And then when I broke down and I tried to find, I can't find nothing else that can work without time and nature. And so I'm simply going to stand on what I see and what I can prove. And I can prove that time exists. And I can prove that nature exists. A lot of people say that time don't exist. That's a debate. I won't give you my thing. I know that the now is here. And I know that the now is happening. Existence ain't no event that happened and then it stopped. No, event is an ongoing occurrence. Not event, fucking existence. My bad. I lost for a word. Existence is an ongoing occurrence. And it's could forever be updating this thing, because for the entire universe to be, it has to sustain itself. And so we have entropy. In some places, we have things going out of existence and stable patterns, or patterns not being stable, and so they don't persist. And then we have other patterns that persist, and they persist for a time. This is the mechanism of infinity and eternity. No, it's not a number. Infinity isn't a number. Infinity is a condition. That's why you can't count infinity. You can't count eternity. These are the mechanisms that's provided by the simple, and I think that's what a lot of people can't adhere to, that is so simple that everybody should seem to me that they should have seen it. Existence is simply because there's time in nature, and everything else is downstream.
Hey, I hear you. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I was making sure I wasn't muted. Yeah, I definitely hear you. Okay. Well, you heard it here first, folks, only on Coliseum of Arguments. Here at Titans Debate League, Quantum Truth stepped in, held it down, answered all questions. We had a lot of the debaters step up and put his feet to the fire, and we see that he's ready. So we're going to give him a warm Titan welcome to the Coliseum. And be looking forward to seeing him on the big stage here soon, only on Titans Debate League. Yes, it's going. That's what's up, man. I'm happy you had a good show. I'm happy you found a debate, so that way you can go ahead and get paid. Debaters do get paid $50 win, lose, or draw over here at Titans Debate League, the best debate platform on the internet. We got the flyest graphics. We got the best intro songs. We got some of the most fireest debaters.
Hey, can you show that Cash App again? Let me send me a little old
Oh, I got you. I'll go ahead and run that ad one more time. I appreciate you. I got another one. Let's do this one.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yes, make sure you hit that Cash App up, $ Titans Debate League. Send your twos and fews there. We appreciate it. It helps keeps the lights on, you know. And let me go ahead and run one more ad before we get back to you, gentlemen.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
And yes, we are looking for interns.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 Titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every Titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
And back to you, Quantum Truth. Are you there? Are you there? Mic check 1, 2.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not getting any sound from you, Quantum. I don't know if you can hear me. You might have to drop down and come back up. But yeah, it was a fire argument alley, man. We had some legends up here tonight, some new up and comers on the rise up here tonight, and none other than Quantum Truth. coming to preach his philosophy of quantum onlyism, the quantum truth of the only divinity.
You should put a link down in the comments so I can go subscribe to it. I can't find it anywhere.
You're looking. What are you trying to subscribe to? Titans Debate League.
Oh, Quantum's Onlyism. I don't know, and I did subscribe to this. Yes.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he has a YouTube. Are you there, Quantum Onlyism? You want to shout out your YouTube so people can go check you out? I know you can definitely find
typed
them
all
here.
the words in that's on the screen, but they didn't come up with anything. So maybe the link would be faster. Give a link into the private chat, and then maybe some moderator can copy and paste it to the comment.
Yeah, if he has one, I'm not familiar with it yet. I didn't think he had one, but if he does, he'll shout it out. Definitely big on helping everybody promo their brands. And you will definitely be able to find them here on Titans Debate League. Make sure you hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live so you don't miss anything. QT, where you at?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. I stepped out for a second. My bad.
Okay, they were asking where they could find you on YouTube at.
They was asking what?
Where they could find you on YouTube at.
Right.
Can you send your link in private chat?
Excuse me.
You could send your link to your YouTube in the private chat, and then some moderator can put it in the comments, and I'll just copy and paste it to see if I can find it.
All right. I don't have any
videos.
I don't even have any real content on there. If you want to,
you should though. But you should do that. Are you gonna do that eventually?
Yeah, I'm eventually gonna do that. Like I said, I'm waiting on.
I want to subscribe. That sounds cool.
I'm waiting on some things to get back, but I do have a TikTok page where I'll be navigating at the most. You can find me on TikTok. I'll put this. I'll put the link in there.
That's where we linked up at. Yeah, man. We've been taking over TikTok, Titans Debate League. We've been over there getting it in, banging people around on the panels. We are going to be bringing a lot of new faces from over there. I have 8 more people to actually filter through that already have. I don't have them scheduled, but I'm working on the flyers and we're working on getting them scheduled. They are locked and loaded. New, fresh perspectives, new faces. Be on the lookout only here at Titans Debate League. Hey, you hopped on that computer, I see.
That's mine.
Oh, okay.
I want everyone to come to my channel and I do a psychic read on you for free and an astrology birth chart roasting analysis. Catch me outside and experiment and experience. And I got evidence of these experiences is why I want to keep doing it, because it's like, duh. And it's always good for you to know.
Okay, so what, on your page, that's where we can, I'm gonna have to visit you.
Yes, and I'll roast your chart for free and do it for hours and see if I can see visions through your soul and see spirits and visions, anything. It doesn't even have to mean anything. It's just as long as I'm seeing some visions. But the astrology is not psychic, but there is the practice that I want to be doing at the same time is birth chart astrology, analysis, roasting reviews, and then psychic visions can be bonus in that type of stuff. Especially if I could just look at all the elements that you have to work with your vibrations and stuff from your astrology chart and the inclination of what could be happening, for you and you know what I mean, to other people.
Yeah, I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, yeah. You sound like you got something nice, good going on. I'll see if I can't come over there and let you try your skills out.
Yes, totally. And all the stuff, the information that you have to give me can be private or whatever you choose, because I will not even remember it. I just want to get your birth chart calculated, and I want it to tell you all about it, like literally, because everyone has an individual birth chart. No one else lives it but you. And then I just interpret it and tell you what it means. And I also roast it because, duh, your chart could be so horrible, but it doesn't mean that you are. But it is a side effect that may or may be happening to you or being you. You know what I mean? Because of the experience with others that I've had with these placements, plus what they mean, is so, you know what I mean? Like matches up. Plus, spirits have told me they're astrology signs, so I guess I'm not going to waste my time doing astrology birth charts, always for free too. People always want a birth chart or a psychic reading, and sometimes they're not readable. But astrology still is easier to do than a psychic reading. But in the middle of it, I could become psychic sometimes. It's really fun. But yeah, they're two different things. Does that make sense? Like I just did it this the other day and it started working and I didn't get it recorded. Isn't that so sad? Here am I trying to prove my psychic abilities and it started working on this chick who's very cooperative and everything. Would do it again if anything, and I'm going to try to ask her to come back on and repeat all those things that I told her in that hours and hours of time that I did not get recorded. That sucks, right? My proof is.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Dash?
Ask me all you want. Everyone.
I see you got psychic in your name, so I know that's part of it. You got the vampire slayer in your name also. You done some vampire slaying?
No, that's just my philosophy is Sarah Michelle Gellar and her movies and her characters, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer is our third god, bitch. Yes. There's God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, whatever. And then there's also Buffy. Yes. So I just would like to, I'm a Pisces, right? And I have Pallas in Pisces in my 10th house, much of my career, my cameras and whatever I show the public. And it could be spiritual and it's creative. So like, that's just the best philosophy you could ever have if you're living in that type of universe, like Buffy's universe, you know, making the right choices, you know what I mean? Like being that good example for other people, like being a hero. That'd be my philosophy. This is the plan if these were our situations. And I think that is like a wholesome, best way to look at every life in perspective, because there's monsters in the world and there's literally things that could happen that feel like that, you know? It's on Hulu. It's coming up. The new Sunnydale is called Buffy's New Sunnydale. Yes. It's my religion. I can't even afford it. But I have a friend that told me that they'd painfully watch this with me because they have Hulu and they're Libra. Isn't that so nice? And I can watch it and feel like, yes, God's, yeah. In that universe. Such a good, that's my religion is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But the real life truth thing about being psychic and stuff is real, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, my philosophy is just like, you know, movies, art, reality, or whatever resemble each other. And you know what I mean? Does that make any sense, sort of? Like, what would you do if your stupidity of excuses of not letting yourself be doing divine bullshit or whatever because you think that that's just either you're against it or you think it's fake or whatever. But on the shows and the movies will show you, like, if it was real, what would you do and how would you be? Like, you could be good witch or bad witch kind of bullshit, right? And those are just good teachings, like, to be a good bitch, even if you have to be a witch, if there's no such thing, or is there such thing? Pretend there is, big deal, have fun with that. But, like, look for the truth and find the truth, and there's evidence that I want to be recorded. And the confirmation and the evidence is through y'all and y'all saying yes or no to whatever I get. What I see is what I get. I cannot choose or help it. I just want to practice it so I can see more. And I do it for free. Like everybody wishes they could do this. They wait for it until the afterlife, their whole life, wanting to get this stupid thing done. And if you're not going to do it, then it's not going to be done, because I've never been able to do it by myself. I never could have been able to see Jesus without these people that Jesus wanted to talk to. There's no way. Like, what am I supposed to do if I didn't find these people? All these people have things around them that they've seen themselves. They have their own life going on. And they have these things happen every now and then, or all the time, and they're not telling people. And I want everyone to be aware of it. And I got to get it on camera and make it happen, and show you what's real about it when it becomes real. And like astrology is just a good tool. I mean, it could have some inclinations of how you can pass away allegedly with your third house, and you know, your eighth house being, you know, the ruler of Scorpio. It's just like death and transformation. That's part of our body, you know, of our body, our light that was imprinted on that exact time and month, day, and year that you were born, there is a astrologer makeup that everyone has, a little map everyone has. We're not just astrology. It's not the end all be all. And your sun sign is not the end all be all, the 12 signs. And there's also, you got asteroids in your birth chart, which is so fascinating to experience the personality of these people and then go look at their chart and find out, wow, this is what they did. This is what the experience I had with that person, because they do have a vibe. They do have them. People can experience each other. We're not alone when that happens. We can see same things with our same minds and consciousness, and it's real. When we communicate with spirits that are around each other that you thought you miss, and you don't have time to look at because they're in your bubble, or listen to someone who can see in your bubble. And some people, like Capricorns, they're afraid of intimacy, they're afraid of crying, and like they get mad at me just because I see someone that they love in spirit around them, and I'm explaining that how they passed away, what they look like, and they start crying and telling me to run because they want to be ridiculously irrational and hurt me or whatever, because they're mad at their emotions about that. When they're telling me that it's true, what I'm saying is true, right? I mean, because if it's true, then why are you so mad at me? I can't help it or do anything about it, and I cannot control what they say to me. I can only hope that they can say something not stupid. Like animals, they show me reincarnation, and I'm like, wow, I get to tell this person that they have a dog that has ears that's point up and a long muzzle, and it's like a grayish black dog, and it's so tall and skinny or whatever. And this dog's telling me its name is Michael, and I'm like, who the fuck names their dog Michael? This dude said his dog was named Michael, and the dog told me this. And the dog also told me he was an Aquarius, and I was like, hey Virgo, because this dude I did this vision, I had visions from, was this Virgo, telling him, explaining to him, that I see his dog, right? And I'm getting confirmation through this Virgo guy that his dog is my name Michael, and it's Aquarius, because I said, what is it, this dog's birthday? This dog told me his astrology sign. I want to know for sure. Are you lying to me or whatever? Because I want to know if this is true. When is his birthday? And he said, I said, this dog's Aquarius, and he's like, February 12th is what he said. And I'm like, that's exactly what the dog told me. He's Aquarius, like Abraham Lincoln. But Abraham Lincoln is the Aquarius moon in Capricorn or something like that. I think that's what I looked at his birth chart. But it doesn't mean the dog is what the dog is Aquarius. And this dude, who's a Virgo, confirmed it. And I said that his name is Michael. And I also said that this little kid that was in his trailer, this backyard that this guy lived in my visions. And the guy in the backyard, the little kid in the backyard, was calling this dog Michael Jackson. And he says, oh, my nephew calls the dog Michael Jackson all the time. And I'm like, this is in my visions, and I can hear them. And I'm telling him, one day, someone fed this dog a orange that was peeled. Or no, a tangerine that was peeled, not an orange. And it was not an orange. It was not a lemon. It was a tangerine, right? And it was peeled. And the dude fed it to, and it started eating it like it was a garbage disposal. Not all dogs are gonna eat that fruit, but this dog did, and it was a tangerine. Ew, weird. That's weird. In my visions, the dog named Michael that was talking to me telepathically, and it was a freaking Aquarius, the most telepathic sign of all zodiacs. Every time I get a hold of an Aquarius or whatever, it's more telepathic for me to live in, to exist in, to be aware of, and to deserve of. We are all just one or some bullshit and consciousness of each other or whatever, and we can find each other vibrations and all this bullshit and emotions. Like if you have a certain moon sign that you get close to, you can feel each other's stuff. You can feel vibrations. People cry because someone cries. Someone yawns, someone else yawns. It's contagious, because we're all chameleons in the way, and you could just ignore it or be in tune with it. And it really just has to rely on each other, because you can't just do it by yourself. You have to do it through other people, that the witnesses and the confirmation that your visions are true or false. Because it's a movie that I see through you, and that's what I just want to see, always for free. That's the practice that's what I have to do. Whether I get rejected or not believed or not, it doesn't make a difference. I can see things through other people, and there's flashes of light that come to me because of them. Those little bitches. Y'all are the gift to the seekers that want to know everything. Is you go up to every stranger and you just observe and see the bubble that it tells you everything. And then you follow this Holy Spirit type of bullshit, and it shows you more, I got visions because I'm doing this, but I mean, I guess I lost touch. I don't know what's going on because it hasn't been working as well. But the other day, it basically worked on this one bitch. I didn't get a recorder, remember? And that sucked. So, whatever. But back then, in the day, when I got to see Jesus and Four-Faced Man, I got to do that psychic reading on that about the figuring out reincarnations real through this dog and this bird, and it was like tell that whole story. But a bird told me through this guy who had this dog named Michael, right? It was like a granny bird, I was calling it, because it was green. It was a granny bird, and then this dude had a yellow bird that was always caged up, and it was a boy in my visions, and I was right about this. And the green bird would fly around, and it would ride the dog that Michael, that's an Aquarius, that's showing me these pictures in my mind, and through this person that I don't even know. And I was tired that day, and I was just like, I give up, I'm just bored. And and this dude, I was like, hey, what's your star sign? Virgo. I was like, oh really? You know, and then we started working together, and I was doing a psychic reading on him, and it started working. And that was what I was seeing, stuff like that. And I saw other people in his life, but the cherry on that reading was that dog talked to me, and the bird talked to me too. And the birds showed me that they were in some kind of tank, in some kind of restaurant looking thing, like some lunch lady rooms, lunch man room, whatever it was. It was a lunch room, a cafeteria. That's the words. And I was in a cafeteria, and I'm just telling him this fucking crazy shit because these are my visions, right? Like, I want to know if this shit's real. I'm seeing it, and I'm going to keep focusing on it because I've been on a roll this so far. So I'm going to say this too, bitch, because I see it. And then it's like, he tells me he used to fucking be volunteering at a homeless shelter, and there was those animals there too, and tanks and stuff. And that's where he got the birds from that was talking to me. Yes, 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 yes. And that's the coolest freaking thing in the whole entire world. It exists, and it exists for me, and it can exist for all of you if you choose this language. If you choose to read into this language, that you can be like a Helen Keller, be a real soul. It doesn't matter who you are. I'll read people without judgment, all this bullshit, because the light is there, and it's there to see, and it's visible. No matter who you are, you can read different types of people, and there's different creatures and all the stuff that exists in the spiritual world. But we are so safe here in these bodies, and we're safe on this earth because there's no more giants to crush us. There's no more scary demons, and dragons existed. I have no clue. I don't read about dragons, and I don't care. That's not my style. I'm telling you, I didn't know they existed, but they did to this one guy I talked to. And I was telling some psychic stuff, and he used to live in a Buddhist place, a Buddhist church or whatever. They let him live there or something and be like a janitor or some bullshit. And he didn't really care much about the religion, but he lived there. But I psychically, I was like, hey, I do psychic readings, bitch, and I just, they gave me a number, and I called them, and I told them that I see that he has a son, and I was right too. And then there was a dragon around the sun. I'm like, what the fuck? And then there's a dragon around you. And then this dragon appeared in front of me, and it was black, and it had all this whole eye socket was just glowing green. And it was the tallest, like a human. And it was just like, I don't know if it even, I don't even know if it had wings. I don't remember right now, but it had like 3 fingers or something like that. I'm not sure right now. But the dude said, oh, and then the only reason why I know this is true and not a hallucination is because the dragon told me its name, and it sounded like an echo when it telepathically talked to me. Everybody else is different. How communications, my visions and stuff is different with the way I communicate with spirits that are around you or with you. There's a difference, and it's all the stories inside of you and your aura. This whole thing that's going on that you're not aware about, or you are aware more. Isn't that interesting? But anyways, it's satisfying to get right answers and actually have connection with your mind because you're seeing it, and it's not a hallucination, and it's actually real because the other person's telling you. And then they get to show you pictures of things that you see with your mind when you do something like this. When you get into it with people who are readable, and this stuff happens, because you just try to turn yourself onto this language that you see with your mind, and not everything's going to be right until it's right, and then you stay with those visions that are right, and you stay focused in that place. It's not imagination. When someone tells me their dumb life story, it's a waste of time and it's cheating. I don't want you to tell me nothing. I just want to tell you yes or no. When I see something that appears, I stay in that vision. I have to surf there with my mind and stay there, balance out listening and seeing with my visions and my mind. That's how you do it.
Hold on 1 second.
One day, Jesus.
Okay. Humble, you should be admin. Try to add yourself up to the stage. I see you down there, but you should be able to pop yourself up. And it's not working. I'm about to pop you up. You there, Humble?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It wouldn't let you pop yourself up?
No, sir. That's what I was just about to ask you. What button would I look for to pop myself up?
I'm about to pop you back down and then hover your mouse over top of your icon down there. And it should say add to stage. Hover your mouse over your picture. Nope, it wouldn't let you do it?
Nope. Nope. Let me see something real quick.
Sorry, Psycho Dash. We testing something out.
Name removed from stage. Okay, hold up 1 second. Because I can remove myself from the stage.
Remove yourself and then try to pop yourself back up.
All right.
Pop yourself back up. Nope. Damn.
Yeah, nope. I can't.
I just added you back. Okay, let me see something. When you go over to the right, is it showing you media assets?
Media. No, it's showing me. Let me see something real quick. So let me get here. So my settings is showing me my camera, visual effects.
It's not showing you. You not admin then right now. It's saying.
Nah.
That. Did you go through the email?
I see you got the thingy. Hold on 1 second.
No, you got to go to your email. That's why I asked you for your email, and it sends you a link in your email. You got to go through that link, and then you will be admin from the moment you go through that link. You'll be good unless I.
All right, I'll be right back.
Bet. Sorry about that, Daphne. Go ahead.
Well, whatever's clever. I just want people to come catch me outside and let me experiment and see if I can pick something up from you and tell you about your Bertrand roast it, because whatever mood I can get in, whenever I do, I'll just go live and be like, hey, who wants a free psychic reading? I just do it always for free because people charge for that bullshit. It's the way for me to get a hold of God and have an experience. Bring me your light. It could work. If it doesn't, then I have to try it on the next person. The next person till it starts working. And then if it starts working on that person, maybe it'll be a little bit more psychic juice to find out another stranger that could work on just as good and get better and better like that, and start from scratch with everyone. And that's what it's like. And life goes on. No one has to care. No one even has to know about it. But I want to tell the world about it because it's so cool and it's real. And apparently I get results, and I want it recorded, evidence, proof, because I'm not wasting my time. It's been so many years of doing it that you can't stop doing it. Why would you want to stop? I mean, it was such a good role. I got to see all that. I want to do that again, or recreate how it happened, which was going up to strangers and finding out, fucking around with my mind and finding out through the strangers. Help me, please, find out what these messages want to tell you, because this is only about you. I will search and search. It's always for you, because it's only through you that I see the message that want to be for you. And that's what's good for you. So it's good for me to be a tool to just be that messenger, or whatever I can explain in the clouds of stuff that come from you, which is so amazing, right? With my mind, everyone can do it.
Did you go back through the email, Humble?
Yeah, I went through the email. It looked totally different now. And this is interesting.
Yeah, you got see, I got backgrounds for everybody's show over there in the media assets and all of that. I ain't make you a background yet, but I'm gonna do that. Send me a photo again, and I'll make and your logo, and then I'll make a moving background. You see everything, get the moving backgrounds over there.
All right, I had that to you by the morning time. Like by the time we all get off of here, and before I go to bed, I have all that to you.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. See if you can add yourself back up. You got to go over your picture with the mouse. Were you down there with the bomb squad? And then it should say add to stage.
Add the stage. I got it. Yep. I can add myself.
Yep. That's how you, I ain't take you down.
No, that was me.
Okay. And when people come up on the panel, that's how you bring them up.
Okay, got you. And so I see him down here at the bottom.
You'll see him down there pop up at the bottom, and it'll make a little noise like boop.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then that's how, if you're not looking at the screen, you will hear that noise like, oh, somebody popped up. Let me go add them.
Got you.
This your first time working StreamYard?
This is my very first time working StreamYard.
Okay, over here. Let me take this down. Just do a quick tutorial real quick. I ain't tripping. Try to share your screen.
All right, my screen. So I know how to do that much. All right, share screen. What I got over here to share real quick? I know I probably got something over here. All right,
And you on the computer, so you got all the options if you're on the
computer.
Oh
yeah.
If you're on the phone, it's limited. So yep. So you know how to do that. You know how to add people up to the stage. Over there and go to media assets to the right. It's gonna be comments, banners, media assets. If you go, I got them. Yep, you see the sound effects, sounds.
Sound effects. Let me see here.
Under the backgrounds, it should be sounds.
You said under the background should be sounds. Okay. So where we get the media effects at? Private chat, recording, note style, banners.
It should be under banners. It should be comments, banners, media assets.
Got you. Yep. You're absolutely right. Overlay, QR code, video clip recording, loops, backgrounds, and then I go down here. I should get sounds. Okay, so you got the applause.
Go ahead, hit some of them. Yep.
Okay.
There you go. AK-47. There's some stuff over there.
Oh, okay.
Just so when you up here and I ain't up here, you know how to get busy and hold it down for your team.
Right.
Go up a little bit to the backgrounds. Okay, what we got over here? I'm gonna take your screen down so we can see. Let me unshare your
Hold on 1 second, I got you.
Okay, perfect. Now, yeah, go to like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there you go. You can use that one. Obviously, you wouldn't use like a show one.
Yeah. So,
but it's the blank ones. I'm gonna show you real quick. That's a blank one.
Right.
The Coliseum.
Okay.
You could always use this one too. Spar session.
Spar session is tough.
For the Titans. This is like a general one that you can use.
Right.
I'm gonna make some more. I'm gonna make one specifically for you in the bomb squad though. So when you pull up, you know it's like it's you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Branded, and then every time you pull up and do your own show, just stream it to your platform too if you got one, or stream it to the Fire one too.
Right.
And it's a go.
So these things right under the video is the way that we see the layout, right? When people are up here. So like, let me see. So
that's what a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's tough. Now, as far as hosting, I'm gonna let you know I'm a very respectful dude. You know, I let everybody get their stuff off. I don't really like, hey, listen, you know, we ask the questions and things like that. That's the last of questions. Is there anything that you want me to personally look out for as, you know, hosting a show?
No, I ain't got no ops. I mean, I got people who don't like me, but they not my enemy. I'll never do that. They want to focus on me and hate me, cool. I can't do that. I'm gonna still promote them. So promote anybody. Anybody's allowed to shout out their platform, their channel, or they got something else coming up at. We don't do no gatekeeping over here.
Right.
We're trying to set the example and lead by example. And hopefully people start looking at all these other platforms that are gatekeeping and trying to block. Like, y'all are weird. Why do y'all keep doing this? So other than that, if people come up here and get disrespectful, you know, try to tell them decorum. That's what I say. Then you hear me say one mic a lot. If people are over talking, I let people get it out though. I usually don't. You see, I've been up here for almost 7 hours. I haven't jumped into the conversation once. I just been hosting and moderating. I don't use the platform to push my ideology or agenda.
And
I want this to be an open space for everybody. So I hate muting people out and dropping them down for real. I feel like that's censorship. But if people are being disrespectful and stopping the flow of the conversation, that's different. I do want people to be able to have a completely different idea than you, and you shouldn't get mad and mute them for that or drop them down for that. That was happening with, well, I actually saw you going, I don't even want to say names, but yeah, there was somebody you was going back and forth with specifically today on another channel that was a host over here that was doing that. He was muting people, kicking them off the channel, being rude. And I'm like, some of these people have degrees. Like, you don't even know who you're talking to. Just because they didn't agree with you, like, now they pseudo and they don't get to talk. Like, but that's not why I made this channel, for the people who didn't have a voice. So I always want everybody, always pass the mic around and make sure everybody gets to say something.
And I
no
do
matter how crazy or off the wall. Go ahead.
I am a warrior in these arenas. Don't take this is not for you, obviously, brother A1, but just for whoever come up here, we getting it in, we having our sparring sessions. Don't take anything. I'll never attack a person character, right? It's always the information. So don't ever take us banging on or sharpening each other skillfully in the ring as me not liking anybody. I know I've got a lot of stuff because I'm so passionate. But people like, oh, Humble don't like him. Humble don't like her. And I'm like, nah, man, we just passionate. We in a ring. And this is what we do. We have to give people some entertainment behind all this education. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the passion, y'all. It's just the passion.
That's facts, man. You gotta love it. It's Coliseum arguments. Only the brave speak here. Gotta have tough skin to step into this arena sometimes. I think you're gonna do good though, because you're definitely a humble brother. I don't really see you having no problems. And if we, if you do, we gonna learn and grow together. It's not like I'm gonna call you and chastise you. Like, why did you do that? Like, shit, we gotta make a mistake to learn from it.
Oh yeah.
I ain't even tripping. We gonna figure it out.
And I am one of them brothers that I most definitely learn fast. I am a line on the go type of person. I am not one of them brothers that shy away from confrontation. Definitely when it has something to do with me getting something right. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, there's nothing to pull me to the side, because you do got some brothers, man. You pull them to the side. Hey, brother, we try to da-da-da-da-da. Not even trying to correct them. Just, hey, look, we want to try to stay here. We give you the whole pushback.
Yeah, turn up on you.
I'm more militant on my why you see that's the correction. Got you. You see what I'm saying? So
let's go. I'm excited. So be looking forward to Humble going live and hosting some open panels here on this platform, keeping the conversation going for us, being moderator / host. And I'm sure he's going to be hopping in some of those conversations. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be bringing Bomb Squad through. That's for sure.
Because I ain't gonna even lie. I thought he was already part of your team the way he came with the questions. And you're right, you is, Pastor. I can tell you just like me. You don't mean like no harm or nothing, especially if we just sitting here debating and things like that. So shit, I agree with you because I'm like that too. And sometimes I get, but I'm learning because while I am older and I have been through this, my life done always been kind of combative. I did MMA. I grew up with three other brothers, cousins. My hometown, Hobart, is a whole bunch of brothers. I'm like you. I'm combative, but I know where I'll take it. Like, I ain't trying to make no enemies or nothing. If we don't agree, we just don't agree, and we can end that at that.
No, most definitely. And even our sparring session, Quantum, see, people would take me in those settings and be like, oh, Humble don't like the brother Quantum. But I'm like, no, me and the brother just in the ring building. This is what we do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, most definitely.
Definitely. And if you aren't already subscribed, make sure you go subscribe on YouTube at Titans Debate League. Again, that's youtube.com/@Titans Debate League.
Give me 3 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think he'll be a good moderator for you, man. I think he's going to be a good moderator for you, especially if that was his first. I don't know if it was his first time coming in or he done been a couple of times, but he was mean on it. I thought he was one of your barbarians.
No, the Barbarians is their own group. Shout out the Bar Reloaded.
Okay. So you got the Titans, the Barbarians, the Bomb Squad.
The Bomb Squad. We got Team Naga. Pseudo Killers is supposed to be doing a weigh-in and bringing their squad over here real soon. So be on the lookout for Unc West and the Pseudo Killers. Who else do we got? And excuse me if I'm forgetting anybody. It's late right now.
Now, do they all argue, like in their different teams, do they all have the same?
No, even inside the teams, they have different worldviews. Like the Barbarians have Hebrews, Christians, atheists, omnists. It's all over. So same thing with Titans. I am recruiting new Titans. So you have to have a win under your belt in the debate arena to become a Titan.
Man.
So, yep, anybody looking to become a Titan, submit your applications and we'll get to you.
And what about if you got a team? What about if I got some people that debate? They don't have my worldview, of course, but they be having their own little.
Oh yeah, we'll get you a takeover set up, and you can bring the squad through, introduce them, and then we'll get them set up with some $50 debates.
I get that on down the line. I ain't gonna worry about it right now, but I think I got a few people who might. One of them.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow. We're gonna get it lined up.
Yeah, he probably gonna try to be starting his own and stuff. Because we be in, you caught us, me and him, we be in the same line. He be coming in line. He got his own little thing, and I got my own little thing. But we just like you said, like when people come in there, if we don't have the same thing, because every worldview you see, they're gonna have some similarities in some places and stuff, and so you can argue to a certain point with people. That's what I think was going on here tonight. I'm sure everybody had a bunch of different views when they was asking their questions. I could tell. So, yeah, man, you got something going on real nice here, man. I love this. And like I was saying, Bomb Squad, I think you're going to be a real good moderator, man.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, this going to be fun.
Definitely about to be lit. I can't wait to sit in the crowd and watch him do his thing. Like,
and hey, listen, I also gotta appreciate you too, brother A1. Man, Unc came through. Unc sat here for about 15-20 minutes. Man hit me in the back check like, "Oh boy, you doing it big over there, huh?" I'm like, "Listen, man, I told y'all come through." Well, because over there on Sign Netters, it's they was exposed to my brother Ashe first, and it's just how they see people and they say, okay, well, these brothers coming under you, so they looked at it like that. So he looked at it as all as we was under our brother, but like I had to explain to them over there that we three juggernauts. Just as the brother Quantum was saying, me and my brother Ashe, my brother God Energy, we like Jordan, LeBron, and Magic. You see what I'm saying? We juggernauts on our own. It's just when we come together in the All-Star game, man, I promise it's on something unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Let's go. I can't wait to get some of them brothers up here in Argument Alley, test their worldviews, and see how they respond to some of these questions under fire. Be on the lookout for that. Yeah, Sar said he was working or he would have pulled up.
And Bomb Squad, yeah. I know this is a question thing for me, but can you give me a little short summary of what your worldview is, if you don't mind?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm more of a naturalistic, right? So I believe in nature, or I understand the concepts of nature. I understand how our ancestors use these concepts of nature, right? When we talk about Ma'at, we talk about Tahuti, we talk about Ray, we talk about Tefnut. I don't see these as gods or anthropomorphic figures. These are literally forces of nature. They're no different than the air, the sun, gravity, order, reciprocity. And when we take that and we live by that, right, we realize that we don't need no Bible. We realize the bees don't need a Bible, the trees don't need a Bible, the birds don't need a Bible. None of these creatures need anything outside of themselves to sustain themselves. We're the only creatures that feel as though we need all of these other things to make us who we are. And so my worldview is that we are a part of life, just like the bees are a part of life. And just how they have a natural way of living, so do we. And we have to get back to that.
So naturally bet. Onlyism, that's right. That's half of my view. I know you, that's why you were so big on asking them questions about nature. I see now, because that's half of my view. It just thinking a little few ways. I done did some analytics, but yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, most definitely, brother, most definitely. And I'm also big on we was talking philosophy earlier. I'm big on philosophy. I'm big on mysticism. Actually, I gotta give brother A1 a shout out again, because my original name is Humble Mystic, but I shortened it to Humble on here because some people was having trouble saying the mystic part, so I just shortened it to Humble. But my brother A1 is somebody who acknowledged that, and my man really brought it out. He's like, "Oh yeah, we gotta have you Humble Mystic over here." I was like, "All right."
That mystic make them want to come at you when they see that mystic. Make them want to start asking questions. Like, so yeah, we got to put that mystic on there, man. That make the religious people jump out their body. They don't like that mystic stuff.
You know they is. They coming.
They don't understand.
Quantum. They coming for quantum too. They be coming.
But the funny thing is, they always want to come for the mystics until we start talking about Aaron, and we start talking about Melchizedek, and we start talking about these characters, and we start asking, well, who are these characters, right? We know Aaron had 12 crystals in his breastplate, but then they turn around and say crystals is demonic. Aaron didn't think so.
Not at all. It's a whole bunch they got the answer for.
Oh yeah.
They be making me laugh. This is just one that I just came up with when they be talking about eating meat. And I tell them when Cain and Abel did their little things to God, I like the smell of that meat. He didn't even care about Cain's fruit.
Yeah. Listen, man, we know he was a war god, and we know he was a storm god. I was talking about the interesting thing about the Hebrew Israelite brothers is they'll get into the Bible all day long. They will not deal with that Babylonian exile. They will not deal with the Assyrian exile. They won't deal with those time periods in history because they understand that what they got in the Bible don't match how their lineage comes through. For those are the ones who's like, oh, well, I'm Hebrew by bloodline. I'm Hebrew by bloodline. So it's like, oh, so you saying you a Canaanite?
Right.
No, we ain't Canaanite. We ain't Canaanite. Well, that's where y'all history say y'all started from. Like, that's terrible, man.
And then have you ever read the book of Melchizedek? Yeah, that's a good one. The book I read, I don't know, and like I said, I don't know if a lot of the stuff that I done read it's like apocrypha or just some stuff that people made, but I done read different books that just I can see why they would change it. But then I asked the Christians that too. If you know it was gonna be changed, because God told you that people was gonna change the words because it was gonna be people who was gonna have to answer for that. So if I know that them words been changed, even just a little bit, how can I even think to myself to believe anything else?
I got a question on the screen here. The question is belief in God rational, or is atheism the more logical position?
It wouldn't matter. I never had to read the Bible to see Jesus, and I didn't have to believe in a four-faced sharing being I never knew existed before for it to exist and appear in front of me and stuff, and that's awesome. And other spirits and creatures and stuff, I never believe in that. I just have to seek it with my spiritual eyes and ears through strangers. And then apparently everything exists, even if life goes on and it can still suck. It doesn't make a difference. You just get to encounter what you encounter when you get to encounter, and that's what you see is what you get and what you got, and that's it. And then life goes on, period. Try to read through it.
Yeah.
It's my reality and experience.
Anybody else want to take on the question?
Most definitely. I would say atheism is the more logical position. And the reason I'm going to say this is because when you have a grasped understanding of a concept, or I like to use the word understanding, when you have a grasped understanding of a concept, you no longer need to believe in it. let me give an example. I was up here earlier talking to Brother Quantum about energy. Because I know energy exists, I don't need to believe in God. Because I know the sun exists, I don't need to believe in the sun. I know it exists. So belief is for people who don't want to be sure of their outcomes. But knowledge, and this is why I tell people, they say, do you believe in God? Nah, right? I transmute my beliefs into knowings. If I can't know it exists, I leave it by the wayside because, there's no certainty. So that means that I can't prove this thing I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And so I would say that atheism is the more
I proved it to myself to make evidence. So there's nothing I could do but prove it to myself through other people, all alone on my own. Nobody taught me, but someone has been psychic on me before, and I figured it out how to do it myself instead of relying on that bitch to be psycho on me, which I loved her, but I lost contact with her, so I had to do it all by myself anyways. In the end, we all have to get the evidence and results by ourselves. Believing doesn't change a damn thing. That's just, and have an excuse not to do it is ridiculous too. Like telling yourself to not believe or disbelieve doesn't make a difference. That's just in the way of doing it itself.
Mm-hmm. And so one thing I do a lot is I like to demystify a lot of the woo-ism that go on in a lot of these practices, right? So one thing we do is we talk about psychism, we talk about having visions, we talking about seeing the future, being in the future, doing all these things, right? We have to take a lot of woo-woo or pseudo out of the way we describe these gifts and abilities, right? Because it's actually more simple and more natural than that, right? Energy communicates. All things is a way. Me and Quantum talked about this earlier, right? Awareness, consciousness is a substance. How do we know? We could communicate with it. When you sitting there and you thinking, man, how I'm about to, do a bomb presentation today. What I'm gonna put in the That's all of that is you communicating with the divine, or what we would call the divine, right? The natural essence of all life around you. This ain't no spooky. This is something natural. We see dogs do it. We see giraffes do it. We see bees do it. This ain't nothing spooky that they doing. Is it spooky that bees know how to build a honeycomb without any human intervention? That's not spooky. That's innate within them. That's called life. And so we try to make life spooky when we don't have to. All we got to do is grasp the concepts of it. I land my plane with that, y'all.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'll answer the problem real quick. I agree with that.
That was good.
If you remember kind of what I was talking about earlier, I was trying to do one thing. So when they say, is the belief in God rational? Traditional belief of a creator God, to me, that's irrational. However, when I think about God in its most basic form, and I say, what is the mission that God really should do besides the intention? And that would be the reason for existence and the thing that sustains existence. To me, when people say God, I believe those are the two functions that they really looking for. All that other gibberish in between, it don't make sense to me. And that's why I re-identified what God should be. God should be whatever sustains, whatever is the reason for it and sustains existence. But in my path to try to find that, I found that there's functions and conditions that's going on. There's two of them, time and nature. Therefore, I can't call both of those God because that would violate the law of identity. Therefore, I have to, functionally, time and nature does all the things that intentional God that they propose is supposed to be in charge of. But how do I know that it's not in charge of time and nature? For the simple fact it would need time and has to have a nature and other nature to create with. Therefore, that belief in God is irrational. However, we still have to identify what is the reason for existence and what sustains it. And that's the reason that I call time God, nature goddess, and existence, because that kills all of the infinite regress.
Now we can most certainly agree on that part right there. For God to exist, God would have to have had a nature. The fact that this being doesn't have a nature of reality attached to it or associated to it, may I say, is what let us know this thing does not exist.
Right. It's like that's the incoherent part of it. When you look at it naturally and logically with function, you see it. You see that it just can't even be possible. While we can imagine it, it can't be actualized.
No, that's a fact. Anybody else want to chime in? So
I'll chime in. Shoot, I usually don't, but I think atheism is the more logical position. I think belief in a God absent of evidence is irrational. I know people are going to say, well, what is evidence to you? And then they're going to say things like this existence that we see as evidence. That's not evidence of a God. The existence is evidence of existence. Nothing more. It doesn't point to something in another dimension that created this. Like that's not what we see evidence of when we see existence. Or even if we look at what do they try to say? Divine design, or you know what I'm trying to say, how they say everything.
Intelligent designer.
Intelligent design. I mean, I think that looking at this and seeing intelligent design is subjective. You know what I'm saying? Some people would say some things aren't as so smart. So that's a subjective thing. I don't know. I do agree that everything is working in cosmic balance for us to be here. But is that coincidence or was that intentional? You can't find that through the study of science. We haven't yet, I should say. And when we do, then we can address that claim and say that God is the more rational position. But as of yet, I don't think so.
No, that's facts. That's facts. And you know, it's so interesting. So Unc earlier was excuse me, talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. My bad, John. He was talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Neil deGrasse Tyson has a segment about what his thoughts was about aliens coming to the planet Earth. And we know how intelligent we think we are as humans. Well, what if a chlorophyll life came to the planet Earth? How intelligent would you think they would think us to be? Because they will come to Earth and they see us eating lettuce and tomatoes and cucumbers, and mind you, these are people that come from that stock, or these are beings that come from that stock. They'd think we are murderers. They'd think we're mortars. They'd get on their spaceships and leave like, these people, we ain't coming back here. So just as the brother A1 was saying, the scale of how developed life is on this planet is most definitely subjective, because we haven't had anything outside of this planet to compare us to. And I think that's what would make finding life off of this planet so amazing and just so new, because now we'll literally have something other than something natural of Earth to compare us to. And so I agree with brother A1 right there.
Yep, I agree too. Especially that concept of God just don't fit.
Yeah. And let's be aware that, we know the concept of God changed over time, and this is why I bang on the Bible so hard, because this concept is not our concept. This is why earlier again, I was on Unc panel. We was talking about African science versus European science, and the issue that I be having with Unc when he just talking about it's just science or it's just religion, or that when we go back to our roots, we know our people wasn't practicing this. They didn't know nothing about a Jesus. They didn't know nothing about a God, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They didn't know nothing about that. You see what I'm saying? Because that didn't come from our people. When we go study our people, right? They got a guy by the name of Herodotus, who they call a father of medicine, right? And if we stay in mainstream medicine, that's who we would know as the father of medicine.
What's that name again? What you say that name was? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
His name is Herodotus.
I think I'd have heard about him before.
Mm-hmm. But when we study him, guess what he say? He say the father of medicine, or he say he is the child of Imhotep, who was considered the real father of medicine, who came 2,000 years before he did, who's an African man, a man that lived in Kemet. So if we keep going to mainstream science, this is why I gotta give my man Unc some pushback, because if we keep going to mainstream science, we're gonna keep getting pointed to people who don't look like us. It's only when we do our own due diligence to go research these things do we find out that we got the first physician on the planet. We got the first surgeons on the planet. We got the first mathematicians on the planet. We got the first college professors and things of that nature on the planet. It ain't until we start studying who we are till we start finding those things out. And then people like to discredit that and say that's pseudo because the white Egyptologists or the white Africanologists, as we like to say, those people over there who like to study the land of Africa, saying something different. But they don't understand it. They're coming from a Western European mindset. You can't study an Eastern religion with a Western European mindset. You're going to displace it every time. And then you get mad at the people who's coming putting it back in its proper context. That don't make no sense, man.
Right.
And
that's why I changed my concept of God. I went back to that basic God. Whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains it, to me, it's the only divinity. That's why I call it the quantum truth of the only divinity. The only divinity is whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains it. Nothing else.
Mm-hmm. And it's so interesting when you start studying cultures, right? So a lot of people have the impression that I only study African culture. They don't understand that I study a lot of different cultures. And the reason I study cultures for this reason that we're talking about now, this concept of God, right? This concept of primordial, omniscient energy, right? You got some people that call it chi, prana, tachyon energy, right? You got some people that call it the Tao, the Tao Te Ching, right? So when you study these things and you study what they're speaking about these systems and functions, you realize all of these people are talking about the exact same thing. They're just putting it in their own viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all talking about the very substance that sustain all life.
Right. That's what they try to describe, that they keep on.
Go ahead, brother. My apologies.
No, that's what I was just gonna say. That's what they keep trying to describe, that they keep putting in a skin. And they give it intention instead of just saying, you know what, I don't need that intention, because that intention is that God they're looking for. When you don't even have to put that intention there in that function of what time and nature does, or what you say is nature, because when you say nature, you're talking about the functions of time. So I understand what you were saying earlier. But that's the same thing that they're trying to describe. They just put an extra layer on it when they're giving it intention and saying creation.
Exactly. And it's so interesting, brother, because you said you say something called form, right? I use the word manifestation. And so the reason I use the word manifestation is because I realized that description or that definition fits the experience that I witnessed on the planet better than the word creation.
Right. And that's why I say
creation, we're meaning to create something new, to bring into being something new. But when we're witnessing manifestation, we're witnessing being, right, manifest from one level of existence to another. When we plant a seed in the ground, right, we're literally observing that seed transmute from something basic in structure to something complex in nature. So that's manifestation, right? And we even go through it in our lives. See, this is what I'm talking about. Now we're demystifying the spookism. Because we manifest in our daily lives. Things grow. We watch it. We have children, right? Some of us go to college, right? Some of us are in the video games. We see the progression there. See, we see these things in our life all the time. It's only on Sunday do we choose to spookify everything that goes on in our life.
And that's I agree with that too. It's like you said, I say form and structure, constraint, but you mean the same thing when you say manifest, because what we both know is that everything that's in existence has always been here. And so I say existence is a morphogenic process. When I say that existence is ongoing, it's morphogenesis. If you look at it, that's the thing that you say, we see it every day. If you think about a baby in a mama's room, you got that sperm and you got that egg. They do the first thing. When that sperm hit that egg automatically goes into a process that blocks all the other sperm from going in there. That's what I talk about when I say proto-recognition and proto-awareness. The things that it does to be. That vector to be is that thing that they're trying to say is intention. It ain't intention, it's just to be. That's what everything is. When you was talking about the birds, the bees earlier, they just know that they need to be for as long as they can, because this is the opportunity that's been provided when you get here. So what else should you do and try to find but be? And so with that being said, and that's why I say it's morphogenic, because earlier, if you remember, when I was doing my little old alley, a person asked me.
Private chat. Go ahead, though. You got the floor, Connor.
A person asked me about what was time and nature doing, how was they for? And I said that time and nature has always been in different phases, states, and forms. That's morphogenesis. Just like you as a sperm go to the egg and then you morph into a zygote, I think is the next, then an embryo, then a baby. Like morphogenesis is shown through the entire existence of what we see, like you said. And this is what we see. So I'm going with formation instead of creation. And that knocks off all of that.
Go ahead, you good.
And that knocks off all of that.
Okay. Yeah, and that's facts, right? So we was talking about the difference between the brain and the mind, right? Let's get into this real quick. So you was talking about the sperm and the egg, right? Well, when we're dealing with the sperm coming from the male, we don't understand that. Again, let's get back onto that birth. Let's get back to that baby. All births are thought formed first. Why? How we know this? We know this because we know the sperm come down from the brain. Come down the tube, come down your spinal column, come out your go right up in the lady, right? Damn. Now, when on the moment of conception, right, there's a spark. Science have proved this, that there's a light. Scientists call this the first light. And sometimes they equate this first light to the Big Bang, which means what they are saying in their terms is this is the first light of the universe. And so we have to understand that as above, so below, as within, so without. So when we looking at it like that, we know that when you looking at it, we was talking about atoms earlier, right? Number one, I'm gonna give y'all a little hint real quick. Physics got the atomic structure wrong. So when y'all go study the atomic structure, y'all realize how, it's not made of particles and things, is made of actual strings.
Yes.
Functions and waves. Right. This is why earlier I said, well, energy. See, here's the thing. We was talking about this earlier, right? The presupposition to what we call creation or manifestation or formation, right? The presupposition have to be energy. Now, why I keep saying this? I keep saying this because we can say all of these other things was whatever word we want to put, but energy was always here. There was nothing that created that. So now how do we get to a point in reality where we have something that was never created? What do we do? That really breaks our brain for real. It breaks our frame of relativity on what life is. Because when we see life, we always see life coming into being. Now we have this aspect of life that's in everything. But this aspect of life never came into being. And it will never go out of being. But from our everyday perspective, everybody on this panel, from our everyday perspective, we witness birth and transition on an everyday cycle, 24/7, 365 days out the year.
Fact.
Somebody is transitioning, something is transitioning, something is turning from a tree to a log, getting cut down. It's all a cycle.
All a cycle. And that's why I say that's why I said atheism, naturalism, they all on the same thing I'm on. My only other thing is that mechanism to be, which is caused by the interaction of time and nature. And they had to be in different phases and forms, just like we talking about the sperm and the egg. That's why I say, and when you was talking about it earlier, as above, so below, as within. And that's why I say it's the fractal. It's the fractals that interaction of time and nature do. We see it with our father and our mother. That's why I call them Father Time and Mother Nature, because I see it with my father and my mother, and then I see what time and nature provides is existence. What my mother and my father provided was an existence within existence, which is me. I'm talking about, and that's why I told you earlier, I don't know if I said it in the US and stuff, I propose some scientific theories about the soul and where to look for it at within a quark and a quanta that's moving around just like time and nature. Because if I know that time and nature has always been, and then they came to what they say is the Big Bang, which is actually just the observable universe, because it could break down into fractals of what it was doing and sustain itself, then I know that's the same mechanism that's going on within me that's making me be right now. There's a quark, which is nature, and there's a quantum, which is the smallest thing of energy that you talk about. And they generate the mind, they generate the body, and this is what we use. We use the mind as software to control the body, which is the hardware. There we go, right there. Just time, nature, and existence. And like you said, as above, so below, as within, so without. And we see it right here every day. For some reason, that's why I say, I don't know if I'm gonna stick with it. That's why I say I can't not call Father Time and Mother Nature my God and my goddess functionally.
Now, here's if I may, brother, watch this. Here's the importance of being a practitioner of life, because I'm able to step out of the academic realm and grasp the concepts that you're talking about, right? Although I may have other terminologies for them, right?
Correct.
Instead of mind, body, spirit, right? I understand that we are spiritual divine beings having a divine human experience. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience. No. It's the other way around. And so once we understand that the same thing that's in us substance-wise, it's the same thing that's out there substance-wise, then there's nothing else. Me personally, I might say for a scholastic purpose, I might say mind, body, and energy. But energy and the spirit is not different things. They're the same thing. The ocean and this bottle of water in the ocean are the same thing. It's just the water in here is in a bottle and the water out there is uncontained. So that's how that's the proper way of looking at energy and spirit. We don't look at energy and spirit as something different. Energy is spirit. It's just that this vessel has energy, and out in the ether there's energy. And so we see that energy emerged. We was talking about emergence earlier, right? When we observe life and we observe the function of energy, because that's all we really observing is the function of the rapid vibratorial change of energy. That's all.
The work, the work.
So when we observing this, right? What we are really observing is life emerging in different facets.
Yes.
It's all life. It's just emerging in different facets. And that's what happened when we have something called environmental conditioning. Right? If you take a apple seed and you go to the mountain of the Himalayas and you grow that apple seed, and then you take another that apple seed, you go to Florida and you grow the apple seed. Both are going to grow an apple. They might have slightly different traits and they might come up slightly different colors and things of that nature, but that's because of the environment and the soil that had an influence on it. See, we have to understand that I'm going to use the word influence for academic purposes. But in other words, we also could use the word manipulation, right? Everything has an influence on everything else.
Right. And it has to, because if you don't recognize what is around you and in front of you, especially in your immediate environment, then you ain't gonna have any coherent thoughts or anything. So that's why I was talking about time and nature. And where you was talking about that mechanism of how it breaks down, that's the same thing. I applaud you for being able to step outside and understand exactly what I'm talking about, because that's what I see, even though we calling it different things. Because to me, that energy that you see in the spirit, I believe it's only one spirit, and that's the spirit of the universe, that thing called space. The reason I say that is because of this right here. Our souls is the small version, the micro version of the spirit, the only spirit, because the universe is the only of its kind. And so when we detach from this body, we travel the spirit of the universe to the end to drop off our experience. This is why it seems that things are popping in and out of existence. Those are just possibilities to make existence better, because we take our experiences to the end of the universe. This is the vector to be that I was talking about. I don't like talking about this a lot, but I can talk about it with you because I know you understand what I'm saying. Right. And that's where the soul is, and that's the spirit. The only spirit is the spirit of the universe. We are micro versions, and that's the soul. We travel the spirit for our purpose, or what I say our vector to be, but you can say our purpose.
In other words, if I'm allowed to break it down, there's a such thing as dimensions. Right? We talk about them here and there. I don't know if a lot of people study them and get into them like I do, but I could see the brother Quantum does, right? But when we're dealing with dimensions, right? These are the cosmos that we are traveling from, right? What I was saying earlier, as above, so below, as within, so without, right? So just like this dimension have a plane of existence. There's higher planes of existence. There's lower planes of existence. Now, the plane of existence you choose to go to is the plane of existence you choose to attract. See, here's the thing. Things don't happen to us. Mind y'all, earlier I was talking about everything have an influence on everything else. Things don't happen to us. We attract them. And so when we sleep and we have a nightmare, I had a nightmare. No, you didn't have a nightmare. You attracted negative energy while you were unconscious in this realm and conscious in another one. See, the difference between this realm and that realm is whatever we think about happen instantaneously. Right here, we think about something, but just like Quantum keep pointing out, we are hindered by time. So we have to go through the cycles of time. No matter how much we think about it, right? Is it going to manifest? The more you think about it, but we are hindered by time. In that realm, there is no hindrance by time. Whatever you think about manifests instantaneously. So again, when y'all go, y'all had these dreams and things of that nature, and y'all have nightmares, and that's because, all right, most definitely, brother, we sitting here still chopping it up.
We hear.
But when you had a nightmare, that's because you attracted negative things. You was thinking about negative things. So the goal is to reappropriate your situational awareness so that you only align with things that are beneficial with you.
Right.
No matter what.
That no doubt. That's it right there.
Mm-hmm.
If you align with the purpose to be of time and nature and try to be comfortable without impeding on anybody else's comfortability, you great. Like, we'll be great.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what system you follow and how high you get or, how spiritual you are. As long as you're following something that benefits you, that put you and your surrounding members in a better position, right? That's why, I gotta keep pointing this out. That's why I gotta keep giving Unc some pushback, man, because, it's brothers out here that look like us, that want us to forget about what happened to us. Mm-hmm. They want us to forget about what we're going through today. They want us to forget about what we was going through yesterday. And they want to just say, well, let's move on to tomorrow, man. That ain't about nothing. No, that is about something. Because we got people that died for that. Or unalived. I apologize, y'all. But we got people who was unalive for that, man. And we need to make that be. And it's Black History Month. Man. Did I not mention? And it's Black History Month, man. We can't be out here talking about, man, we don't want to follow the ancestors on Black History Month. So these are things that as individuals we have to think about, but also as a collective, we have to come to the table and actually talk about, is these things important, which I will argue these things are very important. Mm-hmm. The way another society, let's take race, because I know a lot of people talking about race, and let's take race out of it. Let's just talk about society. We are a melanated society. The way other societies look at the melanated society is important to me. The reason is because when I go out here to get a job, or when I go out here to meet with a CEO, or when I go out here to do whatever I'm going out here to do, their outlook is going to determine if they want to work with me or not. I don't know if y'all ever experienced this at y'all workplaces, but I've most definitely experienced discrimination, racial discrimination at my workplace. Right? Oh, you can't come, got a belt that say Black Power. You can't come in here with that belt on. He an Italian dude. So you don't want me to be proud of who I am because you are not proud of who you are. You're not good with who expressing who you are, so you don't want me to express who I am? That's crazy. So we gotta, man, listen, we gotta keep drawing attention to that. And until, and people be asking, when is enough enough? Enough is enough when we get our due. And I ain't strictly talking about money, reparations, or things of that nature. Nah. I'm talking about when my man Terrence Howard can come out here with 97 patents and let the world know that I invented transgenital flight. And instead of everybody writing them off like they crazy, right? He get a fair opportunity like Elon Musk. Who was Elon Musk before he started SpaceX? Nobody. We don't know this man. This man came out, oh, I'm going to put share stocks and this and that. And now this man can go to Mars anytime he wants. But here we got a brilliant mind and a man by the name of Terrence Howard. We seen this man on movies on a big screen. Hustle and Flow. Come on now. Y'all got to remember Hustle and Flow. And then this man come out and say, bro, I used this pattern, which we all know the Flower of Life. If you're not studied in the Flower of Life, please do your due diligence and get studied in the pattern of the flower of life, right?
Yes.
Everything this brother is talking about, everything I'm talking about, when we're talking about putting this on paper and seeing it unfold in front of your eyes, that's what this pattern does. Everything in existence, this comes from this pattern. Just how I say all science and mathematics come from Africa, right? Every musical note, every light wave, every geometric structure come out of this pattern. Now I know people gonna try to come and, oh well, you know, that's that pseudoscience and da 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 da. Well, go ask the people that study physics. Go ask the people that's in algebra. Go ask the people that study geometry. Go ask the professors in geometry that are literally writing or reconstructing universes with a simple equation. And what do the simple equation do? The simple equation just makes circles.
Spirals.
There you go. So I would, encourage people to go do their due diligence on the tree of life. That's go ahead, brother. Go ahead, get it in there, Quantum.
Sure. You landed out. That was right, especially that flower of life and the tree of life. Have you ever seen that? You were talking about dimensions a while ago. We kind of got the same thing. My dimensions, to me, come in the perception of what size you is. Earlier, I was talking to somebody, and they was talking about how universes look like they out of order. And I told them it's just that scale. If we could look at it at a different scale, I guarantee you it wouldn't be chaos the way that he's thinking it is. It's just all in the different dimensions of your perception when it comes to that. Have you seen that flower of life in a 3D perception?
Yeah.
That motherfucker is amazing, man.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you can't beat it and you see. And that's why I say that, and that's why I have that mechanism of time and nature, because I see for that flower to do like it did, those things that needed time to form those patterns so everything else can lay up on that pattern. This is that mechanism of proto-recognition and awareness that I be talking about. And I'm gonna have to get it more. It's that vector to be that I say downstream, our consciousness and the way that we interact with nature in this form is just a different, like you said, a different emergence of the universe recognizing itself. That's all we are. We just a different pattern, recognizing another stable pattern. So with me knowing that, and like you said, the flower of life, that's all you got to do. And I think like I said, I know we have the same views. I think the only thing, and I think you noticed it too, is I put a category for time in there, because if I don't, it'll change, like I said, the identity property when it comes to time. And then also it does a different job than nature. It's like that's why I say they co-present at all times. If there's time somewhere, there's definitely nature. If there's nature somewhere, there's definitely time. And you can't do with that, because this is what I do know. Time is the evidence of nature. Nature is the evidence of time. How is that possible? It's because of the structure or whatever nature provides. As it changes, it's using that mechanism that is provided by time. So therefore, time and nature, and that's why I say, and like you said it earlier, that even that idea of God that they proposed, while it was good at some time, I think it was simply the people who was trying to portray what they were trying to explain just didn't have the right mechanisms and the right words to say. So they personified the things that was going on because that was easier for them. I don't think they did it on purpose. Now, later on down the line, when people started seeing that they could use it for power, oh yeah, they definitely formed it into a power mechanism. Like you were saying, when you go back to the beginning of what we was trying to find out when we was looking for that thing that they call God, that condition, that mechanism, that substance, that whatever, you know what I'm saying, it was that thing that we said, the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And so we must find that. And then, like I said, in my view, found that I know atheists don't like to say it, but I found the same thing they did. It's just I identify those things as God and Goddess because nothing can do without those things. And that's the mechanism of being, of existing. You need a mechanism. So,
and so, even on that notion, right? I know you use time and nature. I myself would say time and space, or space time. And we understand that those are relativistic with one another, right? You can't have space without time. You can't have time without space, right? Another interesting fact about that is wherever there is time, space is expanding.
Right. There's no other choice.
You know, it's hold on one sec. I think I just got what's going on? Is he up here? I don't think. Hey, A1, you know Jose Francis?
Yeah, Jose good.
Okay.
I wanted to see what you was gonna do. That's
why. Oh, yeah. What up, Jose?
What's up? What's up?
What up, Jose?
What's
How
up?
you doing, brother? You want to answer to the conversation?
Are you aware that the flower of life was discovered in ancient Kemet?
Of course, brother. Of course.
And I know you would be aware that they had an astronomical ceiling that was blasted out and taken by the man that they said, what's his name? The little French dude, Napoleon.
Napoleon, yeah.
And I don't know where you're living, but if you ever get a chance to go to the Metropolitan Museum, they have what they call a sarcophagus of the last Kemetic priest that has all sort of astrology engraved in it.
Right.
If you ever get an opportunity to pass through New York, you must let one of them brothers, either Jabari or Reggie, give you a tour of the Metropolitan Museum.
Almost definitely.
They have a very nice Kemetic section. They have a lot of shopping and all of these things. So if you ever get a chance to pass through, you must go to the Metropolitan Museum and make sure you get a nice guy, maybe Reggie or Jabari.
Most definitely. That's one of my goals, man. That's one of my goals over there is to actually be able to go down there on a tour, you know, to a Metropolitan Museum. I actually was just watching Brother Jabari talk about a tour that him and a group of people was doing this year. That's one of my goals, man. I want to be on one of them tours in Kemet. I actually want to go to the museums and see what they're talking about, you know. Right now, and I classify myself as a researcher, but to evolve into my scholastic self, I want to be someone who actually had boots on the ground, who actually went and seen for myself. Me researching about this stuff is amazing, but I'm realizing now that I gotta go see this stuff.
And you see, you have a group that you can pool your finances, learn the language, go on tour, and do these different things together. You need to encourage some of the old heads.
You, Harris. We appreciate you. If I can really fast, I just want to shout out the comment. It say, Harris Duncan, this is much needed, valuable information. Fire, fire, fire. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Just like my brother A1 said, you know, hey, we thrive off of your support. We thrive off of you watching. You know, I know because I was once a viewer who was wishing I can get up here. Now I'm up here, man. And in reality, a dream has literally came true. That's so crazy. But I appreciate Brother A1.
You got to jump in the ring, huh? You got to get some debates.
Oh, that's what I'm here for. Listen, I told A1 that's what I'm here for.
And you need to, and what you should do, you need to challenge A1 to a debate, man.
I got a debate coming up actually Saturday. I'm gonna run the ad for that real quick. And I got a debate for you, Humble. I just hadn't been able to talk to you about it. So later today we gonna build on that. It's somebody you was calling out actually. We're about to make that happen over here.
What is it? What is your debate topic, A1?
My debate topic? Oh, here you go.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments. Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
7 p.m. tomorrow, Saturday, Valentine's Day. Me and Suave will be stepping into the arena. The topic is, did white people come from albinos? I will be taking the negative. Suave boss will be showing up to prove that they did. And this is one you are not going to want to miss, people. Definitely one that's going to have the stand shaking. And we do have a super chat. Fire signs from Harris Duncan. Appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We got y'all, brody. We got y'all. Shout out to Titans Debate League. I can't wait to see it, man. I know it's going to be a good one.
Shout out. Shout out.
Back to you, Jim.
Also, I just want to let Brother A1 know that on a platform over on Bigo, I will be promoting. I will be letting people know, come on through, come watch, come support. And so, it's gonna be more than people that's just over here coming through. So this might be a big one, y'all.
I can't wait. I know it's gonna be good. When I first met my man's A1, he seen some talent in another little live that I be going in debating with this guy. And then we sat there and started talking. I could just tell, I just knew he was knowledgeable about everything. And I can't wait to see this debate, man, to see, because I know it's gonna be good.
I'll be on these panels holding back. So when you see me, I was being nice. I wasn't trying to go in on them. I don't want to scare the people off by just telling them, hey, you dead wrong. You know what I'm saying? I slowly try to walk them into seeing that their logic is flawed and point it out, because I don't want to shatter anybody's paradigm.
Man. And that's
a lot of people are using these systems to get themselves a sense of identity. Sometimes it's a patch where mental health and therapy may be needed. So I'll be slow to peel back the layers when explaining a lot of this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you was in that chat too, I heard how you was getting his points and just you know what I'm saying? What they call it? Begging his pardon and letting him get it out. So I know what you're saying. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. It's gonna be real good, especially if they come in with the questions like they was coming at me tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, he might not be in the league too long, but we're gonna see, because it might be some shit that he got hidden that he ain't showed to me. And that's all I'm saying, anyway, because I ain't supposed to get up here to do none of that. He got his own time. Shit, but y'all got the right mechanism to see if you talking junk, or if you can back, like you say, can you back up what you talking about? I'm talking about. And if the wrong person get in the chat, it don't even have to be nobody that's from the debate league or something like that. If the right person get in that chat and you get to asking you questions, you gon' folly.
Definitely gonna folly. And I look at it like sales. In sales, they taught me, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you talk. A person is going to tell you how to sell them if you listen. So I look at it the same way in debate. If I let a person talk long enough, I'm going to see all the kinks and holes in their armor. I don't have to be in a rush to nitpick every single point. Sometimes I give a person the floor, give them a couple minutes. They're going to put their foot in their mouth several times.
Man.
I'm diligent enough to listen and be patient and not jump on it as soon as I hear it. He may expound and make it even worse. But a lot of people be so ready to get in there and swing their sword that they don't know sometimes it's about defense. Sometimes it's about pacing yourself, getting your heart rate down. Like, it's not always about being in here just swinging and trying to go for the kill shot. Like,
it's so funny because we got a word on the screen, logical, right? It's about understanding the logic in one's position, right? Even if y'all are at odds, it's about understanding where that person may be coming from, right? And that's what being a high level intellect is all about. You're able to go up and down the ladder. You might meet some brilliant brothers and sisters, right, who are more brilliant than you, but you know what to do in those positions. You yield the position. But then when you're dealing with someone that you are a higher level then you come down the ladder and you get in a position. But a lot of people like to be bullies too, man, and that ain't cool either. I was talking earlier about scholarship. And man, we can't be up here calling ourselves scholars and then keep showing the people AI overviews, Wikipedia articles. Man, where the books at? Now, I don't mind if we, like we was doing earlier, we doing a quick Q&A. Everybody should have chat, some type of chat GBT or some type of co-pilot on their laptop where they could pop that up real quick and, all right, what you say, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you are doing presentations and you literally are going to a wiki article to try to prove your point, it's nah, man. Because we all know that wiki articles can be edited. So how I know you didn't rewrite that before you showed that to us? You see what I'm saying? So we gotta be careful when we get these people scholarship, And AI, let me also say this. AI is not a source. AI is a tool that gives you sources. So you can read something from AI and it can give you accurate information. But after all you got to put in is, can you list me some academic sources that support this claim? And instead of just giving you information, it'll give you a list of people that are credentially academic. Hold on one second. Oh, all right. What up? Who that is?
we got Pan the Barbarian to the stage. Currently 2-0 over here on Titans Debate League. Just took the win against Hemi for the debate topic, which is more consistent with science and philosophy, atheism, or Christianity. So salute to him, undefeated on Titans Debate League. How you feeling today? How you feeling today, Pan? You're muted. Okay, he may be getting this audio together. Sometimes it takes some
my bad. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Check one. Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. Super Pan Man, wild as the Taliban. You hear me? Hey!
What up?
Chillin', I heard y'all talking about bullies and shit, so I figured I might as well just jump on and say hi. I was really just listening, and I was like, fuck it, let me just jump up. That's it.
Well, since we got you up here, let me get you to go ahead and take on the prompt on the screen. Is belief in God rational, or is atheism the more logical position? Answer yes, no, and expound on why you think that.
Actually, to me, I think that's two different questions.
Okay, explain.
So, taking the second one, I do personally obviously think that atheism is a more logical position. I'm not saying it's necessarily, though, irrational for somebody to believe in a God. You know what I mean? My issue with people's belief in God is when it infringes on others' lives, right? So it could be rational for an individual to do that and it have certain benefits for them. But to me, atheism is still more logical. You feel me? So it's sort of two questions to me.
I see that. Because, it all depends on when we talk about a belief in a rational God or is, belief itself, is it rational to believe in God itself, is a thing. And some people might agree with that. Some people might disagree with that. You see what I'm saying? So,
I mean, because the obvious question, and my favorite question to go to is, because obviously the question would be then, which God, right? And then you have to get into finding out which one you actually believe in, which is the most rational, and which fits you the most. And, it's a lot of There's a lot of pieces to that puzzle. Just saying you believe in a God or a higher power is not quite serving the purpose of an afterlife or even a purpose of a so-called purpose of life here on earth. You see what I'm saying? And so everything is a pursuit of truth, I think. And if people are earnestly and honestly pursuing truth, you know what I'm saying, you gotta respect it. But if they just sitting in it just trying to act like they're better than people, that's a problem.
Nah, that's facts. And that's why I be banging on biblical believers who say they not Christians too. Don't be trying to take their book and then say you not reading every word out of their book. You a Christian,
Amen.
man.
Amen. Amen. I just trying to say, because listen, bro. When you sit up here talking all I had a debate against Cassell. His whole position was coming from the Torah. When he's trying to act like he wasn't a Hebrew. Like, bro, what are you doing?
So can I ask y'all something as atheists? So since we look at that concept of the idea of the traditional God, the biblical God, like we was talking about, and we've found that idea of God is incoherent. We don't agree with that, right? But then we still ask ourselves, are we still gonna look for the reason for existence and what sustains it? Because that's the function of what that word God really means without anything else. So I guess what I'm asking is, once you look like naturalism is your thing. So nature is a real big part, and y'all identify it, but you don't. Is that where you stop at? Does it not deserve any reverence when it is doing the job that you was looking for?
Well, for me, here's the thing, when I left Christianity, I immediately hopped on the Nile Valley civilization joint. You feel me? And then after a while, I got into the roots of my maternal side. And one thing I found out about Nile Valley civilization and the Blackfoot Native American Confederacy is they were both natural people, and they had ways to describe what we would call creation or what brings forth existence, right? That's why I think I was on, I'm not sure if I was over here, if I was over on panel, and I was talking about Shu and Gab and Nut and Tough Nut and Ray and Ma'at, and these aren't just like people look at these from a Western viewpoint and look at them and be like, oh, well, these are gods. No, these are literally the forces that make up what we call reality. And when you look in science and you see science talk about the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, vibration, gravity, and all of this, you see they're talking about the exact same things. Mm-hmm. So when I'm going back and I'm looking at my roots, and then when I go to the Native American roots with the Blackfoot Native Americans, you see they also have words to describe natural forces for water and air and the cosmos and stars. You see they talking about this. Mm-hmm. So my thing is, why keep reading this when my lineage is giving me a more accurate version of how being or how existence came into being? I'm gonna land there. I want to know, brother A1. Let's get to the new host. Let's get to the new guest, y'all.
Oh yeah.
You the new host. What you talking about?
Let's get it. Is that Hercules? Hey, I know Hercules. What's up, Hercules?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What up, my guy? How you doing?
Not much as early as a mug. Y'all just joint early as a mug, yeah.
Hey man, this is just another Tuesday for me, man. I do this all day, every day. I'm just on a different platform.
I was coming on to say exactly what you just said, actually.
Okay, get into it, brother Hercules.
You already said it. You beat me to
it. Hey, shoot.
I was like, yo, he just said what I wanted to say. But yeah, that's what exactly what I was about to say, man. As Pandemus pointed out, it's like, the question is, whose God are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? And because it's different when you're dealing with, like you said, African traditional religions. They're based off the ecology, and it's not like just stuff that just something you just made up. Somebody, Abraham and these guys is not made up. It's just the forces of the universe. Is how they use their spirituality and stuff. And so these words, we get caught up into these words in a Western world view.
Exactly.
And, we don't understand it, and that's one of the biggest things. And that's like the thing that I kind of been going back and forth with Ankh about. I've been trying to explain, like, you're using a Western view to try to explain something, from an African point of view. But the thing is that when you look at African spirituality or African systems, they're not the same. It's not the same as the West. It's the complete opposite. It's a complete different understanding of how they view the world and stuff. So, but yeah, when it comes to it, is it, the logic comes into play when we're dealing with African traditional systems. The logic comes into play because it's like trying to explain I'm sorry, I'm losing train of thought. But I was like, what you were saying is true, because the logic comes into play because you're dealing with the natural elements.
Mm-hmm. If I could just piggyback really fast, to touch on what you were saying about the logical aspect, right? I've never seen, we don't have any historical evidence, right, of any Hebrew people building any structures using a mathematical portion of a Yahweh. We don't have any historical evidence of these people using certain aspects of star observation, right, in their spiritual systems. Like, we don't see this strictly with these people. But when we go to Kemet, we see this. We have temples mathematically built in balanced proportions, just to represent the essence of Ma'at. This is why it's called the Temple of Ma'at. So just to piggyback off the brother, the logical thing, it's logical that we can go over there and see that they are showing us that they're not only renovating or venerating balance, reciprocity, justice. They actually grasp the concept of what this means. They're showing us this in a form that they even built something mathematically proportionate to what this means. We don't see this culture doing nothing like that. So I get that, Hercules. I most definitely understand that.
Let me jump in there real quick too. You hear me?
Yep.
So I sort of took that same path, except for I had a couple other stops beforehand and afterwards before I went to becoming a full atheist. Part of it was what y'all was just saying, and realizing that these deities is really representing scientific principles. And after seeing that in Kemet, I also noticed it in West Africa, right? So in Odinani and Ifa, if you look at Ogun and Amadioha, the gods of metal and power and strength, you know what I'm saying? When our people saw trains, that was a representation of Ogun, Amadioha. And so that made me start thinking, if the deity is just representation of, which I was talking about, a science or a natural occurrence or a scientific principle, then why then do we need the imagery of a deity? We can dispel with all of that at a certain point, because once you realize that you realize that it was just a teaching tool, a way to express an idea to people who wouldn't be able to understand it any other way. So it feels to me that the atheist and more scientific approach to those things is more logical. It's a logical progression and evolution of education and human mindset. That was deep. Let me give some applause for that. That shit was deep, man.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. But the only pushback I'll have with that is that viewpoint. So you're saying it's more, it's more of a logical mindset. Well, for the ancestors, it wouldn't have been. It would have been an illogical mindset, because even though we know that these are the elements of the universe, there's still a spiritual component connected to it. It's how they viewed it, and one of the things that they was trying to show us is that there's a reciprocity. There's a give and a take from the spiritual realm to this realm, to the physical realm. And if you neglect that reciprocity, you end up in a world that's, asphatic, with the world of chaos. Today, we would call that, the noise, the high entropy, that's and that's the kind of world that we live in now. It's a world that's, uncertainty, where things are unstable. And they built a society and a civilization that lasted for 4,000 years on stability, because they had this understanding that you have to maintain a balance between our physical realm and the universe, the earth. And this is something I just found out. I didn't even know this, that the earth has a vibrational frequency. I didn't know that.
432, man. 432.
Yes, sir. And real quick, just to interject, make sure you are subscribed to Titans Debate League, youtube.com/@Titans Debate League, so you don't miss any of the action. We have a few Argument Alleys scheduled for this week, and a surprise guest popping up on Sunday for his Argument Alley as well. Stay tuned for that. Back to you, King Art.
And so, I just want to say that I think that, like I said, I just found that out. And the pyramids was built to be in harmony with the vibration of the earth and the vibration of the universe and stuff like that. And so I think they showed that, if you don't maintain this balance, this reciprocity, you're going to end up with a high entropy, and that this static, this noise, the way that we are today. Even though we have this technology and everything is that was cool. We got air conditioning stuff, but we're out of sync with.
So I hear your point.
Let me finish this. I'm gonna finish this. We out of sync with the earth and the universe, and it's going towards an uncertainty future that we don't know about. Chaos. But so go ahead.
Right. So to what you was just saying earlier, I think it was you talking earlier when you were saying that basically what you're calling spiritual now is nature, right? So once you realize that that's what that is, and you identify that what we're calling spirit, but spirituality and things like that really is just nature. There's not a sentient being on the other side of us doing that. The reciprocity that we're talking about is being, so you go to the 42 laws, right? And you talk about, I have not defiled the food of the gods, right? That's really making sure that you're taking care of the land and the crops, etc. That's really not a relationship with a god or a deity. That's making sure that you feeding the people. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the children. I haven't done such with their food, or I haven't defiled my fellow neighbor and all that type of shit that's in the laws. Like, those are actually common sense things when you really sit back and think about it. You don't necessarily need a deity to do any of them. And once you realize that, all I'm saying is if you still follow those things scientific without a deity at all, you will be in that balance. The world itself will be in that same balance that you was talking about. The issue with it is most people, the majority of the world is too selfish to do that. So like the golden rule is pretty much found across cultures across the world. Right? Do unto others as you have a word, right? It's found across the world throughout ages. It's just the majority of people don't want to do that. They want their own personal, advantages, and that's what then throws the world into chaos. It's not necessarily a spiritual thing. Some people are just assholes.
Yeah. I can see that. Somebody about to say something?
No, I just said that sounds good.
Yeah, I can see. Again, I can see what you're saying, but let me see. If we, I don't know. It's like they try to. I thought it's just nature. We're looking at it as just nature and why deify it. I think that they was trying to show us, and it's in every African traditional system. It's in every one of them. That this connection with the spiritual realm is necessary. You know, today we don't think like that. You know, especially us who grew up here in the West, we don't think like that. But for them, you know, for them there wasn't like it was hard for them to live without the spirit. You know what I'm saying? To vision reality, to do your math, to do without spirituality. You know, I don't know if anybody ever been to Africa, you know, like, you know, I've been to Ghana. And when you go, because growing up, I always heard that, you know, that their life was connected with spirituality or their life and stuff, right? And, you know, I didn't understand it until I went over there. And you'll see things like, you know, a barbershop. It'll say, you know, this is the haircutting place of God. You know, this is, you know, another one might say, this is Jesus chosen, you know, barbershop. You know, you see a grocery store, it's like, this is God chosen grocery store. You know, you will see it in every, you know, all their businesses, you know, something, you know, God or Jesus, something like that. Mm-hmm. And that's what I understood. I was like, oh, you know, black people did not imagine a life without the spiritual component. You know what I'm saying? To have that that's not life at all. You know what I'm saying? From their point of view, it just doesn't equate. One, you can't. It's like your hand, your hand, your front side of your hand, the back side of your hand. You just can't take the skin off, you know, the back side of your hand, you know, and just say, you know, I don't have a back side of my hand. It just didn't. Their worldview didn't see it like that. And I know from a Western point of view, you could describe the universe without talking about the spirit at all, without talking about spirituality at all. We know that. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So but my point is, like, it created, without spirituality, it created a world that we live in now, a world that's that's destructive towards the planet and people, you know what I'm saying? Where when you had spirituality, these ideas, you understood that you just cannot destroy the planet, make these choices without repercussions.
I just want to say something before I lose my thought. So there's a couple things you said, Derek, but a lot of times people make a lot of assumptions about history, right? We have really no idea how many people actually bought into the spirituality side of the natural or of the spirits of, right? So we don't really, you have no idea actually about how many people bought into the spiritual system. Everybody had a job in Kevin. Right, and they went through degrees to do that, and so they built those pyramids not as slaves and things like that, but because it was their job to do this part for the country, for the nation. Yeah. So right, they brought up their children to do that, so their whole family was that. They built that type of brick. That was it. That was their children. And people over here, they planted those things, and that's what they do. That's their children. So all of that was written down as tied to spirituality, but at some level, you have to know that there were some folks that may not have bought into it, right? And they was just doing it because they realized what they may hated the whole situation, but they was doing it because they had, right? A better example in West Africa for people not being able to live without spirituality, so to say.
Come closer to your mic so you're a little clearer if you can.
Okay, check. Can you hear me?
I mean, we can hear you. It's not clear.
It's better. Maybe if I speak up a little louder.
That's better.
It's better. Okay. So a better example in West Africa would be the market days in Nigeria. So the market days, they have a different week than we do here in the West, right? And it's based on their spiritual system, right? But they don't. I'm sorry, somebody saying something?
No, go ahead.
No, okay. I moved my headphones to adjust my mic. So yeah, the market days are based on different deities in the ecosystem, and they follow that market system, and it works for the culture, for the economy, for health, all that business. However, know that Nigeria is heavily Christian right now, right? But yet they still follow the market days because the market days work for benefit of the people. So it's there's a couple of things that scenario shows. The fact that they were able to switch belief systems and still carry the cultural system of the ancestors that was working for the country, you know what I'm saying, for the nation, and deal with it without the spiritual over the top of it. Also in Nigeria, all of them name themselves and their business after a god. That's very similar to televangelists over in the West. So it's not really the best idea. That's what I'm saying. The market days might be a better idea, but even there, they don't necessarily focus so heavily on their actual spirituality because most of them have turned Christian.
Yeah, they Christians over there. It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
You Christian or Muslim?
You know what's interesting about they get mad at me, but I all call them the Abrahamic religions, which they are, and they get upset because I don't understand why they beef with each other. Man, y'all all supposed to follow the God of Abraham, but then the Hebrew Israelites say the Muslim God is different than the Israelite God, which is different than the Christian God, which is how y'all dealing with all these different gods, but yet y'all monotheistic. I don't understand, man.
Amen. Amen, brother. Preach, brother. You better preach, brother.
I'm asking myself because Ishmael, it say in the Bible that Ishmael was at Abraham's funeral just like Isaac. So shit, if both of them was there and they didn't have no problem there. Ain't no reason that they had a problem with what God is God. I know they was worshiping the same thing.
I had a debate a while back. And the title of the debate was "Who started monotheism?" Right now, if you are a scholar in this field and you do your due diligence, then you know without a shadow of a doubt it was Akhenaten. But if you indoctrinated, you're gonna think it was Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Eber. So the title was "Who started monotheism?" Akhenaten or Yasharal. Listen, man, that debate didn't go too well for him. I'll tell y'all that.
No, it's definitely Akhenaten.
I should go back further than Akhenaten, to be honest with you, but good window. Sure, that's definitely an easy win.
Mm-hmm.
How would you ever think that Abraham can remember?
Well, that's where he lost at the first place. Because when I went first in my first round, that was my first point of contention. How can you credit an invention to a ghost? And he never addressed it.
That's the body shot right there.
Man. I never understood. Well, I think I kind of understood why they be beefing with each other. It's like y'all all got the same people in y'all book. You know what I'm saying?
It's really not the same. It's not the same God though. It really ain't. And that's the problem.
That probably what it is.
Hey, listen. Do you know before there was a thing called Islam, right? Do you know there were Arab-speaking Jews and Christians who used the word Allah for God to represent God of Abraham way before a Muslim even showed up on the planet? So if you're telling me that Muslims then took that word and then used that word to designate God of Abraham is a different God than what the Hebrew gods use.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I don't know.
It is. It is. As a matter of fact, hey, I might actually do that presentation over here one day.
That'd be nice because you haven't done a presentation. You've just been over here kicking ass and taking names. I mean, I'm not mad at you about that, but
you sound a little mad though. You do sound mad. I don't understand why.
You do sound mad.
Come open up the classroom for a day, man. Use the dry erase board. You know?
Yeah, actually, I think I will do that. After I beat everybody in this tournament, I'm just gonna win this tournament, y'all. So just be happy for me. After I win this tournament, I'm gonna go ahead and do that presentation. And then,
Let's get it. be on the lookout for I guess Pam winning the tournament as he says, and then the
Yeah, everybody get ready for that. I'm passing out fully rolled blunts.
I'm passing out fully rolled blunts. Okay.
And in case you're wondering what tournament he's talking about, if you're not familiar, we're on Titans Debate League on YouTube, and
these are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes, and we have a $500 cash prize associated with that tournament. The winner of each round will be receiving $50 on the road to the finals. And salute to you, gentlemen, for being brave enough to step into the Coliseum. And if you aren't subscribed, again, I just dropped that link in the chat. Titans Debate League on YouTube. Get on over here. I'm sharing it on the screen so you can see what it looks like, so you know exactly where to find us. We're doing some big things over here, you know. Rock with us, the hottest debate league on the internet. Back to you, gentlemen.
I also, if I may, really fast, listen, I'm not a new cat. I'm a new cat over here on YouTube, but I've been around the block for a while across the street, which I call Bigo, B-I-G-O. If y'all are interested in going to an environment and actually doing presentations and practicing presentations, you know, to get back up here on a big stage and things of that nature, come on over there. You know, we do the same thing over here 24/7. And it actually helps you get better and get more prepared for arenas like this.
And he's going to be live later. We're going to get some ads for his Bigo page so that way everybody can know where to go find him. And we're going to keep this going and be expecting to see him over here more. He just got the admin, so he's going to be hosting some open panels, keeping the conversation going. Salute to him. Taking the lead over here. You know, leaders get promoted fast over here, man. And that positive energy really matters. So let's go. Back to you, gentlemen. I think Pan was expounding on how he was going to win this tournament.
So anyways, listen, y'all, you got to get this. I'm actually pretty fucking good. All right.
Let's get it.
What's your argument?
I am a Pan-African atheist. That's my moniker. And then I stand on that. And then anybody want to bring whatever topic to me, I debate any topic that's brought to me, basically.
Oh, okay.
Some of the topics he's debated so far over here. Should the FOP be disbanded? That was one of them, correct?
That's the name Pan. Okay.
Then he had another one, which is more consistent with science or philosophy, atheism or Christianity. He debates a broad number of topics though. But atheism and Pan-Africanism are the two ideologies he's waving the flag for everywhere he goes. So
literally the flag.
Expect to see more from him over here. Shout out to him. Titans, stand up.
Oh, you hear it's dead air? You need time? Here, I got you. So anyways, I am a Godlight as well. I'm a member of the actual UNIA ACL Governor Forum. You know what I'm saying? It's a unifying movement. Despite your religion, belief, anything like that. If you are of African descent, you know what I'm saying, you already a Caribbean link up, go find somebody that's doing UNIA business. It's a local UNIA near you. Join up. That's the movement. That's the plan. You gotta be self-governed worldwide. You hear me? I love it. Don't keep quiet. I'll keep talking.
Now, Pan, you might win.
It's okay.
Hey, Pan, you might win this tournament, right?
Yeah.
How about the next tournament we having?
Yes, we're about to get that started soon. I'm trying to get this one wrapped up because I got a lot of new faces. I've introduced 2 of 10 new debaters that I'm going to be bringing to the channel. You know what's funny? I was going to say not in our inner circles and people we haven't seen before, but I didn't know that everybody was already hip to you, Humble Mystic. You know,
man, that's news to me. I wasn't even.
Yeah, you pulled up to the channel. You had a lot of support. They already was hip to you from other places and spaces. I didn't even know that you had been on YouTube really doing this. I found out once I started interviewing you because we met over on TikTok.
Yeah,
so.
and trust me, brother, it wasn't long. It was what, 2 weeks? I've literally been doing this for about 2 weeks.
Are you serious? You know what's funny? I messaged you like 3 months ago. That's crazy. Okay. So I guess everything worked out the way it was supposed to. Like right when you got rolling, I just hit you back up out the blue after I missed our first scheduled date. Like, hey, you want to do something today? You like, yeah.
When you hit me up, I had to make sure that it was you. I was like, oh, that's the dude from Titan Debate League. I started hitting. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm ready. He was like, yeah, man, look, we can do it today. Hey, listen, that's how we roll. I'm with it. That's good.
Let's go. Yeah, and you know, go ahead, back and forth. You were asking Pan a question. You know, if you want to set up a exhibition debate, y'all get paid win, lose, and draw for those. So
I was just saying. So Pan, what's your standpoints, Pan? So like, what do you follow? What's your worldview or things you like to debate?
Once again, I am the Pan-African atheist. That's life. So I stand on that. And anybody want to challenge that, they can get it. Like I said earlier when I was talking about it, I came from Christianity. I went through all of the different religious paths that Black folks go to come to atheism. So I actually practiced a couple more belief systems than other people have. So I got that history with me and experience.
Yeah.
Also, I pretty much debate whatever. So like, it's it's sort of my shtick that I debate whatever topics that someone brings to me. So whoever my opponent is, if they decide they want to bring a topic, I usually go with one that they bring.
That makes sense. Okay.
So do you have any topics to propose?
Oh man, listen.
Look at you trying to start shit. Stop it.
Hey, I mean, we need to get you some extracurricular stuff going outside of the tournament. I feel.
Yeah, I'm about to say, listen, I can propose many different topics. You know, I do the evolution. He said atheism. We could deal with morality. You know what I'm saying? We could deal with a whole lot of things. But I'm just like the brother, right? I am a multifaceted debater, right? I literally do this for sport. So yes, while oftentimes you see me, you know, debating the religion or the science, man, I'll debate who's the best basketball player. I'll debate, you know, who's the best running back ever. I'll debate, you know, hey, listen, who's the best baseball all-star, man? Listen, I do this for real.
No, he need to go against Anu. That's what this sounds like.
Let's go, shout out Anu.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get something set up, man. I got somebody who called them out. Well, he called them out and they accepted the challenge. We're about to get something set up with those two here soon.
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm lazy. I'm a lazy prize fighter. Just for the big shows.
Hey, what you got? A pen? Is that damn, that's not Laurel you got coming up with the debate.
I don't know who I got coming up next. Hey.
You did ask to see the bracket this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, what's my next victim, bro?
Let me pull up the bracket. I think you have to wait on the winner of a debate. There is nobody lined up for you yet, so you're just waiting in limbo to see who wins this next one.
It's lucky, son. Hey, lucky, son.
The last debate he just had, it was against Timmy. You guys can go check that out on the page.
I got the most minks against Timmy.
got the most big. Hold on, let me pull up that advertisement real quick so everybody can see what they missed real quick. Clash of the Titans, that was round 2. Hemi versus Pan promo.
What happens when faith meets fire and science meets steel? 2 minds, 2 worldviews, 1 explosive debate. Sharp, unfiltered, armed with science, reason, and relentless logic. Facing him, 713 Hemi, the Christian juggernaut. Bold, battle-tested, standing on faith, philosophy, and the word of God. This is more than a debate. This is a clash of foundations. Which worldview stands stronger under pressure? Which one is more consistent with science and philosophy? Is reality purely natural? No gods, no divine plan? Or does Christianity offer the deeper explanation for existence, morality, and truth itself? No dodging, no soft questions, no safe corners, just raw arguments, real receipts, and intellectual combat at the highest level. Pandemics versus 713 Hemi, faith versus atheism, belief versus reason. Only one worldview can leave the arena undefeated. Don't miss it.
Hey,
Yo, that was fire.
I did my thing on that one. I did my thing on that one.
And so I take that Pat African, you won that debate?
You can almost always assume that I won the debate. Yeah.
He's definitely undefeated on the channel right now. I can say that.
Yeah.
So you
what was some of your arguing points you used?
Well, the theme was so obviously okay. So I'm introducing myself to y'all for the first time. So I'm actually a cartoon as well. So you got to respect that. I'm a realist cartoon,
I see.
You know?
I was like, hey, yo, that's fire.
So, I always got a theme in my debates too. So this theme was the black cat. There's a famous joke that say theism or belief is like going into a black room, a dark room with no lights, searching for a black cat that's not there, and saying you found it. And so that was the whole theme of my whole debate. That you have to be able to show whatever your claim is. You can't just sit there and say, there's a God. There's a God that his name is Yahweh and all these other things, right? Without actually proving that claim. And so atheism approaches questions the same way that science does. When Christianity approaches religion, I'm sorry, Christianity approaches questions with religion in mind. And he actually posted a slide that says, what did he say? Fear of the Lord is the beginning of all religion. Right? And I mean, I'm sorry, I'm texting my daughter. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of all knowledge. Right? So he posted that slide. So that changed the trajectory of my whole presentation a little bit. Because now you're telling everybody that you start off with a bias. If fear of the Lord is the basis of all knowledge, that includes any question that we're talking about in science. You understand what I mean? Mind you, atheism approaches every question the same way a scientist does, by reserving judgment until you have an answer. So we complete the experiment, or we go through the method, the scientific method. You know what I'm saying? Go through that, falsify, try to falsify, have criteria to falsify. You know what I'm saying? That's the other thing. You can't falsify Christianity. There's nothing to falsify with that. That is not scientific. You know what I'm saying? So he had to admit that as well. So there was,
Man, you know what? With these religious dudes, one of the most straw man arguments or red herring arguments they be trying to make is absence of evidence is not lack of evidence or something like that. It just means it's not found yet. Man, listen. No, man, if lack of evidence means it ain't there. It don't exist.
But you know what else too, though? Again, dealing with the science approach with our debate. Okay, you saying it still might be out there. That's fine. What's the next test? But until we finish that test, we can't say for sure it's out there. And they all have to concede to that. And that's why they can't fuck with me.
Well, even if we take a historical model, right? Like for Christianity, right? You know, they believe Jesus is a historical person, right? Now the issue with that is we have a man by the name of Pontius Pilate, who we know is a real person. We notice he's a real person because we got steles of his life. Now, when we read the steles of his life, Jesus is not mentioned, a Yeshua is not mentioned, an Emmanuel is not mentioned, no crucifixions is mentioned. Now, he do have a quarrel with the Jewish community, but that quarrel was about taxation. It was not about no man running around here committing heresies. So, if we have a story from a man that this story is talking about, and we're trying to figure out, all right, what's his point of view of the story? We heard the Bible point of view. What's his point of view? Now, he got taxations, he got war commands, he got all these things, right? But you know what he don't got? He ain't got no Jesus crucifixion. He ain't got no Yeshua crucifixion. In fact, he ain't got no crucifixions. So, I mean, that right there just also disproved the knowing of a Jesus is historical. You see what I'm saying? Because if the man
would love to have that debate with you, I'm sure.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I like actually, yeah, I think Pandemus is a pretty good debate, and I enjoy that we agree on a lot of stuff, and we are the same boat. I think the only thing, you know what I'm saying, we don't, I guess we would push back on is atheism, but it's better that I enjoy talking to you about it than like someone like Cedric.
Right.
Because it's like you came in, this guy won't even let you talk, man.
Bro, I don't know if y'all be watching these videos. So I'm in my first time or my second time up there over there, right? And I'm dealing with Cedric. We're dealing with evolution, right? Now, I got a lot of different things I do outside of this, right? So one thing is gaming. I play video games. So I play this in particular game called Pokemon. And so we dealing with evolution, and I'm using Pokemon as an example because Pokemon have the process of evolution within it. And I'm showing how evolution includes speciation. This man, Cedric, come out the woodwork talking about Pokemon is metamorphosis. I say, hey, yo, what? Do you? Ain't no way you know nothing about Pokemon talking about Pokemon is metamorphosis. I say, yo, we can't have this conversation, bro.
Yeah, I don't fuck with cousins, so I don't even got too much to say about it.
You said what?
I don't really fuck with them, so I don't too much to say about
Yes, man.
It's funny, man. They
but the issue at hand that y'all was talking about though is you're supposed to be able to have conversations without being asshole-ish, right? And I can understand people's, like I started off when we started talking about this. I can understand what people believe in something, but the moment you come over to me and try and make me on it, we gonna go through some things. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That's all it really is.
Okay, psychic, I see you. Chicken B, I see you. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Say that again.
Pick a reader right there. Who the other one? Go. Let me see the other page. Hey, that's tough.
Oh, why not see
that's Evie. She got Evie in the background. Okay, we got a fellow Pokemon lover on the panel. Okay, Charmander. Yo. Okay, so she know what I'm talking about.
Okay, tunes up. I see it now. I see what's happening now. Tunes up. Tunes forever. Tune life.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
how do we say that we here, bro? Like, are we in the Coliseum? Are we in the Coliseum? Are we on the Gauntlet? What are we doing right now?
Man, we having a good time.
This was a show called Argument Alley, but that's kind of over now. We just rocking and rolling, you know.
Yeah, yo, I'm about to roll. I need to head to the grocery store. Get something to eat.
Definitely
Hey, man,
have a
it's
good rest of the day.
7 o'clock morning over here, man. We up.
I'm gonna see y'all guys later.
All right, Brody.
All right, man. All right, y'all.
Peace. Have a good day.
Having these conversations, man. Definitely with like-minded individuals. You know, it's actually a relief not to have to go through trolls or so many trolls. You know, man, listen, this is refreshing. I really enjoy this. Once again, shout out to the brother A1 for making this possible. Hey, A1, I caught a certain comment earlier last night. I don't know if you caught it, bro, but it said, you know, hey, we need more content like this. Look, it's great to come through to a platform that's, hey, I ain't even gonna finish that, but caught that comment.
Well, you know, you about to be over here holding it down, man. So keep spreading the word. Keep letting them know where they can get that fire content. Ain't gonna be no gatekeeping on the information.
Mm-hmm.
We're not gatekeeping the young brothers from getting up here either, man. Everybody's voice is gonna be heard over here. So I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. Shout out.
What is y'all's astrology signs? I am a Pisces, Cusp, Aquarius, Gemini, Cusp, Cancer, Rising, Moon, and Aquarius, 10,000 Pisces.
Wait a minute. What? You're a what now?
I'm a Pisces on the cusp of Aquarius, and I'm also Gemini, Cusp, Cancer, Rising, which makes me talk really fast at first. And then I got Moon in Aquarius, and the Moon right now is in Capricorn, and some kind of wanting moon or something, whatever that means. But like, yeah, and my 10th house is in Pisces. I have to say all that because that's what I'm advertising as a 10th house Pisces person. That means I'm just going to include all the signs that are in my chart that are important. That's highlighted. Your 10th house is how you act like on cameras. Like right now is our 10th house. And it's, you know, it's ruled by Capricorn. The 10th house, it's our career. It's how we're on cameras. And also the 12th house, which is ruled by Pisces. Everybody has 12 houses in our charts. I'm not just a Pisces, Cusp, Aquarius, and I'll be all. I have all this in my chart. Everybody else has in their charts too. And I read them for free, and I do psychic readings too. Even though astrology is not psychic, but spirits have told me they're astrology signs, so I'm not wasting my time doing astrology charts always for free because it's the best thing you can discover. And the experience and experiment with practicing psychic abilities at the same time helps because birth charts are easy to roast and talk about because I love the roast the charts to show you why you're a douchebag, why your mom and dad is a narcissist, why are you so poor, and why are you challenging with this, and what's wrong with your left eye, your right eye, and your face and your organs. All the astrology map that you have, it literally can tell you some really interesting stuff. And allegedly, they can tell you what your 8th house is in, which is you're passing away, your sexual expression, and stuff like that. But it's not psychic, but astrology you can interpret and see stuff that can relate to that. And most people say, like, if your 8th house is in Leo, that's ruled as the heart, you know, allegedly, you know, it's in your family. It could be these people, when I tell them that the 8th house is could be your passing, could or could not be, allegedly, you know, because this 8th house is just saying it's in Leo.
It's psychic.
And they all say it's in there, and it's in their family or something, or it's related somewhere. You know what I mean? What did you say? What's your question?
All right. I would just like to ask you a question. Do you know the birthplace of astrology?
I don't know. I just know Aquarius is the discoverer of it, and in your chart, it helps you understand the language of astrology. Is Aquarius or something?
No, the birthplace. Like who started that?
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I didn't have to study it. I'm studying through y'all every day.
Astrology. So astrology came by way of the Babylonians. That's a Mesopotamian thing, right? And later on, that's where the Chaldeans got their star mapping from. Then in that mix, when that thing was getting started, when astronomy was getting started, Kemet actually picked up their own version of astronomy. You see what I'm saying? Now, all this is it's an observation in a spiritual philosophical sense of tracking the stars. And this is before they had scientific methods of tracking the stars.
And
So
calculators and computers, they'll show you the map for you
Right.
without having to look at the stars.
So-
and people and Egyptians found out this stuff without the calculators and the
Mhm.
cameras.
I'm gonna let
can't
you
do
have this
that.
conversation. Peace out,
Yeah.
y'all. Have a good day.
All right,
Thank you
most
ever so
definitely.
kindly. So what
That's
is your astrology sign? Do you know what your moon and rising sign is yet? I'll find
Have
out.
you tackled the prompt on the screen yet, Psychic? Is belief in God rational, or is atheism a more logical position?
Both are the same bullshit. The same answer. Believing or not believing is not going to make no damn difference. Or being against believing or is wanting to know and find out and discovering. You know, what you see is what you get. But like, what people are delusionally thinking when they're an atheist is thinking that, well, you know, belief can't be anything but what. Now you got to find answers without believing. Good for you. Do that. You can believe with trying to find out answers too. If you believe so bad, it helps you motivate yourself to find out the answers, unless you just want to be comfortable with believing in bullshit, which just maybe may hinder your experience on finding out what the real thing is that you're so-called believing in and waste your time doing all the time. Like what? Like say we're praying to God, begging Jesus, oh freaking God, fucking help me, please, all the fucking day, until you get an answer from him. And it would be just like a few words and had nothing to do with your prayers. It was just he gave you the spiritual presence of the light and telling me I'm here to save Selena, which is my girlfriend who started crying when she felt his Holy Spirit. And I was driving. That's stressful. You have to do it all with your mind and see with your soul's eyes. And you can see it physically and feel it physically. And other people may not be seeing the same thing as you, but some people can. And with my best friend, she's haunted by her aunt, and that's how I get to communicate with spirits, because she's there. Her aunt is with her. Yes, there ain't nothing better to do than talking to me in spirit. And yes, and it happened many times. And all I got is my witnesses and my confirmation through these pictures that they show me after I see the visions from. I like to see visions of people's family members and stuff, and then they show me pictures of the same things I saw. That's legit. I got recordings. What?
So 1 second. So 1 second. So do you think that atheism is the more logical position?
It's probably better not to be so delusional in your belief system of bullshit and then have restrictions because you have a belief that fucking fatals your way and hinders your way of what really you can do. Because like some people can believe the stupidest things ever to give themselves excuses not to do the work that it takes. The challenge is to get the results so that it makes, to get evidence. Like it's social. Rejection or belief don't make a difference in this experiment. It's like trying to survive. Psychic is all there really is.
Hold on 1 second. We ain't talking about being psychic right now.
Well, that's the whole point.
No. We talking about the prompt on the screen right now.
I know. So I didn't have to have results with believing or not believing because I didn't know what to believe in.
Psychic, hold on. So you do agree with the position that atheism is a more logical position, right?
Neither one makes any difference to get results. It can.
Oh, so you saying you don't agree with either?
They're both a waste of time to do. It might be.
Atheism is logical.
But if you refuse not to know to find out, it's sort of which one is one of those. I don't know.
So what would you so are you religious or are you?
No, because that's fake and stupid and it doesn't get results. Do you see anybody at church saying that they've seen spirits yet? Right. Are they doing visions on other people and like acting like a crazy person like me? But I got myself recorded because that is a waste of time if you don't get recorded. Right. See, I can't help what they do. An angel cannot protect me from secondhand cigarette smoke either.
You're speaking too fast. You're speaking too fast.
I'm just saying. Right, you know, so if you had a present of angels with you, you think everything is cured.
Right, hold on, because you're talking about, in one sense, you're saying you're not religious, in the second sense,
I'm not religious, but angels that religious retards wrote about actually exist, and it's real. Even if they have rumors and lies that I don't have to read about because I have no clue.
You speaking
that doesn't restrict me from
understanding what you're saying. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
So you're not religious.
So really, yeah, because
hold on 1 second. Hold on. I gotta make sense of this. Like, let me get this out. So you're not. So what I understand from you is you're not religious, but on your psychic path, you're able to communicate with angels and spirits.
and animals. And I've actually seen all types of things I never knew existed, like the four-faced cherubim being that's in the Bible and never had to read or even learn about, never knew existed. That's the crazy thing about that. And I'm still not trying to. I just ask people, what do you know about this four-faced cherubim that I encountered, and what do you think about it? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares, and that's my life. Huh?
Are you saying cherubim?
Yeah, it's a four-faced cherubim being. I mean, how I can't. I mean, I don't know. I just experienced it. It has four faces, and that's so cool. And every detail of it is the same explanation that's in the Bible that I never had to read because I looked it up on YouTube 2 months later. And I thought the ox face that I saw in my visions, I even made a doll about. I made a biblical doll because of it. It is so cool.
So you do your research off of YouTube?
No, I had to do that to find out what I was seeing, and it just happened to be something that's in the freaking Bible. Bullshit.
Is that a pentagram?
Yeah, it's just fun, pretty bullshit. It has nothing to do with anything. It ain't nothing unless you want to believe in it. It's earth, air, fire.
You just said it was bull crap. How you going to try to?
Oh, it's my art though. But it's just my art and stuff. And I like sewed this shit. I can't see what I'm filming, but what a waste of time. See earth, air, fire, and water and stuff. This is my biblical doll that I made or whatever, which I didn't have to read the Bible to see this being. And I decided to make it into a doll because, hello, look, a statue of Jesus is cool too. And why not the pentagram? Because of elements help me be psychic too. Your astrology chart can show me places in your chart where your elements are stronger than others. And it helps me to tune with that so I can work with those elements.
So if I may ask you a question, I promise you I'm not being, hold on 1 second. I have to ask you a question and I promise I'm not being facetious. What's the difference between you and a religious person?
There's nothing, but there's not a difference between an atheist and a religious person too. Same
no, not atheist. I'm saying you.
Me and a what? A religious person or an atheist person? There's a balance of both. I don't have to believe in nobody's bullshit. I go through by experience. And what has survived is my memories of seeing all these spirits and eyewitnesses. I can only go.
No, brother. I'm hearing you. You know, I was just earlier talking about,
No, what's your astrology sign? You didn't even answer me that question either yet.
I'm an Aquarius.
You're an Aquarius? Okay, for me.
Hold on. So earlier I was talking about people who believe in the Bible but don't want to be Christian.
Oh, who cares about that? They don't care.
Hold on, I got you. I want to let the panel. I want to let the chat know I'm speaking to them right now, really fast. I got you. So you cannot follow the ways of this book and then denounce their practice or their title over you. If you read the Bible, you are a Christian. If you're talking about cherubims, you're a Christian. If you're talking about angels, you're a Christian. These are indoctrinated beliefs that's been put. And this is why I'm talking to my people, because these are indoctrinated beliefs that's been put on us. Please, people, do not adopt this. This is not our studies. This is not our scholarship. This is not what our people did. Our people didn't go around talking about angels and demons.
Because they haven't seen them yet. That's the problem. Don't give yourself excuses not to see them because they are real around other people and they have nothing to do with your beliefs. You can't make a demon be what you want it to be. Neither can an angel. You can't. They're just beings, just like you. You're part of fucking God's image of bullshit. Okay, you're cruel or loving. Who gives a fuck? You're allowed in the light. Who gives a fuck? As you are, and you still see other creatures, and life goes on existing. No heaven.
All right, Brody, hold on. I gotta mute you really fast, and the reason I have to mute you is because we can sit here and go back and forth all day, but we gotta listen. We're scholastic people here. You know, we got A1 Lord B New. You know, we got Quantum in the building, you know, and every time we speak, you know, we spoke with some sort of education to or intellect to what we were saying, you know. So I would ask you, brother, hold on, don't unmute your mic while I mute your mic. So I would ask you, brother, I'm gonna treat you as a brother. I would ask you to just show the same decorum, bro. We ain't got, you know, get all cursy, I was just asking you some questions because the brother asked you a question about the prompt here, and then you started to go off the rails on what psychic is and reading angels, and I had to bring you back to say, okay, well, are you religious or are you not religious? You said you wasn't religious, but then you're talking about angels. You can't not be religious. See, as a we had a brother up here who considered himself an atheist, and anything he said out his mouth ain't had nothing to do with no angel, brother. So you gotta, I don't know if you gotta reconstruct what you're doing or how you bringing it. But you know what? I can't, and I don't want to sound like I'm bashing, but when it comes to showing and proving what you're doing in a scholastic field, all I'm gonna say is you can't use religion to back up what you do spiritually. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna unmute you, brother.
I'm not using. And I didn't mean for it to be fucking related at all. So, I mean, whatever it is, it is. The whole world is small and ridiculous. We all like reunite with each other and shit or something.
Good day, good day. What up, Pit?
Yo, shalom, brother.
Good day, good day. What up? Good, man. I'm glad you came to the studio, man. I had a replay playing and just getting it in for my Monday. I usually have Monday on the channel, so I decided to play a replay.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you for having me, man. I definitely wanted to come through and meet you and actually have a conversation with you a little bit and engage a little bit. At least definitely before, Sunday. So I'm driving, I'm at work, so I seen y'all live. I decided to pull up, man. That's all,
Oh, okay, bet. Let me fix my screen right, man. Just getting in here. Yeah, we got the that debate coming up Friday with you and Ashe.
Right. No doubt.
I remember you asking me about that. And so yeah, it's on. We got it set for 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And can't wait to have that. For the viewers that's listening, do you remember what y'all oh, he smashed that he might have didn't try to though. He did say he driving. But yeah, we do have that. Oh my God, dang, Babylon, I ain't seen you. Heard you in a millennia. Where you been? Babylon. I don't know if you're talking. You muted if you're saying something. Gonna get into this commercial real quick to see if Babylon, I don't know if you can hear me. Your mic might be muted if you're talking. Okay, there go Pitt came back. I thought he might have dropped off on accident.
Yeah, I dropped off on accident.
But yeah, so you and Ashe having y'all debate Friday at 7:30. If you can you give the viewers a little bit what y'all topic is?
Yeah, our topic, the debate got set up based on a conversation we were having.
A conversation about what y'all's having. And I'm trying to think.
We was having a discussion on Deuteronomy 32, verse 7. Is there multiple gods?
Oh yeah, okay, that's what it was. That's right.
You can hear me?
Yep, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I couldn't remember what it was. That's right. Y'all was talking about Deuteronomy.
Yeah, that's the basis of the debate.
he was telling me that you guys was feeling a little shaky on that, having that as a title. So we kind of I don't know why it's double playing in my background. I left off of the stream.
Do you got is your YouTube still up?
Yeah, for sure.
If your YouTube's still up, then it's probably playing on your YouTube also. I be having that problem sometimes.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I thought I closed all those out. Oh, there it is. I got it.
Let me see if I can't find that black background. In fact, yeah, I do.
Yeah, so we was discussing Deuteronomy 32:7 about that particular verse, and he was implying that there was multiple gods in that verse based off of earlier texts that have latched themselves to the system of belief. So we kind of went with a little broader of a title, but the basis of the debate is Deuteronomy 34. So he wanted to incorporate the origins of our faith being polytheistic. I'm saying that it's not, but the basis of the debate is Deuteronomy 34 based on a discussion we was having. I want to center the debate around that, but of course we're going to do more as that verse. We're going to prompt this thing in a way that it shows all of the aspects of what he understands and what I know, according to the faith. So it's a biblical debate with history associated with it, because he didn't want to just do that particular Bible verse, so he wanted to incorporate polytheism in it as well. And I'm gonna defend that Torah, and it's gonna be a good one though.
Yeah, it is. When we was having that little face off the other day, I was listening to y'all. It's gonna be real good. Like you said, the title changed. Does the Bible have polytheistic origins? And so, you said you're gonna be coming with the Torah, right?
Yeah, because like I said, the whole basis of this debate was based off of Deuteronomy 32:7,
which
where
says
where the Most High divides the nations and takes Israel for his portion. He's arguing that that's multiple deities right there, based on some other surrounding nations or people groups that had belief systems similar to what the Hebrews do. And some even associated and consider themselves Hebrews because they follow the culture. And my whole plank to this is to show that parallels are not the same and they're not equal to being the same. If we share the same language, we can refer to things as the same, but that does not make it the same. So that's going to be my whole goal, to show that he's bringing a lot of parallels versus showing bottom line 100% facts that would go alongside the culture, the people, in their actual belief system. You see what I'm saying? Because if I say I believe in Yah and we got the same God, his orders and rules are going to be the same across the board. But what we see in these different pantheons that resemble each other in parallels in faith and practices, we can clearly see that they're doing different things. They're ordered to do different things. The things that they can't do are different. And this is what is really going to set them apart from all of the other pantheons in that region that use the same verbiage to identify their God or gods in a collective.
Right. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be real. I'm trying to. He the affirmative, right? Does he believe he the affirmative? He the one that says that the Bible does have polytheistic origins.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be a real bang. I'm happy to be moderating for that.
No doubt, man.
I was listening to y'all.
I also want to just let the record reflect that I do not respect this dude as of now. So I'm trying to violate him in every way. I'm gonna respect your platform, but I just don't respect him. He's very disrespectful. He's done said a bunch of things via the internet that is just not. We as men don't do it. You know what I mean? And I don't know what the tactic is. I don't know if it's scare tactic or I don't know what his goal was in these last few days leading up to the debate coming up this Friday, where he's been on the attack, which is fine. That's what we do. But there are certain things we just don't do, and certain things we just don't say. And he's been doing that. So I'm definitely gonna try to violate him in every way in this debate. To show my disdain and perpetual dislike for the character that he is and the person that he portrays to be. So yeah, man, I look forward to it being a fiery debate, and I'm gonna try to bring all I got on this dude, man, because he's wise. He's dealing with half truths, one-sided arguments, and the key to this debate and how I'm gonna totally annihilate him is the fact that most of the arguments that he's gonna bring forth are not actual facts in the sense of they're still being debated scholarly to this day. So it doesn't go one way or the other. What we do have is a collective of people in a region that are doing their thing as far as having belief systems. Now, how he ties these together, the scholars are not going to agree 100% factual that, yeah, this is actually what it is. These are a lot of supposed things and a lot of things that are tied through parallels and things of that nature. So it's going to be crazy. What he's going to try to do is try to go outside of the text, which perpetuates the actual faith and gives the faith an identity. How can you do that in a debate and give someone else's legacy? And I just use that as a broad term, someone's legacy in faith to another group of people when they're not the same in practice. That's going to be his hardest challenge. And I know it is. He's not going to be able to validate what he's saying 100% certain. You see what I'm saying? So I definitely look forward to dragging this dude all across the theological arena.
It sounds like you got it lined up, man. I can't wait to see it. Like you said, I was in there, so I understand what you was talking about when you was talking about the disrespect. At first, I was thinking that it was just a debate tactic, like you say, but some things that people say in different situations let you know. And like y'all have a history, so I don't know any of that. I do know that y'all both want to debate, and that's where I'm interested because I'm a debater. I like to debate different points of view as well as listen to debates and get information. And so if I can, as a suggestion, I think you should just come with all of the intellectual disdain that you can find without even just being outright derogatory or blatant. You know what I'm saying? If you can beat them up with the information, you can also, because just like you was just talking right then, it made me feel like you didn't say no cuss words or nothing, but what you started saying, like how he was making you feel and stuff, it made me know that if I was that person you was talking about at that moment without saying no cuss words or nothing about me, it would have made me feel a certain way. And that's what part of debating is. If a lot of people don't know, it's not just you bringing your information, your argument. Sometimes you can sway the judge by your actions and the words you put together. And this debate is going to be more than just the topic that's up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so if I can, like I said, as a suggestion, just I can tell that you well-mannered and put together, and you can do the same damage with the intellectual prowess that I know you have. And both of y'all are bright young gentlemen. I can tell. Like I said, I was listening to y'all. I didn't know that when y'all was talking, y'all was just kind of like, I didn't know that you was gonna be coming with the Torah. So he got a whole lot he gonna have to stand on. I know you out there. You sounded like you had your argument ready, man. He gave you a couple of pointers you might want to go touch up on. I wouldn't have gave you that much, but Pitt seemed to be on his he seemed to be on his gracious behavior this day. So you better
yeah, no doubt, man. Come Friday, like I said, man, I'm definitely gonna appreciate the space that you opened up for us. I'm not gonna violate your space, brother. I'm gonna keep it very studious. But you know, theologically, yeah, I'm gonna try my best to destroy this brother, man, because of the history that we have, and what it has turned into, and what it has demoralized into for whatever reason. That doesn't matter here nor there.
Right.
Moreover, um, definitely, I grasp the sentiment that you're under, and me and him have debated. This will probably be our third debate now, so we're like 1-1. This would be tiebreak, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah. So
okay.
yeah. So we done been into it before. Like I said, he don't respect my lane. He don't respect my lane at all because I am a Torah believer. And his lack of knowledge of the Torah and the history and where these people come from is all one sided. He's never went into full depth study on how these things got divided and how certain people view things and how they utilize these very tools through I'll just say it for content, the religious pantheon, specifically the Hebrews and how it derives because of the layers that have been added to it. So this is going to be a good debate, man. I think it's a great opportunity to show these differences and show these parallels that are not associated, that people try to associate through theology and sociology and all these different aspects of university. I definitely think that he's going to bring a lot of information. I do know that. I know that. I know my opponent. But how he ties this together and makes it stick is what's going to matter the most. And I'm going to destroy that.
Right. And you do know it's Lincoln Douglas style. We have 3-minute introductions for both. Then the affirmative starts off first with the first round. I believe it's either 10 or 12 minutes. I got to look in that. I believe it's 12 minutes. You have a first round, 12 minutes. Then we'll come with the second round, rebuttal round, which is 12 minutes apiece. And then we come to the question and answers. And the question and answers, the negative goes first and starts with the question for 12 minutes. Then he'll have 12 minutes for you. Then we'll have another 3-minute closing so everybody can close their arguments out. So the debates usually take 45 minutes to an hour, maybe a little bit, depends on how everybody got their screen set up. If everything is on track
I hit a back road. I couldn't hear the last few words you said. I hit a back road. My signal cut out for a second.
Got you. Like I said, it'll be 3 rounds plus the introduction round, but the introduction ain't around. So we'll have the 3 rounds. Y'all both state y'all arguments in the first round. Second round will be the rebuttal or build on your own argument. You don't just have to rebut his. You can build on your own argument if you hear something. Because the third round is the question and answer round, and that's where you can kind of tie the second and the third round in. I try to on mine if I want to build my arguments. And then we'll have the closing round, which will be I believe that's another 3 minutes to close. And so it just take, like I said, 45 minutes, an hour and a half. We have the debates over, then we have after shows after that.
No doubt.
I can't wait to see this, man. I hope y'all get it solved. And through debating, I also found out too, after y'all get the information out, them feelings that you have. But like you said though, and y'all done had 2 other debates. And
right. Nah, I ain't dealing with him. He done broke all of that because his ability to disrespect for no reason, bro. Like, I've always respected the young brother. He's, I'm his senior.
Yeah.
And I've always tried to show him a level of respect anywhere I go. I lift him up. I speak well on his platform he got going on whatever with Sidnetta. I never talk down on him, but he has no problem because he can't control his anger, or he has these tantrums where he can just say what he wants to say and be disrespectful, talking about my children and things of that nature. We're not doing that, brother. Like, we not doing that. There's zero tolerance for that. And I gave him multiple opportunities to correct his behavior, and he still chooses to do it when he feels like he needs his way and he wants to do this childish thing. Well, he's a very studious young man, and I know he knows better. So at this point, I take it as disrespect intentionally, and that's what it is. So there's no level of coming back from it. That doesn't mean as a adult that I can't see past these things. But come on, bro, we're on the fourth, fifth time now. I've been seeing past the things you said, which we all know words don't hurt, but when it's coming from people that you actually respect, and you would go out on a limb for in this world that we're in, as far as debating and conversating and exchanging information and things of that nature, it's never okay. You know what I'm saying? And attack me. Don't come for my youngins. Don't come for my life. Attack me, the person with the information, and I'm gonna do you the same, because that's all I ever do. If we got a beef, it's gonna be typically about the information that's gonna prompt the debates. But when we take it past that, now we're getting personal, and it should never be that via the internet. We don't know each other in real life, so why even go there? Like, we probably never see each other in real life. But that's just the level that is reached in the past few days. But like I said, these things have been going on. I've been knowing them for a year or two, maybe 3 years now, via the internet, and I've watched him, I debated him, and his behavior is just out of control at times, man. But nonetheless, man, I'll definitely be there Friday 7:30 to get it in with the young brother.
Bet. And I'm gonna make sure I hit you because last time y'all was supposed to have the debate. I think our communications fell through. And I'm not A1. I'm O.L.E.E. I'm one of the Titans.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been thinking you was A1 the whole time.
No. A1 he way smoother when he be doing, because we got business things he be doing to get some money and sponsorship to keep this up and running. So he be out of the studio a whole lot. Me and Humble be trying to keep it running, and just different Titans. With that being said, we are looking for different people for the platform who have different ideas and different minds. So if you ever got any presentations about your views that you want to do, we don't just debate. We have the whole plethora of media outlets that we're trying to step into. One up being bringing information, because you might not be the only one that's seeing it how you see it. So people would like to hear it, as well as people who haven't heard it would like to hear it.
Right.
And so,
absolutely, brother.
And my bad, excuse me for 1 second. Babylon, man. Babylon on the panel. I forgot to say what's up, man. I was sitting here trying to make sure we got this going. What's going down with you today, man?
Hey, not much, man. I'm just enjoying you and the brother talk. I was waiting to the end, though. I'm patient. What's going on, G? To the other brother.
Shalom, brother. Shalom.
Yeah. I know you got good decorum, Babylon. I just wanted to let you know. I seen you came back, man, and I wasn't looking over you. I was just trying to make sure we get this done. I don't know where Ashay and Humble at. Pitt woke up. Well, he ain't woke. He been working, so it's good. We can still get in, and he tie in with us on that. I hate the personal level some of these debates go through. Babylon note, this last tournament that we had, for that money, it just got kind of, I always call it incoherence, because to me, incoherence is you know what I'm saying? A lot of things were said. Different people was falling out, and it's all over. I feel like some thoughts, like when you debating and stuff, you getting them out there, but then some thoughts you should just either keep to yourself or find the right time to say them. It's always a right time to say. You don't never have to hold back because you're scared of doing that. It's just the right time when you can say something, you know what I'm saying? And so we got plenty of people that come across the platform that argue every time they get on the platform. Omar and Cosmon Cal, shout out Omar and Cosmon Cal. They always go back and forth, you know what I'm saying? But in the end, you'll hear them, and like I'm still basically new to the whole this part of the conscious community, because I was busy forming my philosophy, and I didn't know that people was moving like this. Like you said, y'all got 3 years worth of and so when I come, I never knew it was gonna be personal like this. That's why I was kind of showing my replay about when I first came, because I thought it was basically people getting ideas and then like sharing and saying, "Oh yeah, I agree with that. I disagree." But now it ain't like that. It's you crazy, you dumb, you stupid, ugly kid. You know what I'm saying? How can you? And that right there was like absurd to me, because I would never run across you, and if I did run across you, I know that we'd be fighting. I hope you really a fighter like you talking, but me knowing that I can't get to you is what's making me not even worry about that level. We can have an intellectual discussion and then be just as mean, but we don't have to get no personal, because it's only about the information. And in the end, neither one of us is right. We all have beliefs and recognitions and ideas that we stand firm with because we have more evidence that pushes us to that. There's still arguments within existence, because they have always been arguments, and no one has really found a answer that fits. And so why I'm gonna get mad at you because you beat me up in a debate and then start talking about your kid, or this time you swayed more people than me, next time I'm gonna get you, because it's gonna be the same. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the information, the judges, and how you compose yourself. Mostly, a lot of people don't know that in the debate. When you debate, you giving your information, but you composing yourself. You coming with ad hominems and trying to make yourself look tough. Me as a debater, I'm gonna point out all the fallacies, so the judge won't even have to take time to point them out. I'm gonna point them out for him, so when he rewatch it, he like, yep, that's what everybody should do if we are here trying to spread ideas. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's it gets even over here on the Coliseum, I can't lie, like we get personal, but it don't. I haven't seen well, I have seen the same type that's going on with you and Asha right now, but the people that's still here, I didn't like Babylon. Me and Babylon didn't clashed, and it's still the same. You know what I'm saying? Because I think we understand that if I don't sway him, I wasn't trying to. I have my idea, and he ain't trying to sway me as much as we just putting ideas on the table. If we can work with them, then you know what I'm saying. We have discussions and disputes about them and stuff, but I ain't never had it in my mind that I'm gonna change Babylon's mind about what he believe in his whole life and things like that. We're just discussing and having debates. You know what I'm saying?
I'm open to it. I swear I'm open to the fact. I just had to interject that. I really am. If you correct me, do so. And man, I can't even see it, man. I ain't gonna say what I do, but I swear, man, in my heart, I know that I won't feel no type of way but gratitude. And say, yeah, you're right, O.L.E.E.
I mean, and that's all we can do, or to have the same thing where we have a discussion and then you just, well, I see where you're coming from. I see your main points, but I still disagree, and then we done.
Yeah.
I can't call you dumb. No, you dumb. You're stupid. No, that's intellectually unstable. It's incoherent, and it gets nothing accomplished. Nothing.
See, one of the things I see though is when it does become personal or emotional like that, then a lot of times the whole logic and the reason why we here get forgotten. Like the chat, the people that came to listen, the people that actually want to hear the answer to that question that y'all arguing about. No matter how far y'all go in the argument and the ad hom, if y'all don't never get to the answer to the question, the people really, I'd be disappointed. So I'm just saying that to you, brother. When you do the debate, make sure that you answer the question, that you show that the Bible does not have pantheistic origin. That's your basic job, is to show that it does not. His is to show that it does.
It does, yeah.
Exactly.
And I think, like Pitt said,
I would agree.
And Pitt, man, if you have time, if you go back through the channel, they got it's a video up where one of the judges of the debate league. He don't judge all of the debates and know none of that, but he gives a little quick lesson about debating and what people should be doing, and mostly what the judges over here look for. I don't know if you done debated over here. Like I said, I'm still rather new.
No.
I just and so if you can go find that, I wish I could pull the name up for you right now, but it's in there. If you go to the channel and then just look up judge, and then it'll pop up and you'll see it on there. But that helped me real good because I've only had one debate on the Coliseum, because when I came, but I just been real active in it. So that's why people seeing me a lot, because I just been active in trying to get my information out. But it gives you a real good
video.
And it gave me, it gave me like exactly what I knew I needed, but it made me more confident, because I knew actually what I was supposed to be doing, what I was looking for, if I was the affirmative or the negative, what I have to do as the negative, what I have to do as the affirmative. He give you all that, you know what I'm saying? And then he tells you what they judge by, and you'll see the 5 or 6 things that they're looking for in the debate. And so, you know what I'm saying? That's another hand up for you. And then at the end of the well, I'll talk to you later in the back chat about the end of the debate, but you know.
Right. No doubt.
I'm glad you're coming up, man. I'm glad y'all decided to have it over here. I know he probably still gonna be streaming it on the Frontier, but we're gonna make sure we have some good moderators, and we'll get that thing judged and up out of there.
Right, no doubt. No doubt.
You got anything else you've been seeing lately in the conscious community that's piqued your interest besides the debate you got coming up?
I think we are seeing in the conscious community with Jabari and he's about to debate Reggie. We've seen a big sway in the understanding of the netters and how people view them today versus then, and the minuteness of that. I think it's a good thing, because these are some of the points that I've always viewed as far as the netter without knowing as much about them. And now what I understood is starting to show. And I'll probably be doing something on that pretty soon. But I think that's pretty cool that we can start to see that they were actually reverencing the netters and viewing them as literal and principal things. A lot of people did know that and understand that, but it's a lot of people that did not know and understand that. So that information is coming out rather rapid and quickly, on a scale that is, pretty fast. So I think we got to stay on that too, because now we're able to see these older understandings coming out of Kemet and a lot of other different pantheons after Kemet. So that's been a good eye-opening thing for me that I've been noticing in the past few months leading up to their debate. So that's something I've been paying close attention to, and it is pushing me to get more inclined with Kemet and the netters and what they're all about and what they actually symbolize and represent. So shout out to that.
Yeah. That's right. Reggie and Professor Jabbar been doing a lot of face-offs and listening. And like I told you, I just came into the conscious community and knowing how people think. Now, in all my research and going to school and stuff, I actually thought that everybody already understood that. And that's why I say that this is interesting, because I couldn't and maybe it's just because of the way that I am, the way that I ask questions, but even back in school, like when we learned about mythology and I knew what mythology was, and then when we started studying those things and I knew that they were myths, I understood that they were personifying different things. Now, the older I got and I start seeing, like they were saying, like deification of beings and stuff, but I start seeing the power structure, then I started understanding that I still understand this today. A lot of the reason that we see the netters as people is because real people wanted to take on those forms so they could benefit from being that God. So they would say that they that deity. But we know that it was talking about the sun and the movement of the sun when you think about Ra. But if somebody can actually say, "No, yeah, I'm Ra right here on Earth," you Ra, you the one up there in the chair. Yeah, that's me. And the intellect of in the minds of the people of that day, that's kind of like what they was believing until somebody could stand up and be like, "Man, you ain't Raw. You a person just like," you know what I'm saying? And this is this is what I see when I see throughout all religions, people would get in touch with some type of understanding, and then somebody would see power in it, and they try to make themselves personal spokespersons for the God. When God only talked to me, only my family is the family that can do it. You ain't gonna be able to see it because you know what I'm saying. I'm like, them priests back there in that road. People wonder like the sacrifices, and they say people taking bread back there and they giving the bread to the that's them priests back there eating off y'all work.
Facts, exactly.
You don't understand that bread that they put in there is the priests back there eating it. You don't understand that them sacrifices.
Yeah.
That's why I say, to me, sacrifices wasn't nothing but the butchering of an animal. When I was young and I used to talk about sacrifice and I'm sitting in church, I used to think, oh, they was killing the animal and burning the whole animal. But the older I got, I start saying, no, that wouldn't be
they having a barbecue.
Ecologically right to exactly. And they was, man. And they would burn the entrails and the stuff that they didn't need. They give thanks to the Lord in that way, like or whatever deity they might have been thanking. And then they was taking that meat and that skin and they was doing something with it. And then the priests and all of them would get their portion. And that's why Abraham then didn't want nobody. I mean, that's why they had the structure they did. That's why if they told you need to grow wheat, you better grow wheat. Don't raise no cows and don't raise no livestock. They already done appointed somebody to raise livestock. You get this wheat up out here. And if you decide that you want some livestock, you better come to us and we're gonna trade you some meat for it and you got bread and stuff. But you need to make sure you have grain at this temple on this day at that with some bread for God.
For sure.
And then you can't go back there behind the curtain in the temple, but you put it there. But them priests is back there. Oh, them priests is eating. They got to. And now who benefiting the most off of that? This is why there's different priesthoods now. This is why they started saying, oh no, the Benjamites wants to be the priest. Oh no, it's the Levites. I'm talking about like the division was just all the way until they.
Watch this though. This is what pushed me to bring that up because we see in Kemet has the first set of priests, and we see differences. Like for example, there's I couldn't even tell you how many creation stories throughout Kemet in the dynasties that they had. They had like 67 dynasties, a lot of dynasties. So throughout the priesthoods of Kemet, some of the ideas of Kemet would change, or it would advance into something a little bit different from the last. They would keep certain things from the last ruler, or they would take out certain things from the last ruler. So I would be personally, I'm saying they started all this priesthood talk. And that's one of the fascinating things coming from where I come from and being in this world of theology, and experiencing it and seeing how we as people sometimes, because we cleave to a certain factor and maybe just say belief or understanding through these teachings, that it's 100%. But when we go to delving into the actual culture of these people, we start to see the parallels. And then we start to see where the existing bodies of people would have gotten or gained their understanding and utilized the same understanding to their advantages. So this is why we can say that, like the Melchizedekian order, and then we get into the Noahide laws and all these different priesthoods that pertain to the Bible. The sentiment of it came from a place that is outside of those people. and we can see that in history. So I find it very fascinating how now, like I was saying earlier, that a lot of these things are starting to come back full circle. The whole Amun idea and this invisible God, a lot like Yahuwah is invisible, the God of the Torah. A lot of these understandings come full circle, and it's just fascinating to me. Uh, you know.
The one thing though, you do have to be careful with the words like Atum, Amun, and Atin and stuff like that, because they seem like they translate in English to like let's say invisible, but let's say
Right.
in ancient Egyptian, right, the word Amen would translate to unseen, not
Right.
invisible, unseen. So it would be a big difference. In Hebrew, the word for invisible or the invisible God that Abraham worshipped is El Gaibu. Alghayabu. El Gaibu. That's
Right.
the invisible God. So, but they don't, overweight. And I heard you mention earlier too. So just to try, I'm trying to, just I don't want to interfere with your debate, but you mentioned the pantheon of Egypt earlier. You mentioned those earlier. You said the pantheon. The pantheon is the heart of pantheism. And now, if somebody said, like, let's say if I was arguing with you and I said, like, hey, then I find all these gods that's mentioned in the Bible as a part of this pantheon. You see what I'm saying? Then you're gonna have to prove that those
Right.
gods ain't a part of that pantheon. Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Right.
because I heard you mention pantheon Egyptian, so I knew you was up on it. So I just want
Yeah. I
to tie it
definitely.
into your.
Oh, my bad. I think I got a lag. I ain't mean to overtalk you, brother.
No, go ahead, bro. I'm listening.
Oh no, I was just saying I definitely grasp that concept that you just spoke on, uh, and this is why I think it's going to be a great debate because I believe that this is what my opponent is doing. He's referencing things that cross over into different understandings, and we see these and we're able to identify the differences in what one God is requiring versus another one in their
Okay.
perspective
All right.
pantheon or faith and system. That's where it really changes how we view these things because if I change certain things in a faith system, it's no longer that same faith. It's just the truth. Can it parallel? Yes. Can it be similar? Yes. But is it identical to the T? Absolutely not. And that's where
Mm,
in the
mm.
world of theology, they start to separate what these people were doing from what those people were doing. You see what I'm saying? And that's just the
Fact.
codified facts of study. If it starts to waver in difference, then we have to say something totally different. We can't call it the same if they're not doing the same thing. Just because I might pray the way you do as a Hebrew, does that make me a Muslim? I'm just throwing that out there as a you know what I'm saying?
Nah, that's a good
But
example.
you see what I'm saying? Scholastics would say that they're all Abrahamic faiths, though. But there are differences. There are differences in the two sets of religions. We look at their book, i.e., via the Quran, uh, and then we look at the Torah. There are going to be different predecessors in there that would predicate to the actual faith itself. That gives you a strict guideline on the do's and the don'ts, the yays and the nays. These are what separates these things. So when you try to colloquialize them and put them together, it's just a faith salad or a religious salad at that point. And it does not lead
That's a
to
good
the
argument,
actual
Oli.
determining factor. It doesn't lead one to believe the determining factor of that faith. That's why I really wanted to have this debate because these arguments that he and I are going to have are arguments that are still being had. You know what I'm saying? So what we can do is go off of what the consensus say, but we still have to meet in the middle. And I don't think he's going to be willing to do that. I know my opponent, he likes to speak in absolute, and that's going to hurt him. I think that's what's going to hurt him the most He's gonna speak in absolute. But when we go to the scholars are going to say, no, it's not absolute. The scholars are going to be showing parallels, and the scholars are going to be saying, well, in this region, this is what they were doing. So we would tie Yahwehism into Hebrew Israelism, which is two different total faiths because their practices are different. Yeah, they may have the feast days and things of that nature, but it may be on a different day for this particular faith and held in a different month for that one. So we cannot deem them the same. We can't do that. Like we just can't do that.
I actually
And
agree
that's
with your
what that's.
argument.
Go ahead.
I
Go
agree
ahead.
with that. No, I think we both were saying they agree with that. I agree with that too. A whole lot. They're different, and they're different strictly because of the people who, to me, and I don't like saying this because I know people have these beliefs as their primary way of life, but I like, I see the separation. Like I said, when you talk about the Abrahamic religions, and I always get to when Abraham passed and was buried, Isaac and Ishmael was there. So that means Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael at that time was worshiping one deity together.
Right.
Now, when Ishmael split and went his way, and they start having descendants,
there you go.
And his descendants came. Now they want to benefit off of, and this is what I see. I'm not taking nothing. They want to benefit off of God, but they can't get a hold of the God that Isaac and that side is already worshiping, because they already got their priest. They got
there you go.
Judah. They got Dan. They got Levi. They got all of them.
Right.
And these are different kids. Now, in the Bible, we see that God told Abraham, don't worry about Isaac. Ishmael. Ishmael is going to be a great nation too. A lot of people say that ain't. A lot of people say that ain't a blessing. I believe that it's a blessing.
It's a blessing.
And it gave Ishmael the same amount of power within there that it was going to give Isaac. Now, the difference in the two was, for some reason, somebody had to mainstream it to Isaac because that bloodline is what they wanted to. Well, the Ishmael and them over here they just said no. And so Muhammad came up with what they say. Now, we know the ways that they say they came about. I'm not going to get into that because that's not any part of my argument. Those are whole different arguments. It got here. So what do I see? I see the Torah and I see the Quran. And then I see the new Bible with the New Testament. And what do I see? I see the people who benefit off of it because they say they are the exact descendants of Isaac or David. And then I see people over here that say that they exact descendants of Ishmael. And they have their power setups. They got Islam. We got Judaism. We got Christianity. All of these things, when I say Abrahamic religion, I mean that all of them go back to Abraham when they talk about the God that they talking about. So when they switched it to Allah, and if they switched it, I don't know if they hadn't always been calling it Allah in there, because
even the Hebrew people, they had their form of Aleph, and Allah. So yeah, it's always been that understanding. And then when we get into Babylon, this is when you start to see a change in this through the Ugaritic, and they started using L. My take on that is the clarifying text, which would be the earlier text via the Torah before the Quran, and even in ancient Arabia, what the people there were practicing before Mohammedanism became a thing in that region. You know, you had Zoroastrianism, and all these collective similar faiths, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see them put Islam together based on the promise made to Israel.
To
Remember,
all
the
of
Torah is
Israel.
saying that, yeah. Now, this does not exclude Ishmael because Ishmael was still blessed through Isaac. Now, what Ishmael didn't like, and it's a lot like Esau, was the covenant that was formed through Isaac.
But
Meaning,
he,
and we can see this even in their book, because when we look at the Torah, there
And
are
please
laws
let
of
me
the
get in
Torah
next.
specifically
hold on one second, Pit. Hold on, hold on, hold on
go
one
ahead,
second,
brother.
Pit. My bad, cause Hoodoo be popping up. I know he don't be having a lot of time when he
Yeah, no
come to
doubt.
the panels. He have to go. And I got a question, Hoodoo. Before you say anything, can you tell me the difference out of hoodoo and voodoo?
Hoodoo and voodoo.
Uh-huh.
Well, hoodoo for sure. And I suspect you're asking me about Louisiana voodoo specifically.
I mean, because I'm trying to figure out hoodoo and voodoo, are they the same thing? They just call it hoodoo because of the
No, no, no,
American.
no, no,
Okay.
no, no. Hoodoo specifically is a system of ancestor acknowledgement, specifically of descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. It was created along the Gullah Geechee coast in the Carolinas, Georgia, northern
Hmm.
Florida, etc.
Oh
Now,
yeah, yeah.
Louisiana.
So that's why it's hoodoo, right? And not voodoo.
Exactly. Now
Okay.
you have Louisiana voodoo, which was of course created in Louisiana by Louisiana Creole people, and it is descended from the voodoo system of Benin. But
Right.
The difference between Louisiana voodoo and voodoo of Benin is that within Louisiana voodoo, we acknowledge, when I say acknowledge, I'm not talking about praising or worshiping, but we acknowledge that we also have European and Native American ancestry. The difference is in Benin, naturally they only have African ancestry. So we
Mm.
acknowledge the Loas, and the Loas are the spiritual deities, the ancestral spiritual deities that descend from Benin. But we also acknowledge the Orishas, which are our ancestral spiritual deities tracing back to Nigeria, the Yoruba people. And like I said, we also acknowledge our European ancestry and Native American ancestry. But the brother was building, and I don't want to cut his wisdom, but I do want to come in right after him. So please, I want to pass the
Uh,
mic back to the brother, respectfully.
all right, thank you, Hoodoo. You know how you be
Appreciate
popping
it.
in and smashing out real quick, and I had that question because I be having genuine questions, and I know
Yes, sir.
you be on here
No
for
doubt.
on a mission. But yeah, okay, go ahead. If you remember where you was at, Pitt was talking about
Yeah,
Ishmael and Isaac. The
yeah.
one thing that I before you go back in, the one thing that I always tied to is they was both at Abraham's funeral. So
Right, right. No doubt.
And I definitely
No
want to
doubt.
comment too on that Ishmael and Isaac. And yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. Where I was at was saying the differences in the Quran versus what we see in the Torah, in what I like to call the manual, which is the law given, right? From their God. We see like you was just going into when Ishmael broke off from the nation based off of that treaty that was made between Isaac and the Most High. We see them formulate their own thing outside of the Torah. And even in their Quran, the Quran tells them to read the Torah, but the Torah never asks you to read the Quran. So we see a separation in practice there because of that alliance or that agreement that was made in covenant. And that's the basis of the covenant, to follow the laws and give the law to the people. How could the Ishmaelites do that if they don't have the law? That's one of my biggest questions to a person that follows Islam. And I just want to throw this out there, and I'll land my plane here because I do want to hear the brother. Is that when we see in the Quran a formation of principles and practices that does not align with what their ancestors would have been doing. So now they're breaking the chain of command by giving these words of Allah that don't match the God of the Torah. So this would be a totally different faith.
Mm-hmm.
And
I land
please
there.
allow me to get in right quick. It'll be brief because I'm caught in the rain right now. But I do have to say this: how can we, and I don't know what term y'all prefer. That's part of the problem. I don't know if y'all prefer the term Black American or African American. But when I say these terms, you know what I mean. How can
Right.
we, as African Americans, teach our future generations to have pride in our ethnicity when the elders, and I'm gonna include myself, even though really I really don't think I'm afflicted with this particular identity crisis, but we as elders, literally, we have an identity crisis that causes us to worship the gods of people that we do not even descend from. You have African Americans today claiming to be Muslim. When you go to Arabia, they're not worshiping any African American ancestors. They're not worshiping Rosa Parks. They're not worshiping Malcolm X. They're not worshiping Huey P. Newton. They're not saying Huey P. Newton was a prophet in Saudi Arabia, but we look at Muhammad as a prophet. You have African Americans right now that claim to be Hebrew Israelite, even though they have no DNA evidence to substantiate it. You have African Americans right now claiming to be Kemetic, but they have no DNA evidence to substantiate it. And I'm not trying to put nobody in the hot seat. I'm not trying to put nobody back against the wall because all of us are flawed. But this is a genuine question. How can we encourage our future generations to have pride in our own African American ethnicity when the elders have an identity crisis and y'all argue about it every single day? We argue about it every single day. I'm gonna include myself.
And before anybody else go, let me go ahead and let Babylon.
Anybody can answer that. And if y'all
Okay.
don't have the answer, it's all right. Let's try to figure out the answer, you know?
Yeah,
Right.
I myself don't have that identity crisis that you're talking about. I neither identify as
Is there
Hebrew
anyone
or.
speaking? I just don't hear y'all.
Oh yeah, you just can't
No,
hear us. Then who do
I'm
gonna have to
listening.
leave? Then who do gonna have to leave? If you can't hear
All right,
nobody,
I'm gonna drop down and come right back because I can't hear
bet.
y'all speaking if y'all speaking.
Yep,
I'll be right
yep,
back.
yep.
Yeah, I
He
hear you,
can't hear
brother.
us.
Me too.
Babylon, you can hear everybody. Oh, Babylon can't hear. He couldn't hear either.
I
Then
think he said me too.
yeah. Let me let them come back up, and then say mine. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I hear you, brother.
All right. Babylon couldn't hear either. Let me see if it might be both of y'all. Can you hear Babylon? Can you hear me?
Yo, Babylon.
Could you hear Babylon Hoodoo?
Yeah, I hear Babylon.
Babylon, you heard Hoodoo?
Yeah, I think y'all can hear me, O.L.E., but I
Yeah.
can't really hear you. I don't know why my thing keep coming
Okay,
so
I
low
can
when I
hear
come
it.
back in.
But
You got to turn the YouTube off in the back
let me see.
because mine
If you
was
got
like that
something else
earlier.
playing, because everybody can hear everybody now. I don't know.
Yep.
Is everybody low to you, Babylon? Well, let me go ahead and answer Hoodoo real quick. So Hoodoo, I don't identify, as I was stating, I don't identify with either one of those. I have my own philosophy, and my philosophy does actually try and tackle that question that you're talking about. And the reason I don't identify with either of those is because I'm like you. I can't prove that that's where I'm from. I have a mix of bloodlines. From Native Americans to what we call African Americans, but I don't know specifically when those African Americans would have came here. I have a different hypothesis about
Damn, you
prisoners.
went out, brother, and I was hearing you too and agreeing with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I
I
think
can
it's stream, y'all. I'm gonna drop down and come back. All right.
bet. Dang. That StreamYard at its finest when you're right there getting that information out. right
Right.
when you're getting that information out. I'm just to play this commercial to see if
No doubt.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Yeah, that's coming up, man. So make sure.
I couldn't hear none of that.
You couldn't?
I couldn't hear none of that, brother.
Could you hear it, Hoodoo?
My bad. Yeah, I heard it. Actually, I'm about to drop down now though. But thanks for having me up. But
All right.
much love to y'all, and maybe we could dialogue
Much
about what I
love,
said
brother.
a little later. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can. If you're still listening,
sir,
I'll go
yes,
ahead
sir.
and give my answer to your question.
Appreciate
so
you.
if you can
Yes,
make
sir.
it back. But
Peace.
yeah, as I was stating, man, we have some technical difficulties. Some of us ain't hearing, but I don't believe that I can find any DNA from Hebrew Israelite or Kemet, and that's because of the mechanism that's in place. And I necessarily wouldn't look for it because of the recognition I have, like Hoodoo was stating, within America and the people that we are now, and the recognition that we give to things and to different things. Now, the ancestors, I give recognition to Africa. I give recognition to, we have a certain type of tie where we there's a possibility that we are the same people some way, somehow. Can I prove it? Absolutely not, especially not in a biological sense. And like I said, I wouldn't push for it because me as a person just gonna always connect myself there in a logical sense. I ain't gonna worry about can I prove it. The reason I don't follow the any of the Abrahamic beliefs anymore, because I did at one time. I was a Christian. I also studied Islam and practiced being a Muslim for a bit, but the incoherences that I found in it led me to the mechanism of time and nature. And without intention, time and nature is what I recognize as my guide and goddess. And that's a whole philosophical argument that I have. But due to those reasons is why I don't identify or feel like I have that, because I know of the mixing of the bloods that's going to occur just because we on this planet, and this planet is going to mix. To try to stop that is inevitable. And it's going down, has been going down forever. And that's where I stand on that.
Okay, that's what's up. I definitely look forward to hearing more on your theology about that as you were describing. I definitely want to hear more about that at some point. As for me, I subscribe to the Hebrew culture. Started out because like you said, there's a lot of uncertainty. I know we're here in America, and I know they say we're African descent as well. Now, when we go back to the beginning of things, all migrations into the four corners of the earth scientifically started from Africa. So by virtue, I'm African, so I could never denounce that. Now, when it comes down to admixing and subgroups, things of that nature, there's definitely been a lot of that going on. So it is harder to actually pinpoint uh, exact locations geographically. But me, I'm a little like you, brother, when it comes down to modern theology as far as these scientific borders that have been placed, these captive borders that have been placed on the world. For an example, the whole region or the whole continent of Africa has been divided in ways that it once wasn't. So what we know as the Levant region today may have and emphatically could not have been outside of what they're calling Africa. This is things that, invisible lines that are now visible due to man's inner workings. And I just see it like that. I don't believe that, for an example, the Levant region is in Africa when it's in Africa. Technically, it's in Africa. It's right there on the same geographical location. There's an invisible border that says this ain't Africa.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? There's no distinction physically that we can see that would separate this and make it a completely different place. It's just like here in America. America is divided by states and these invisible lines. There's no physical, tangible thing that you can look at and say, oh, other than a sign that's put there, you just entered into Florida. You see what I'm saying? So I take that route due to the fact that I know that the people that are controlling the information by and large is doing these things so that, and this is a collective group of people from around the world. I'm not saying it's one set of people. I'm saying that we have people that are not so good in every walk of life, and I think everybody would agree to that. There's some people that look like me and you that are not so good. There's some people that don't look like me and you that are not so good. And then on the opposite side of that coin, you got some people that look like us that are genuinely good people, and in the people that don't look like us as well that are genuinely good people. So I tend to get outside of the regional talk and how they say this is that and that is this, but then we see all the people in that area and way away from that area doing a lot of the same things. This lets me know that they were all in a collective understanding at a specific time, and then we start to see mixing subgroups, mixing cultures, and this is why I was speaking earlier to one of the brothers that was up here talking about how we can go all the way back to Nubia and see a lot of the traits of Nubia, although it's not best explained in today's terminology at what Nubia was doing, but we can see that people have an idea of what they were doing and they made it their own a lot. Like Kemet made a lot of things their own and they branded these things, but it was going on before them. You know what I'm saying? So I tend to take an approach outside of mainstream scholarship because mainstream scholarship is based off of institution, and we know institutions are program centers. This is where they say what is and what is not, and they perpetuate these things as it's the end all be all, but they're slick about it because they'll tell you, well, it's not 100%. You see what I'm saying? Like it's an argument or it's a debate about these things, and this is what we have on each side of the argument. A basket full of we don't agree because of this, and a basket on the left full of we agree because of this, and we say it's this because of that. So these are the arguments that definitively push us as the people that are outside of university. Not saying that a person that goes to college is outside of university, but you don't write the curriculum. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So as a person that goes and study at university, I'm basing my knowledge off of what has already been programmed in university to say that this is what this is. So I'm gonna be honest. I try to go outside of it. I know it's tough to do because we as people we like these consensus and we deal with them. I'm not downplaying university as if it's no benefit to us, but we do know and we must agree that universities stretch the truth and they minimize the truth. A lot of times we have to go outside of university studies to the people who are not so agree with because it is contrary to university in finding those facts that were found that damn university got it wrong. You see what I'm saying? So that's just how I look at it. But as far as me basing my identity off of something that I can't prove, I don't think it's a matter of not being able to prove it. I think it's more of a matter of practice in the gatality on how a person perceives themselves. Because of what you just said, brother, it's so much admixing going on from then till now. It's almost impossible to say who and what we are. It's almost impossible. But we can hint around the fact, knowing that they say all life started in Africa and the migration to the world came from that place, and everybody. So if the people in the Levant, I'm gonna use this as an example, started out in Africa, are they not Africans? You see what I'm saying? So how can we say that the people of the Levant region are not African if the first people that migrated there from where? What they're calling Africa. And this is a large part of the argument that he and I are gonna have on Friday is the people that migrated there, and then they who did they mix with? Was it some people that were not Africans? Well, what is Africa again? Are we basing this off of the scholar consensus that Africa is a centralized place on a continent that is shared with other people? Come on, the Asiatic side of these things. It's just so much on identity that it's hard to unpack for a person like today, especially what we would consider so-called African Americans with the history that's behind us.
Definitely. We got Babylon back up. Babylon, you want to go ahead and say something? I see I'm coming up to the 12 o'clock hour. And I think at 11:55, at 11 hours and 55 minutes afterwards, it's shut down. And so we can still stream, but we won't have any viable footage after that. So if you want to go ahead and then after I make my runs, I'm gonna open back up another panel, my opinion. So we can go ahead and start closing it up. Babylon, did you want to speak on the Isaac and Ishmael topic that we was talking about before, and then give your answer to Hoodoo's question if you want to?
I didn't even get to hear Hoodoo's question, but man, it's been so long on the Isaac and Ishmael thing, I kind of forgot. Oh, but I was going to say this, is that just, people that's reading the Bible, it's like you can't define a word outside of context, okay? If I just say the word ham, it means nothing. It means nothing, or it could mean a million things. It could mean a person name like ham in the Bible. It could mean a piece of meat. It could mean, like I was short saying hamburger. It could mean a lot of stuff. So you can't define a word unless it's in context. So then a person can't really define those people like Ishmael and Israel outside of context. And so when we look at the context, we see there's a lady named Hathor, who they call Hagar in the Bible, who is Abraham's Egyptian wife, right? And Sarah is his sister and his wife, right? So yeah. So then Abraham, here we go with Hagar, though, Hathor, and she is in the wilderness, and she calls on El-Roi. Now, she is an Egyptian. She knows about Ra. She knows about Re. She knows about Aten. She knows about Atum and Amen and Anan. But this whole thing about El-Roi God sees me. This is a whole nother thing because now Ishmael name ends in L and it means El hears me. And then Israel names in the L and it means the family or to ascend to El or the family of El, like Israel. So yeah. So what I'm saying is these words and these names have a context. And so when people run and say like, oh, these Arabs, that's not Ishmael. Those pale desert Arabs could not be Israel. And the religion that they teach and call Mohammedanism is not Al-Islam. And that's how you have
Exactly.
to, yeah, that's how you have to make the distinction because Ishmael got 12 brothers. He was blessed. That number 12 is a great number. Remember now that Israel is the son of Isaac. So he really the nephew. Jacob really the nephew. Ishmael is the uncle. Yeah,
Mm.
because Ishmael is Isaac's
Yeah,
brother.
Ishmael is
Ishmael
Isaac.
is not
Yeah,
Ishmael is not Israel's brother. Ishmael is Isaac's brother.
Isaac's brother. Right, right,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
right.
So when it talks about Ishmael getting a blessing, that blessing came before Israel. So it
Mm-hmm.
ain't no competition like they try to make like it is between
They
the two brothers. It ain't no fight or nothing. This his uncle done already been blessed before he was ever born.
right.
Right. The
You
only
see what
thing
I'm
that
saying? This is
Israel,
a whole different situation, whole different time clock.
right. The only
Yeah.
thing
So,
that, I'm not. Go
so
ahead.
the
My
last
bad.
thing I want to say, humble, is this right here. I mean, Oli, I'm sorry, Oli. The last thing I want to say, brothers, is this right here. Is that okay? So now we done cleared that little part up. I want to say that Hagar, when the Israelites, right, the 12 tribes of Israel, when they sold their brother, threw him in a well, and then sold him into slavery, they say they sold him to the Ishmaelites. Then they said the Hagarenes, who are mixed with the Edomites, we know that Edom, right, Esau married one of Ishmael's daughters named Malaya,
Mm-hmm.
also called Bathsheba. So that's why they call them Hagarenes after his mother. So now
Mm-hmm.
this Joseph goes into Egypt and he gets because remember Ishmael is an Egyptian, not an Edomite.
Mm-hmm.
So Joseph goes into Egypt because he was sold to Ishmael, taken care of. He goes into Egypt. Then from there, Joseph has two sons from an Egyptian woman named Asenath, and his sons named Manasseh and Ephraim.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these two sons become two other tribes of Israel. They become two other tribes listed in the tribes of Israel. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So they have Egyptian. So my whole point, Oli, and now I'm gonna stop right here, is that we done been taught separatism amongst these people, and these people never thought of it that way. Like Islam separate than Judaism, Ishmael separate than Israel. It was never a separation. It only came about when the Pale Jews, Ashkenazim, and Sephardic Jews took over and started teaching this crap.
Right, and I agree with
And
you.
and with Muhammad,
Facts.
And
I'm
that,
with you.
yep,
and
yep.
that's why I was
When
saying,
Muhammad came with that Quran, it changed the trajectory of everything. It changed the trajectory of what the people even look like you just pointed out. That was tough.
yeah, and
Yes.
that's why what I said earlier was about the power struggle where I see people and why I see so many different guys and people ask why so many different guys, why was it a pantheon and stuff, is because different people try to tie themselves into it to reap those benefits of being um in contact with the said deity. And so you see the splits and you see why they split because these people say that they deserve something or that they can get something. They'll split if one branch is benefiting more and they think they should benefit. They'll kill each other. And even right now today, we see the incoherence in Israel and Syria, and that's why I've chosen a different path. I've chosen the path of philosophy, and my answers seem to be a bit more coherent and intelligible. Um, will I worry about hell? No, because if everything is like the Bible say, I don't have any worry about it because I ain't following no devil. I ain't doing no evil deeds, or only thing that I ain't doing is what they say, sitting down and praying to God. But I do have a God, and I have a goddess also. I have time and nature, and I abide by time and nature because they seem to be in a persistent manner, and so I'm persistent in a coherent manner, and that's what a lot of those religions try to do. But there's so much incoherence about who's going to go to heaven or hell, or who is the actual people who are worshiping the correct God, and all of that becomes too
religion.
It becomes too incoherent to me, man. Like I don't have my time to because I know if they telling me that Judaism is correct, and then these people telling me that Christianity is correct, these people telling me Islam is correct, and these people telling me that Hinduism is correct. Each one of these people is four. I'm talking to four different people, one from each religion. All of these are people are billionaires. The Hindus say he a billionaire because he prayed to Brahma. The the Muslims say he's a billionaire because he prayed to Allah. The Christians say he's billionaire because he prayed to Christ. A Judah, a Jew say he's blessed or right because he follows the Torah. And all of these people seem to be blessed. So who am I supposed to believe? I don't think
That's a question or a rhetorical question.
I mean, it sounds like a rhetorical question, Babylon, because it is. But I actually had to ask myself this question to stop insulting my intelligence. And some people haven't been beyond this yet.
Yeah,
they still stuck in that indoctrination stage, and like I can't say nothing because, like I said, if each and every one of them are billionaires, and who am I to tell him, no, you better stop worshiping Brahma, man, because you're gonna go to hell? And he's saying, well, I don't believe in hell, and my God blesses me like this. And you
but see, the whole thing of telling people you better stop worshiping this, or you going to hell, or be good, or you gonna get got by the devil and Santa Claus and Easter and all of this, ain't none of this that your ancestors practice. And what we keep doing is keep pushing that on our ancestors, because currently our slave-minded brothers, sisters, friends, and neighbors are under the spell that you talking about. They do believe in all these things. They do celebrate these things. They do believe in they going to a heaven, like they're going to be on clouds and stuff. They do believe in a devil and he's going to get them if they be bad. And they believe in all these things. And the Hindus believe in karma. All of them believe in that, but that ain't got nothing to do with what you here for. You here for what O.L.E.E here for. And so knowing that they all believe that, and belief don't mean nothing. It means to accept things that's not true and not know they true. So no, what our job is to understand at least what our ancestors did. And the reason why this is important is because we have a history of a saying that say, go back and get it, Sam Kofa. Go back and get it. If you don't know your history, it's bound to repeat itself. You see, and things like that. So those are laws that we live by. And so we done lived enough of that. So I'm saying to you that it's no doubt that we know the truth. What we have to do is stay in it and stop falling back into even talking really about the fake Christianity. We spend a lot of time talking about, like you said, you studied philosophy, me too. We could go a long way with that, because that fake Christianity, right? Fake Christianity, fake Judaism, fake Islam, all of that is being ran by a group of people who had nothing to do with its origin. They done painted the man who they worship in it white, and they know that. We know that. So of course we're gonna stay away.
I have to. And one of the things I can say about a lot of these, like the Kemet and the Hebrews, like you said, we do need to understand what our people done and what they went through. And I always ask myself, if I could go back and I could bring somebody from Kemet and one of my ancestors from Kemet here, and I could bring, if I had ancestors, and if I had ancestors from Hebrew, that was Hebrew, and I brought them here, and I say, should we go back to how y'all was living? Or should we stay here? I guarantee you they're going to be in that shower saying, stay right here where we at. Because the update is important. Once you understand the things that they was trying to do, they was trying to answer the same questions we were. They wasn't trying to fight about who deserves this piece of land and which people are the actual people. Even if they ain't the actual people, these people won. So this is the God we need to be worshiping. Like, boy, the incoherence and the stifle of intelligible thinking is just beyond me when it comes to theology, and that's why I chose philosophy. Now, there is a philosophy of theology where we have to tackle those theological questions, and I do. Like I said, I recognize I don't have what I call belief. My way to knowledge is recognize. I recognize what it is I'm working with. I identify it and I move along. If I can't identify it, then like the question that Hoodoo asked, you kind of answered it without even knowing. He asked for the Kemet, for the people who follow Kemet, or the people that say that they Hebrew Israelites, can you find do you have actual DNA evidence? And if you can't, but you know that you're from America and you know about the struggles that we had here, not saying that you forget about the things over there, but why aren't you doing that? Because if he went over to Africa, they ain't talking about Martin Luther King, and they ain't talking about Malcolm X, and they ain't talking about Harriet Tubman. And these people are very important in our lives. So which ancestors and how far do we go back? You know what I'm saying? And so that's what he was saying. Like, why would we continue to have these arguments about something we can't prove? I told him that I don't have that identity problem. I don't think you have that identity problem. Pitt answered it. Pitt identified that he don't have that identity problem. He chooses this for his own reason. He understands that he doesn't have biological or DNA proof, but there's other ways like logical proofs that you can always point back to, and that's why I stick with philosophy, because logical proofs, if you want to tackle them, can work good.
Yeah, the world is a big place though, so kind of like I wouldn't expect for us to have the same heroes as they do in Africa. I think, if you knew really how big Africa was,
Man.
I mean, you would know that Muhammad Ali could live in Africa, and that that there could be places where nobody never even knew he ever lived in Africa. Right now, literally, is that big. So, I mean, that's all I say on that is that, it's kind of like a straw man, like a red herring. We really don't have to worry about a DNA test or anything like that. Now, if you want to talk about facts, we can say, hey, there was a sub-Saharan slave trade, right, from Egypt, from people from the south up into Egypt. That was a sub-Saharan slave trade. There was a east to west slave trade from the Levant into Africa. There was a slave trade. There was a trans-Pacific slave trade that included Egyptians, Moroccans, black people, African, everybody that was there from the whole coast. So then that DNA is in America. So I don't understand what they mean by wet DNA.
Yeah, man. That's
African DNA.
them is definitely points to look at. And like I said, this is conscious community, man. We coming down to the end. We got about 5 minutes left. So I'm gonna go ahead and close it by thanking everybody for joining me last night into the day. If you didn't get to watch the full show, make sure you do. We're gonna come back here in a couple of hours, and I'm gonna start back up in my opinion section, and we can start the day. See who I want to join. Thank you, Babylon, for joining.
Hey, O.L.E., let me say something on that note. O.L.E., on that note, I want to come back on, brother, because I want to talk to you about a couple of like 3 or 4 main issues that's been covered on the show that I would like to talk about. Some of them even concern like mind, body, black hole, stuff like that was discussed. So I want to come back and talk to you about that. I just want to build with you on it.
Bet. Well, if you have time, like I said, I'm probably gonna start back up here in a couple of hours. I'm
gonna be here. I want to build with you, bro. I've been trying to catch you on this topic because I know you'll have a lot to say, and it's just a couple of questions that I saw on the show. I got something to say on it, and I'd like to hear what you got to say on it.
Bet, man. Well, like I said, we'll definitely be here, and with that being said, again, thank you from the Titans Debate League. Shout out all my Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. That's the path that you got to take, man. The incoherence is astounding in today's world, and we fight to find a better way. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and play me one song, drop my commercial, and then we're going to get out of here.
Different type of hell. Different type of hell. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town. Big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure.